Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 3601. Chapter 3601, 3601. Chapter 3601, You Really Haven't Died Yet. Divine Ability. The great Tao's converged, resonating with the Tao patterns, and a stream of wondrous insights flowed into the soul. Lin Moya sensed the great Tao divine ability. With 100 Tao patterns, one could resonate with the great Tao and obtain great Tao divine abilities. Originally thinking he could only choose one out of 6, he never expected that all 6 great Taos were possible. Lin Moya finally understood what the heavenly Tao ability was all about. All great Taos have a source, and that source is within the origin ancestral land. No matter which world's great Tao, they are all projections of the great Tao. The various worlds use the 2 great origins of Taiyang and Taiyin as their foundation, connecting to the origin ancestral land to draw in the great Tao projections. After a long period of time, they gradually evolve into great Taos suitable for their own world. The whole process is extremely complex, but if simplified, the origin ancestral land can be seen as the source of everything, and the great Taos of various worlds all come from it. The great Taos of various worlds are all projected Taos, while the true great Tao bodies are in the origin ancestral land. All those who become Tao lords in various worlds can only be called projected Tao lords. After becoming a Tao lord, to advance further, one must engage in the great Tao struggle, defeat other Tao lords, obtain their great Taos, strengthen oneself, and finally step into the great Tao body to become a true Tao lord. Great Tao realm practitioners wield the power of the great Tao, but they are only wielding the power of the projected great Tao. The great Tao divine ability, on the other hand, uses Tao patterns to resonate, using the projected great Tao as a bridge to borrow the power of the great Tao body and transform it into divine abilities. This power is only borrowed when needed and is not usually used. The more Tao patterns, the more power can be borrowed, and 100 Tao patterns is the basis for borrowing power. This is a secret belonging to those few Tao lords, which they won't tell others, so those who don't understand great Tao divine abilities can only guess. He had a full 162 Tao patterns, far exceeding the 100 mark, so naturally he could borrow more power. Besides Tao patterns, there was another limitation, which was cultivation level. To borrow more power, one's own cultivation level needed to support it. In simple terms, the soul needed to be strong enough. The two complemented each other and were indispensable. Lin Moya was now a 7th grade innate soul. If he were to use the great Tao divine ability, Lin Moya felt he could easily slaughter great Tao realm practitioners of the same level. He sensed 6 types of great Tao divine abilities. First was his immortality great Tao. As his innate great Tao, its status was irreplaceable. Moreover, the immortality great Tao was a great Tao that had completely entered the origin land, with its great Tao power illuminating all worlds, incredibly powerful. The great Tao was simple, and his great Tao divine ability was extremely simple, either life or death. Its great Tao divine ability could, according to Lin Moya's will, determine life or death with a single thought. Based on Lin Moya's understanding of the immortality great Tao, the true meaning of this great Tao was immortality and indestructibility for oneself, and control over life and death for enemies. How strong the great Tao divine ability really was, one would only know after using it, but Lin Moya knew it wouldn't be too weak. The 1000-star great Tao's immortality divine ability was equally simple, and it was also a passive divine ability. Once activated, it didn't need to be managed and could be maintained for a long time. The function of the divine ability was to gather the power of many star lords to strengthen oneself. The power of the numerous star lords of the 1000-star great Tao would constantly temper and strengthen oneself. This way, it was equivalent to having countless people help oneself cultivate. Even if one lay still, one's cultivation would increase. This point is quite similar to blood resonance. Lin Moya muttered to himself. He had always envied his sister's blood resonance, and now he unexpectedly had something similar. The third divine ability came from the space great Tao, and this divine ability was called cage. It cut off a piece of space and turned it into a cage. This space would be extremely solid, unbreakable by those of the same realm. Moreover, within the cage, one would be subjected to the impact of the space great Tao. If one's strength was insufficient, one would be torn to pieces. The space great Tao, as one of the top-ranking great Taos among all great Taos, had unquestionably strong power. Now with this divine ability, it was a powerful aid for him. The fourth divine ability came from the time great Tao, and this divine ability was called roam. By activating this divine ability, Lin Moya could enter the river of time, observe the past and see what once was. The higher the realm, the stronger the power, and the longer one could see in the river of time. If one's power was strong enough, one could even return to the past through the river of time, influence the past and thus change the present. Lin Moyo pondered slightly, observing the past and seeing what once was as quite similar to the Buddhist three lives method. In the three lives secret method, one life is the past. If one changes the past, can it really affect the present? This possibility still needed to be tried to know. The three lives secret method was very peculiar. He had studied it before but hadn't gained much. Until this moment, Lin Moyo finally understood the true purpose of the three lives secret method. The three lives secret method was not to advance cultivation, but to make one understand the past, present, and future, to view the world from three perspectives: the river of time, the present world, and the destiny great Tao, to understand all things in heaven and earth. Finally, to comprehend the cause and effect great Tao. This was Lin Moyo's understanding of the three lives secret method. The three lives secret method was actually meant to cultivate the cause and effect great Tao. The fifth great Tao divine ability was the fortune great Tao divine ability. As an illusory type of great Tao, the fortune great Tao's divine ability was equally illusory, named fortune reversal. It could transform the target's fortune, turning good fortune into misfortune, and misfortune into good fortune. Everything was determined by the user's will, and the effect could last for a long time. This divine ability didn't seem very powerful at first glance, but if used in the right place, the effect would be terrifying. The only trouble was that if the opponent's realm far exceeded one's own, the effect would be greatly reduced. The sixth great Tao divine ability was the power great Tao divine ability. The power great Tao was also a great Tao that had entered the origin land. No matter where, the power great Tao could exert its powerful effect. The divine ability was named divine strength. The great Tao returned to simplicity, and the function of this divine ability was to concentrate one's strength to a point, amplifying it 1,000-fold when struck. What was the concept of 1,000-fold? Lin Moyo's punch as a 7th grade innate soul, amplified 1,000-fold, was enough to kill a 6th grade innate soul. One divine ability directly gave him the ability to fight across realms. For others, this divine ability was extraordinary, but for Lin Moyo, this divine ability was just SOSO. Because his other techniques were too strong, fighting across realms was not a difficult thing. This divine ability should be used in conjunction with the concentrate origin technique to achieve the best effect. Lin Moyo thought to himself, deciding to try it out when he had the chance in the future. The Great Tao reward was still continuing, but for Lin Moyo, he no longer needed the Great Tao reward. Cultivation advancement needed to be taken step by step, steadily. He had already advanced too fast and too far in this step, and needed time to consolidate his foundation. He couldn't continue forward. With a thought, the heavenly Tao reward was transferred. The colorful light disappeared from above Lin Moyo's head and instantly appeared above Antares' head, shining down. Antares let out a dragon's roar, transforming into the true body of a great Tao divine dragon, 100,000-meter-long dragon body slowly rising. His appearance immediately caused exclamations of surprise. In the outer sky great Tao, a great Tao realm expert exclaimed in surprise, "A great Tao divine dragon, the dragon race actually has someone who entered the origin continent. This great Tao divine dragon is so strong, his aura makes me feel fear. Why does he look somewhat familiar? It seems like I've seen him somewhere before." A divine dragon from the dragon race looked at Antares with bright eyes, muttering softly, "You really haven't died yet." Chapter 3602. Chapter 3602, 3602. Chapter 3602, The Most Untouchable Person. The great changes in heaven and earth were still ongoing. Under the power of the great Tao, all cultivators were performing the same action, sitting cross-legged in meditation. Even those who were originally fighting stopped and went their separate ways to seize this opportunity to cultivate. Such an opportunity was rare in tens of thousands of years. How could they easily let it pass? Everyone enjoyed the benefits of the great changes in heaven and earth. Their cultivation levels were rapidly increasing, constantly breaking through. The fortune of the origin continent was continuously rising, becoming stronger and stronger. A roar of excitement came from the eastern continent. Tao achieved. The third ancestor's voice echoed throughout heaven and earth. In the outer sky great Tao, a majestic figure stepped out from the depths of the void. He trod on the great Tao and descended upon the origin continent. Countless people bowed to the third ancestor. "Greetings, origin Tao Lord." The great Tao that the third ancestor trod upon was called the balanced great Tao, an origin great Tao. The Tao Lord of an origin great Tao stood at the peak of the origin continent. The third ancestor had schemed and arranged for millions of years, and finally succeeded. After achieving the Tao, the third ancestor looked towards Lin Moyo. He knew clearly that his success was largely due to Lin Moyo's contributions. He had used the essence blood ball he refined to kill at least one 8-winged outer god, and then used this outer god's corpse as a weapon to blow up several more 8-winged outer gods. The deaths of these outer gods were all related to him, so he would receive a share of the heavenly Tao's rewards. The third ancestor hadn't told Lin Moyo that he had left a trace of his consciousness in the essence blood ball. After using the blood ball, he could see part of what happened afterwards. Everything Lin Moyo did was seen by him. The third ancestor spoke in a low voice, "Lin Moyo is this Tao Lord's good friend. If anyone has problems with him, this Tao Lord will not be polite." After the question Heaven Tao Lord, the third ancestor also made such a declaration, once again shocking everyone in the outer sky great Tao. Some forces might not heed the words of a branch Tao Lord, but they would definitely not take an origin Tao Lord lightly. The difference between the two was huge. One origin Tao Lord was not weaker than several branch Tao Lords. During the origin catastrophe, many branch Tao Lords perished, but only 1 or 2 origin Tao Lords died. Origin Tao Lords were the true rulers of the outer sky great Tao. Moreover, how could an Origin Dao Lord not have his own forces? Everyone was calculating in their hearts, becoming more wary of Lin Moyo. Suddenly, the boundary sea boiled, and a huge black whale burst out from it. Under the illumination of the Taiyang and Taiyin origins, the black whale's body shimmered with a black light, looking extremely noble. The black whale raised its head and let out a long cry that reached the outer sky Great Dao. Immediately after, the outer sky Great Dao rumbled incessantly. Space rippled like waves, and the originally dry outer sky Great Dao suddenly turned into a wetland. The water Great Dao came rolling in, and 100,000-meter black whale rose and fell with the heavenly Dao's power. Its aura kept rising, with the water Great Dao circling around it. Another Origin Dao Lord had arrived. Everyone bowed again. Greetings, Dao Lord. The third ancestor laughed. Old Black, you're slower than me this time. The king of the Boundary Sea said, if you're faster, then you're faster. What's there to compare? His gaze swept across the Origin continent, and his deep, majestic voice rolled out, Lin Moyo is this Dao Lord's brother. Whoever dares to provoke him, this Dao Lord will eat them. The people in the outer sky Great Dao were already numb. This was the third Dao Lord to say such a thing. Everyone was guessing what Lin Moya's identity was. Why was this happening? There were some rumors in the outer sky Great Dao about what the third ancestor and the king of the Boundary Sea had done. They were originally first grade innate soul Great Dao realm beings, already at the peak, with strength comparable to branch Dao Lords. To become Origin Dao Lords, they had entered the game themselves, scheming for billions of years until today. This kind of success was natural. Besides admiration, there was nothing else to say. But Lin Moyo was a person from the Origin continent. How could he be brothers with them? Some people had already begun to suspect that this Lin Moyo might be the reincarnation of some big shot. In the northern continent, another aura soared to the sky, followed by a fierce wind blowing from the Origin continent straight to the outer sky Great Dao. The fierce wind arrived in the depths of the outer sky Great Dao. The king of the Boundary Sea chuckled. That beast emperor has also succeeded. The third ancestor said, his success is expected. Didn't you see how fiercely he competed with me in the Origin continent? The king of the Boundary Sea said, how could I not have seen it? But if it weren't for the Icefire Dao stones that Brother Lin gave you, it would have been very difficult for you to complete this final step. The third ancestor said, it would just be difficult, not impossible. Don't underestimate our arrangements. We're not the same as you. The king of the Boundary Sea chuckled, can't help it, I'm just luckier. Indeed, they were quite different. The king of the Boundary Sea had forces behind him, while the third ancestor and Beast Emperor were fighting alone. It wasn't that they didn't have forces behind them, but that these forces were insignificant. The Beast Emperor rode the Wind Great Dao to arrive, and everyone bowed to him again. The Beast Emperor's gaze swept across the universe. Everyone, Lin Moyo is my brother. His words were even simpler, only stating Lin Moya's identity, but that was enough. Generally, no one would be foolish enough to want to provoke the brother of an Origin Dao Lord. Moreover, he had 3 Origin Dao Lords backing him up, so even fewer would dare to think about it. In many people's eyes, this guy called Lin Moyo had become the most untouchable person. Antares circled above the eastern continent, its aura repeatedly surging towards the peak, but each time it fell short by a bit. Even though Lin Moyo had given it the subsequent rewards, it still couldn't take that final step to become the Dao Lord of the Young Dragon Great Dao. Antares' accumulation and foundation were still a bit inferior compared to the third ancestor and others. Yin Shun was the same. His arrangements were somewhat insufficient. Although he had come closer to the position of Dao Lord, he hadn't succeeded. After being driven away by the Question Heaven Dao Lord, the withering and flourishing elder hadn't really left. A small avatar of his was hidden in the shadows, watching the Origin continent. If anyone wanted Lin Moya's life the most, it would undoubtedly be him. Lin Moya's actions had disrupted his plans, especially after the third ancestor and others became Dao Lords, which deeply stimulated him. If it weren't for Lin Moyo, he should have become a Dao Lord too. Ending up in this state, with no benefits gained, was all because of Lin Moyo. I must kill you. The withering and flourishing elder said viciously in his heart. Lin Moyo was examining his soul world. This advancement had brought huge changes to his soul world. The soul world strengthened as his realm increased, which was the most basic change. The world tree within had grown a lot, but it was still in its growth period and hadn't truly matured. After Lin Moyo received all the information from the world tree, even with his Dao heart, he couldn't help but get excited. The changes in the world tree this time were extremely great, beyond imagination. The world tree had become thicker, still enveloping the entire soul world, firmly protecting it. A large amount of silver sap was secreted, with a hint of purple gold in it, meaning the silver sap had evolved again. The silver sap, after this evolution, could not only accelerate cultivation but also enhance the soul level. Although the effect was slow, if consumed daily, relying on time accumulation, the soul could also gain huge benefits. The spirit flowers were also in full bloom, now larger and stronger than before. Most importantly, the world tree had gained a completely new ability, which was what shocked Lin Moyo the most. Chapter 3603. Chapter 3603, 3603. Chapter 3603, World Spirit, Taiyin Origin Essence. The information transmitted from the World Tree shocked Lin Moyo. World Tree, Growth Stage. Ability 1, Rebirth. When receiving fatal damage, gain rebirth and instantly recover to peak condition. All techniques reset cooldown. Can be triggered 10 times consecutively within 20 seconds. This ability resets cooldown 20 seconds after first trigger. Ability 2, Fruit. The World Tree will bear World Fruit. Consuming World Fruit can give birth to a Rule World. those who already have a rule world can strengthen it. Ability 3, Spirit Flower. Mature spirit flowers can heal any injury. If used by members of the undead army, it can give them spiritual intelligence. Ability 4, Leaves. World tree leaves are excellent material for refining artifacts. Some mutated world tree leaves may evolve spirituality, becoming spiritual materials. Ability 5, Gold and Silver Sap, can increase Great Dao Fusion, improve cultivation aptitude, increase cultivation speed, and enhance soul level. Daily production, 10,000 drops. Ability 6, World Spirit, using world fruit as shell, leaves as bones, spirit flowers as flesh and blood, supplemented by Taiyang and Taiyin origin power, evolve world spirits in gold and silver sap. World spirits can transform into Taiyang and Taiyin origins. 2 or more world spirits fusing together can evolve into an independent world. The first 5 abilities were just further strengthened on their previous basis, not exceeding Lin Moya's expectations. However, the 6th newly born ability shocked Lin Moyo. World Spirit, the spirit of a world, created by the world tree. World spirits were not artifact spirits or formation spirits, but a special independent living being. They had no consciousness, but could instinctively evolve, eventually evolving into Taiyang or Taiyin origin. However, Taiyang and Taiyin origins were the foundation of any world. 2 world spirits fusing together could obtain complete Taiyang and Taiyin origins. Yin and Yang interacting would eventually evolve into an independent world. He never imagined the world tree would have such an ability. Evolving Taiyang and Taiyin origins, wasn't that the same as the origin ancestral land? What exactly is the world tree's background? Lin Moyo was completely speechless. This was just the growth stage. If it advanced further to full maturity, to what extent would the world tree develop? His heart was full of anticipation. He knew the world's growth still needed his help. Not only did he need to improve his realm, but he also needed to supply large amounts of origin spirit vein remnants. The remnants of origin spirit veins were like fertilizer for the world tree. With enough fertilizer, it could help the tree grow taller and stronger. As for where to find remnants, there weren't many in the origin continent, but there should be no shortage in the outer sky Great Dao. The Great Dao realm beings in the outer sky Great Dao couldn't imagine that before they could set their sights on Lin Moyo had already set his sights on them. After examining the world tree's changes, he began to check the changes in the skeleton hell. With realm advancement, the rule world expanded, and the soul world grew along with it. At the bottom of the rule world, the skeleton hell was shrouded in a faint light. Under the light, magma boiled and countless volcanoes erupted. After this evolution, the skeleton hell became more real, like a true hell. The skeleton hell's coverage area increased from 2,000 kilometers in radius to 10,000 kilometers. The number of hell fiends also increased from 2 million to 10 million. Lin Moyo looked down at the skeleton hell. His will swept over it, and countless hell fiends knelt to welcome his will. The skeleton hell has become more real, but it seems to be missing something. The faint light comes from the outer gods, functioning similar to protective divine light, while also enhancing the hell fiends' attacks. The hell fiends have already stepped into the Great Dao realm. They don't have souls, so they can't be distinguished by soul level. But judging by their combat power, they should be no weaker than 9th grade soul Great Dao realm. Considering their numbers, they're enough to trap and kill up to 8th grade soul Great Dao realm beings. As for Heiyo, with a thought from Lin Moyo, Heiyo burst out roaring. Heiyo had become stronger, surpassing the hell fiends by a level, reaching at least the 8th grade soul level. However, a peculiar aura appeared on Heiyo. This aura should have always existed, but he had never noticed it before. Only after advancing to the Great Dao realm did he discover the existence of this aura. Upon careful sensing, Lin Moyo determined that this aura within Heiya came from the Taiyin origin of the origin continent. As he pondered, he muttered to himself, Heiya's predecessor was the Netherworld Black Dragon, whose predecessor was the Taiyin Ancestor Dragon, which came from the Taiyin origin. The Lord of Hell wanted to become the Lord of the origin continent and refined the Taiyin Ancestor Dragon. His goal was the Taiyin origin. Later, the Ancestor Dragon escaped to the wasteland, ending the Lord of Hell's ambition. But the Netherworld Black Dragon couldn't return, so the Taiyin origin remained within it. Now that Heiyo has become the Netherworld Black Hell, the Taiyin origin is within Heiya's body. Heiya's Taiyin origin comes from the origin continent. While it benefits me, it's also a constraint. With the origin continent's Taiyin origin, Heiyo would be more powerful, but at the same time, the origin continent's upper limit would restrict its growth. If there was no Taiyin origin, Heiya's power would weaken, but its upper limit would only be constrained by Lin Moyo himself. After a brief thought, Lin Moyo made a decision. With a thought, Heiya's body exploded. Strands of origin power flew out from the shattered flesh, gathering together to form a ball of light. The light ball was extremely cold, not ice but far colder than ice. This was the Taiyin origin essence from the origin continent. Heiyo was reborn under Lin Moyo's will. After losing the Taiyin origin, Heiya's aura clearly dropped significantly, but Lin Moyo knew that without the constraint of the Taiyin origin, Heiyo would grow even stronger in the future. Of course, the premise was that Lin Moyo himself could go far enough. For the separated Taiyin origin essence, Lin Moyo had already decided where to put it. He could give it to Antares, who would surely be delighted. Fusing both Taiyang and Taiyin origin powers, could Antares become the legendary Yin Yang divine dragon? Lin Moyo chuckled softly, putting away the Taiyin origin essence. His gaze fell on the gate of hell. Affected by the great Dao reward and the great changes in heaven and earth, the gate of hell had recovered somewhat, but not completely. Now that Lin Moyo had advanced to the great Dao realm, many things he didn't understand before were now clear. What truly composed the gate of hell was the Hell Great Dao. The reason he couldn't find fragments of the Gate of Hell was that the fragments simply didn't exist. When the Gate of Hell shattered back then, it had already returned to the Hell Great Tao. So if he wanted to repair the Gate of Hell, he would have to go to the Hell Great Tao and borrow the power of the Hell Heavenly Tao. But Lin Moya didn't want to do this. If he used the Hell Great Tao to cultivate the Gate of Hell, then the skeleton hell would once again be influenced by the origin continent. I want to evolve my own Great Tao, truly allowing the skeleton hell to be reborn anew. I am not the Lord of Hell, and my goal is not just the origin continent. To surpass, I must break away from the root. Chapter 3604. Chapter 3604, 3604. Chapter 3604, Restrictions from the Great Tao. The upgrade path of the skeleton hell has been repetitive, first constantly expanding its range and increasing the number of hellfiends, taking the route of overwhelming with numbers. Later, after a qualitative change, quantity was converted to quality. The range became smaller, but the individual combat power of hellfiends became stronger. Only then did the skeleton hell begin to show its true power. However, no matter when, the skeleton hell has never been able to escape the shadow of the once real hell. Most people would think that Lin Moya is the reincarnation of the Lord of Hell. Only Lin Moya knows that he is definitely not the reincarnation of the Lord of Hell. Perhaps there's some connection, or perhaps no connection at all. He knows what to do next. He wants to completely separate the skeleton hell from the real hell of the former Lord of Hell, turning it into a technique world that belongs only to himself. The yin and yang origins shine down, their power washing away every trace of the former hell's power, allowing the skeleton hell to be reborn anew. This is a long process, but Lin Moya is not in a hurry. He'll just wait patiently. When he can evolve his own Hell Great Tao, the skeleton hell will completely become his own technique, no longer having any connection with the Great Tao of the origin continent. Next, Lin Moya examines his other techniques. The two great origin techniques have not changed at all. Origin techniques never change due to his realm advancement. Infinite fusion is the same. This one is even more extreme than origin techniques. No matter how Lin Moya's realm changes, it remains unmoved. Only when techniques need to be fused and are worth fusing does it take action. Now Lin Moya no longer specifically looks for spiritual materials. Over the years, infinite fusion has eaten plenty of spiritual materials. Those spiritual materials are world tree leaves. Occasionally, world tree leaves give birth to a few spiritual materials, which are eaten by this guy as soon as they appear. Lin Moya is too lazy to manage it. If it wants to eat, let it eat. However, the spiritual materials from the world tree are generally of average grade. If there's a chance, he'll still look for some to give it. The 5 summoning techniques have all been strengthened. The combat power of skeleton god generals and dragon cavalry is consistent with his own realm, reaching the level of 7th grade innate soul. The legion commanders are slightly higher, but haven't reached the intermediate stage. Only the skeleton kings have barely reached the intermediate level of 7th grade innate soul. In Lin Moya's view, having summoned beings equal to his own realm is not a good thing. Although they are strong enough, they're not strong enough. Lin Moya can clearly feel the restrictions from the Great Tao of the origin continent. The Great Tao of the origin continent seems unwilling to allow such balance-breaking things to exist. When he was weak before, the Heavenly Tao could ignore him. But when he became powerful enough, the Great Tao had to intervene, because his existence was too disruptive to the balance. Now summoning continues, and the undead army keeps growing. Lin Moya is not yet clear on what the specific upper limit is. There are ways to break through the limitations of summoning type techniques. Lin Moya immediately thinks of methods to break through the limitations. Like the skeleton hell, it also requires his own Great Tao. He already has the yin and yang origins, possessing the foundation to evolve Great Taos. If he can evolve his own Great Tao, then he can break through the limitations of the origin continent. As for now, the simplest method is to use Tao patterns to enhance techniques. Bang 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 bang. 6 light sounds in succession, and in the soul world, the true bodies of the 6 Great Taos shatter simultaneously. He has already stepped into the Great Tao realm and can wield Great Tao power, so he no longer needs Great Tao true bodies. Every move in the Great Tao realm is like the Great Tao itself descending. There's no need to rely on things like Great Tao true bodies. As the Great Tao true bodies shatter, 24 Tao patterns automatically return. This way, the number of available Tao patterns increases to 62. Bang, another light sound, and the fortune talisman also shatters along with the Great Tao true bodies. The 4 Tao patterns within automatically return, increasing the number of free Tao patterns to 66. Those in the Great Tao realm can use the Fortune Great Tao to predict the future at any time, so there's no need for fortune talismans. The fortune formation is no longer necessary. Among the current techniques, the 5 summoning techniques each fuse with 12 Tao patterns, the skeleton hell fuses with 32 Tao patterns, and corpse explosion fuses with 4 Tao patterns, using a total of 96. With a thought from Lin Moya, 60 Tao patterns fly out, with each summoning technique being allocated 12 Tao patterns. This way, the number of Tao patterns for each summoning technique will double to 24. With the increase in Tao patterns, the strength of the techniques immediately surges. The power of skeleton god generals and dragon cavalry rises to the peak of the advanced stage of 7th grade innate soul. The power of legion commanders rises to the initial stage of 6th grade innate soul, while skeleton kings reach the intermediate stage of 6th grade innate soul. Looking at this result, Lin Moya says softly, "Let's leave it like this for now. When I have my own Great Tao in the future, we'll make changes then." There's not much change in summoning elemental liches. They need suitable materials to become powerful liches. The current liches are already strong enough. Lin Moya hopes to obtain some suitable materials to upgrade their level. As for resurrection of the dead, this technique that relies on corpses hasn't changed much. The existence time has increased from 6,000 days to 10,000 days, and the maximum capacity has increased from 3 billion to 10 billion. But it's impossible to summon 10 billion, and due to the hibernation mechanism, there's not much practical difference between 6,000 days and 10,000 days. At least there's some improvement, better than nothing. With a thought from Lin Moyo, the last 6 Dao patterns all fly into corpse explosion. The corpse explosion technique star emits a faint light, becoming stronger. Corpse explosion, origin level detonate corpses or remains, causing damage equivalent to 300% of the target's life force when alive. Can attack multiple targets simultaneously. The more targets, the more the damage is weakened and shared. The attack ignores all obstacles and time limits. Can control the detonation time, with a maximum time not exceeding 100 years. The power of corpse explosion has increased from 200% to 300%. With this change, a corpse of the same realm can completely blow up 7 or 8 enemies of the same realm. This is the first choice technique for killing enemies in large-scale battles, bar none. This technique played a crucial role in clearing out the outer gods this time. Finally, there's the Time Curse Wings, a technique said to be able to destroy Great Daos. Time Curse Wings, origin level perfect fusion of the Time Great Dao and Curse Great Dao. When the wings of time unfold, they can distort time, reaching infinite speed. At its strongest state, it can enter the river of time to roam through time. It seems to have no changes, but Lin Moya knows that its speed should have become faster and its curse power stronger. As for distorting time, it depends on how much can be distorted. Even distorting 0.01 seconds of time is still distortion, which is better than nothing, although he hasn't used it yet. What Lin Moya looks forward to is roaming through time. He doesn't know how this roaming works. This will have to wait until it enters its strongest state, which hasn't happened so far. This technique currently seems a bit useless. Lin Moya looks forward to the future. He believes this technique is very powerful. A technique that can't even fuse with Dao patterns can't be weak. The passive techniques haven't changed much. The cooldown time of Undead has been reduced to 60 seconds, and the number of resurrections has increased to 8 times, which is a small improvement. As for damage transfer and immunity, these two passive techniques haven't changed much. They've almost become useless when facing enemies that are too strong. Lin Moya looks at infinite fusion, see if these two can be fused. If they can be fused, then fuse them. Chapter 3605. Chapter 3605, 3605. Chapter 3605, Scheming. Lin Moya casually made an unreasonable request. He didn't actually care whether the fusion could happen or not. If it didn't work, that was fine too. Infinite Fusion flew down and circled around the two technique stars a few times, then flew back without looking back. At the same time, a thought was transmitted: fusion is possible, but not now. It's not possible now because Infinite Fusion itself is not strong enough yet. Lin Moya smiled and said, in that case, when fusion becomes possible, go ahead and fuse them. Infinite Fusion's light flickered a few times, telling Lin Moya there was no problem. It was still as tsundere as ever, with its own ideas. Lin Moya didn't mind as long as it could get things done, nothing else mattered. The Great Dao reward had ended, but Great Dao power continued to pour down. The Great Dao power that had accumulated for countless years couldn't be exhausted in just a day or two. As the Great Dao power fell, the barrier between the origin continent and the outer sky Great Dao was gradually disappearing. Lin Moya looked at the sky. His gaze penetrated the horizon to see several Great Dao realm beings standing at the edge of the sky. Many forces were eager to enter, but it wasn't so easy to actually come in. The origin continent had been sealed off for so many years that even though the restrictions were lessening, they couldn't disappear completely all at once. To return to the previous state of free coming and going would take at least 1,000 years or even longer. During this period, only some 9th grade and 8th soul Great Dao realm beings could come down. Even 8th grade and 8th souls might not be able to descend. At this time, a surge of intent rippled through heaven and earth, lingering over this newly born continent. Lin Moya quickly sensed it and understood the information within. This was the will of the Great Dao. He had a sudden inspiration and his clear voice echoed through heaven and earth: this continent shall be named the Central Continent. It is the center of the origin continent, the most prosperous land, and a sacred place for cultivation. His voice, accompanied by the will of heaven and earth, spread across the eastern, southern, western, and northern continents, and also reached the outer sky Great Dao. The Great Dao realm experts who heard this voice all changed expression. He has actually received the mandate of heaven. By naming the Central Continent, this kid has become half the master of the continent. This is troublesome. The kid has 4 Dao lords backing him and can't be touched. If he becomes half the master of the Central Continent, our forces will probably have to go through him to establish legacies there in the future. A newly advanced Great Dao realm cultivator, even with 4 Dao lords behind him, isn't necessarily safe. There's more than one Dao lord, and the forces of those old Dao lords aren't easy to deal with. That's right. If he really dies, those Dao lords may not even be able to find the killer. At this time, the Great Dao power still existed. These Great Dao realm beings in the outer sky Great Dao could see Lin Moya advance to the Great Dao realm, but didn't know he had stepped directly into the 7th grade. Lin Moya received the final reward from the will of the Great Dao of the origin continent, which used the mandate of heaven to make him half the master of the Central Continent. With the mandate of heaven, he could control some of the origin spirit veins in the Central Continent and come and go instantly at will. This land was the newly born land of the origin continent. It was still under protection and needed time to fully recover. During this period, the origin spirit veins were not allowed to be refined. The various forces from the outer sky Great Tao could establish legacies in the central continent. Originally they could have divided up the central continent, but now they had to obtain Lin Moya's consent. Otherwise, Lin Moya could control the origin spirit veins and turn treasure lands into wastelands. Lin Moya thought to himself, this reward gives me a certain say, but at the same time puts me in danger again. It seems the Great Tao rewards aren't so easy to take, and being the guide isn't so easy either. Becoming the guide and receiving so many benefits meant he now had to serve the mandate of heaven and guard the central continent. As for how to guard it, that was up to him. Lin Moya looked at the sky and slowly spoke, his voice spreading like an imperial edict. I have received the mandate of heaven to watch over the central continent. Before the central continent recovers, no fighting is allowed within the origin continent. Friends from the outer sky Great Tao, if you wish to fight, please leave the origin continent and go to the outer sky Great Tao. If anyone violates this, I will pursue and kill them with all my strength to fulfill the mandate of heaven. These words seem to be spoken on behalf of heaven, but actually contain Lin Moya's personal will. He was using the authority of the mandate of heaven to add a shackle for all the Great Tao realm beings who entered. Arrogant! Someone shouted angrily. In the outer sky Great Tao, one Great Tao realm expert after another stepped out. They looked at Lin Moya with unfriendly gazes. Although several Tao lords had spoken first, which Great Tao realm expert wasn't bold and determined in their Tao heart. Once they set their mind on killing, unless the Tao lords personally intervened to stop them, they would certainly follow their hearts. Someone looked disdainful. A mere newly advanced Great Tao realm cultivator, lucky enough to receive the mandate of heaven, dares to be so bold as to set rules for us. Do you really think that having Tao lords protect you means you can do whatever you want? The Tao lords have to compete for the Great Tao and roam the void. How can they keep an eye on you all the time? If you die, the Tao lords may not even be able to find the killer. Many people disregarded Lin Moya's words. Lin Moya ignored these people's words. After all, it was the mandate of heaven that told him to say this. If they came to kill him because of it, they would be going against the Great Tao. If he killed them in retaliation, he might even receive rewards from the Great Tao. Lin Moya was scheming against them. Since he was going to offend them anyway, he might as well make use of it. Deep in the void, the third ancestor and the beast emperor were drinking tea. The third ancestor looked at this scene with a smile. This kid really isn't peaceful. The beast emperor said, he's like you, a fox used to scheming. The third ancestor had achieved the Great Tao and was in a good mood, so he didn't argue with the beast emperor. What about you? Are you going back to the origin continent? The beast emperor said, leaving an avatar will do. I'll build a beast emperor palace in the central continent and leave a legacy. The third ancestor was slightly startled. You're leaving. The beast emperor said, in a few more years, after I adjust. I've delayed for so long, these few days won't make a difference. The third ancestor said, it's not safe there. Even if you've become a Tao lord, you may not be able to return safely. The beast emperor spat, can't you wish me well? The third ancestor laughed, honest advice is unpleasant to hear. The beast emperor changed the subject, what about you? What do you plan to do? The third ancestor said, like you, I'll leave an avatar. I'll hand over the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce to Feng Yao to manage, with Lu Lian and me assisting from behind. With so many years of accumulation, there shouldn't be any problems. The beast emperor said, I've always been curious, what's your relationship with this girl called Lu Feng Yao? The third ancestor said, what relationship could there be? She's probably my great-great-great-granddaughter. The beast emperor snorted, you have plenty of great-grandchildren and grandchildren. What's special about her? The third ancestor said, my bloodline has awakened in Feng Yao. Ah. The beast emperor was clearly shocked. I didn't notice. The third ancestor said, I suppressed it. It will only show after she reaches the Great Tao realm. The beast emperor suddenly understood. It seems you plan to cultivate her as your successor. The third ancestor made a sound of agreement. We've gone off topic. Let's talk about the Lin kid. This kid is likely to be in danger. His words have offended too many people. The beast emperor said, don't worry. From what I know of him, those who want to kill him will end up being killed by him. Chapter 3606. Chapter 3606, 3606. Chapter 3606, I'll be the bad guy. The undead army summoning was finally complete. The number of skeleton god generals reached 300 billion, 200 billion more than before. The number of dragon cavalry was equal to the skeleton god generals, also 300 billion. The legion commanders increased from 10,000 to 30,000. Each legion commander could still lead 10 million troops. 30,000 legion commanders could perfectly lead 300 billion dragon cavalry. Leading didn't mean commanding. For pure battlefield command, one legion commander could direct even 100 billion troops without issue. Leading meant they could bring the dragon cavalry legions into their own rule worlds. Seemingly one person, but actually bringing an entire army. A dragon's roar sounded as Antares transformed into a stream of light, flying in from afar. Upon entering the central continent, Antares' speed suddenly decreased. The great Tao power enveloped the central continent, with layers of restrictions. Even Antares was affected. It wasn't that these restrictions couldn't be broken through, but forcefully breaking through would be going against the great Tao, with no good consequences. Moreover, the central continent was vast. After entering, Antares had already flown for a whole day and barely reached the center. Lin Moya chuckled, why did you come? Antares said, to see how you're doing. Lin Moya spread his hands, see for yourself. At this time, the great Tao power affected Antares' vision. Lin Moya's brow glowed faintly as he opened a soul channel. There were countless eyes watching from above, so some things were better said in the soul world. Antares didn't hesitate at all, his soul directly entering Lin Moya's soul world. He had originally planned to send just a sliver of his soul in, but this time Lin Moya let him enter with his main body. The Great Dao Realm experts in the sky were all shocked. He actually entered the soul world. Are they that close? This is complete trust. This Great Dao Divine Dragon must be a close friend. Indeed, who else but a close friend would open their soul world to another? Even Dao companions might not be able to do this. Many looked on with envy. Who wouldn't want such a close friend? But how many could obtain one? In the soul world, Antares saw Lin Moya's realm clearly and his dragon body trembled. 7th grade innate soul, you've made a tremendous leap. Lin Moya chuckled. I was already 8th grade innate soul, just short of entering the Great Dao realm. This time as the guide, I advanced another step, so don't be surprised. Antares cried out, you say it so lightly. Do you know how difficult it is to advance each step in the Great Dao realm? It took me 20,000 years to go from 9th grade to 8th grade innate soul, then 60,000 years to reach 7th grade. The suffering I endured, the countless times I nearly died, you have no idea. He complained endlessly to Lin Moya. Lin Moya said, alright, stop complaining. I didn't let you in just to chat. Here, take this. He tossed over a piece of Taiyin origin essence, which landed by Antares' mouth. Antares looked strange. Is this Taiyin origin essence? Lin Moya said, to be precise, it's Taiyin origin essence from the Taiyin ancestor dragon. Antares frowned, you want me to absorb it? Lin Moya nodded, I didn't understand before, but after entering the Great Dao realm, I figured it out. Yin and Yang are originally one. Just like the Yin-Yang origin here, your ancestor dragons were born from the Tai-Yang origin. You have Tai-Yang origin in your body, and this is the Tai-Yin ancestor dragon's origin. You come from the same root, so you should be able to absorb it. If successful, you might become the first Yin-Yang divine dragon on the origin continent. Back then, the Lord of Hell wanted to refine the Tai-Yang and Tai-Yin ancestor dragons into a Yin-Yang divine dragon, and use them to control the Tai-Yang and Tai-Yin origins, becoming the Lord of the origin continent. Antares spoke in a low voice, you don't want to become the Lord of the origin continent. Lin Moya shook his head, no, I have my own path. In the soul world, the Yin-Yang origin illuminated everything, its intense power filling every corner. Antares could clearly sense that Lin Moya's Yin-Yang origin was distinctly different from the Tai-Yang and Tai-Yin origins of the origin continent. Antares suddenly realized what Lin Moya wanted to do. You plan to use your own Yin-Yang origin to replace the Tai-Yang and Tai-Yin origins. You plan to transcend the origin continent. Lin Moya nodded, that's right, it's my ultimate goal, though it won't be easy to achieve. He suddenly chuckled, but you know, people should have some small goals. The more difficult something is, the more challenging it is. Some want me to become a Dao Lord, but I refuse. What's so great about being a Dao Lord? I want to become the Lord of a world, and the Lord of my own world at that. Then, all great Daos will heed my command. That's a true Dao Lord, not just the Lord of some particular great Dao. Antares was completely speechless. Lin Moya's goal was something he didn't even dare to imagine. Becoming a Dao Lord was already the ultimate goal in his view, but Lin Moya said he disdained becoming a Dao Lord. He wanted to become the master of his own world, the Lord of all great Daos. The origin continent was just a stepping stone for him. Lin Moya willed the 11-colored dragon soul crystal to fly over. Lin Moya said, you'll probably need this. It should be able to fuse with the Tai-Yang and Tai-Yin origins. Antares nodded. According to our dragon race's legends, the limit of dragon soul crystals is 12 colors. Once it reaches 12 colors, the dragon soul crystal will take form and devour all dragons. So in the dragon race, it's strictly forbidden for dragon soul crystals above 9 colors to appear. But what they don't know is that dragon soul crystals above 9 colors are actually our dragon race's most important treasures. With them, we can not only fuse powers but also fuse with the dragon god tree. In our dragon race, besides the ancestor dragon himself, the dragon god tree contains the strongest and most abundant Tai-Yang origin. But we can't absorb the Tai-Yang origin in the dragon god tree. We can only obtain a part of it through specific rituals. However, with this 11-colored dragon soul crystal, I could absorb the entire dragon god tree. Then fusing with the Tai-Yin ancestor dragon's origin, I might really have a chance to become a Yin-Yang divine dragon, surpassing the ancestor dragon in one go. The light in Antares' eyes grew brighter and brighter, his ambition swelling. Lin Moya said, I said I'd accompany you to attack the dragon race, but before that, you need to be prepared. After all, they're your kin. No matter what you say normally, when it comes time to actually strike, will you be able to do it? Antares stared at Lin Moya intently, silent for a long time. It's one thing to talk about killing, but actually doing it is another matter entirely. Whether he could bring himself to harm his own kind was hard to say. Lin Moya said, by now, someone has probably recognized you and knows about our relationship. Your dragon race probably won't let us off. If they provoke me, I won't be polite either. When the time comes, even if you can't bring yourself to act, don't stop me. As your brother, I'm willing to take the blame for you. I'll be the bad guy, that's not a problem. But if you can't firm your Dao heart, it'll be very difficult to achieve the great Dao. Chapter 3607. Chapter 3607, 3607. Chapter 3607, just can't let me be idle. Antares stared at Lin Moya for a long time before finally uttering a few words, you've changed. Lin Moya chuckled, people always change. When I stand at a different height and see different things, if I remained unchanged, I'd be a fool. But not everything changes. Some things remain constant, like our friendship. Antares nodded. I once thought my heart was firm enough, but now I see it's not. I know what I lack. Back then, if I could have resisted. At this point, Antares shook his big head. Let's not talk about the past. It's gone. But Lin Moya smiled. Why not talk about it? We should not only talk about it, but talk about it often. For example, that guy who took you away, when we get the chance, I'll help you beat him up. Seeing Lin Moya's smile, Antares felt a chill down his spine. Do you know what kind of being that is? Lin Moya shook his head. I don't. Why don't you tell me? Antares chuckled. You're trying to get information out of me again. Lin Moya sighed helplessly. What can I do? You've lived so long, you know so much. Antares said, no much my ass. I actually don't know what kind of being that guy is either. Just that he's terrifying. When those origin great Tao lords came, the ancestor dragon sat. When that guy came, the ancestor dragon knelt. It seemed Antares really didn't know much. He only knew the green-robed old man was terrifying, but not much else. Lin Moya didn't ask further. The answer to this question might only be found by himself. But the green-robed old man wasn't an unreachable existence. After all, many people knew of him, which meant he often came out to wander around. The most frightening thing would be complete unknowns, like the one who killed the Lord of Hell. Someone like the green-robed old man was actually a bit better in comparison. Lin Moya tossed the Dragon Soul Crystal and Taiyin Origin Essence to Antares. Antares chuckled as he left Lin Moya's soul world. Antares said, I'll go now. Call me when you're ready, and we'll go together. Lin Moya nodded. You should prepare too. Stabilize your realm first. This time, though he didn't become a Tao Lord as hoped, Antares' realm still advanced a step, truly becoming a first-grade innate soul and reaching the intermediate stage in one go. This level of strength was already top-tier among the many great Tao realm beings. Even facing branch Tao Lords like the Question Heaven Tao Lord, he wouldn't be far behind. In a real fight, with the advantages of the dragon race, even if he couldn't win, fighting to a draw wouldn't be a problem. Most importantly, Lin Moya had found a stronger and broader path for him. Antares was overjoyed. He would stabilize his newly improved realm, wait for Lin Moya to finish his business, then go together to attack the young dragon Great Tao where the dragon race resided. At the same time, he needed to firm his Tao heart. When it came time to kill, he couldn't be soft-handed. He couldn't let Lin Moya do all the killing while he reaped the benefits. That would be too shameful for a dragon. After Antares left, Lin Moya remained seated without moving. In the final moments of the great changes in heaven and earth, he was still comprehending the changes in the Great Tao. At this time, the Great Tao of heaven and earth was undergoing dramatic changes. The recovery of heaven and earth was actually a process of rebuilding. Comprehending this process was very important for him. He could use it as a reference to evolve his own Great Tao in his own world. Lin Moya always liked to plan 3 steps ahead. The further ahead he planned, the smoother his future path would be, and the less likely he was to make mistakes. While comprehending, Lin Moya continued to use his ability to multitask. He split off a thread of soul intent to communicate with the world tree, beginning to try out the new ability. A fully ripened world fruit naturally detached itself and automatically flew into the lake formed by gold and silver tree sap. Now, besides pure silver, the lake also contained traces of gold, though the gold was still very scarce, being a newly emerged element. The world fruit rolled in the gold and silver tree sap, taking on a silver glow with golden lines, becoming more noble. Then, spirit flowers flew down, 10 in total, blooming in sequence, layer upon layer wrapping around the world fruit, forming a large ball. The ball continued to roll in the gold and silver tree sap, covering itself completely with the silver glow and golden lines. Then a tree branch drooped down, lifting up the ball. Numerous world tree leaves flew over, wrapping around the ball layer by layer until it reached a diameter of 10 meters before stopping. The world tree held up the ball, bringing it before the yin-yang origin to bask in its illumination. Under the effect of the yin-yang origin power, the leaves on the ball began to fuse together, the gaps gradually disappearing, becoming smoother and smoother. With a thought, Lin Moya split off a thread of soul will, letting it fall into the smooth ball. The final form of the world spirit would be entirely determined by Lin Moya. His soul will would also be the world spirit's will. This world spirit belonged to Lin Moya. If the world spirit evolved into a world, that evolved world would also belong to Lin Moya. Under Lin Moya's will, the ball's shape underwent some changes. It was soft as water, first becoming oval, then growing a head, then limbs. Lin Moya was human, so naturally the evolved world spirit was also humanoid. Soon, the embryonic form of the world spirit was complete, but it still needed some time to fully form. Under the illumination of the yin-yang origin, it was like an inheritor, gradually gaining abilities identical to the yin-yang origin. With one world spirit basically formed, the rest was just a matter of time nurturing it. Lin Moya didn't stop, but began cultivating a second world spirit. The cultivation process for world spirits was all the same, basically just repetition. For Lin Moya, it could be completed without much mental effort. Before, I had to condense Tao patterns, always maintaining a state of multitasking. I thought after entering the Great Tao realm I wouldn't need to work so hard anymore. Who would have thought the world tree would come up with something like world spirits? Seems like it just can't let me be idle. Among the myriad worlds, the origin continent was just the king of worlds. Moreover, no world could fully evolve all great Taos, not even the origin continent. Now Lin Moya's ambition was extremely great. He wanted to transcend the origin continent and become the lord of all great Taos, so he couldn't have just one world. He also needed vast numbers of worlds and vast numbers of world spirits. World spirits were nurtured one after another, and the later appearing world spirits began to take on all sorts of strange forms. There were flowers, grasses, birds, beasts, insects, fish, snakes, pythons. One by one, world spirits condensed their embryonic forms, then enjoyed the illumination of the yin-yang origin. Years passed. Lin Moya's understanding of the evolution of the great Tao of heaven and earth became clearer. Insights constantly arose in his mind, and he knew what he should do next. Finally, in the 10th year since the start of the great changes in heaven and earth, the last layer of separation between the origin continent and the outer sky great Tao disappeared. From this second on, great Tao realm experts from the outer sky great Tao could freely enter the origin continent. Of course, for now only 9th grade and 8th soul great Tao realm beings could enter. Stronger ones would still need to wait. Similarly, cultivators from the origin continent could also find ways to go to the outer sky great Tao. A clear sound echoed across the sky as a giant sea turtle burst out of the boundary sea, heading towards the outer sky great Tao. Chapter 3608. Chapter 3608, 3608. Chapter 3608, Don't try to control too much. Lin Moya watched the sea turtle soaring into the sky and muttered softly, Senior Waterstop, good luck. The one flying up was Waterstop Tianzun, though he could no longer be called Tianzun now, he should be called Waterstop Tao Venerable. During the great changes in heaven and earth, Waterstop Tianzun had broken through continuously. In just 10 years, he had advanced at an astonishing speed to the 9th level of Tao Venerable realm. Lin Moya had long sensed that Waterstop Tianzun's power was far beyond the Tianzun realm, but he had been suppressing his power, maintaining it at the Tianzun level. Now, taking advantage of the great changes in heaven and earth and the descent of great Tao power, he released his suppression and officially entered the Tao Venerable realm, advancing directly at a speed of 1 level per year to reach the 9th level of Tao Venerable realm. The 9th level of Tao Venerable realm was not his limit. He could certainly break through further, but Waterstop Tao Venerable had chosen to make his breakthrough in the outer sky great Tao. On his turtle shell, a formation was operating. In the center of the formation sat a black-robed figure. The black-robed figure and Waterstop Tao Venerable were one, indistinguishable. Lin Moya recognized at a glance that the formation on Waterstop Tao Venerable's shell should be a natural formation, also known as a heavenly formation. Waterstop Tao Venerable's previous incarnation was born with a heavenly formation. A heavenly formation was a natural formation, and an extremely powerful one at that. This kind of formation was immensely powerful, with astonishing effects, and extremely mysterious. Except for Waterstop Tao Venerable himself, no one knew the function of this heavenly formation. It was with this heavenly formation that Waterstop Tao Venerable had lived 3 lifetimes. Most crucially, the person sitting in the heavenly formation was a dead man. Though dead, he still possessed an astonishing aura. It's the world-sealing Tao Lord. Lin Moya whispered in his heart. Waterstop Tao Venerable was carrying the corpse of his previous life, charging straight for the outer sky great Tao. Lin Moya immediately understood what he was going to do. He was going to the Great Tao Formation sect to break through to the Great Tao realm and at the same time avenge his previous life. The current state of the Great Tao Formation sect was unknown, but during the great changes in heaven and earth, the Formation sect must have suffered greatly. Waterstop Tao Venerable's schemes against the Great Tao Formation sect were far from over. At this time in the outer sky great Tao, many people were already lining up to enter the origin continent. Unexpectedly, before they could enter, Waterstop Tao Venerable had rushed up first. The group of great Tao realm experts immediately felt dissatisfied. One of them shouted, Mere Tao Venerable, quickly retreat. Waterstop Tao Venerable ignored him, charging into the passage and crashing straight through. That great Tao realm expert found that Waterstop Tianzun had ignored him, feeling he had completely lost face. So disobedient, I'll teach you a lesson. He struck out a poem towards Waterstop Tao Venerable. Though without killing intent, the power of a great Tao realm expert was enough to severely injure Waterstop Tao Venerable. Get out of the way. Waterstop Tao Venerable roared. The black-robed figure on his back suddenly raised his head. The black-robed figure pointed a finger, and a divine rune flew out. The rune instantly exploded, transforming into a fist that flew out. Boom! As fist met palm, the great Tao realm expert's palm was instantly shattered. The great Tao realm expert cried out in pain, his body exploding, flying back like a lump of meat, nearly shattering to pieces. Fortunately, he was a great Tao realm expert with a powerful soul. Though severely injured, he wasn't about to die. With the help of great Tao power, his physical body was rapidly recovering. The fist cleared the way, and Waterstop Tao Venerable followed closely behind, bursting out of the origin great Tao and entering the outer sky great Tao. All the great Tao realm experts in the way, as long as they were grazed by the fist, had their bodies explode instantly, suffering severe injuries. This fist forcefully broke through the line of great Tao realm experts, opening up a passage. Waterstop Tao Venerable followed closely behind. After entering the void, the formation on his back activated, and the Tao Venerable instantly vanished. Lin Moya had long anticipated this scene. Though the world-sealing Tao Lord was dead, Waterstop Tao Venerable could use his secret technique to manipulate the world-sealing Tao Lord's corpse. With the world-sealing Tao Lord's former first grade innate soul realm, even a trace of his power was not something these great Tao realm experts could block. Lin Moya chuckled softly and muttered to himself, Senior Waterstop, when we meet again, you'll likely be a Tao Lord. After Waterstop Tao Venerable left, the outer sky great Tao finally regained some calm. But the discussions continued incessantly. Who was that? How could there be such a terrifying Tao Venerable in the origin continent? He wasn't just a Tao Venerable. When he made his move, I clearly sensed the power of a great Tao realm expert, at least a third-grade innate soul. Wasn't the origin continent sealed off for many years, unable to produce even great Tao realm experts? How could there be such a figure? The origin continent is full of secrets, many of which we can't know. Let's just follow orders and establish legacies in the origin continent. Yes, keep a low profile, don't be too flamboyant, and don't provoke that Lin Moyo fellow. The passage had opened, and these Great Dao Realm experts began to enter the origin continent. They were all 9th grade innate souls, at the bottom of the Great Dao Realm, but sufficient for establishing legacies. Before entering, the various forces of the Outer Sky Great Dao had already agreed on the division of territory. The stronger forces naturally occupied better territories, while the weaker forces got inferior ones. These Great Dao Realm experts passed through the passage one by one, immediately sensing an atmosphere completely different from the Outer Sky Great Dao. In the origin continent, myriad Great Daos intertwined, and all kinds of heavenly Dao power could be felt here. Although the Great Dao power wasn't as pure as in the Outer Sky Great Dao, the key was that it was comprehensive, with everything available. In such an environment, people born in the origin continent could cultivate suitable Great Daos according to their own physiques. Unlike in the Outer Sky Great Dao, where if one's physique wasn't suitable and there were no elders to guide them in finding a suitable Great Dao, their whole life would be wasted. In other words, in the origin continent, everyone had a chance. Over 100 9th grade innate soul Great Dao Realm experts entered the origin continent. Before they could disperse, Lin Moya's warning thundered in their ears: you may establish legacies in the central continent or spread your teachings in other continents, but you must not use forceful or underhanded methods, nor can you pressure the various forces in the origin continent. If anyone violates this, I, Lin, will not be polite. Remember this well, and don't say you weren't warned. Lin Moya's warning made everyone change color. Naturally, they wanted to establish legacies in the central continent, but if they only spread their teachings, the speed of developing their legacy forces would be quite slow. Their initial plan was to establish legacies, occupy territory, and then go to various continents to bring back a batch of people as their first disciples. As for how to bring them back, it didn't matter much. Using some methods wasn't out of the question, but with Lin Moya saying this, he was clearly not allowing them to use such methods. This made things much more difficult and time-consuming. They all came with missions. If they couldn't complete their missions, the forces and sects behind them would surely punish them. Although they didn't want to provoke Lin Moyo, there were always some bold ones. Someone immediately expressed dissatisfaction. Lin, even though you have Dao Lords backing you, don't try to control too much. We also have Dao Lords behind us. We're not necessarily afraid of you. Lin Moyo looked at this person. The two gazed at each other from hundreds of millions of meters apart. Gradually, a smile appeared on Lin Moya's lips. Is that so? Seeing this scene, the third ancestor and the Beast Emperor said in unison, someone's going to be in trouble. The two looked at each other and smiled. They both knew Lin Moya's temperament. When Lin Moya spoke like this, someone was bound to be in trouble. For Lin Moyo, killing was as easy as drinking water. That Great Dao Realm expert was 90% likely to be finished. Chapter 3609. Chapter 3609, 3609. Chapter 3609 said he'd kill, and killed. Lin Moya's words were heard not only by those in the Outer Sky Great Dao, but also by many patriarchs of sects and forces on the origin continent. 10 years ago, Great Dao Realm or Pseudo-Great Dao Realm patriarchs had appeared in various forces. They all understood that the arrival of these people from the Outer Sky Great Dao could bring either fortune or disaster. Unexpectedly, Lin Moyo had spoken such words, clearly protecting the origin continent's native forces. Little did they know that Lin Moya spoke this way entirely because of the mandate of heaven. The mandate of heaven had Lin Moya guard the origin continent, not allowing any major destruction before its complete recovery. This was why Lin Moya spoke as he did. He first gave a warning. If anyone disobeyed, they would be violating the mandate of heaven. If he then acted to kill them, the karmic consequences would be borne by the mandate and Great Dao. Lin Moya's lips curled in a smile. It seems the force behind you is quite strong. That person chuckled, naturally. This Dao Lord comes from the Yellow Springs Dao sect. He looked quite proud, seemingly very pleased with his Yellow Springs Dao sect background. Lin Moya shook his head slightly, never heard of it. Why don't you tell me how formidable the Yellow Springs Dao sect is? The man laughed even more wildly, as expected of a bumpkin who's never left the Outer Sky Great Dao. You haven't even heard of the Yellow Springs Dao sect. The Yellow Springs Dao sect is a top sect in the Outer Sky Great Dao, with countless Dao Lords. Someone like you doesn't even rank. Lin Moyo made a sound of acknowledgement. Seems quite strong indeed. So, you're certain you want to violate the rules I've set down? The man sneered repeatedly. Your rules are like dog shit before this Dao Lord. Others may fear you have Dao Lords backing you, but this Dao Lord is not afraid. Dog shit. Lin Moyo chuckled softly. In his eyes, this person was already no different from a dead man. At this moment, Lin Moyo represented the mandate of heaven. When the other party uttered the words dog shit, he had already violated the mandate of heaven. His fortune was rapidly diminishing. Lin Moyo could see it clearly. Lin Moya snapped his fingers, and a skeleton god general appeared in the air. The skeleton god general, at the peak of the 7th grade innate soul realm, wore white bone armor with white light swirling around it and black chi like dragons outside the armor. It emanated a terrifying aura, transforming into a stream of light and directly attacking that Great Dao Realm expert. The skeleton god general's speed was astonishingly fast, crossing millions of meters in an instant to reach the man. The man was clearly startled and quickly retreated. But no matter how fast he retreated, he couldn't outpace the sword light. The sword light swept over. The man screamed and took out a mirrored treasure. The treasure was clearly also of the Great Dao Realm. It grew with the wind, instantly becoming extremely large. The sword light fell on the mirror. With a boom, the treasure shattered instantly. Fortunately, the sword light also dissipated. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the skeleton god general had already struck with a second sword. He was locked onto by the skeleton god general. Under the sword light, there was nowhere to hide. He took out a small pagoda again. The small pagoda immediately enlarged, also a great Dao realm treasure, though not of high grade. Boom! The small pagoda spewed yellow light, but was split to pieces by the sword light. The small pagoda also shattered within the sword light. The skeleton god general's hand didn't stop, striking out a third sword. He took out another treasure to block. Lin Moya watched. Quite a lot of treasures, eh? This person came from the Yellow Springs Dao sect. Since he came here to establish a legacy, he naturally carried many treasures. Whether for rewards or for fighting, they were very useful. Unfortunately, he encountered Lin Moyo. The skeleton god general struck out sword after sword. No matter how many treasures he had, they were all broken with one strike. Within the sword light was intense death force. Even if the treasures were strong enough, they would be corroded by the death force. After shattering 7 treasures in succession, the man's treasures were finally exhausted. He flew to escape, his speed extremely fast, but unfortunately not faster than the general. There was a fundamental difference in strength between the two. The skeleton god general caught up and locked onto him as if teleporting, striking out with a sword. He only had time to cry out half a no before being engulfed by the sword light. A 9th grade innate soul Great Dao realm expert had no power to resist against a 7th grade innate soul skeleton god general. The Great Dao realm that countless patriarchs of the origin continent dreamed of was as fragile as an ant before Lin Moyo. Even after killing him, Lin Moya didn't know the man's name or background, only that he was a reckless youth from the Yellow Springs Dao sect. After his death, Lin Moyo felt no karmic consequences. Under the mandate of heaven, the Great Dao covered for him. This person's death was in vain. If the Yellow Springs Dao sect dared to come seek revenge, the unfortunate one would certainly be the Yellow Springs Dao sect. Seeing Lin Moyo kill so decisively, all the Great Dao realm experts who had entered couldn't help but draw in cold breaths. They now realized that Lin Moya wasn't joking, but serious. After killing the man, Lin Moya recalled the skeleton god general and spoke loudly again, "Everyone, please abide by the rules. My temper isn't very good." After saying this, Lin Moya said no more. The group of Great Dao realm experts in the sky had strange expressions. They all bowed to Lin Moyo, then dispersed. They began establishing legacies according to the areas they had previously divided up. Lin Moya still sat motionless in the center, continuing to comprehend the Great Dao. The great changes in heaven and earth seemed to have ended, but were actually still continuing. The surface was calm, but underneath, waves surged. The former 5 continents had sunk, becoming today's central continent. Over countless years, the evolution of the Great Dao of heaven and earth was very long, worth carefully comprehending. In the outer sky Great Dao, the 3rd ancestor chuckled, "That Lin kid is still so decisive, saying he'd kill and killing." The Beast Emperor said, "I don't believe you didn't see that Brother Lin did it on purpose." The 3rd ancestor said, "I can understand these schemes of his, but I can't see the deeper levels. He hides them well. But we can be certain he must have his own calculations. Just sitting there motionless is problematic." The Beast Emperor had now become a Dao Lord and saw things more clearly than before. He also noticed some clues. The place where Brother Lin sits is the center of the origin continent. Could it be that he wants to emulate the Lord of Hell and become the master of this world? The 3rd ancestor shook his head. It's possible. With his ambition, perhaps not just the origin continent. The Beast Emperor was shocked. "You mean he's set his sights on the origin ancestral land? Could his guts be that big?" The 3rd ancestor chuckled. "That's hard to say. Don't forget the person behind him. Would that being cultivate him just to be a Dao Lord? Or the master of one world? That would be underestimating that being too much." The Beast Emperor felt the 3rd ancestor's words made sense. "Indeed, we can't look at the issue from our perspective." The 3rd ancestor said, "Let's not talk about this. That kid is fine, we don't need to intervene. Why don't we go watch the show at the Great Dao Formation sect? The one who just left should be the world-sealing Dao Lord, right? He's probably going to settle scores with the Great Dao Formation sect." The Beast Emperor immediately became interested. Let's go, let's go. Who would have thought that right after becoming a Dao Lord, we'd get to see such a show? The 3rd ancestor said, "Let's be clear first, the karma between the world-sealing Dao Lord and the Great Dao Formation sect is extremely great. No matter what happens, we shouldn't intervene. There's no benefit in it." The Beast Emperor said, "Of course, I'm not stupid." In the Great Dao Formation sect, thunder rolled continuously, not stopping for 1,000 years. The Formation sect had suffered countless casualties. The world was sealed, and no one could leave. Now the Great Dao Formation sect barely survived in the heavenly punishment relying on the origin formation. The sect master of the Great Dao Formation sect, the heavenly formation Dao Lord, had a gloomy expression. "What did our sect do wrong? What did our sect do wrong? What did you do wrong? You erred greatly." With a wild laugh, the water-stop Dao Venerable appeared outside the Great Dao Formation sect. Chapter 3610. Chapter 3610, 3610. Chapter 3610, so you might as well die. The heavenly formation Dao Lord saw Waterstop Dao Venerable and was slightly stunned, as he did not recognize him. Moreover, he was just a small Dao Venerable who could be extinguished with a breath, so the heavenly formation Dao Lord did not take him seriously at all. But when he saw the heavenly formation on Waterstop Dao Venerable's back, and the black-robed person at the center of the formation, the heavenly formation Dao Lord suddenly understood. "So it's you schemed against us." Waterstop Dao Venerable chuckled softly. "You're allowed to scheme against others, but others aren't allowed to scheme against you? You're thinking too highly of yourself." The Heavenly Formation Tao Lord now understood that the world-sealing Tao Lord had sacrificed his life to reincarnate and scheme against the Great Tao Formation Sect, throwing all the karmic consequences onto the Great Tao Formation Sect. Destroying the heaven-sealing Tao-severing formation was seen by the Great Tao as betraying the origin continent, even becoming an enemy of the origin continent, thus bringing down heavenly punishment. The Heavenly Formation Tao Lord said softly, "What a miscalculation." Waterstop Tao Venerable suddenly changed his tone, becoming extremely solemn. "In my first life, you were called the Heavenly Formation Tao Lord, Master of the Great Tao Formation Sect. You accepted me as a disciple of the sect. I was born with a heavenly formation, and you, in order to obtain my heavenly formation, first gained my trust, then schemed against me, causing my death. In my second life, I cultivated again to the Great Tao realm, named the World-Sealing Tao Lord, to settle the grudges from my previous life with you all. You used the origin formation to attack me, and I fled into the origin continent, but you pursued me relentlessly. During the origin catastrophe, you closed your doors and locked down your sect, ignoring the origin catastrophe, only for your own selfish interests. Later, I received the mandate of heaven to set up the heaven-sealing Tao-severing formation at the bottom of the boundary sea. You violated the heavenly mandate, destroyed the formation, intending to harm the origin continent. Do you know that the heaven-sealing Tao-severing formation was a formation mandated by heaven? How many people sacrificed their lives for this formation? The cursed Great Tao Lord and I both received the heavenly mandate. He sacrificed his life to lay down a curse, sealing the intelligence of the outer gods, allowing me to complete the great formation, only to be sabotaged by you all. You are enemies of the Great Tao, enemies of the world. Alas, I exhausted my strength setting up the formation and died, only waiting for my third life to settle accounts with you all again. Though my second life's body died, it still remains. With this heavenly formation, I communicate with the mandate of heaven and the Great Tao, to cleanse the filth and rectify the Tao heart. Cleanse the filth, rectify the Tao heart. His words echoed in the void, the heavenly formation on his back operating ceaselessly, erupting with shocking power. The Tai Yang and Tai Yin origins shone down, Yin and Yang origins intertwining to form an extremely special Tao. This Tao seemed to be the foundation of the entire world, the starting point of the origin continent. The moment this Tao appeared, the heavenly punishment lightning shrouding the Great Tao Formation Sect became even more fierce. Even the origin formation began to become unstable at this moment. The heavenly formation Tao Lord's face became extremely ugly. He had already guessed what Waterstop Tao Lord was going to do. At this moment, Waterstop Tao Venerable boldly stepped forward, breaking through to the Great Tao realm. The heavenly punishment fire descended, and the heavenly formation activated, directing all the heavenly punishment fire into the formation. The heavenly punishment lightning mixed with the heavenly punishment fire, its power increasing sharply. The disaster for the Great Tao Formation Sect turned into doomsday. In the void, the Beast Emperor and the Third Ancestor watched, looking at each other in astonishment. The Beast Emperor said softly, "Look, this is what you call scheming. Compared to this person's schemes, what we've done amounts to nothing." The Third Ancestor narrowed his eyes. "Indeed, compared to this, our schemes really don't amount to much." He entered the game himself, thoroughly scheming the Great Tao Formation Sect to death. After this battle, I'm afraid there will be no more Great Tao Formation Sect, and the Tao Lord of the Formation Great Tao should appear. The Beast Emperor raised an eyebrow. "You think he can become the Tao Lord of the Formation Great Tao? But he's not even in the Great Tao realm yet." The Third Ancestor said softly, "He isn't, but the world-sealing Tao Lord is, isn't he? Just watch." That speech he just gave, he told it to the Great Tao through the heavenly formation. Do you know what a heavenly formation is? It's a natural formation, a formation bestowed by the heavenly mandate. All I can say is that the old fool from the Great Tao Formation Sect was too stupid, daring to covet even a heavenly formation. He deserves his misfortune. The appearance of a heavenly formation actually means that this person is the Tao Lord of the Formation Great Tao chosen by the heavenly mandate. Unless you don't want to survive in the origin continent anymore, don't try to compete with the heavenly mandate and Great Tao for a person. The Third Ancestor spoke with great detail, and the Beast Emperor had to admit that this was indeed the case. Waterstop Tao Lord brought forth the heavenly punishment fire, then through the heavenly formation, reported to the mandate of heaven and the Great Tao, speaking of his own suffering and the evil of the Great Tao Formation Sect. The mandate of heaven and the Great Tao seemed to understand, and the punishment they sent down became even more severe. Waterstop Tao Venerable entered the Great Tao realm and spoke loudly again. "The Great Tao Formation Sect is selfish and has betrayed the origin. This sect should not exist in the world. The Great Tao is impartial, rewarding good and punishing evil. I ask the Great Tao to assist me in eradicating this sect, erasing all traces of its existence." His voice was extremely sincere, sounding full of anger. He stood on the side of the Great Tao, speaking not for himself, but for the Great Tao. His voice, through the heavenly formation, sounded like the voice of the Great Tao, echoing in the void. Within the sound, the heavenly formation fully manifested, transforming into a huge formation in the sky, falling onto the top of the formation sect. All the heavenly punishment lightning and fire had to pass through the heavenly formation. As they passed through the heavenly formation, the power of the lightning and fire increased again, but still couldn't break through the origin formation. The origin formation was the foundation of the formation Great Tao, its power truly incredibly strong. The heavenly formation Tao Lord snorted coldly, "It's useless, you don't understand the origin formation at all, you can't break it. When the heavenly punishment retreats, it will be your time to die." Waterstop Tao Venerable spoke loudly again. "I used the heavenly formation as proof, earnestly requesting the Great Tao to descend, suppress the origin formation, and cleanse the filth." The heavenly formation flashed brightly, rotating rapidly. The great Tao heard Waterstop Tao Venerable's call. At the intersection of yin and yang origins, a Tao became more and more solid. This Tao contained the power of all the Taos in the origin continent. Under the intertwining of yin and yang origins, the Tao let out a rumble. Screams came from within the Great Tao Formation sect as their origin formation's defense was greatly weakened. The Great Tao heard Waterstop Tao Lord's request and began to suppress the origin formation. At this time, Waterstop Tianzun's soul flew into the world-sealing Tao Lord's body. The seated world-sealing Tao Lord's eyes suddenly blazed, and divine runes flew out from his fingertips, quickly forming another formation around the Great Tao Formation sect. This formation worked in conjunction with the Heavenly Formation, further strengthening the power transmitted by the Heavenly Formation. At the same time, the Great Tao, amidst the rumbling, gradually suppressed the origin formation. The Great Tao Formation sect became precarious, with less and less ground for the disciples to stand on. Inside the Great Tao Formation sect, a formation lit up, but as soon as it touched the Heavenly Punishment lightning, it exploded. It seemed that apart from the origin formation, no other formation could withstand the Heavenly Punishment lightning. "I'll kill you." The Heavenly Formation Tao Lord roared angrily, rushing towards Waterstop Tao Venerable. Waterstop Tao Venerable said softly, "Unfortunately, though you call yourself the Heavenly Formation Tao Lord, you have no Heavenly Formation. Your name doesn't match reality, so you might as well die." The world-sealing Tao Lord formed a divine rune, which flew out and transformed into a Great Tao Realm Expert. The Great Tao Realm Expert blocked the Heavenly Formation Tao Lord. While the Heavenly Punishment didn't stop because of this, the origin formation became weaker and weaker, and there was almost nowhere left to stand in the Great Tao Formation sect. One formation master after another fell to the ground, dying beyond death. Waterstop Tao Venerable showed no mercy at all. His goal was to destroy the Great Tao Formation sect. Merely killing some disciples wasn't enough to vent his anger. He continuously drew divine runes, creating one Great Tao Realm Expert after another, surrounding the Heavenly Formation Tao Lord. The Heavenly Formation Tao Lord was also a first-grade innate soul, but he relied too much on formations. Once formations were restricted, his combat power would greatly decrease. Now all the Taos in the sect were suppressed. He couldn't even use the origin formation, let alone other formations. Chapter 3611. Chapter 3611, 3611. Chapter 3611, Waterstop attains the Tao. A great formation appeared within the Great Tao Formation sect. The formation emitted dense origin power, with the formation Great Tao faintly visible. The sect master, the Heavenly Formation Tao Lord, forcefully activated the origin formation with his powerful cultivation to resist the Heavenly Punishment. The origin formation was the foundation of the formation Great Tao. It could be used to wield the formation Great Tao, which was why the formation sect was called the #1 sect for formations. Waterstop Tao Venerable chuckled, using the origin formation to resist the mandate of heaven. Well done. His words were full of sarcasm. No matter how strong the formation Great Tao was, it still belonged under the mandate of heaven and had to bow its head. The Heavenly Formation Tao Lord doing this would only make the mandate of heaven more angry. The mandate of heaven would see this as betrayal, betraying the entire world. Sure enough, the heavenly punishment became more intense. A huge eye faintly appeared in the void. The opening of the eye of heavenly punishment meant that the heavenly punishment had reached its highest level. Before there might have been a way to survive, but now there would be no mercy. The Heavenly Formation Tao Lord roared angrily, "Everything is because of your schemes. This Tao Lord has done nothing wrong. Why? The Great Tao is unfair." Waterstop Tao Venerable said coldly, "Your fault lies in your extreme selfishness, in your insatiable greed, in not understanding the Great Tao. You do not conform to the Great Tao, vainly attempting to refine the origin formation to achieve your personal Tao. That is your crime. The Great Tao does not belong to you alone. You lack virtue and ability yet want to forcibly occupy it. Do you know how the Great Tao Formation sect is viewed by the world?" The Heavenly Formation Tao Lord roared, "Why should I care about the opinions of those insects? If one does not look out for oneself, heaven and earth will destroy them. This Tao Lord is not wrong." Waterstop Tao Venerable said coldly, "If that's the case, then take your lack of wrongdoing to your death." As he spoke, he took out a jade tablet. The jade tablet activated and expanded, revealing a corner of a great formation. This corner of the formation also emitted dense origin power, no different from the origin formation of the Great Tao Formation sect. In his previous life as the world-sealing Tao Lord, he had once used the heaven-sealing Tao severing formation to suppress the Great Tao Formation sect. In that chaos, though the world-sealing Tao Lord was severely injured, he had forcibly taken 3 sides from the origin formation. The origin formation had been incomplete ever since. So no matter how much time the Heavenly Formation Tao Lord had, he could never achieve the position of Tao Lord relying on the origin formation. Waterstop Tao Venerable continued, "You lack virtue and ability. You are not worthy of possessing the origin formation. On behalf of the mandate of heaven, I take back the origin." As he spoke, that corner of the origin formation merged into his heavenly formation. At the same time, Waterstop Tao Venerable's soul flew into the world-sealing Tao Lord. The world-sealing Tao Lord, dead for many years, suddenly opened his eyes. A powerful aura soared to the sky. The first great innate soul world-sealing Tao Lord seemed to have come back to life at this moment. A beam of colorful light suddenly fell, landing on the world-sealing Tao Lord. The great Tao reward came rolling in. In the distant void, the third ancestor's expression suddenly changed. "This guy has even schemed against me." The Beast Emperor didn't understand. "What does it have to do with you? The third ancestor said softly, I once obtained a piece of flesh from the world-sealing Tao Lord and refined it into a blood demon to enter the heaven-sealing Tao severing formation. Then I gave it to the Lin kid, letting him kill an 8-winged outer god for me. Now it seems that piece of flesh was deliberately let go by the world-sealing Tao Lord. This way, part of this great merit also counts towards him, allowing him to obtain quite a bit of great Tao reward. With this great Tao reward, he can temporarily unite his soul and flesh, allowing him to manipulate the heavenly formation, merge with the origin formation, and work with the mandate of heaven to kill the heavenly formation Tao Lord. The Beast Emperor listened in a daze. Is it that complicated? The third ancestor said, it's not complicated. He just schemed for countless years. Over such a long time, the probability of failure was extremely high. But he still did it, which shows how bold he is. Compared to him, the heavenly formation Tao Lord is like a child. The heavenly formation Tao Lord only knew how to cling to the origin formation, tilling his own small plot of land, selfish and self-interested. It's only natural that he didn't become a Tao Lord. Under the great Tao reward, the world-sealing Tao Lord temporarily maintained the unity of soul and flesh. At this moment, it was as if the world-sealing Tao Lord was reborn. Under his control, the power of the heavenly formation reached its peak. The heavenly formation flew above the great Tao formation sect, turning into a huge vortex, generating suction power. The endless suction only acted on the origin formation, becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back for the origin formation. The origin formation, already suppressed by the mandate of heaven, could no longer hold on and shattered with a boom. No! The heavenly formation Tao Lord roared, blood bursting from his eyes as his eyeballs exploded. The origin formation he had refined for countless years, which held all his hopes, shattered at this moment. After shattering, all the fragments of the origin formation were sucked away by the heavenly formation and merged with it. The heavenly formation then underwent changes, beginning to emit origin aura, even more intense than the previous origin formation. The heavenly formation Tao Lord's eyes spurted blood. It's all mine, it's all mine. He roared repeatedly, but could do nothing to stop it. Without the origin formation, the heavenly punishment lightning carrying the great Tao fire fell on him like raindrops. His aura was rapidly weakening, and his realm was regressing. The mandate of heaven's way of dealing with traitors was simple: cut off their cultivation, sever their foundation, scatter their soul. The world-sealing Tao Lord watched coldly, without a trace of pity, and didn't say a word. The heavenly formation operated, merging with the origin formation. Origin aura rolled down, falling onto Waterstop Tao Venerable. Waterstop Tao Venerable instantly entered the great Tao realm. From this moment on, Waterstop Tao Venerable could change his name to Waterstop Tao Lord. The decline of the heavenly formation Tao Lord and the rise of Waterstop Tao Lord formed a stark contrast. Without the origin formation, under the heavenly punishment lightning, countless cultivators in the great Tao formation sect screamed. One formation master after another died tragically. The great Tao was merciless and wouldn't calculate whether you should die or not. At this moment, everyone in the great Tao formation sect only had death awaiting them, with no exceptions. Finally, the heavenly formation Tao Lord fell from the great Tao realm. His lifetime of cultivation was destroyed in an instant, and his entire being turned to ash, his soul scattered. At this time, the world-sealing Tao Lord looked down at Waterstop Tao Lord, looking at his third life. His body exploded with a boom, countless pieces of flesh enveloping Waterstop Tao Lord. Waterstop Tao Lord's aura soared rapidly, his soul growing stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through to the 7th grade innate soul, then continued to grow stronger, as if there was no end. The heavenly formation had already merged with the origin formation and returned to Waterstop Tao Lord's back. With a hum, the void shook, and the formation Great Tao appeared. Waterstop Tao Lord let out a roar, stepping onto the formation Great Tao. The power of the Great Tao enveloped him, continuously elevating his power. 6th grade innate soul, 5th grade innate soul, 4th grade innate soul. Waterstop Tao Lord's power increased non-stop. In just 10 minutes, he had stepped into the 3rd grade innate soul. In the distance, the third ancestor and the Beast Emperor came together, along with several other majestic figures appearing, watching this scene from afar. Those who came here were all Tao Lords of various Taos. A moment later, the great Tao resonated. Brilliant light burst forth in the void, and a huge formation appeared in the void. The formation represented the great Tao. Waterstop Tao Lord stood atop the formation, raising his head and letting out a long roar. Several Tao Lords offered their congratulations. Congratulations, friend, on attaining the position of Tao Lord. Chapter 3612. Chapter 3612, 3612. Chapter 3612, A Whole New World. When Waterstop Tao Lord became a Tao Lord, Lin Moyo, far away in the origin continent, suddenly felt something and glanced towards the outer sky Great Tao. Though he couldn't see anything, he felt that something good must have happened. This was because his fortune had increased significantly again, which should mean that someone related to him had encountered great fortune, causing his own fortune to change. Combining this with Waterstop's earlier departure, Lin Moyo had pretty much guessed what happened. Senior Waterstop must have achieved his wish. At this time, someone flew over from afar. He wore an exquisite Tao robe, which itself was a great Tao realm treasure. He landed in front of Lin Moyo and bowed. Junior Mo Xing, from the Heavenly Water Tao sect, greets the senior. May the senior have peace. He was very polite, his tone and manner natural, not deliberately feigned. Lin Moyo said, do you have some business? Mo Xing said, Junior has come to offer a gift to the senior. Lin Moyo said, I don't accept unearned rewards. Tell me what you want to do first. Mo Xing said, our Heavenly Water Tao sect cultivates the Heavenly Water Great Tao. We hope the senior can arrange a water attribute origin spirit vein for our legacy grounds. This should not be difficult for the senior. To be honest, Mo Xing's request was not high. Under the central continent, there were many origin spirit veins, and many of them had some attributes. The 5 elements attributes were the most common, and water attribute origin spirit veins were not scarce. Originally, these Great Dao realm experts could obtain origin spirit veins through their own instincts. But now that Lin Moya was in charge here, no one dared to act. The person from the Yellow Springs Dao sect was the best example, killed for a single disagreement, clearly showing Lin Moya's dominance. So to obtain a suitable origin spirit vein, this matter ultimately had to be requested from Lin Moya. Lin Moya looked at Mo Xing. Indeed, it's not a difficult matter. But if everyone made such requests like you, the rules would be in chaos. Mo Xing was at a loss for words. It was indeed so. If everyone did this, the rules Lin Moya had set down earlier would be in chaos. Lin Moya continued, I can't break the rules I set myself, so I won't agree to this. You don't need to bring out your gift either. Please leave. Mo Xing wasn't displeased, but smiled and said, it's alright if the senior is unwilling. Junior still must give this gift. It's nothing valuable, perhaps the senior could obtain it from others as well. Saying this, Mo Xing placed a jade tablet on the ground, then turned and left. Lin Moya frowned slightly. With a thought from his soul, he naturally obtained the information in the jade tablet. The jade tablet contained some information about various forces in the outer sky Great Dao. The information wasn't very detailed, but it was enough for Lin Moya to understand the general situation in the outer sky Great Dao. Various Great Daos and forces were entrenched there, with countless large and small forces. The Yellow Springs Dao sect was among them, belonging to the top-tier forces. They mainly cultivated the Yellow Springs Great Dao, a branch of the Hell Great Dao. The patriarch of their sect was the Dao Lord of the Yellow Springs Great Dao. Though not as powerful as an origin Dao Lord, he was still top-tier among the branch Dao Lords. The Yellow Springs Great Dao was extremely vicious, and cultivators of other Great Daos were unwilling to offend them. Most importantly, the Yellow Springs Dao sect was extremely protective of their own. The person who entered the origin continent this time, named Huang Kuan, was a direct descendant of the Yellow Springs Dao sect's sect master, with an extraordinary status in the sect. His death meant the Yellow Springs Dao sect definitely wouldn't let it go easily. Lin Moya finally understood that Mo Xing's main purpose in coming was to curry favor. Whether or not they got the water attribute origin spirit vein was a small matter. The key was to establish a good relationship with him. Requesting the origin spirit vein was just an excuse, a way to give Lin Moya the jade tablet. This was why, after being refused, he left so decisively but still found a reason to give Lin Moya the jade tablet. Whether Lin Moya was willing or not, this favor was considered given. The people who came down from the outer sky Great Dao had already found their own territories in the central continent and were building houses and establishing legacies on a grand scale. They had brought many houses directly from the outer sky Great Dao, originally thinking they could use them immediately, but it turned out they couldn't. The origin continent hadn't fully recovered yet, and houses from the outer sky Great Dao were rejected by the land. As soon as they were placed, they were shredded by invisible forces. With no choice, they had to build using local materials. Lin Moya didn't interfere with them on this matter. He was still comprehending the evolution of the Great Dao, fine-tuning his own yin-yang origin based on his insights. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. In Lin Moya's soul world, there were already over 100 world spirits. These world spirits had various appearances, strange and diverse, all born from Lin Moya's thoughts. The only common point was that these world spirits always came in pairs. Each time, 2 identical world spirits would evolve, then change to a different form. Lin Moya had already discovered that different forms resulted in different attributes for the world spirits. Human-shaped world spirits had the most comprehensive attributes, with almost all types of attributes present. Snake-shaped world spirits tended towards yin attributes, and the power contained within also leaned in this direction. If it was a large world spirit shaped like a bear, its attributes would lean more towards the Taiyang origin. Different world spirits combined in different ways would ultimately form different power Daos. 100 world spirits were enough, and Lin Moya temporarily stopped. Then, with a thought, he began to merge the human-shaped world spirits. They flowed into each other's bodies like water, completing the process of 2 becoming 1. During this process, both of their body shapes constantly twisted and changed, finally forming a peculiar shape. Lin Moya couldn't describe this shape in words. It seemed oval, but not quite, with angles in certain parts. Although the world's shape was very peculiar, it was undeniably a brand new world, full of vigorous vitality. This vigorous vitality would one day evolve into countless living beings, making this world more perfect. Lin Moya carefully observed the entire process of world spirit fusion, making timely adjustments based on his comprehension. Under Lin Moya's precise control, the yin-yang origin continuously poured origin power into the newborn world. The origin power intertwined, collided, and exploded in this small world, evolving into its own origin power, and then into various great Daos. At this moment, he felt like he had become the creator of a whole new world, giving him an indescribable sense of achievement. In the process of the world's formation and evolution, Lin Moya seemed to see how the origin continent changed when it was first formed. Of course, the small world he was creating now couldn't compare to the origin continent, and couldn't even match the boundary sea world. But the future was uncertain. Lin Moya was patient. He knew that the path he was to walk was different from everyone else's. No one had walked this path before. He might be the first in the origin continent, destined to explore it on his own. Just like in the small world, the path he walked was also unprecedented. Now it was happening again. Lin Moya's Dao heart was firm. Once he decided on something, he wouldn't turn back. Someone was rapidly flying over from afar. Lin Moya turned to look, and a huge turtle came into view. Chapter 3613. Chapter 3613, 3613. Chapter 3613, Waterstop's Mandate of Heaven. Lin Moya chuckled lightly. How should I address you? Tao Lord Waterstop. It's just a name, does it matter how you call me? Waterstop laughed softly. Lin Moya said, then I'll still call you Senior Waterstop. The one who came over now was an avatar Waterstop had left in the Origin continent. Waterstop had already become a Tao Lord, and his true body was currently in the Outer Sky Great Tao, unable to return for now. Lin Moya said, first, congratulations on achieving your wish and attaining the position of Tao Lord. Waterstop looked at him strangely. How did you know? Lin Moya said, don't forget my current identity. I've temporarily received the mandate of heaven, so I can sense when major events happen in the Outer Sky Great Tao. Waterstop didn't dwell on this question. The main reason I came to find you this time is to ask what you plan to do next. Lin Moya said, I've temporarily received the mandate of heaven and can't leave the Origin continent. As for the future, I'll naturally enter the Outer Sky Great Tao. Waterstop said, the Outer Sky Great Tao isn't peaceful. Be careful when you enter. Lin Moya said, please speak plainly, Senior. Waterstop said, I only discovered this after becoming a Tao Lord. There's a force that's infiltrating the Great Tao of the Origin continent. You know I have the Heavenly Formation. Actually, the Heavenly Formation and the Origin Formation come from the same source. You can view them as the yin and yang of the Formation Great Tao itself. The Origin Formation is yang, on the surface. The Heavenly Formation is yin, born with me. So I was born to become the Lord of the Formation Great Tao. My fate was actually bestowed by heaven. Lin Moya could understand Waterstop's words. If the Great Tao designated you as the Tao Lord of the Formation Great Tao, there must be a reason. The Great Tao has no wisdom, only instinct. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't interfere with the normal operation of the world unless it encountered something like the Origin catastrophe. Moreover, the Great Tao wouldn't do meaningless things. Since it did this, there must be profound meaning behind it. And Waterstop's first life was long before the Origin catastrophe. Why would the Great Tao do this? Waterstop continued, I was born with the mandate of heaven and should have become the Tao Lord of the Formation Great Tao before the Origin catastrophe, then set up the Great Formation to fulfill the mandate. But later, due to the Heavenly Formation Tao Lord's selfish greed, I had to reincarnate twice, unable to fulfill the mandate. This also led to the world being severely damaged during the Origin catastrophe. Lin Moya said, according to what you say, you were born with the mandate of heaven. The Heavenly Formation Tao Lord shouldn't have been able to stop you, and your mandate shouldn't have been related to the Origin catastrophe. Waterstop said, that's right. Normally, it shouldn't have been like this, but that infiltrating force silently influenced the development of events. Originally, the Heavenly Formation Tao Lord shouldn't have acted like that either. Lin Moya's brow furrowed deeper. He had already cleared up his thoughts. Normally, when the Great Tao is influenced by some external force, to solve this problem, Waterstop was born with the mandate of heaven and should have become a Tao Lord, then set up the Great Formation to block the external force. But that external force also discovered this point and influenced the Heavenly Formation Tao Lord, thus changing Waterstop's fate. Waterstop couldn't become the Formation Tao Lord in his first life, which led to the Origin continent suffering more severe damage during the later Origin catastrophe, requiring countless years to recover. But Lin Moya also discovered a problem in this. If the Great Tao was severely damaged, why didn't that force take the opportunity to invade? Waterstop said, it's because of the Destiny Great Tao. The other party's invasion method is very peculiar. It's through influencing the Destiny Great Tao to influence the world. But during the Origin catastrophe, the Destiny Great Tao was destroyed. That force lost its anchor and couldn't take the opportunity to sneak attack. Later, when the Destiny Great Tao recovered, it had to lock on again. Obviously, this process is very troublesome and complex. Lin Moya asked, has it come back now? Waterstop shook his head, I don't know. Maybe it's back, maybe not. Even if it's back, it might have changed its method of influencing this world. Lin Moya was somewhat puzzled, then what exactly does it want to do? Waterstop still shook his head, it's not clear. We need to find this answer ourselves, but it certainly won't be anything good. Perhaps many people in the Outer Sky Great Tao are already under its influence. I'm telling you all this to warn you to be very careful of that force's influence when you enter the Outer Sky Great Tao. It's subtle and hard to grasp. Even those below Tao Lord level might fall for its tricks. Lin Moya nodded, I understand. Thank you, Senior. Then does Senior plan to set up the Great Formation next to protect this world? Waterstop made a sound of agreement, that's right. This is my mandate of heaven. I must do this. This matter won't be accomplished overnight. It might take countless years. During this period, I can't spare attention for other things. Lin Moya understood. Waterstop's visit this time was actually to say goodbye. He would be leaving for a very long time. Lin Moya said, then I wish you all the best in fulfilling your mandate. Waterstop looked Lin Moya over, I know your ambition is great. You certainly won't be content to become an ordinary Tao Lord, confined to one realm. This is both good and bad. The world outside is extremely dangerous. You must be careful. After saying this, Waterstop's figure slowly disappeared. He had left. Lin Moya fell into deep thought. Waterstop's visit this time was to tell him such secret matters. Believed that even many Tao Lords wouldn't know about this. Waterstop specifically came to tell him, clearly feeling that perhaps he had the ability to figure out this matter. Although the various Dao Lords were powerful, they were trapped in the origin world and unable to see clearly outside. But Lin Moya was different. If anyone could solve this difficult problem, it would be him. At this moment, Lin Moya thought of many things. He thought of Waterstop's experience as life after life, and of the Lord of Hell's death. It could be certain that the Lord of Hell wasn't killed by experts from the God Realm or Black Blood Realm. They didn't have that ability. Is the one who killed the Lord of Hell the same person secretly scheming against the origin continent? If it really is him, then he actually intervened during the origin catastrophe. And the wasteland where the ancestor dragon went, what kind of place is it exactly? Does the force influencing the destiny Great Tao come from the wasteland? The wasteland is somewhat similar to the ancient battlefield in the small world. The mutated dragon corpses also seem a bit like the ancient beasts. If this is really the case, what kind of existence is the wasteland? What exactly is their purpose? This question was extremely complex. Even if Lin Moya racked his brains, he couldn't figure it out. For now, he could only take it one step at a time. Lin Moya knew that the most important thing was still to strengthen himself. Only with enough strength could he solve various difficulties. He comprehended the changes of the world, which was actually a kind of cultivation. The cultivation of the Great Tao realm was to strengthen the soul level, and his comprehension had this effect. At the same time, Lin Moya was waiting for a group of people to deliver themselves to him, giving him a chance to establish his authority. He wanted to make all those restless hearts stop beating. After he had sat for a month, a team came from the outer sky Great Tao and stopped above the origin continent. A Great Tao appeared above the team, with yellow rivers flowing within, emitting a nauseating stench. The people to let him establish his authority had arrived. Chapter 3614. Chapter 3614, 3614. Chapter 3614, Better to Strike First. The forces of the Yellow Springs Tao sect arrived, riding the Yellow Springs Great Tao. Within the Yellow Springs Great Tao, countless Great Tao spirit beasts floated. Several dozen Great Tao realm experts coldly gazed down at the central continent, focusing on Lin Moyo. The leader spoke in a low voice. Was it you who killed Huang Kuan? His voice stabbed like a sharp knife, but was blocked by the Great Tao power enveloping the origin continent, falling ineffectively. This person's cultivation had reached the 4th grade innate soul, considered a strong expert among Great Tao realm beings. Killing a newly advanced Great Tao realm figure like Lin Moya shouldn't be difficult. Lin Moya looked up. Have you come to avenge Huang Kuan? The man shouted. My name is Huang Shang. I am Huang Kuan's uncle. Hurry up and come here to accept your death. Lin Moya spoke calmly. Do you know that if you move against me, those Tao lords won't let you off? Huang Shan laughed. Don't think having Tao lords backing you is anything special. Our Yellow Springs Tao sect also has Tao lords. Moreover, you struck first. We've come for revenge, so even the Tao lords can't say anything. The Yellow Springs Tao sect was indeed protective of their own, not even putting Tao lords in their eyes. The Outer Sky Great Tao was not peaceful. According to the information Mo Xing provided, the Yellow Springs Tao sect had relationships with several other Great Tao sects, forming an alliance. There were several Tao lords within the alliance, and they advanced and retreated together, which was why they had the confidence to speak like this. Above the central continent, countless people watched the domineering Yellow Springs Tao sect. Someone said, the Yellow Springs Tao sect's protectiveness is famous. I didn't expect them to really come knocking. But why did they wait so long to come? Shouldn't they have come earlier? Don't you know about the Yellow Springs Tao sect's Hell Alliance? They must have discussed it, and the Tao lords in the alliance will move to block the Tao lords behind Lin Moyo. Although that alliance only has one origin Tao lord, there are still several branch Tao lords. If they take action, even the Tao lords behind Lin Moyo won't have an easy time. But they can't enter either. Only 9th grade innate souls can enter now. As long as Lin Moya doesn't go out, he has nothing to fear. But Lin Moyo can't stay here forever. At most in 1,000 years, when the origin continent fully recovers, they'll be able to come down. It won't take 1,000 years. In at most 300 to 500 years, 6th or 5th grade Great Tao realm experts will be able to come down. Then Lin Moyo will be in danger. He was really impulsive at the time. He shouldn't have killed so decisively. Countless people were discussing, thinking Lin Moyo must be very troubled now. Yellow Springs Tao sect fellows, you're courting death. An angry roar sounded as the Question Heaven Tao Lord, clad in purple lightning, charged out from the void. He had learned of the situation here and came to help Lin Moyo. But halfway there, countless vines lashed out, forcing the Question Heaven Tao Lord back. The withering and flourishing elder snorted coldly, I am your opponent. The two battled in the void, evenly matched, neither able to overcome the other. As others had said, those Tao lords standing behind Lin Moya naturally had people to stop them. Lin Moya sighed, to forge iron, one must be strong oneself. One truly can't rely on others. His gaze swept across the sky, and a faint light appeared in his palm. The light was initially a mix of gray and white, then turned completely gray. Die. He softly uttered this word, and the gray light disappeared from his palm, appearing the next instant above the heads of the Yellow Springs Tao sect crowd, exploding on the spot. Great Tao divine ability, life or death. One thought determines life, one thought determines death. Between life and death, all is decided by Lin Moya's single thought. The gray light came too fast, instantly sweeping across a large area of space. Countless people from the Yellow Springs Tao sect cried out in agony. Their skin and flesh dissolved, their bodies rapidly rotting. Several Great Tao realm experts of only the 9th grade died within a few short seconds, their Tao dissipating. Even those Great Tao realm experts with powerful cultivation weren't faring well. They continuously activated their own power to resist the death force. They all found that their great Tao power seemed to be restrained by the death force, even their great Tao power rapidly dissolving. After a few seconds, over half of the several dozen people who had come from the Yellow Springs Tao sect were dead or injured. The Yellow Springs no longer boiled. Within it, one spirit beast corpse after another floated up, all dead, their bodies rotting. Not bad at all. Lin Moya smiled. Using a great Tao divine ability for the first time, the effect was extremely satisfying. This scene terrified many 9th grade great Tao realm experts. They had witnessed with their own eyes many people with cultivation equal to or even stronger than their own turn to dust in the blink of an eye, their souls scattered. Even some experts of profound realms were in a miserable state. What kind of technique is this? How can it be so terrifying? What realm is Lin Moyo actually at? Why can he slaughter great Tao realm experts like dogs? This Lin Moyo is too terrifying. He's simply a god of death. The Yellow Springs Tao sect has really kicked an iron plate this time. Let's see how they deal with this. At this time, a voice rang out, "Brother Lin, what a fierce great Tao divine ability." In the void, a group of giant whales flew over. The king of the Boundary Sea had arrived, with many great Tao giant whales behind him. The great Tao giant whale clan were the kings of the water great Tao. Now that the king of the Boundary Sea had become the Tao lord of the water great Tao, the giant whale clan was at its peak. Lin Moya stood up and cupped his hands. "Senior, have you returned because you couldn't let go of the Boundary Sea?" The king of the Boundary Sea said, "Of course not. I heard someone was coming to cause trouble for you, so I came specially to take a look. Old Whale also wanted to see you." Behind the king of the Boundary Sea, a giant whale said softly, "Tao friend Lin, long time no see." Lin Moyo also greeted Old Whale, "Long time no see, senior. I hope you've been well." The king of the Boundary Sea said, "I originally wanted to deal with these fellows for Brother Lin, but I didn't expect Brother Lin's great Tao divine ability to be so formidable. These fellows got what they deserved." Then he shouted at the survivors of the Yellow Springs Tao sect, "Get out of here quickly." The Yellow Springs Tao sect people were greatly frightened and immediately fled in disarray. Lin Moya chuckled, "Senior, can you help me with something?" The king of the Boundary Sea said, "Just say it." Lin Moya said, "Lead the way to the Yellow Springs Tao sect." The king of the Boundary Sea was stunned for a moment, then reacted, "Brother Lin, doing this will offend them to death." Lin Moya said, "I've already offended them anyway. Better to strike first. Is senior willing?" The king of the Boundary Sea laughed lightly. "What's there to be willing or unwilling about? It's not a big deal." Lin Moya nodded, and 1,000 legion commanders flew out, bursting out of the origin continent into the void. The king of the Boundary Sea summoned a great Tao giant whale. The whale suddenly grew larger, allowing the legion commanders to stand on its back, then flew towards the depths of the void. 1,000 legion commanders meant a full 10 billion dragon cavalry legions, enough to give the Yellow Springs Tao sect a hard time. If they died in battle, they would revive in the Technique Star. At the same time, Lin Moya could also see if he could still control the legion commanders across such a vast distance. If not, they would have to return halfway. At least he would know, and there wouldn't be any losses. The king of the Boundary Sea said softly, "Tao friend Lin, when do you plan to enter the outer sky great Tao?" Lin Moya shook his head. "The mandate of heaven isn't complete yet, so not for now." The king of the Boundary Sea said, "Call me anytime if you need anything. With this king around, no one can touch you." Chapter 36:15. Chapter 36:15, 3615. Chapter 36:15, 10 years. News of Lin Moya using a great Tao divine ability spread quickly. Those who entered the central continent rapidly reported this back to their sects and factions. The appearance of a great Tao divine ability meant Lin Moyo had a very high possibility of becoming a Tao Lord in the future. There was a saying in the outer sky great Tao that once one mastered a great Tao divine ability, they were not far from becoming a Tao Lord. How much truth this saying held, only the Tao Lords themselves knew clearly. The powerful experts in the outer sky great Tao all changed their gaze when looking at Lin Moyo. They no longer viewed Lin Moyo as an ordinary cultivator, and realized he wasn't simply lucky to be chosen by the mandate of heaven and great Tao. Countless experts began to take Lin Moya's existence seriously, even viewing him as a future Tao Lord. For such a person, one either had to directly eliminate him, beating him until his soul scattered with no chance of recovery, or avoid provoking him. Compared to others, the king of the Boundary Sea wasn't surprised at all, as if no matter what happened with Lin Moyo, he wouldn't be shocked. He knew very clearly that the one truly standing behind Lin Moyo wasn't these few Tao Lords, but that terrifying existence whose name they didn't dare mention. That existence, because of Lin Moyo, had always been paying attention to this world. Besides Lin Moya's great Tao divine ability, another event shook the outer sky great Tao in recent days. The great Tao formation sect was destroyed, and the Tao Lord of the formation great Tao emerged out of nowhere. Only after the news fully spread did people learn that the formation genius who was born with a heavenly formation had lived a second life as the world-sealing Tao Lord. Then he lived a third life to right wrongs. Waterstop had hidden for countless years, finally destroying the great Tao formation sect and taking its place, becoming the Tao Lord of the formation great Tao. From now on, the formation great Tao had a master. The great Tao formation sect didn't have a good reputation in the outer sky great Tao. Many people disliked the great Tao formation sect, so when it was destroyed, many cheered. After the great Tao formation sect was destroyed, another event occurred. The Yellow Springs Tao sect was suddenly attacked by countless great Tao realm puppets. These puppets had the combat power of 7th grade innate souls. While not top tier, they weren't too weak either. The key was their vast numbers, reaching as high as 10 billion. According to eyewitnesses, 10 billion skeletons surrounded the Yellow Springs Tao sect, launching a frenzied bombardment attack. Although the Yellow Springs Dao sect relied on their sect protecting formation to block most of the attacks, they still suffered losses. Especially disciples with not so high cultivation levels, many died or were injured. Later, it was the Yellow Springs Dao sect's ancestor who took action. With the might of a Dao Lord, he destroyed these 10 billion puppets in a short time, preventing further losses for the Yellow Springs Dao sect. Strangely, after these puppets were destroyed, not even a trace remained. They disappeared without a trace. The whole process was like a vivid dream, too fantastical. In the Outer Sky Great Dao, the strongest in puppet techniques was the Dao puppet sect, but they declared they had nothing to do with this matter. Only a few people knew the inside story of this incident, but those who knew wouldn't speak of it. The Great Dao realm experts in the central continent could only speculate. Perhaps this matter was related to Lin Moyu. After all, Lin Moyu had used a skeleton puppet to kill Huang Kuan before. Although the puppets attacking the Yellow Springs Dao sect looked somewhat different, there seemed to be some commonalities. But they had no evidence, so they wouldn't speak carelessly, to avoid offending Lin Moyu. If it was really Lin Moyu's doing, it seemed quite terrifying to them. 10 billion puppets, most sects and factions simply couldn't withstand such numbers. The Yellow Springs Dao sect made no statement about this, but everyone knew this matter certainly wasn't over. The Yellow Springs Dao sect wouldn't let it go easily. Whether or not Lin Moyu was behind this incident, the Yellow Springs Dao sect would definitely pin it all on Lin Moyu. In the Outer Sky Great Dao, this experience of the Yellow Springs Dao sect was attributed to a natural disaster. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. The central continent had already. Various tall buildings had risen on the central continent, with numerous structures standing. A new sect was forming. More people entered the origin continent later, including Great Dao realm experts and Dao venerables. After various sects and factions determined their footholds, disciples came to expand their scale. The Third Ancestor's forces naturally didn't stay idle. The influence of the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce had blown into the central continent. They established strongholds in the central continent, built cities, and began doing business. Moreover, the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce would always casually reveal that they had an origin Great Dao Lord standing behind them, so their business went very smoothly. There used to be many chambers of commerce on the origin continent, at least 100 large and small ones. Until the great changes in heaven and earth began, it was discovered that all chambers of commerce were actually controlled by the Third Ancestor. In other words, all transactions on the origin continent were controlled by the Third Ancestor. For heaven and earth, the Third Ancestor could occupy more fortune and gain greater benefits. Now, the Third Ancestor had consolidated all chambers of commerce, merging them into the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce, managed by Lu Fengyao, while he himself remained behind the scenes. Lu Fengyao came to the central continent and visited Lin Moyu for tea and conversation. In control of the entire Chamber of Commerce, Lu Fengyao's demeanor had gained several degrees of nobility and grace. However, she still called Lin Moyu little brother with ease. Lin Moyu sensed that within Lu Fengyao, a special bloodline seemed to be awakening. This bloodline came from the Third Ancestor, which was why the Third Ancestor had designated Lu Fengyao as his successor. Over the 10 years, many people came to visit Lin Moyu. Gu Hanjing came, the fairy Zimun from the ancient Lotus Holy Land also came, as well as Dongfang Wuding and others. They came to see Lin Moyu and also to see the central continent. Fairy Zimun originally wanted to build another ancient Lotus Holy Land in the central continent, but was later dissuaded by Lin Moyu and finally gave up. During the great changes, everyone gained benefits. Gu Hanjing's cultivation soared during the changes, directly entering the 9th level of Dao Venerable Realm, only one step away from the Great Dao Realm. The four girls Little Mist, Little Yu, Little Wu, and Little Mei also had their cultivation increased dramatically. Little Mist, having the closest relationship with Lin Moyu, gained the most benefits. Her cultivation rose sharply, reaching the 7th level of Dao Venerable Realm. Although her progress slowed somewhat afterwards, she was still improving quickly. It was estimated that in another 100 years, she could reach the 9th level of Dao Venerable Realm. Little Wu had the highest cultivation among them, breaking through to the 8th level of Dao Venerable Realm this time. Little Yu started later, but with her innate jade soul, she had no bottlenecks in cultivation. Taking advantage of the great changes, she directly reached Dao Venerable Realm and was now at the 2nd level. Little Mei also had an innate Dao soul and experiences from her previous life. After repeated suppression and outbursts, she finally stepped into the Dao Venerable Realm. Additionally, several more Dao Venerables appeared in Uedao City. Wu Dao Venerable and others advanced their cultivation further. The entire Uedao City was flourishing. Conflicts finally erupted on the central continent. But as long as the conflicts weren't too intense and didn't cause damage to the origin continent, Lin Moyu couldn't be bothered to intervene. If things went too far, Lin Moyu would ask them to leave the origin continent and resolve their issues in the Outer Sky Great Dao. Faced with Lin Moya's dominance, everyone had no choice but to obey. For 10 years, Lin Moyu sat motionless in the same spot. Like a stabilizing pillar, he steadied the situation in the central continent. As long as he was there, no one dared to act recklessly. Beside Lin Moyu, an invisible great formation was operating. Lin Moyu's eyes were lowered, having entered the soul void. This is not the only novel I translate, so sometimes the translation of this novel is affected by changes I make in other novels. For example, the Chinese character can mean both array and formation, which may cause inconsistencies. If you'd like specific terms or names to remain consistent in future translations, please let me know. Some people asked for some changes to certain words. Heavenly Formation Dao Lord. Formation, from Array. World Sealing Dao Lord, from Fengjia Dao Zun. Dao. Central Continent, from Zhongju. Chapter 36:16. Chapter 3616, 3616. Chapter 3616, Entering the Soul Void. The situation in the central continent gradually stabilized. Before the next round of changes, there would be no major conflicts in the central continent. Lin Moyo had completed part of the mandate of heaven he received, so he could focus on his own affairs. Over the 10 years, Lin Moyo continuously comprehended the Tao, and the several worlds he cultivated also evolved and grew. Lin Moyo felt he hadn't taken the wrong path. He abandoned becoming an ordinary projected Tao Lord, and didn't need to compete for the great Tao. He wanted to create his own Tao and become the Tao Lord of his own Tao. He was constantly exploring, gaining new insights every day. At the same time, he knew that to walk this path, strength was most important. Without strength, this path would only be a dead end. So he entered the Soul Void, a place all great Tao realm beings would go. It was the best place to enhance one's soul, but also extremely dangerous. In the Soul Void were not only powerful beings from the origin continent, but also strong ones from various worlds, as well as native powerful beings of the Soul Void. Countless powerful experts had perished in the Soul Void, including no small number of Tao Lords. For Tao Lords wanting to compete for the Great Tao, the Soul Void was one of their choices. For any Tao Lord, unless the Great Tao they mastered had entered the origin land, their Great Tao would lose effect or be greatly weakened in many places in the Soul Void. Once they left their own world too far, their Great Tao power would weaken, affecting their strength. They needed to find another projected Great Tao's illumination area of the same type in the Soul Void, then lock onto the specific location of that area to compete for the Great Tao. Lin Moyo didn't quite understand before, but now he finally did. Once he understood, the process wasn't actually complicated. For example, if the Fierce Wind Great Tao Lord from the origin continent wanted to compete for the Great Tao, he first needed to find the Fierce Wind Great Tao Lord of another world. There were two ways to search, one was through the world mist, the other was the Soul Void. Once he left the origin continent too far and lost the illumination of the Fierce Wind Great Tao, his strength would be greatly weakened. He needed to follow his sense of the Great Tao to find another world with the Fierce Wind Great Tao. As long as he was within the range where the Fierce Wind Great Tao could illuminate, he could exert his full strength, then attack the Fierce Wind Great Tao Lord of the other world to occupy that Great Tao. If lucky, the Fierce Wind Great Tao of the other world had no Tao Lord, so he could directly occupy the Great Tao. If unlucky, the Fierce Wind Great Tao Lord of the other world was stronger than him, so he might perish, soul and Tao dissipating. This was the Great Tao competition in the Soul Void. The competition in the real world was even more intense. Two worlds would collide, and the Tao Lords in the worlds would act together, directly invading the other's world to occupy the Great Tao. Both methods worked, the difference was whether it was one-on-one combat or all-out war. As for Lin Moyo, the Immortality Great Tao, Time Great Tao, and Power Great Tao he mastered had already entered the origin land. They could illuminate the entire Soul Void, so he could exert the full power of these three Great Taos in any corner of the Soul Void. Adding the world-burning fire, Lin Moyo had an absolute advantage in the Soul Void. After becoming a Great Tao realm expert, entering the Soul Void again, Lin Moyo sensed the difference and understood why one could only truly venture into the Soul Void after reaching the Great Tao realm. Before the Great Tao realm, after entering the Soul Void, once one left their soul world too far, they would get lost in it. Eventually, their spiritual intelligence would be extinguished, becoming a soul body with only instincts, wandering around like a lonely ghost. Once this happened, they were essentially dead. This situation improved a lot after the Tao Venerable realm. Even if Tao Venerables lost connection with their soul world, they could maintain their spiritual intelligence for a long time. With luck, they might even find their way back. However, the Soul Void was vast and boundless, with no sense of direction. Finding one's way back was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Only Great Tao realm experts could always maintain a weak connection with their soul world. The farther the distance, the weaker the connection, and the more difficult it would be to return. This connection, barring special circumstances, generally wouldn't be completely severed. There was always a chance to find one's way back. However, in the Soul Void, accidents were everywhere. Fairy Zimon of the ancient Lotus Holy Land was in such a situation, unable to return for a long time. Lin Moyo stood outside his soul world, quietly sensing the Soul Void. His gaze looked into the distance, where mist swirled, obscuring even his vision. Holding the disaster scepter in his hand, Legion commanders appeared one by one. 10,000 Legion commanders summoned 100 billion dragon cavalry, surrounding the soul world so tightly that not even water could seep through. Death force enveloped the dragon cavalry, obscuring all light from the soul world, hiding it. When one's soul body was not present, finding ways to hide one's soul world well was a basic skill for every Great Tao realm expert. When Lin Moyo was away, the Legion commanders could command the dragon cavalry legions. With the assistance of the World Tree, ordinary Great Tao realm experts couldn't break in. The soul world was basically very safe. Moreover, he was in the origin continent. The soul void mirrored reality, so there wouldn't be too powerful enemies nearby. When the soul body wasn't too far from the soul world, the undead army could be used. Lin Moyo had verified this long ago. As long as the distance was right, the undead army could be used. But if the distance was too far, it would be difficult to summon. So Lin Moyo thought of a method: carry the undead army with him, placing it in his personal storage space. His storage space could also be used in the soul void. In the soul void, most storage treasures couldn't be used. Only some storage treasures made of special materials could be used, but his storage space was unaffected. He couldn't help but marvel at how amazing his storage space was. It seemed there was nothing it couldn't hold. He even had the illusion that it could hold an entire world. After packing the remaining skeleton god generals, legion commanders, and skeleton kings into the storage space, which still wasn't full, Lin Moya took a deep breath and flew towards the depths of the void. His soul plunged into the mist, his vision becoming increasingly limited, making it difficult to see the way ahead. The undead eye opened, but no soul bodies were seen nearby. After advancing to the Great Dao realm, as the undead army's combat power increased, the undead eye also became stronger, able to see farther. Even in the soul void, the undead eye could see quite far. Lin Moya moved forward in the soul void. Gradually, he fell farther and farther from his soul world, the connection becoming weaker and weaker. Until it reached a certain degree, the connection between them no longer changed. Though it became extremely weak, it never broke. If he calmed his heart, he could still find the way back. It was because of this that Great Dao realm experts could venture into the soul void. He continued forward, stopping after flying a certain distance to sense his soul world. After confirming there was no problem, he would continue advancing. In the central continent, Lin Moya protected himself with the heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation. With the strength of the heaven-sealing Dao-severing formation, ordinary Great Dao realm experts couldn't break through. In the current origin continent, safety wasn't an issue. 10,000 meters above him, space slightly distorted, and Lin Mohan's illusory figure appeared. Chapter 3617. Chapter 3617, 3617. Chapter 3617, the first test subject. No one noticed Lin Mohan. She seemed to not exist in this spacetime, only causing slight changes in space under the illumination of the Taiyang and Taiyin origins. Lin Mohan sat cross-legged in the void, a long sword lying across her legs. She was protecting Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo had entered the soul void, and she was not at ease, so she came to guard Lin Moya's physical body. In the soul void, Lin Moya didn't know how long he had flown or how far he had gone. The power of the Thousand-Star Great Dao, Space Great Dao, and Fortune Great Dao was gradually weakening. He knew he was moving farther away from the origin continent. The range of Great Dao illumination was limited. The farther the distance, the weaker the heavenly Dao power became. Along the way, he saw several soul flames. These soul flames were hidden in the mist, flickering slowly. He saw 7 in total, one of which was a Dao Venerable, while the other 6 were below Dao Venerable realm. Each soul flame represented a living being, possibly from the real world or native to the soul void. Lin Moya carefully went over to take a look, confirming that the ones he saw were all beings from the origin continent. This also verified his guess that the undead eye could penetrate the mist to a certain extent, seeing beings hidden within. This greatly improved his safety. One of the major dangers in the soul void was its native beings. Native beings would hide in the mist, almost impossible to detect before they launched an attack. When someone passed by them, they would suddenly attack from the mist, catching people off guard. Many people were injured or even died in such situations. But in the undead eye, their hiding became meaningless. Lin Moya could discover them early and counterattack. Lin Moya divided the souls in the soul void into 2 main categories. One type was cultivators in their own soul worlds, with their soul worlds creating a small area surrounded by mist. The other type could be cultivators or native beings. Regardless of which, they had no soul world, so they were enemies. Those who ambushed passers-by in the mist weren't necessarily native beings, they could also be other cultivators. This was a dangerous world, even more dangerous and cruel than the real world. Finally, Lin Moya discovered another soul flame. This was a Dao Venerable Realm soul flame. He slowly approached and saw the other's identity clearly through the mist. A being shaped like a wild boar, the aura it emitted was not from the origin continent. It was either a native being of the soul void or a Great Dao realm being from another world. This was a dark world where everyone tried their best to hide themselves while seeking prey. Once someone discovered another, they would launch an attack. Just as Lin Moya was observing it, the boar-like being slowly turned its head and looked in Lin Moya's direction. Lin Moya was startled. It shouldn't be able to see me. Is it my gaze that caught its attention? Beings in the soul void had very keen senses. Although it couldn't see him, it could sense his gaze. With a thought, Lin Moya struck first. A ball of world-burning fire flew out, penetrating the mist and landing on the other party. The world-burning fire exploded, turning into a sea of fire, creating a clean void in the misty world. After Lin Moyo entered the Great Dao realm, the world-burning fire had strengthened again, burning Great Dao realm beings even more quickly. The boar-like being screamed incessantly in the sea of fire, rolling around frantically. As it rolled, dense white vapors emanated from its body. The white vapors were extremely cold, attempting to extinguish the sea of fire. Unfortunately, the world-burning fire wasn't real fire, and it couldn't be extinguished by the vapors. The world-burning fire not only burned souls but could also burn the Great Dao power it released. Lin Moyo coldly observed from the void, this boar-like being's soul should be 8th grade. It will take about half an hour for the world-burning fire to burn it to death. Half an hour is a bit long. It seems the world-burning fire is still not strong enough and needs further strengthening. To enhance the world-burning fire, besides realm advancement, it needed to be fed. The feeding method was simple, continuously let it burn souls and refine worlds. But now, half an hour of burning time wasn't efficient enough, and the light from the world-burning fire would spread out, penetrating the mist. Its power fluctuations might attract other beings. With a thought, Lin Moya sent down Death Force. Stimulated by the Death Force, the boar-like being screamed even more terribly. The Immortality Great Dao was unaffected in the soul void. With Lin Moya's current realm, the effect of Death Force was extremely strong. The boar-like being's soul was visibly corroded. Combined with the world-burning fire, the efficiency greatly increased. It would take less than 10 minutes to burn it to death. Lin Moya used the boar-like being as a test subject to measure his combat power in the soul void. Amidst its screams, the boar-like being suddenly surged with boundless icy water. Though the icy water couldn't extinguish the world-burning fire, it gradually stabilized in the water. It stopped screaming, red light shining through its eyes, suddenly locking onto Lin Moya. The red light from its eyes shot out like arrows, crashing into Lin Moya's soul with a boom. The intense soul impact shook Lin Moya, forcing him to retreat continuously. Then, it screamed and charged over. The icy water turned into sharp arrows, coming like raindrops, forcibly creating a path through the sea of fire. Lin Moya didn't want to collide with it. The Time Great Tao enveloped his body, and he disappeared as if teleporting. The Time Great Tao disrupted spacetime, slowing down his own time flow, making 1 second into 5 seconds. 5 seconds was enough for Lin Moya to fly very far away. The soul void was disturbed by the Time Great Tao, rippling with circles. The boar-like being pounced on empty air. The world-burning fire surrounded it again, and death force continued to pour down. The intense pain was hard to bear. It looked around and found that Lin Moya had somehow already hidden on the other side of the sea of fire. It howled and charged towards Lin Moya again, completely disregarding the sea of fire. It knew very well that if it couldn't kill Lin Moya in the shortest time, it would surely die. Lin Moya felt the Time Great Tao. 1 second can be used as 3 seconds. The effect of the Time Great Tao is indeed good. It seems I can also affect its time. Watching the boar charging again, Lin Moya willed the Time Great Tao to fall on the boar. The Time Great Tao was beneficial for Lin Moya, but completely the opposite for the boar. The boar's movements immediately slowed down. What originally would have taken only a second to break through the sea of fire now took several seconds. Satisfied with the effect of the Time Great Tao, Lin Moya muttered to himself, "Let's try the Power Great Tao next." The Power Great Tao had been used on the physical body many times, but never directly on the soul. The Power Great Tao appeared, and Lin Moya felt his soul power boiling, rapidly increasing and converging to a point. At the same time, his soul felt like it had put on a heavy armor, transforming into a war god. Lin Moya had an irresistible feeling, almost instinctively throwing a punch at the boar. A giant fist appeared in the soul void, scattering the mist and heavily striking the boar. Chapter 3618. Chapter 3618, 3618. Chapter 3618, Outside the World, Chaotic Great Taos. The giant fist swept across, scattering a large area of mist, flying forward until it disappeared from view. The boar-like being was no more. With one punch, its soul had scattered, leaving nothing behind. Lin Moya was torn between laughter and tears. I used too much force. This punch was too powerful, directly causing the boar-like being's soul to scatter. The world-burning fire had burned for nothing earlier, not even leaving a trace behind. However, Lin Moya also felt the power of the Power Great Tao, which was even more domineering than in the Origin Continent. In the Origin Continent, the Power Great Tao's function was to mobilize and gather all the body's strength, while providing powerful immunity and enhancing physical strength. But in the Soul Void, the Power Great Tao had clearly changed. Besides providing strong defense for the soul, it could also amplify attacking power. The destructive power of that punch was so strong that not only could an 8th grade soul boar not withstand it, even a 7th grade soul being couldn't resist it. It's possible that even 6th grade soul beings would suffer. It seems this Power Great Tao can't be used recklessly, Lin Moya thought to himself. He put away the world-burning fire, and the mist gathered back. Soon, this place returned to normal. It was unknown where this mist came from, making the entire soul void extremely mysterious. Lin Moya continued flying forward, and soon encountered another native being. This time it was only a 9th grade soul being. Lin Moya didn't experiment on it. He just exploded a bit of world-burning fire and left far away, letting the world-burning fire burn on its own. After about 10 minutes, it was burned to death by the world-burning fire, leaving only a soul crystal. The world-burning fire also grew slightly stronger. Lin Moya picked up the soul crystal and continued forward. Gradually, the sense of the thousand star, space, fortune and other great Taos became weaker and weaker. Lin Moya knew he was about to completely leave the illumination range of the Origin Continent. Once outside the Origin Continent's illumination range, the danger would increase significantly. The Origin Continent was a world, and the power of the world's great Tao formed a kind of protection. Some native beings from the Soul Void were unwilling to enter. After all, under the cover of the Origin Continent, there were many great Tao realm experts and Tao lords, which was not safe for native beings. But once outside, it became the domain of native beings. However, this was exactly what Lin Moya wanted. Soon, Lin Moya felt as if he had passed through a thin barrier. After passing through, he completely lost his sense of several great Taos. I've left the Origin Continent. Lin Moya's heart stirred as he stood at the edge of the world barrier, motionless. He was sensing the true soul void. Without the influence of the world's great Tao power, the soul void became different. Before, it always felt like there was a layer of separation. Now that separation was finally gone, the soul void exuded a primordial, vast aura that instilled fear in people. If those below the great Tao realm sensed this aura, they would probably be scared into retreating immediately. Here, great Taos intertwined. Countless great Tao powers tangled chaotically together, like layers upon layers of dense nets interweaving, completely disordered. He couldn't sense what these great Taos were, nor where they came from. It was too chaotic, no longer just a tangled mess, but countless tangled messes intertwining with each other, truly chaos upon chaos. Here, though great Tao power existed, not a bit could be used. Great Taos like the Thousand Star couldn't be used at all. Among the chaotic myriad great Tao powers, only a few great Taos remained relatively clear. He sensed for a moment and found the Time Great Tao and Power Great Tao. These two great Daos seemed relatively independent, not mixed with other great Daos. Moreover, he could easily mobilize the power of these two great Daos. Strange, why isn't there an immortality great Dao? Lin Moya couldn't sense the existence of the immortality great Dao, but he could use its power without any problem. This was very strange and puzzling. He pondered for a moment and finally understood how Dao Lords competed for great Daos. Leaving one's own world to accurately find another identical great Dao, the reason lay here. Dao Lords had to find their own great Dao among these chaotic great Dao powers, then follow that great Dao to its source. Dao Lords wouldn't know what kind of world awaited at the end of the great Dao they found. Just finding it was already very difficult. Then they had to follow the great Dao power across, crossing vast void, experiencing numerous dangers to reach that world. With luck, they could win the great Dao competition and return, then seek the next world. Again and again, until their power grew stronger and stronger, finally breaking free from the status of projected Dao Lord to become a true body Dao Lord. But the great Dao competition was too dangerous. Very few could truly become body Dao Lords, let alone finding the other's world. Just the dangers along the way were enough to stop most Dao Lords. So some Dao Lords didn't bother with great Dao competition at all. They just wanted to be content as projected Dao Lords. After all, with unlimited lifespan, they could completely forego ambition. Just as Lin Moya was lost in thought, a soul flame suddenly appeared not far away. Someone, like him, had left the origin continent and come here. The origin continent was vast, but by coincidence, the other person appeared not far from him. There was no mist here. Lin Moya saw the other person at the same time the other saw him. This was a human cultivator, with an extremely large soul flame, almost no worse than a Dao Lord's soul flame. High-level first-grade innate soul. Lin Moya murmured in his heart, while becoming alert. In the soul void, one couldn't trust anyone. Caution was paramount in everything. He looked at Lin Moya, clearly somewhat surprised. Lin Moya's realm was too low, merely 7th grade innate soul, yet he dared to come here. His courage was extraordinary. He didn't come close, but transmitted sound to Lin Moya from afar. I am Shinshin, greetings, fellow deist. Lin Moya also bowed slightly, greetings, senior. Lin Moya didn't give his name. He knew his reputation was quite big now. If Shinshin turned out to be an enemy rather than a friend, he would be in trouble. Shinshin didn't dwell on Lin Moya's name, but praised, fellow deist truly has good courage, coming here at such a realm. Shin admires you. Lin Moya responded with some modesty, Junior is just wandering aimlessly. Shinshin nodded, the road ahead is full of dangers. Fellow deist had better not go far. If possible, return early. Lin Moya said, thank you for the reminder, senior. Junior will just take a look. After saying this, Shinshin said no more. He lowered his head and looked around, seeming to search for something. Lin Moya watched Shinshin curiously, not knowing what he was looking for. What Shinshin was looking for was clearly not easy to find. He searched for a long time without result. However, Shinshin's emotions were very stable, not anxious at all. This could be seen from the flickering frequency of his soul flame. After searching for half a day, Shinshin still found nothing. He stopped and noticed Lin Moya was watching him. He smiled and said, I've made fellow deist laugh. Shun couldn't find it. Lin Moya asked curiously, what is senior looking for? Shinshin said, the heavy water great Dao. Chapter 3619. Chapter 3619, 3619. Chapter 3619, Great Dao Competition, Life or Death. Lin Moya's most direct impression was that Shinshin's words exuded a sense of righteousness. With his keen soul perception, he could clearly sense that Shinshin's words matched his character. Among cultivators from the outer sky Great Dao, there were naturally all kinds of people. Over the years, he had seen quite a few in the central continent. However, regardless of the type of person, they generally had their own calculations. Someone like Shinshin, who spoke so directly, was not very common. Lin Moya unconsciously thought of Chu Xiong from the Great World. The two seemed to have some similarities. Lin Moya also knew how to deal with this type of person. The best way was to speak frankly, Senior, why are you looking for the heavy water Great Dao? Shinshin didn't conceal anything either, naturally, it's to achieve the Dao in full. Hearing this answer, Lin Moya was even more puzzled. Senior is already a first-grade innate soul, only one step away from becoming a Dao Lord. If Senior wants to become a Dao Lord, shouldn't you be communicating with the Great Dao within the world? Shinshin gave a bitter laugh. Which of us cultivators doesn't want to become a Dao Lord? But there can only be one Dao Lord, and the heavy water Great Dao already has a Dao Lord. With the heavy water Great Dao already having a Dao Lord, it was impossible for a new Dao Lord to appear before the current one perished. So Shinshin came here. Lin Moya immediately understood why Shinshin had come. He wanted to find the heavy water Great Dao, then follow the Great Dao's trajectory to another world that possessed the heavy water Great Dao. If that world didn't have a Dao Lord, then he would have a chance. If that world's heavy water Great Dao already had a Dao Lord, Shinshin would either have to find another place or perish, slain by that Dao Lord. For Shinshin, this was his only chance, and also a necessary course of action. Lin Moya asked, actually, couldn't Senior wait? Dao Lords always engage in Great Dao competition. What if the Dao Lord perishes? Wouldn't Senior then have a chance? Shinshin shook his head, he's overly cautious. After becoming a Dao Lord, he shut himself away and doesn't participate in Great Dao competition. There's no point in waiting. I can only seek another path. This type of Dao Lord was not uncommon. Content to be wealthy, not fighting for power, they could live for billions of years without issue if nothing unexpected happened. This approach was purely a personal choice, and others couldn't say much about it. So Shinshin could either be content as a top Great Tao realm expert at the peak of first grade innate soul, or leave the world to seek another path. Obviously, Shinshin had ambitions, so he came here. For someone like him, once he made a decision, his Tao heart became extremely firm, almost impossible to change. Lin Moyo understood Shinshin's thoughts. Junior will help look together. Shinshin didn't stand on ceremony, thank you. In the void, the great Taos were extremely chaotic, all intertwined, forming a pattern where each contained the other, extremely difficult to distinguish. The heavy water Great Tao was a branch of the water Great Tao. The water Great Tao had many branches, and their auras were very similar. Trying to find the heavy water Great Tao among them was indeed not easy. Lin Moya relied on his keen soul to sense bit by bit, untangling the chaotic mess of Great Taos thread by thread, searching for the heavy water Great Tao little by little. Shinshin was also searching. Both lowered their heads and eyes, looking extremely serious. After searching for a long time, Shinshin still hadn't found it and couldn't help but sigh. Friend, if we really can't find it, let's forget it. Lin Moya said, I feel like we're close to finding it. Shinshin thought Lin Moya was just comforting him. He didn't mind and continued, this is Shin's own affair. Friend doesn't need to trouble himself so much. Lin Moya ignored him and continued searching. The process of searching for the Great Tao was actually a small training for the soul. In this process, his control over his soul power became more meticulous, and the keenness of his soul also improved. Great Taos with similar attributes but completely different were found, discovered, and distinguished. Lin Moya was no longer just looking for the heavy water Great Tao, he was cultivating his soul. During the search process, the soul was both training and consuming energy. Shinshin had to stop after searching for a while to let his soul recover, but Lin Moya didn't stop for a moment. It seemed as if his soul power wouldn't be consumed. Shinshin was somewhat amazed. He, a peak first grade soul Great Tao realm expert, was actually inferior in this aspect to a little 7th grade soul fellow, but Lin Moya proved it to him with facts. Shinshin watched for a while and roughly figured out the reason. Lin Moya's soul power spread outward, indicating continuous consumption, but the soul power didn't decrease at all, indicating that his soul power was constantly recovering. The rate of consumption was almost equal to the rate of recovery, so the soul power always remained at its peak, not needing to rest for a moment. Shinshin looked at this recovery ability with some envy. In the midst of his envy, Lin Moya suddenly called out, found it. Shinshin's eyes lit up, really found it. Lin Moya's soul power transformed into a large hand. 2 fingers on the large hand pinched a thread of Great Tao power, slowly flying towards Shinshin. The Great Tao was formless, and soul power was also formless. When these two formless things met, they became visible and tangible. This thread of Great Tao power was thinner than a hair, but it was extremely tough, not at all afraid of breaking. The other end of the Great Tao power extended into the depths of the void. Along the way, it was still a chaotic tangle of Great Taos. Now they had only found one end, and Shinshin still needed to follow this thread of Great Tao power all the way. Shinshin sensed the aura of the heavy water Great Tao. His soul aura surged with excitement, showing obvious joy. He also transformed his soul into a hand, reaching for the Great Tao power. His tone slightly excited, thank you, friend. If Shin can become a Tao Lord, I will certainly return to thank you properly. Lin Moya smiled slightly, Senior needn't be so formal. Junior only helped a little. I wish Senior success in his Tao and becoming a Tao Lord. Shinshin said, Shin's journey is uncertain. Some words are better left unsaid. If I can return alive, we'll talk again. May I ask how to address you? This time, Lin Moya didn't conceal it. Junior is Lin Moyo. Shinshin said, Shin has noted it. Friend Lin, we'll meet again if fate allows. He didn't seem surprised by Lin Moya's name, which was normal. Perhaps he had been in the soul void for years and didn't know what had happened outside. Or maybe he had been in seclusion, unaware of outside affairs. Lin Moya secretly laughed, thinking his earlier concerns were somewhat unnecessary. Shinshin followed the Great Tao power in his hand, continuously picking out the Great Tao power from the tangled mess, gradually moving forward, disappearing into the void's mist. Lin Moya knew that Shinshin's journey was indeed uncertain. If he was lucky and became a Tao Lord, he would return to engage in Great Tao competition with the heavy water Tao Lord of the origin continent. Only one of them could live unless one was willing to give up the position of Tao Lord. Great Tao competition was so cruel it was either life or death. If Shinshin didn't return, either perishing halfway or if the world of the Great Tao power he chose already had a heavy water Great Tao Lord, it would be a battle with slim chances of survival. This was Shinshin's fate, and no one knew the outcome. Shinshin's matter was like an interlude. Lin Moya also gained from this, with his soul's keenness improving and gaining experience with the chaotic Great Tao powers. Perhaps one day, he would need to use this. Next, it's time to do the real work. The undead eye swept across, and Lin Moya chose a direction, soaring away. I've edited chapters 3601 to 3615, please check them out. They now have more details and flow better. One of the reasons I avoided translating during my vacation was due to inconsistencies and lack of focus, which would have impacted the translation quality. For a better reading experience, I recommend rereading from chapter 3601, chapter 3620, chapter 3620, 3620, chapter 3620, finally found you. The Great Tao powers were layered and chaotically intertwined. Except for a few Great Taos that had projections in the origin land, the rest of the Great Tao powers could not be utilized at all. Each world was like a giant filter. The chaotic Great Tao powers fell onto the worlds and were filtered, with only some needed ones entering the worlds while the rest were discarded. At the same time, each world was releasing Great Tao powers outwards, making the Great Tao powers lose their source and destination, becoming even more chaotic. In these days of helping Shinshin search for the heavy water Great Tao power, Lin Moya's soul insights grew deeper and deeper. He gradually began to understand the appearance of the soul void. A familiar feeling surged in his heart. Lin Moya realized that the existence mode of various worlds in the soul void was very similar to the world competition in the Boundary Sea. The world competition in the Boundary Sea could be seen as a simplified version of the soul void. Each independent giant world was like a Boundary Sea world. Each native being was like a creature in the Boundary Sea. However, in the Boundary Sea worlds, it was not easy for Boundary Sea creatures to enter, while here, native beings had a high probability of entering one world after another, causing harm to the cultivators inside. Compared to the Boundary Sea worlds, the soul void was naturally more dangerous. But this wasn't the key point. The real key point was, why did the Boundary Sea worlds become a replica of the soul void? Is it the doing of the person behind again? From the small world, to the big world, then to the origin continent, are you letting me experience these in advance? By doing this, do you want me to accumulate experience and know how to deal with it? The image of the green-robed old man appeared in Lin Moya's mind. Besides him, it seemed no one else would do this, and had the ability to do so. His soul roamed in the vast void, getting farther and farther away from the origin continent. The thoughts in his soul became clearer and clearer. The green-robed old man said he wasn't a chess piece, so what was he? Sooner or later, he had to break this cage and see what the green-robed old man was really trying to do. In his vision, soul flames appeared one after another. They wandered in the void like lonely ghosts. These soul flames varied in strength. The stronger ones were only at the Tao Venerable realm, while the weaker ones weren't even heavenly venerables. As native beings, they were pitifully weak. Just as Lin Moya was about to approach, suddenly a soul flame appeared abruptly. Then he saw a giant python fly by. The python opened its mouth, and those weak soul bodies were instantly devoured, leaving not even a trace. The giant python circled in the void, its huge head directly aimed at Lin Moya. A pair of eyes emitting red light stared fixedly at Lin Moya. Lin Moya felt he was locked on, giving him a chilling sensation. The giant python's strength was not weak, reaching the 6th grade innate soul, even a bit stronger than himself. A 7th grade soul fellow, daring to leave your own world. The giant python suddenly let out a hiss, which turned into a soul sword, resonating in the void. Lin Moya chuckled, is there a problem? In the soul void, many native beings possessed intelligence, just like the shark he had encountered before, and the even more terrifying big face. The giant python laughed, of course there's no problem. But since you've come, don't think about leaving. Be a good boy and become this lord's food. But considering your hard-earned cultivation, this lord will give you a chance. If you have any last words, you can say 3. Lin Moya was very surprised. You're actually letting me say last words. Could it be that you can help me fulfill them? The giant python laughed wildly, of course not, it's just letting you say them. Lin Moya sighed helplessly, I haven't thought of any last words yet, so I won't say anything. The giant python suddenly stopped laughing. Its soul body fluctuated violently, condensing intense killing intent, then just die. It transformed into a fierce wind and pounced over. A tens of thousands of meters long giant python appeared in the void, spewing foul wind, sweeping everything in its path. A large area of the soul void shook and rumbled. The entire space turned into a swamp, difficult to move in. The great Tao powers, tangled like a mess, became even more chaotic. Most of the native beings in the soul void cultivated the soul great Tao. This was their instinct. Some of them would cultivate other great Taos, all of which were projected into the origin land. Because of this, the native beings in the soul void could exert powerful combat strength. Unlike Shinshin, who would greatly weaken in combat power once leaving his own world, Lin Moya waved his hand, and a ball of world-burning fire flew out. At the same time, the power great Tao enveloped his entire body, concentrating all power into a punch. The shadow of a giant fist shattered the giant python. The giant python let out a miserable cry and was blown away, returning to its original form. The world-burning fire followed closely, exploding on its body, turning into flames that enveloped its entire body. Ah! A scream rose. It shouted loudly, Great Tao Essence Fire, how do you have Great Tao Essence Fire? Lin Moya didn't answer. It was rare to encounter a 6th grade innate soul fellow, allowing him to practice well. The time Great Tao appeared, turning 1 second into 3. Lin Moya instantly disappeared, appearing in front of the giant python as if teleporting, throwing punch after punch. At this moment, Lin Moya transformed into a berserk warrior, every punch hitting flesh, throwing hundreds of punches in the blink of an eye. The giant python screamed incessantly. Its scales shattered under Lin Moya's giant fists, its soul power scattering that was its blood. Enduring the pain, its tail swept over. Lin Moya countered with his fists. Boom! The soul void shook violently. Lin Moya was blown away, while large cracks appeared on the python's tail. The giant python's entire body was enveloped by the world-burning fire, in unspeakable pain. It frantically charged towards Lin Moya. 2 tentacles grew on its head, lashing out at Lin Moya like whips. The world-burning fire wasn't strong enough yet. Although it could burn it to death, it would take a long time. It endured the pain, determined to kill Lin Moya. Kill you, kill you! The giant python screamed incessantly. Arrow-like attacks spewed from its mouth, coordinating with the tentacles on its head and its huge tail in frenzied attacks. Lin Moya kept retreating. With the time Great Tao on him, it couldn't attack him at all. Now Lin Moya was just dragging it out. The longer he dragged, the more advantageous it was for him. As he retreated, death force scattered around, turning into an ocean. The sea of fire also spread everywhere with the giant python, burning fiercely in the soul void. If this battle continued, the giant python would surely die. Suddenly, an angry roar sounded from afar. "Finally found you." Amidst the roar, a shark rushed over. An old acquaintance. Lin Moya was surprised. It was the shark he had encountered when he was entrusted by the ancient Lotus Holy Land to find Zamun. At that time, it was inside the origin continent world. How did it come outside the world now? From its appearance, it seemed to have been looking for him all along, but it shouldn't have come looking outside the world. The shark's strength was far inferior to the giant python's. Lin Moya didn't take it seriously at all, just casually slapping it. Boom! The shark cried miserably as it flew back. Being only at the Great Tao realm, its soul body was almost shattered, lying there barely alive. Lin Moya didn't kill it. He still had questions to ask later. 10 skeleton god generals came to the shark's side, taking it away from the battlefield to avoid accidental death. Chapter 3621. Chapter 3621, 3621. Chapter 3621, Life and Death. The battle between Lin Moya and the giant python continued. The python's attacks were dense and numerous, while Lin Moya used the time Great Tao to constantly avoid attacks as if teleporting, occasionally launching counterattacks. His counterattacks enraged the python, provoking even more frenzied retaliations. Although the python feared the Great Tao Essence Fire, it also realized that it would take a long time for Lin Moya's Great Tao Essence Fire to burn it to death. It could completely endure the pain and kill Lin Moya. Employing the power Great Tao, Lin Moya appeared evenly matched with the python, but gradually, a trap targeting the python had been laid. A moment later, Lin Moya shouted, "Explode!" Boom! The death force that had been previously laid down but not activated instantly erupted. Large amounts of death force surged from all directions, drilling into the python's body. The python's body was covered in numerous wounds, all inflicted by Lin Moya's fists. The python was a soul body, and behind its wounds was not flesh but soul. Its soul was its flesh. The outer scales were armor evolved from its Great Tao. Now the armor had been cracked, and large amounts of death force poured in, reaching directly to the soul. As its soul was corroded, the python screamed incessantly, its soul power surging frantically while absorbing massive amounts of Great Tao power, trying to expel the death force. The death force was more difficult to deal with than the world-burning fire, hard to drive out. It wasn't that the world-burning fire wasn't strong enough, just that the current world-burning fire wasn't strong enough yet. The death force grew stronger as Lin Moya's realm increased, but the world-burning fire did not. The python roared angrily, its huge mouth suddenly inhaling, and numerous giant python illusions appeared in the void. These python illusions frantically absorbed the mist. Large amounts of mist were sucked away by it, then the mist was spewed out from its body again. The mist was like water, extinguishing the death force. Lin Moya was slightly stunned. It can be manipulated like this. He hadn't expected that the mist in the soul void would have such an effect. But clearly, this mist wasn't anything good, otherwise the python wouldn't have waited until now to absorb it. The mist extinguished the death force but not the world-burning fire. However, after fighting until now, the python clearly lacked its previous ferocity. Lin Moya sensed its intention to retreat and opened his storage space, releasing 100,000 skeleton god generals. The skeleton god generals' combat power was slightly inferior to the python's, but not by much, completely making up for the difference in numbers. The 100,000 skeleton god generals surrounded the python, and endless sword chi engulfed it. The python frantically counterattacked, shattering large numbers of skeleton god generals, but they instantly revived and rejoined the battle, appearing fearless of death and unkillable. The attacks of the skeleton god generals were like scratching an itch, each strike not causing much damage, but added together, the damage became extremely shocking. Soul power continuously scattered from the wounds, flowing like fresh blood. The python's aura grew weaker and weaker. In just a few minutes, the python had been beaten to near death. The python finally realized it was about to die. The instinct for survival made it call out weakly, "Please, spare me." Lin Moya willed it, and the skeleton god generals stopped. The world-burning fire also weakened considerably. "If you want me to spare you, you should give me a reason, right?" The python said, "What reason do you want?" Lin Moya said, "It's simple. Accept me as your master, and I'll spare you." The python instinctively cried out, "No way." Lin Moya chuckled, "Such backbone for a soul body, very good. Then you can just die." The skeleton god generals attacked again, another barrage of sword chi slashing wildly. The python immediately became even weaker, barely clinging to life. Its soul was collapsing. It murmured weakly, "Don't want to die, I still don't want to die." Its eyes slowly closed, seemingly resigned to its fate. At this moment, Lin Moya flicked out a strand of life force. The life force enveloped the python, and it, which had been on the brink of death, breathed again. The python reopened its eyes, confused, "I'm not dead." Lin Moya smiled, "You're about to die." With a thought, the world-burning fire blazed fiercely again, once more sending it to the brink of death. Amidst screams, the python lost consciousness, its soul becoming ethereal. At this point, the world-burning fire was withdrawn, and several strands of life force fell on it, forcibly pulling it back from the edge of death. "Wake up!" Hearing Lin Moya's call, the python woke up again. "I'm not dead." Not only was it not dead, but its condition was even slightly better than before. But it clearly remembered that it was about to die. Lin Moya said, Congratulations, you're not dead yet, but you're about to die again." The world-burning fire blazed up again, causing intense soul pain and endless screams. This time, the soul fire burned slowly, simmering on low heat, letting it deeply experience what soul wounds felt like. The screams gradually weakened, its consciousness becoming blurry. This time I'm really going to die, right? In a daze, it saw a ball of white light fly out from Lin Moya's hand, landing on itself. This hateful fellow, he won't even let me die in peace. The python fought viciously. In the white light, it felt itself recover a bit. The python wondered strangely, is he healing me? Suddenly, the intense pain arose again, and it screamed incessantly once more. This time the python knew that Lin Moya wasn't healing it at all, but torturing it. Even if it wanted to die, it couldn't. Every time it was about to die, it was forcibly pulled back, then burned again, then pulled back again. The pain continued endlessly, without stop. It wanted to truly die each time, but couldn't die even when it wanted to. The python tried hard to self-destruct, but failed. Under the world-burning fire, its consciousness was difficult to focus, unable to self-destruct. After repeating dozens of times, the python finally broke down. Stop, please stop, I was wrong, I agree, I'll agree to anything. There is great terror between life and death. After experiencing this terror dozens of times, plus the torture of the world-burning fire, the python finally compromised. Lin Moya chuckled, that's more like it. Hand over your true spirit. The python had no choice but to give its true spirit to Lin Moya. A spirit flower flew out. Don't resist. Before setting out, he had brought quite a few spirit flowers with him. Spirit flowers were the best choice for healing wounds. Now they came in handy. The spirit flower bloomed, enveloping the python. After entering the Great Tao realm, the effect of the spirit flowers greatly increased, now able to heal injuries of Great Tao realm beings. The healing needed some time. While the spirit flower was healing, Lin Moya drew a divine rune, using the divine rune to wrap a ball of world-burning fire, then implanted it into the python's true spirit before returning the true spirit to the python. If the python had any ill intentions, he could detonate the divine rune at any time, and the world-burning fire would burn its true spirit to ashes. Once the true spirit was extinguished, it would be impossible for it to live. After repeatedly experiencing life and death dozens of times, the revived python would surely cherish its life. If this were the real world, it wouldn't be so troublesome. He could just kill it and use resurrection of the dead. Unfortunately, this was the soul void. After killing it, besides leaving a trace of soul essence, nothing else would remain. Even using the world-burning fire would only leave behind a soul crystal. Lin Moya had tried. Whether it was the remaining soul essence or soul crystal, neither could be revived using resurrection of the dead, which was why he had to use this method. The skeleton god generals brought over the barely alive shark. Lin Moya looked at it with a smile. You saw everything just now, right? I'll ask, and you'll answer. Understand. The shark nodded its head frantically. How could it not understand? Chapter 3622. Chapter 3622, 3622. Chapter 3622, The King's Dream. Perhaps because the shark valued its life more than the giant python, or perhaps because it had learned from the previous example, the shark was very obedient. Lin Moya asked, first question, how did you get out? The shark clearly didn't understand Lin Moya's words very well, its dull eyes showing confusion. What do you mean by get out? Lin Moya frowned. The last time we met was very far from here. Weren't you looking for me all this time? How did you find me? The shark said, far. I don't know. I wandered around, wandered for a long time, and then I sensed your aura. This is my ability. Lin Moya asked, what ability? The shark answered honestly, it's just that I can sense the approximate location of people I've had contact with, so I was sent by the Force King to find someone's whereabouts. When Lin Moya heard Force King, his heart skipped a beat. What does the Force King look like? The shark shook its head. I don't know. We've never seen the Force King's true form, only his avatar. Its soul power moved slightly, sketching out a big face. It was exactly the same big face that had appeared when helping Longxing before. The face was like a lion and a tiger, looking very fierce and extremely unique. The shark exclaimed, that's right, that's the Force King. It was indeed him. At that time, a trace of his will and soul had attached to Longxing's body, seemingly wanting to find something from Longxing, but was thwarted by Lin Moya. He had said then that he would absolutely not let Lin Moya off, and it seems that for so many years, he had been sending people to search for Lin Moya. Currently, Lin Moya knew nothing about the structure of the soul void, so this matter still needed to be asked about carefully. Under Lin Moya's questioning, he finally learned more information. The Force King was the king of this area. How strong he actually was, the shark didn't know. The shark's ability wasn't as amazing and powerful as it had said. It could only remember one person's aura at a time, so when it remembered Lin Moya's, it forgot Zimun's aura. Also, the shark didn't know why it had come here. It was somewhat confused about this, and didn't even understand Lin Moya's question. Perhaps the shark wasn't considered strong in the soul void. Lin Moya felt he should be able to get more information from the giant python. I've finished my questions, Lin Moya said calmly. The shark asked weakly, can you let me go now? Lin Moya said, since I promised you, naturally I won't kill you, but I can't let you go now either. I will seal you, and release you at an appropriate time. The shark trembled, its soul body rolling like waves. Clearly, its emotions were very agitated at this moment, and it was also somewhat afraid. When will you release me? Lin Moya shook his head. I don't know yet, but it shouldn't be too long. It won't be more than 100 years. Now the shark only had two paths before it, either be sealed, and wait for Lin Moya's mood to determine when it would be released, or be killed on the spot. However, it felt that Lin Moya probably wouldn't kill it. If he wanted to kill it, it would be too easy. He didn't need to be so complicated, he could kill it right now. The shark closed its eyes, with a resigned look. Go ahead and seal me. Lin Moya chuckled, then drew several runes, forming a simple version of a formation. This formation wasn't very strong, but as long as the other party didn't resist, it was enough to seal the shark. Most importantly, Lin Moyo had incorporated a trace of world-burning fire into his formation. If the shark tried to break out of the formation, this trace of world-burning fire would be enough to take its life. Finally, Lin Moya took out the soul-refining furnace and put it inside. Suddenly, an exclamation came from the side, the soul-refining furnace. The giant python had fully recovered under the treatment of the spirit flower. It was staring with eyes full of shock. Lin Moya turned to look. Come here, explain in detail. Previously, from what the third ancestor and others had said, he had already guessed that the soul-refining furnace was very magical and could refine soul pills. Soul pills could greatly enhance cultivation, and were the best treasure for cultivating the soul. But unexpectedly, native beings of the soul void could recognize the soul-refining furnace, which was very intriguing. The giant python swam over and respectfully replied, in response to Master's question, the soul-refining furnace is a supreme treasure. No one knows where it came from. Later, the soul-refining furnace changed hands many times, falling into the hands of many people, and finally disappeared in this area many years ago. Many powerful kings are searching for it. It's said that whoever can obtain it will have a chance to leave the soul void and enter the real world. Lin Moyo asked in a low voice, why does obtaining it give a chance to leave the soul void? The giant python honestly said, I don't know either. That's what several kings said. Little python doesn't know the specific reasons. Lin Moya said, then just tell me what you do know. Don't be afraid of saying something wrong. The more detailed, the better. The giant python seemed to have resigned itself to its fate. It became extremely honest, referring to itself as Little Python. As long as Lin Moyo asked, it spoke without holding anything back. It didn't want to endure that kind of pain where it wanted to die but couldn't again. Now it didn't even dare to commit suicide. As soon as it had that thought, the world-burning fire in its true spirit would teach it how to be a python. From then on, the giant python became Little Python, an obedient Little Python. Through Little Python's explanation, Lin Moyo learned the general process. There were many kings in the soul void. These kings were overlord-level existences in the soul void, and each king had a large number of void beasts under them. What Lin Moyo had previously called native beings of the soul void, they called void beasts. And beings like Lin Moyo, who entered the soul void from the real world, were called outsiders. Those kings all had the same goal, which was to enter the real world. They had reached their limit in the soul void. To advance further, they had to enter the real world to have a chance to continue moving forward. In essence, it was about becoming stronger. Born in such a cruel and monotonous world as the soul void, whether wanting to escape this world or become stronger were very normal thoughts. Lin Moyo could completely understand. After countless years of research and attempts, those kings discovered that there were only two ways to enter the real world. The first way was to find the specific location of the real world. This location wasn't the position where some real world being was located, but the position where that real world's origin was projected in the soul void. Only in this way could they enter the real world through the origin of that real world. The first method had been successful for several kings before. They successfully left the soul void and entered the real world, achieving great things in the real world. The method was also passed back by them, which was why the other kings believed it without doubt. As for the second method, it was to transcend the soul void oneself, which would also allow entry into the real world. This method had also been successful for a king, but only half successful. It used the soul refining furnace to refine billions of void beasts, allowing its soul to transcend and enter the real world. Why was it said to be only half successful? Because the real world it entered was very strong. It fought with people there and eventually returned heavily injured, soon after its soul scattered. The soul refining furnace it had controlled was also lost from then on, so both methods were feasible. Chapter 3623. Chapter 3623, 3623. Chapter 3623, Soul Domain, Giant-Faced Lion King. Any king, as long as they're not a fool, would surely pursue both methods rather than just one. They would search for the soul refining furnace while also trying to find the core origin of a certain world. According to Little Python, the soul void was divided into several large areas called Great Soul Domains. Each Great Soul Domain was further divided into hundreds of small soul domains. Each small soul domain had a king, and each king was the overlord of their own small soul domain. There were no clear boundaries between soul domains, the boundaries were very blurry. Sometimes conflicts would erupt between kings. This was very common in the soul void. The small soul domain where Lin Moyo was currently located belonged to the giant-faced Lion King. Lin Moyo thought of that lion tiger-like big face, but face was indeed not small. Little Python said softly, many years ago, the giant-faced Lion King suddenly sent out many people to search for someone's whereabouts here, but they never found them. It said that the giant-faced Lion King was originally close to finding this world's core origin, but later it was disrupted by someone. The giant-faced Lion King was even mocked by other kings. It said the giant-faced Lion King was very angry and killed quite a few void beasts to vent his anger. Lin Moyo chuckled. The giant-faced Lion King had planted a trace of his soul in Longsheng's body, hoping to find the origin continent's core origin through Longsheng. But unfortunately, the origin continent's situation was special. It had been in a dormant sleep at that time, and the core origin was hidden who knows where, so how could it possibly be found? Even if Lin Moyo hadn't disrupted it, the giant-faced Lion King wouldn't have succeeded. Moreover, even if it had been found, so what? The origin continent wasn't an ordinary weak world. but a powerful independent world. There were many Dao lords inside. If the giant-faced Lion King dared to come out, he would most likely die. Thinking about it this way, it seemed Lin Moyo had actually saved the giant-faced Lion King. Lin Moyo asked, "Can't you sense the world I'm from?" Up to now, Lin Moyo could sense his own soul world and could also sense the location of the origin continent. The world barrier formed by the origin continent in the soul void was actually very obvious. But the shark from earlier, Little Python, and even that giant-faced Lion King all seemed unable to sense it. Little Python said, "We void beasts can't sense the location of worlds. In our perception, the soul void is very chaotic, with turbulent flows everywhere." Little Python explained its perception. The soul void seen from its perspective was completely different from what Lin Moyo saw. In their view, the soul void was full of chaotic mist everywhere, with no world barriers at all. And once the distance was far, they would misjudge distances. It was as if some force in the universe was limiting them. So even though the giant-faced Lion King had planted his soul in Longxing's body back then, he still couldn't lock onto the origin continent through Longxing. He could only lock onto Longxing's soul world, nothing more. This was also why over so many years, only a few kings had been able to find a world's core origin. After a long heart-to-heart talk with Little Python, Lin Moyo developed his own understanding of the soul void. In his mind, the appearance of the soul void had begun to take shape. He didn't believe there was anything in the world that truly couldn't be depicted. No matter how ethereal the soul void was, there were ways to concretize it. The secret realms of the past were like this, the origin ancestral land was like this, and even the current soul void was the same. Lin Moyo had roughly sketched out the embryonic form of the soul void. This embryonic form was still very vague, but he believed that with exploration, the soul void would become more and more complete. However, this exploration would be more difficult than before. He couldn't rely on skeleton god generals and could only rely on himself. He had tried sending out skeleton god generals to explore the soul void earlier, but when the distance became too far, he lost connection with the god generals. The chaotic mist in the soul void would sever the connection between himself and the undead army. This meant that even if he sent out legion commanders to control dragon cavalry legions for exploration, it wouldn't work, because eventually, he would lose connection even with the legion commanders. Only those legion commanders outside his soul world could still be sensed through the weak connection with his soul world, giving him a general idea of the situation. So to explore the soul void, he could only rely on himself. Lin Moyo guessed that those kings were at least peak first-grade innate soul beings, like Shenshin whom he had encountered earlier. It was also possible that their strength had reached the level of Dao lords. Whichever it was, they weren't easy to deal with. He didn't know yet whether it was worth conflicting with them. Lin Moyo made a decision to temporarily stay active around the origin continent and not go too far. When his strength was sufficient in the future, he would expand his range of activity and finally move far away. He drew a circle for himself with the origin continent as the center. This would be his range of activity. Lin Moyo thought to himself, the soul refining furnace can refine void soul pills with souls, and the world burning fire can refine soul crystals. I wonder which effect is better. If I use soul crystals to refine true soul pills, I don't know if it would work. I need to try it to find out. He put away the soul refining furnace and came to Little Python's head. Take me to find some void beasts, with strength below yours. Little Python guessed what Lin Moyo wanted to do. Alright, please hold on tight, master. It resigned itself to its fate and took Lin Moyo to find void beasts. Actually, Lin Moyo could find them himself, but it was easier with Little Python. After all, they were all void beasts, and it had stayed in this soul domain for so many years, so it was more familiar than Lin Moyo. Little Python moved forward in the mist. This mist was called chaotic mist by the void beasts. The chaotic mist was both medicine and poison to them. They could cultivate through the chaotic mist. Refining the chaotic mist could enhance their cultivation. This kind of chaotic mist was medicine, but if they forcibly absorbed large amounts of chaotic mist, the mist would become a violent poison. Earlier, when extinguishing the death force, it had forcibly absorbed a large amount of chaotic mist, which was poison. Afterwards, its strength would drop significantly for a long time. During this period, it would be very weak, and in the soul void, weakness meant danger. However, this kind of injury could be healed by spirit flowers. Now it had fully recovered. In the soul void, there were many void beasts. Little Python soon found one. According to it, there were more void beasts in the giant-faced Lion King's lair. The soul void wasn't completely empty. In many places, the concentration of chaotic mist was extremely high. These places were their feng shui treasure lands, with excellent cultivation effects, and such places were often occupied by a certain king. Most of the void beasts that could live near feng shui treasure lands were the trusted subordinates of that king. Little Python wasn't one, so it couldn't go there and could only slowly cultivate and grow outside. According to Little Python, it didn't know how many years it had survived to grow to its current level. There was no concept of years in the soul void. It had no idea how much time had passed. Little Python found a lizard-like void beast, about 8th grade soul level, which was quickly refined into a soul crystal by Lin Moyo using the world-burning fire. Then they went to find the next one. Lin Moyo began his hunting journey. Chapter 3624. Chapter 3624, 3624. Chapter 3624, One Sword, Sever the Dao. Outside the origin continent, a group of people appeared in the void. The Yellow Springs Great Dao rolled in, as the Yellow Springs sect mobilized a large force to arrive at the origin continent. Several other Great Daos appeared as well. On the origin continent, flames blazed and cold air spread. Various strange phenomena appeared before everyone's eyes as the Great Dows manifested. Their sudden appearance immediately attracted many people's attention. Whether people from the Outer Sky Great Dow or those who had already entered the Origin Great Dow, all looked over. At a glance, many people were startled. They quickly retreated, not daring to get close. The Yellow Springs Dow sect people have come. Not just the Yellow Springs Dow sect, but also the Earth Fire Dow sect, Nine Abyss Dow sect, Rotting Prison Dow sect. All the people of the Hell Alliance have come. Goodness, looking at these great Dows, the Dow Lords of the Alliance must have come too. The Yellow Springs Dow sect must be here to cause trouble for Lin Moyo, but Lin Moyo has several Dow Lords backing him. Lin Moyo has Dow Lords backing him, but the Hell Alliance also has Dow Lords. Even if branch Dow Lords aren't as powerful as Origin Dow Lords, they can at least hold them off for a while. Dow Lords won't fight to the death against each other. That time they hold them off is enough for the Yellow Springs Dow sect to deal with Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo seems to either be in secluded cultivation or has entered the Soul Void. He's really bold. There was no shortage of clever people, and some had already predicted this. Lin Moyo sat motionless on the ground, his aura barely perceptible. He was either in seclusion or his soul had left. By now, it had been 10 years since he entered the Soul Void. The Yellow Springs Dow sect had chosen this timing to make their move. In the Outer Sky Great Dow, a powerful aura suddenly descended. A brilliant Great Dow appeared as the third ancestor manifested in the void. The Origin continent has not yet recovered. Is your Hell Alliance seeking death? The third ancestor rode the balanced Great Dow, his Origin Dow Lord aura vast as the ocean, causing those who were originally watching to retreat again. At this time, a light laugh sounded from the Hell Alliance. A sharp voice that made everyone's souls ache. Third ancestor, this is a private matter between us and Lin Moyo. You'd better not interfere, or it would be a shame to damage the friendship between us Dow Lords. On the Nine Abyss Great Dow, a black-robed person appeared. Though his aura was not as strong as the third ancestor's, it wasn't far behind. Heaven and earth have Yin and Yang Great Dows. Among the Yin Great Dows is the Nine Abyss Great Dow. Though not an Origin Great Dow, its power is not weak and is considered top tier among branch Great Dows. The third ancestor said in a low voice, this Dow Lord said beforehand, whoever moves against Lin Moyo is going against me. This Dow Lord's words must be kept. The Nine Abyss Dow Lord chuckled, then let's have a match. He wasn't afraid of the third ancestor at all. Even if he couldn't win, the third ancestor couldn't kill him either. Dow Lords aren't so easily killed. If the third ancestor really tried to kill him, he had ways to drag the third ancestor down with him. He wouldn't let the third ancestor off easily. Before the third ancestor could act, the Nine Abyss Dow Lord made the first move. The two clashed in the void, waves of powerful force rippling out. The void appeared to wrinkle, as if it might shatter at any moment. The space of the Outer Sky Great Dow was already very sturdy, but still couldn't withstand a battle between Dow Lords. At this time, an old man in yellow robes flew out from the Yellow Springs Dow sect, holding a golden bowl. Yellow water rippled in the golden bowl, emitting a strange smell. This smell instantly spread for 10 million miles. Anyone who smelled it felt their soul grow dizzy and extremely uncomfortable. Not good, it's the Yellow Springs Origin corrosive water. Retreat quickly. Someone shouted, and countless Great Dow realm experts retreated like startled birds. The Yellow Springs Origin corrosive water could corrode souls. It was the origin of the Yellow Springs Great Dow, extremely vicious and powerful. I didn't expect the Dow Lord of the Yellow Springs Great Dow to personally deal with Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo is likely in great danger. Indeed, the Yellow Springs Origin corrosive water, forget about touching it, just smelling it for a long time would make one's soul collapse. Lin Moyo is finished. Space suddenly shook violently as fierce winds arose. The Beast Emperor arrived, treading on storm winds. The Beast Emperor shouted angrily, Yellow Springs, are you seeking death? The Yellow Springs Dow Lord glanced at him without speaking. At this time, a coquettish voice sounded, I say, old beast, you're still so fond of meddling in others' affairs. Suddenly his voice changed, becoming extremely deep, then let this Dow Lord meet you and see how much ability you have as an Origin Dow Lord. A Great Dow faintly appeared. This Great Dow looked somewhat gloomy. The Dow Lord appeared neither male nor female, speaking in alternating male and female voices. Someone immediately recognized this as the Dow Lord of the Yin Water Heavenly Dow. This Dow Lord was extremely mysterious, alternating between male and female. The Yin Water Great Dow was also very gloomy and difficult to deal with. He didn't give the Beast Emperor a chance, rushing straight at him and forcing the Beast Emperor to engage. Astute observers could see he was trying to prevent the Beast Emperor from interfering with the Yellow Springs Dow sect. Lin Moyo has 4 Dow Lords behind him. Besides the Beast Emperor and Third Ancestor, there's also the Black Whale Dow Lord of the Giant Whale Clan and Water Great Dow, as well as the Question Heaven Dow Lord of the Purple Lightning Great Dow. These two should be coming too, right? The Question Heaven Dow Lord of the Purple Lightning Great Dow has already come, but couldn't get through. The Withering and Flourishing Elder has entangled him again. The Withering and Flourishing Elder is really troublesome. Though he can't beat a Dow Lord, he can entangle one to the point of frustration. So now only the Black Whale Dow Lord is left. At this time, the Yellow Springs Dow Lord began to invoke the Great Dow Origin. A drop of Yellow Springs Origin corrosive water flew out from the golden bowl, hovering in midair. Lin Moyo's image was reflected on the Origin corrosive water, completing the lock-on. Everyone knew that when this drop of corrosive water fell, Lin Moyo would surely die. However, the Origin continent still had Great Dow power protecting it, so the Origin corrosive water couldn't fall. The Yellow Springs Dow Lord shouted, clear the way. A person flew out laughing wildly, holding a sharp arrow which he threw fiercely at the Origin continent. Someone exclaimed, "That's the rotting prison Dao sect's great Dao supreme treasure, the rotting Dao arrow." He plans to use this arrow to clear the way, opening a path for the Yellow Springs origin corrosive water. The rotting prison Dao sect and Yellow Springs Dao sect both belong to branches of the Hell Great Dao. The two sects are extremely close, so this is not surprising. The rotting Dao arrow fell on the origin continent, blocked by invisible Great Dao power. However, the rotting Dao arrow quickly corroded the Great Dao power, forcibly opening a path. The path wasn't large, but enough for the Yellow Springs origin corrosive water to pass through. At this time, waves rippled as the king of the Boundary Sea, the Black Whale Dao Lord of the Water Great Dao, rushed over. Someone from the Earth Dao sect flew out, his entire body wrapped in earth fire, colliding with the king of the Boundary Sea. "You can't get through." The Hell Dao Lord snorted coldly, scattering endless flames that evolved into a sea of fire. Hellfire blazed fiercely, blocking the king of the Boundary Sea outside. The king of the Boundary Sea let out a long roar. One giant whale after another appeared in the void, charging towards the Yellow Springs Dao sect. The Yellow Springs Dao sect also had many people rush out. 100 giant whales engaged in fierce battle. At this time, the Yellow Springs Dao Lord pointed with his finger, and the origin corrosive water drop fell. The origin corrosive water followed the path carved by the rotting Dao arrow, falling towards Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo is finished. Even a Dao Lord would be in trouble if touched by the origin corrosive water, let alone Lin Moyo. Indeed, there's no saving him now. Suddenly, a woman's shout rang out across the world. "One sword, sever the Dao." Chapter 3625. Chapter 3625, 3625. Chapter 3625, The Great Dao Laments, a Dao Lord Falls. A woman's shout echoed through heaven and earth. Only the sound was heard, not the person, along with a sharp sword light. The sword light streaked across the sky. The great Dao power covering the origin continent retreated before the sword light. The path that the rotting Dao arrow had to slowly grind open was directly cut open by the sword light. As the sword light passed, countless cracks appeared on the rotting Dao arrow before it shattered with a boom. After shattering the rotting Dao arrow, the sword light weakened somewhat but still forcefully struck the Yellow Springs origin corrosive water. The Yellow Springs origin corrosive water resisted the sword light for 2 breaths before shattering, its origin power dissipating. However, the sword light also exhausted its power at this moment and disappeared. This sword strike dazzled heaven and earth, shocking everyone. The people of the rotting prison Dao sect and the Yellow Springs Dao Lord were stunned. After a few breaths, someone from the rotting prison Dao sect suddenly screamed, "This is impossible. The rotting Dao arrow is a great Dao supreme treasure, how could it be shattered?" Not only did he not believe it, but the Yellow Springs Dao Lord also didn't believe it. The corrosive water containing the origin of the Yellow Springs Great Dao had actually been destroyed just like that. Wow, who was that? They actually severed the rotting Dao arrow. So powerful. The rotting Dao arrow is a great Dao supreme treasure. The rotting prison Dao sect only has 3 of them, and now they've lost one. The rotting prison Dao sect has really suffered a big loss this time. Whether the rotting prison Dao sect loses or not doesn't matter. The key is, who struck that sword? It was too amazing. The Yellow Springs Dao Lord shouted harshly, "Who is it? You dare not show yourself." The void above the origin continent distorted, and then a drop of water slowly appeared. This water seemed to have infinite weight, with the entire space distorting and folding before it. The water contained myriad colors, as if it encompassed all colors in one. Anyone who saw this water felt as if they were seeing a boundless ocean. This drop of water was like the Great Dao, even more terrifying than the Great Dao. Ancestral water essence. It's ancestral water essence. Someone recognized the origin of this water and couldn't help but cry out. The appearance of the ancestral water essence sparked another round of discussion. No one knows where the ancestral water essence comes from. This water is extremely mysterious, generally only appearing within the origin continent, rarely seen in the outer sky Great Dao. Moreover, over the years, this water has appeared only a limited number of times. There are records of only a few hundred appearances. However, ancestral water is not rare and appears often. Various forces all have some. Most crucially, no one knows how to use the ancestral water essence. It seems to be a different thing from ancestral water. Almost no one knew the function of the ancestral water essence. Now its appearance attracted everyone's attention. After hovering for over 10 breaths, the ancestral water essence slowly dispersed. In an instant, waves rippled across the sky above the origin continent. The ancestral water sea turned into an ocean, rapidly spreading to almost completely envelop the origin continent. Then, from within the Great Sea, Great Daos emerged one after another. There are myriad Great Daos in the world, and now they all appeared. The space above the origin continent had become a sea of Great Daos. The several Dao Lords who were fighting all stopped to look. When they saw the sea of Great Daos, they were stunned. In the sea of Great Daos, they saw their own Great Daos, but the next moment, they all changed color. What they saw were not their own Great Daos, but Great Daos identical to their own. The Great Daos in the sea did not belong to them, but to another Dao Lord. "One sword, sever the Dao." The same woman's shout rang out, and sword light flashed again. In the sea of Great Daos, on the myriad Great Daos, hazy figures appeared. These hazy figures emitted terrifying auras. The auras were vast, sweeping across heaven and earth. The great Dao power in the origin continent was completely dispersed. Each figure was a Dao Lord. Now, myriad Dao Lords appeared simultaneously. All the figures raised their swords at the same time. In an instant, countless sword lights carrying myriad Great Daos burst out of the origin continent, rushing towards the Yellow Springs Dao Lord. The Yellow Springs Dao Lord's face changed drastically. He instinctively wanted to retreat, but his feet seemed rooted to the ground, unable to move an inch. Vast Great Tao power locked onto him. His face changed drastically as the Yellow Springs Great Tao surged. He turned over the golden bowl in his hand, and the Yellow Springs corrosive water inside dripped out, turning into a golden shield to protect him. The myriad sword lights crashed into the shield, shattering it with a boom. No! The Yellow Springs Tao Lord screamed in terror, engulfed by the sword lights amidst his screams. The Yellow Springs Great Tao shattered. After the sword lights passed, the Yellow Springs Tao Lord had vanished. Then the outer sky Great Tao shook violently. A lament that only souls could hear rang out. Everyone felt an inexplicable sadness. This sadness from the soul was hard to control. Many people had tears in their eyes, feeling like they wanted to cry out loud. The Great Tao laments. A Tao Lord has fallen. Could it be that with that sword strike just now, the Yellow Springs Tao Lord fell just like that? Heavens, killing a Tao Lord with one sword. Is that even human? The key is, we didn't even see who struck. The Yellow Springs Tao Lord just died like that. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The Yellow Springs Tao Lord had died, but the one who did it hadn't even shown their face. The third ancestor narrowed his eyes. He couldn't figure it out either and said loudly, the Yellow Springs Tao Lord is dead. Everyone, don't push your luck. The several Tao Lords from the Hell Alliance gathered together. The Nine Abyss Tao Lord said loudly, though the Yellow Springs Tao Lord has died, this matter is no longer just the affair of the Yellow Springs Tao sect, but of our entire Hell Alliance. We will certainly investigate this matter. Today's battle ends here. After saying this, the several Tao Lords of the Hell Alliance turned and left. The disciples of the Yellow Springs Tao sect didn't dare to linger and fled in disarray. Though it wasn't quite fleeing, it was close. This time their losses were too great. Even their own Tao Lord had fallen. One can imagine that the Yellow Springs Tao sect's status would surely plummet in the future. As for the harsh words left by those Tao Lords of the Hell Alliance, people just listened without taking them seriously. A dead genius is no longer a genius. Similarly, no one would care about a fallen Tao Lord. The outer sky Great Tao returned to calm once again. In the origin continent, the sea of Great Taos evolved from the ancestral water essence gradually dispersed. The Great Tao power of the origin continent once again enveloped heaven and earth, continuing to isolate the origin continent from the outer sky Great Tao. The origin continent had not fully recovered yet. Great Tao realm experts above the 9th grade still could not enter. Especially after this incident, the recovery speed of the origin continent would slow down considerably. In the outer sky Great Tao, the third ancestor, Beast Emperor, and King of the Boundary Sea gathered together. Besides these three, there was also the Question Heaven Tao Lord. In the recent battle, the four could be considered comrades who fought side by side. Although the Question Heaven Tao Lord was only the Tao Lord of a branch Great Tao, he was still a Tao Lord. On the surface, they were all Tao Lords and treated each other politely. The third ancestor took out a tea table and brewed tea to chat in the void, looking very leisurely. The Beast Emperor drank tea and said softly, so the ancestral water essence had this kind of use. It's really the first time I've seen it. The King of the Boundary Sea said, the one behind Brother Lin is truly unfathomable. The third ancestor chuckled, with some mystery, do you know who acted just now? The Beast Emperor and the other two shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. The Beast Emperor said, Old Three, if you know, just say it. Don't speak in riddles. The third ancestor said softly, Lin Moyo has an elder sister named Lin Mohan. The Beast Emperor said, I know this. Brother Lin has mentioned it before. The third ancestor continued, but I rarely hear news of Lin Mohan. Do you know why? Chapter 3626. Chapter 3626, 3626. Chapter 3626, The Disappointing Void Soul Pill. The third ancestor's words were surprising. The Beast Emperor murmured, your influence, both overt and covert, spans the entire origin continent. If even you don't have news of Lin Mohan, could it be that she's not in the origin continent? The third ancestor smiled and said, that's right. Lin Mohan is often not in the origin continent, so I rarely get news of her. The King of the Boundary Sea said softly, so you're saying, Lin Mohan also has a connection to that person? The third ancestor said, it's almost certain. Haven't we always not known where the ancestral water essence comes from? Now we can make a bold guess that the ancestral water and ancestral water essence should also be that person's things. The Beast Emperor said, but why would that person do this? The third ancestor shook his head, how can we know what such an existence thinks? But we only need to remember one thing, that person values the Lin kid. If we protect Lin Moyu, we'll surely benefit in the future. If you all want to compete for the Great Tao, I suggest waiting a bit longer. After all, we've already waited so many years, what's another 1,000 or 10,000 years? At Lin Moya's cultivation speed, I estimate that in 1,000 years, he won't be much weaker than us, at least he'll have the power to protect himself. When that time comes, we can go compete for the Great Tao with more peace of mind. The King of the Boundary Sea said softly, you're afraid that if something happens to Brother Lin, that person will take it out on us, right? The third ancestor said, you're underestimating this Tao Lord too much. I'm afraid that person will take it out on the origin continent. If he acts, it would be far more terrifying than the origin catastrophe. Everyone felt the third ancestor's words were correct. If that person really took his anger out on the origin continent would have no chance of survival. The Question Heaven Tao Lord listened to them talk without interrupting. He clearly understood his position and should listen more and speak less. Only when the others had finished talking did the Question Heaven Tao Lord speak. When I first met friend Lin, I thought he might be the reincarnation of the Lord of Hell, but now that seems unlikely. The third ancestor shook his head, it's probably not. Lin Moya's techniques. But he's definitely not the reincarnation of the Lord of Hell. The Lord of Hell was strong back then, but not to this extent. With Lin Moya's dominance, I'm afraid that by the time he reaches 3rd grade or 2nd grade innate soul, even we might not necessarily be his match. The Beast Emperor laughed. I agree with this point. Lin Moya's combat power can't be judged by realm. Just his great Dao divine ability is somewhat abnormal. After chatting, the questioned Heaven Dao Lord decided to stay guard outside the origin continent to prevent further incidents. In the Soul Void, Lin Moya rode on Little Python, finding one void beast after another. Some void beasts were on par with Little Python in strength. Lin Moya had to exert some effort to kill them, but with Little Python's help, it became much easier. Gradually, the soul crystals in Lin Moya's hand increased. He didn't know how long he had been killing until the soul crystals in his hand exceeded 1,000 before he stopped. He took out the 1,000 soul crystals and began arranging them. Little Python watched with glowing eyes. Lin Moya said, "You want some?" Little Python answered honestly, "I do." We void beasts devouring each other can also be used to increase strength, but the effect isn't great, not much faster than refining and absorbing chaotic mist. And it's dangerous. But the soul crystals in Master's hand have already been refined. The soul power inside is very pure, so they're treasures to us. Its eyes were shining, with soul power dripping like saliva from the corners of its mouth. Lin Moya casually tossed it one. Little Python happily ate it in one bite and began refining it joyfully. The 1,000 soul crystals varied in size, but in Lin Moya's eyes, there wasn't much difference. After being refined by the world-burning fire, these soul crystals only differed in the amount of soul power they contained. Their essence was the same. The essence was the purity of the soul power. With this being the same, they could be considered on the same level, only differing in quantity. It was like gold. A 10-pound piece of gold and 10 1-pound pieces of gold are essentially the same. Sensing the aura emanating from the soul crystals, Lin Moya discovered that the strength difference between soul crystals was surprisingly similar to origin crystals. The difference between each level was basically a ratio of 1 to 10. 10 soul crystals from 9th grade void beasts were equivalent to 1 soul crystal from an 8th grade void beast, with almost no difference. And 10 soul crystals from 8th grade void beasts were equivalent to 1 soul crystal from a 7th grade void beast. The most numerous in his hand now were soul crystals from 9th grade void beasts. Each soul crystal contained the essence of a Great Dao Realm void beast. For any Great Dao Realm being, these were rare treasures. When ordinary Great Dao Realm experts entered the soul void to slaughter and refine spirit beasts, the benefits they ultimately gained were far less than soul crystals, with a ratio of more than 10 to 1. If these soul crystals were taken out, they could be exchanged for many good things from Great Dao Realm experts. Now that I have soul crystals, I can try it out. Thinking this, Lin Moya began to absorb the soul crystals. He first absorbed 10 9th grade soul crystals. Absorbing 10 at once wasn't difficult for someone of Lin Moya's realm. It could only be said that doing so was somewhat extravagant. Lin Moya didn't care about this and absorbed them first. The soul crystals refined by the world-burning fire no longer had impurities and didn't need to be refined a second time. They could be directly absorbed. Lin Moya's soul began to slowly strengthen. His aura became increasingly heavy. His soul level, which had stagnated since entering the Great Dao Realm, began to advance again. A moment later, Lin Moya had completely absorbed the 10 9th grade soul crystals, leaving not even a trace behind. His soul level had improved, but not by much. This was because the level of the soul crystals wasn't high enough. His soul had improved a little bit. It was originally at the early stage of 7th grade, and now it had taken a small step forward, still at the early stage of 7th grade. To reach the middle stage of 7th grade, he would need to take about 100 such small steps. In other words, 1,000 9th grade soul crystals could allow him to advance to the middle stage of 7th grade. Lin Moya clearly felt the changes in his realm. Then he took out the soul refining furnace. He first took out the sealed shark, then threw 10 9th grade soul crystals into it. He activated the furnace and began refining a void soul pill. Lin Moya was only refining a 1st grade void soul pill. This was enough to see the results. In his view, 2nd grade and 3rd grade pills were just exchanging quantity for quality, turning lower quality things into higher quality things, like turning silver into gold. As for the effect, that remained to be seen. Lin Moya used his soul power to activate the soul refining furnace. The 10 soul crystals quickly melted in the furnace and began to condense into a pill. After just half a day, a round, transparent void soul pill was produced. The soul refining furnace was very convenient to use. Even though Lin Moya didn't know how to refine pills, he could easily control it. It just required using a bit more soul power. Then he absorbed this void soul pill and began cultivating. His soul level rose again. Soon, Lin Moya opened his eyes, showing disappointment. The effect of the void soul pill wasn't as good as legend said. It wasn't even as good as directly absorbing soul crystals. The effect of the void soul pill is only about 70% of 10 soul crystals. There must be some loss in the process of refining crystals into pills. It seems I'm better off directly absorbing soul crystals. Chapter 3627. Chapter 3627, 3627. Chapter 3627, avoid it for now. Lin Moya tried a few more times. He used 100 9th grade soul crystals to refine a 2nd grade void soul pill. Then he absorbed 100 9th grade soul crystals himself for comparison, and found that the effect of the 2nd grade void soul pill was still only about 75% of directly absorbing soul crystals, slightly better than the 1st grade pill. In other words, spending time and effort to refine void soul pills was simply a losing business. After some thought, Lin Moya finally understood the relationship. For others, the soul refining furnace was indeed a supreme treasure. When ordinary Great Dao Realm experts hunted void beasts in the soul void, directly absorbing and refining them required removing a lot of impurities, which was very inefficient. The amount of soul power they could absorb was also very little. At that time, if they had a soul refining furnace to refine void soul pills, it could greatly reduce waste and significantly improve efficiency. Especially second grade and third grade void soul pills would have even better effects, because the soul refining furnace had the ability to purify souls and remove impurities. The soul refining furnace was indeed a good thing, but when faced with the world burning fire, it seemed somewhat inadequate. Soul crystals burned out by the world burning fire had already removed all impurities, leaving only the purest soul power. Refining such soul crystals again was simply redundant, not only providing no benefit but also wasting some soul power. This also led to void soul pills being less effective than soul crystals. Fortunately, Lin Moyo hadn't had high hopes for the soul refining furnace to begin with, so his disappointment wasn't great. He had already proven that the world burning fire was the most powerful, and everything else had to step aside. While Great Dao Realm experts and void beasts sought the soul refining furnace in vain, he had something even better than the soul refining furnace. He stuffed the shark back into the soul refining furnace and put it away. From now on, this thing could be relegated to cold storage, as he would rarely use it. However, it couldn't be said to be useless. In the real world, it could refine true soul pills. Although the method was somewhat cruel, it depended on who it was used against. If it was against enemies, Lin Moyo wouldn't hesitate. If one day he invaded the Black Blood Realm and God Realm, he would gladly use the soul refining furnace. Opening his eyes, he saw little Python staring at him eagerly, its eyes clearer and brighter than ever before. Lin Moyo knew exactly what it was thinking, it just wanted some food. With a wave of his hand, a 6th grade soul crystal flew over. Little Python swallowed it excitedly in one gulp and shouted, "Thank you, Master. Master is so good. Little Python will definitely be obedient and do whatever Master says." It flattered him, then rolled to the side to refine and absorb. Lin Moyo was always generous to his own people, and he would need its labor and effort later. If you want the horse to run, you naturally have to let the horse eat its fill. Knowing the actual function of the soul refining furnace, Lin Moyo could confidently absorb and refine soul crystals. His soul level began to rise rapidly, step by step. In the soul void, chaotic mist constantly rolled. Although called a small soul domain, its range was actually extremely large. By Lin Moyo's estimation, the range of this small soul domain might be larger than the entire origin continent. The origin continent he referred to meant the entire origin continent world, including the outer sky Great Dao. He didn't know how big the outer sky Great Dao was, but he just had this feeling. After all, the world of the origin continent was within this small soul domain. After absorbing enough soul crystals, his soul level easily broke through the barrier and entered the middle stage of 7th grade. By now, most of the soul crystals had been absorbed. Even if he absorbed the rest, it was unlikely he could reach the late stage of 7th grade. Cultivation in the Great Dao Realm wasn't easy. For any Great Dao Realm expert to advance a step took tens of thousands of years. Lin Moyo's rate of improvement would be enough to astonish any Great Dao Realm expert. But for Lin Moyo, this speed was only ordinary, definitely not fast. Lin Moyo thought to himself, it seems I still need to continue killing, and kill higher level void beasts. Only then can efficiency be improved. In the center of the small soul domain, a huge figure flickered in and out of view in the chaotic mist. The giant-faced Lion King's deep, resonant voice penetrated the mist. I sense the aura of the soul refining furnace in that direction. Go search, and if you find anything, report back immediately. A flame pierced through the mist, flying towards the distance. In an instant, the chaotic mist churned as many powerful void beasts charged into the chaotic mist along the direction of the flame. The giant-faced Lion King murmured to himself, the soul refining furnace has finally appeared again. This time I will certainly obtain you. Once I transcend the soul void and enter the real world, I will definitely find that brat from back then and tear him to pieces. He still remembered what Lin Moyo had done years ago, cutting off his path to transcendence. This deep hatred would never be forgotten. Unfortunately, after searching for so many years, he still hadn't found Lin Moyo. He also knew that searching in the soul void was like looking for a needle in a haystack, so he could only give up. But this grudge wouldn't be forgotten. He remembered Lin Moyo's aura and would find him sooner or later. Lin Moyo had completely absorbed all the soul crystals he had accumulated during this time. His soul level had already advanced far into the middle stage of 7th grade and would soon reach the late stage of 7th grade. If he could have another wave like this, there was a 90% chance he could step into the 6th grade innate soul level. In Lin Moyo's view, this cultivation speed wasn't fast, just normal. If others knew about this thought, they would probably rush over to bite Lin Moyo to death. Master, wake up quickly. Hearing Little Python's voice, there seemed to be some panic in its tone. Opening his eyes, he saw Little Python staring at him intently, with a hint of panic in its gaze. Lin Moyo asked, "What's wrong?" Little Python said, "Master, did you use the soul refining furnace just now?" Lin Moyo made a sound of agreement. "Yes, is there a problem?" Little Python said, "Something's wrong. Because you used the soul refining furnace, several nearby kings have sensed it. They must have already ordered their subordinate void beasts to come here and search." Lin Moyo frowned slightly. How could they sense it? Why didn't you say anything earlier? He had taken out the soul refining furnace before, and Little Python hadn't said anything. Why was it saying this now? Little Python said, "I just remembered. The soul refining furnace used to be a treasure fought over by many kings. Although it disappeared later, they all left marks on it. As long as someone uses the soul refining furnace in the soul void, they can sense it and come to snatch it. Lin Moya took out the soul refining furnace and examined it carefully but didn't find any marks on it. It could only be said that these kings' realms were far above his own, and he couldn't see through their methods. Lin Moya asked, the closest one should be the giant-faced Lion King. How strong are its subordinates? Little Python said, they're basically all second-grade void beasts, very powerful. They could kill me easily. Lin Moya asked curiously, are there no first-grade void beasts? Little Python said, no, first-grade void beasts have either gone far away or hidden. In any case, there are no first-grade void beasts among the subordinates of any king. First-grade void beasts were beings that could potentially challenge for the king position. These kings would definitely guard against first-grade void beasts to prevent them from betraying, and the best method was to eat the first-grade void beasts. So first-grade void beasts in the soul void were either dead or had fled. Lin Moya said softly, if that's the case, then let's go too. Let's avoid them for now. Chapter 3628. Chapter 3628, 3628. Chapter 3628, a very large gourd. Many powerful void beasts were rushing here, so Lin Moya naturally chose to move away. He wasn't a fool. Although his strength was considerable, staying in this situation would be tantamount to seeking death. However, Lin Moya didn't leave directly. He chose a place nearby where the mist was thicker and drew several divine runes. In the soul void, divine runes were not affected, and formations could still be used, with even stronger effects than in the origin continent. This indicated that the formation Great Tao had projected into the origin land, thus radiating throughout the entire soul void. Lin Moya moved extremely quickly. In just a moment, a formation had taken shape. The moment the formation formed, the chaotic mist around it rapidly became denser. It wasn't that the chaotic mist had actually increased, but that the formation itself was releasing more mist. Of course, the mist released by the formation was not the same as the chaotic mist, though it looked somewhat similar. The two different types of mist mixed together, making it difficult to distinguish without careful observation. At the same time, the formation was also absorbing mist from afar, making the mist in this area even thicker. Even void beasts native to the soul void couldn't see clearly. This was a maze formation that could confuse the souls of beings entering it, making them lose their sense of direction and thus serving to trap enemies to some extent. In the center of the formation, Lin Moya took out the soul refining furnace and casually activated it, while drawing a divine rune. The divine rune copied the shape and aura of the soul refining furnace, quickly turning into an illusory soul refining furnace that remained in the center of the formation. After doing all this, Lin Moya finally left. Little Python had now completely sided with Lin Moya and said with a hint of flattery, Master, are you doing this to make them fight among themselves? Lin Moya smiled, it's purely an experiment to see how those fellows will react. Little Python said, there's a 90% chance they'll start fighting. I just received news that at least 3 kings' forces are rushing over. The closest is the giant-faced Lion King, and the Soul Heart King and Grass Soul King from the 2 nearby small soul domains are also sending their forces this way. Lin Moya said, it seems that back then, many people left soul marks on it to compete for the soul refining furnace. Little Python nodded vigorously, a great many. Back then, Little Python only dared to watch from afar and didn't dare to get close. At that time, at least several hundred kings fought, turning the entire Great Soul Domain upside down. If the Golden Furnace Emperor hadn't stopped it later, they might have kept fighting. The Soul Void has 9 Great Soul Domains, and each Great Soul Domain contains several small soul domains. The small soul domain ruled by the giant-faced Lion King belongs to the Golden Furnace Great Soul Domain, whose ruler is called the Golden Furnace Emperor. There are 9 Great Soul Domains and 9 Emperors, who are the supreme existences in the Soul Void. Lin Moya asked, didn't the Golden Furnace Emperor take away the Soul Refining Furnace? Little Python shook its head, I don't know about that. Transcending the soul void was too tempting. Not only did several small soul domain kings want to compete for it, but wouldn't the Golden Furnace Emperor also be tempted? Lin Moya was somewhat puzzled. Little Python led Lin Moya through the chaotic mist, flying farther and farther. Lin Moya used the undead eye to guide Little Python, and along the way, he saw some soul flames rushing over. Each soul flame was very powerful, with quite a few second-grade and third-grade souls. Under Lin Moya's instructions, Little Python avoided these powerful incoming void beasts. Those void beasts were clearly heading to the same place where the soul refining furnace had been used earlier. Lin Moya was slightly worried, that place is very close to the origin continent. If void beasts fight there, I hope it won't affect the origin continent. It should be fine. Even when those kings fought so fiercely back then, the real world didn't seem to be affected. There was an extremely strong barrier between the soul void and the real world, as if they weren't in the same spacetime. Unless one could precisely locate it, there wouldn't be much influence between them. Little Python suddenly asked, Master, what is the real world like? Lin Moya chuckled, the real world is much more colorful and diverse compared to the soul void. Just describing it in words, you wouldn't understand. If you perform well, in the future, I'll find a way to take you to the real world. Little Python's eyes lit up, suddenly excited, really? All void beasts had an instinctive longing for the real world. Whether strong or weak, they all wanted to go to the real world. This feeling was strange, almost rooted in the deep consciousness of every void beast. Even without intelligence, their instincts would drive them to seek opportunities to enter the real world. Everything has a cause. There must be a root cause for this to be so. Lin Moya liked to trace things to their source. He felt that if he could solve this mystery, he might be able to fully understand the essence of the soul void. Lin Moya asked, Little Python, how are you void beasts born? Little Python shook its head. I'm not very clear. From the moment I became conscious, I was already in the soul void. Then I instinctively absorbed and refined the chaotic mist. As for the method of refining and absorbing, it seemed I naturally knew how. I just floated in the soul void, not knowing how long I floated. As I absorbed and refined more and more chaotic mist, I became stronger and stronger until I developed intelligence and began to think. At that time, I was already in the Soul Heart King's domain. Later, I came to the giant-faced Lion King's domain and haven't left since. Little Python briefly recounted its simple life. The years of its existence were incalculable, probably already many years, as time was difficult to measure in the soul void. Lin Moya said, haven't you ever thought about joining the ranks of a king? Little Python shook its head. No joining. Little Python may not be smart, but it's not stupid. Joining might have many benefits, but if not careful, one could lose one's life. I once had a friend who became a subordinate of the Soul Heart King. Later, when the Soul Heart King got into a conflict with another king, my friend was killed. Also, among the subordinates of those kings, there are no first-grade void beasts. As soon as one becomes a first-grade void beast, they would definitely be eaten. Lin Moya smiled. It seems you value your life a lot. Earlier, you had a resigned-to-fate attitude, which wasn't like this. Little Python said, freedom or death. Compared to death, not having freedom is more terrifying. If it weren't for Master's methods being too. It didn't dare to continue, but the meaning was clear. That kind of suffering where one can neither live nor die, Little Python didn't want to experience again. Compared to that, if there was no freedom, so be it. Little Python indicated it could adapt. Lin Moyo asked, so you've lost all your earliest memories? Little Python shook its head. They're gone. My memories start from when I awakened intelligence. Before that, there are only some vague fragments. Lin Moyo asked, tell me about those vague fragments. Little Python said, in my memory, there seems to be a small river, a lake, and a very, very large gourd. Lin Moya's mind suddenly shook. What kind of gourd? Little Python shook its head. I don't remember clearly, just that it was a very large gourd. Lin Moya continued to ask, were there many holes on the gourd? Little Python tried hard to recall. There seemed to be holes, but I'm not sure. Chapter 3629. Chapter 3629, 3629. Chapter 3629, Order in Chaos. Lin Moya's mind was shaken. The lake, gourd, and what he saw when stepping into the other shore were the same. Although Little Python couldn't remember clearly, Lin Moya had reason to suspect that the gourd he saw back then might be the one in Little Python's memory. Lin Moya continued to ask, can you think of any more information? Little Python tilted its head in thought. I really can't think of anything else, but I know someone who might know. Lin Moyo asked, who is it? Little Python said, it's called the Discernment Beast. It has a special ability to hear many sounds that others can't hear. But even it doesn't know the source of this information, it just hears things. So among us void beasts, it knows the most. Lin Moya said, such a void beast must be coveted by many powerful void beasts, right? Little Python said, definitely. Several kings wanted to bring it under their control and have it serve them. But those kings were killed by the Golden Furnace Emperor. After that, no one dared to have designs on it anymore. Even if those kings want to know something, they can only go and beg to ask. Lin Moyo had originally thought the Soul Void was a chaotic world without rules, but unexpectedly it had its own order. Indeed, order exists everywhere. No place is truly chaotic. What outsiders consider chaos is simply because they haven't seen the internal operating principles. Just like the chaotic tangle of great Tao powers, clues can still be found. Lin Moyo asked, then how can we find the Discernment Beast? Little Python said, I heard it's at Golden Furnace Island, in a place called Dragon Lake Small Soul Domain. It's a very long and dangerous journey from here. Lin Moya smiled, you brought it up, but now you're afraid to go. Little Python said, Little Python doesn't want to deceive Master, but it really is dangerous. There are many dangerous secret places in the Soul Void, but where there's chaotic mist, the dangerous secret places are fewer. Between small soul domains, there's a vacuum zone. In the vacuum zone, dangerous secret places increase. Once you fall into a dangerous secret place, if you don't die, you'll at least be badly hurt. Lin Moya was amused by Little Python. Do you even have skin? Little Python said, it's just a saying. Master, don't mind these details. Those places are really dangerous. Like this time, some of the void beasts coming from other small soul domains will definitely fall into secret places and either die or be injured. Lin Moyo asked, if it's so dangerous, won't they disobey orders? Little Python said, some void beasts will disobey, but most won't. However, they'll also drive some weaker void beasts to go in front, while they follow from behind at a distance. Letting cannon fodder charge ahead while following from behind, it really was big fish eating small fish eating shrimp, a chain of predation. Being a weak void beast wasn't easy either. 6th grade void beasts like Little Python, neither strong nor weak but fast enough, would most likely be used as cannon fodder. Regarding some of the dangers in the Soul Void, void beasts called them dangerous secret places. This was a general term, as there were many types of dangers, all originating from the Great Tao. When chaotic Great Taos intertwined and sometimes collided, various dangers would form. But in the eyes of void beasts, there was almost no distinction between these dangers. This was the difference between real beings and void beasts. Void beasts couldn't see the real world, they could only see the soul world. They also couldn't see the tangled mess of Great Taos, let alone distinguish the types of dangerous secret places. They only knew those places were dangerous. Void beasts weren't truly flesh and blood beings. They were very special, with most of their abilities coming from instinct. so it wasn't hard to understand why these void beasts wanted to transcend and become real beings. Unfortunately, very few void beasts could actually transcend. Little Python stopped in the void. They were now very far from the formation Lin Moyo had set up. Lin Moyo rotated a skeleton god general in the center of the formation. This was the limit of distance between him and the skeleton god general. Any further and he wouldn't be able to sense it. Through the skeleton god general's vision, he looked around. More and more soul flames were surrounding them from all directions. Many void beasts were rushing towards the soul refining furnace. They hadn't discovered the existence of the formation and rushed headlong into the mist. Nothing could be seen in the mist, yet they could vaguely see the soul refining furnace. The soul refining furnace seemed to have become a guiding light for these void beasts, making them chase after it frantically. Then, soul after soul collided and started fighting. In the mist, the void beasts couldn't see clearly who was who, so they could only strike first and ask questions later. The first batch to arrive was the giant-faced Lion King's forces. Soon after, the Soul Heart King's and Grass Soul King's forces arrived one after another. The three forces quickly began a melee. Void beasts had intelligence, but for most, instinct was stronger. Usually it was fine, but once fighting started, their instincts often dominated their actions. This was one of the weaknesses of void beasts. Seeing the three groups of void beasts fighting in a mess, Lin Moyo willed it, and the skeleton god general immediately shattered and disappeared. Fight on, the messier the better. Lin Moya's lips curled slightly as he said to Little Python, let's go to the Soul Heart Soul domain to find void beasts. Little Python asked curiously, Master, aren't you going to find the discernment beast? Lin Moya said, no rush. Let's increase our strength first. We'll go when we have enough power. The giant-faced Lion King's domain was no longer peaceful. Lin Moyo planned to move to the Soul Heart King's domain to hunt there. Little Python had lived in the Soul Heart Beast domain for a long time initially and was very familiar with it. Receiving Lin Moya's order, Little Python didn't hesitate and immediately flew towards the Soul Heart King's territory. Although crossing domains was dangerous, Little Python thought it was worth it. Following Lin Moya meant there was meat to eat. He had already tasted the sweetness. The soul crystals Lin Moya gave were good things. In his view, they were no worse than the pills from the soul refining furnace. Moreover, the soul refining furnace was also in Lin Moya's hands. As long as he stuck close to Lin Moyo, maybe one day he could transcend. Lin Moyo had also promised to find a way for him to transcend the soul void and enter the real world, becoming a real living being. Little Python led Lin Moyo, shuttling along the way. They also encountered several not too strong void beasts, which Lin Moyo easily dealt with. Under the world-burning fire, several more soul crystals were added. After flying through the mist for an unknown time, the view ahead suddenly cleared. Master, the vacuum zone is ahead. Little Python stopped and pointed forward. A purely black space appeared in view. There was nothing in this space, just as Little Python had said it was a vacuum zone. Such vacuum zones were not unfamiliar to Lin Moyo. In the Great World, there were plenty of such areas. And it wasn't really a true vacuum zone. Great Tao powers were still intertwining here, and even more fiercely. Looking at the so-called vacuum zone, Lin Moyo had a realization, this isn't a vacuum zone. Little Python made a sound of surprise, not understanding at all. If this wasn't a vacuum zone, what was it? Lin Moya said, this isn't just not a vacuum, on the contrary, it's very lively here. Chapter 3630. Chapter 3630, 3630. Chapter 3630, The Dark Side of the World. Little Python couldn't understand Lin Moya's words at all. In its view, this place was just a vacuum with nothing but danger. How could it possibly be lively? But since Lin Moya said so, Little Python was sensible enough not to argue. It instinctively felt that Lin Moya wouldn't speak nonsense. Looking at the vacuum zone, Lin Moya found it more and more amazing, and couldn't help but sigh, the world is truly marvelous. Little Python understood even less, but it didn't matter. Its understanding wasn't important, it just needed to be an obedient void beast that didn't talk back. It was even smart enough not to mention a single word it shouldn't. Lin Moyo had indeed seen some clues. Within the soul domains, there was chaotic mist, various worlds, countless living beings, and soul worlds. The great Tao seemed to be intertwined like a tangled mess, but in most cases, they were orderly, as if an invisible hand firmly held the great Tao powers together. This invisible hand was the chaotic mist. Of course, the chaotic mist could have errors, and then the great Tao powers would collide with each other, becoming more chaotic, eventually evolving into various dangerous areas. In this so-called vacuum zone, the chaotic mist had disappeared, and there was no longer a hand to control the great Tao powers. As a result, countless great Tao powers collided here. These collisions were silent but real, until the collisions became more and more intense, finally bursting out all at once, affecting the soul void and turning into various dangerous areas. But these dangerous areas were invisible to void beasts. They could only grope and probe, using cannon fodder to explore the way. However, in Lin Moya's eyes, they were clearly visible. The real danger wasn't what already existed, but the danger that suddenly erupted when the great Tao collisions reached their limit. However, all this was just on the surface. In Lin Moya's view, the soul void was the dark side of the world. If the world belonged to Yang, then the soul void belonged to Yin. And the soul void itself also had Yin and Yang divisions. The soul domains with chaotic mist belonged to Yang within Yin, while the so-called vacuum zone belonged to Yin within Yin. It sounds complicated, involving the true roots of the world. By observing these great Taos, Lin Moya gained many insights. Previously, on the Origin continent, he had taken advantage of the great changes in heaven and earth to comprehend the world's evolution, incorporating all the results into his own world to accelerate its evolution. At that time, he vaguely felt something was missing. Only now did he truly realize what he lacked. He had the yin-yang origin. With the yin-yang origin, the world could evolve great Taos and become an independent existence. But the world also needed to have both yin and yang sides. If a world only had one side, that world would inevitably be incomplete. In his soul world, there were 50 worlds evolving, but they all only had one side yang. How to make his worlds have both yin and yang sides? Should each world have its own yin and yang side separately, or should multiple worlds share one dark side? Or should the worlds be combined, with one world serving as the dark side of another? The current insights brought Lin Moyo thoughts about the evolution of the entire world. He had a rough outline in mind, and the path ahead became broader. The specific details still needed further consideration and verification before he could decide. However, all of this would have to wait until his soul returned. He couldn't do it now. Each world is yang, the soul void is yin, and the origin ancestral ground is the central point connecting all worlds and the soul void, the core and bridge of the entire world. This trip has been extremely rewarding, not in vain. Let's take this opportunity to look around more, perhaps there will be more discoveries. I always feel that this world, though strong, is not complete enough, as if something is missing. Lin Moya said, let's go. Fly according to my instructions. A line of fire flew out from Lin Moya's palm. The fire line moved forward in the vacuum world, and Little Python followed Lin Moya's orders, following the fire line. When the fire line turned, it followed the turn. When the fire line detoured, it also followed the detour. Lin Moya could see where the dangers were. These dangers all came from great Tao power collisions. They seemed ordinary, but once fallen into them, it was another dimension, difficult to struggle out of. Several times, Little Python had a chilling feeling, clearly not far from danger. Its instincts told it not to continue forward, but it still chose to trust Lin Moyo and continued to follow the fire line. Gradually, its eyes changed, becoming more and more amazed. Flying in the vacuum zone for so long, turning here and there, yet not encountering any danger. Master, how did you do it? It finally couldn't help but ask. Lin Moya said, the dangers here have traces that can be found. I can see them. Little Python let out a big wow. Doesn't this mean Master can come and go freely here? Lin Moya shook his head. It's not quite like that. Some dangers erupt suddenly and can't be predicted. Before he finished speaking, great Tao powers suddenly erupted nearby. A sea of fire swept over, covering everything in sight. The immortal golden body instinctively activated, covering the body with a layer of golden flames. The power great Tao operated simultaneously, instantly pushing the soul body's defense to the extreme. But the power of the sea of fire was too strong. The sea of fire came from the fire great Tao, and Lin Moya didn't know exactly how powerful it was, but it definitely exceeded the great Tao realm of third grade innate souls. Master, save me. Little Python screamed as it was being burned, but it didn't move erratically or throw Lin Moyo off. In the blink of an eye, Little Python had been burned red and blue in patches, originally melting in the heavenly fire. Lin Moyo willed it, and the ice jade cushion flew out from the storage space. In an instant, vast cold chi swept through the void, freezing the sea of fire into ice. The sea of fire was originally intangible, yet it could be frozen. What was frozen wasn't the fire itself, but the great Tao power. In fact, the sea of fire was just a manifestation of great Tao power. The ice jade cushion froze the great Tao power, and the sea of fire shattered with a boom. The man and the python returned to the vacuum zone. Little Python was still shaken, that scared Little Python to death. How could a sea of fire suddenly appear? Lin Moya said, it should be that the great Tao power collisions here had reached a critical point. Our arrival just broke that critical point, so it erupted. This is the most dangerous thing here. The dangerous places that already exist are actually not dangerous. Let's go, continue following the fire line. Don't be afraid, you won't die. Saying this, Lin Moya flicked out a strand of life force onto Little Python, and its injuries immediately began to heal. Little Python made a sound of acknowledgement and continued to follow the fire line bravely. Although the fire line couldn't avoid suddenly erupting dangers, it could perfectly avoid existing dangers. Just this alone was enough to increase safety several times over. The vacuum zone between two soul domains wasn't large. Little Python quickly passed through and entered the Soul Heart King's territory. Only then did Little Python breathe a sigh of relief, finally arrived safely. Seeing its reaction, Lin Moyo understood why it had been reluctant to leave a soul domain. Alright, go find some void beasts. I need to cultivate, and you need to eat. Little Python immediately thought of soul crystals, its eyes brightening, right away, right away. Chapter 3631. Chapter 3631, 3631. Chapter 3631, The Dead World. Two uninvited guests arrived in the Soul Heart King's small soul domain. Little Python, relying on its past memories, found one void beast after another. In the soul void, time became unimportant, even losing the concept of time altogether. Many void beasts would stay in one place, considering it their territory, and remain there for a very long time. This also meant that Little Python's past memories were still useful. Except for a few that had died, most of those void beasts were still in their original locations. Little Python found them, and then worked together with Lin Moya to kill them and refine them into soul crystals. Lin Moya gradually discovered that Little Python was somewhat different from other void beasts. He said calmly, your previous area of activity was quite large. Little Python said, back then, my intelligence had just awakened, and it was in this soul domain. I instinctively wanted to find a suitable place to continue refining and absorbing chaotic mist to become stronger. For some reason, I was born with a sense of urgency, as if I would be in danger if I didn't become stronger. Later, facts proved this to be true. While searching for suitable locations, I kept running into obstacles. Those places with dense chaotic mist were already occupied by void beasts, and those void beasts were all stronger than me. I could only keep changing locations, keep searching, and had several near-death experiences. However, I also met a few void beasts with better temperaments who told me where I could try, so I followed their advice. Later, I did find a place where a void beast was about to leave. It was going to join the Soul Heart King's ranks to get better resources, so its territory became mine. It had a nice temperament and told me some things. Later I heard it died in battle. At that time, I was still not strong, and someone came to take my territory and even tried to hunt me down. I had no choice but to risk leaving the Soul Heart Soul domain and enter the giant-faced Lion King's domain. Little Python recounted its story, and one could hear that it hadn't been easy for it in the past, facing setbacks time and time again, and escaping death repeatedly. The Soul Void, this world belonging to void beasts, was actually not much different from the real world, just more blatant, where everything was determined by strength, without the need for any reasoning. Lin Moya chuckled, so this time you came back to find those guys, were they all ones who bullied you before? Little Python didn't deny it, some of them are. Little Python has its own agenda, but it's absolutely loyal and will never betray master. Lin Moya said, I don't care if you have your own agenda. As long as what you do benefits me, that's enough. Continue. Alright, there are several more guys ahead. They're all very strong. Master, be careful. Little Python called out excitedly and plunged into the chaotic mist. After this period of experience, Lin Moya already knew that in the Soul Void, the distribution of chaotic mist also varied in quantity. Chaotic mist was essential for void beasts to cultivate, just like origin spirit veins in the origin continent. Places with more chaotic mist were cultivation treasures. Since they were treasures, they would naturally be occupied by void beasts, and the better the place, the stronger the void beasts tended to be. This was one of the rules in the Soul Void. As Lin Moya had thought, no matter where it was, no matter how chaotic and disorderly it appeared on the surface, there must be its own internal rules. But this was just a surface phenomenon. What really needed to be explored was where the chaotic mist came from. This was fundamental. The chaotic Great Daos in his eyes began to change, with Great Dao powers starting to concentrate in one direction, becoming denser. Lin Moya's heart stirred, and he pointed in the direction where the Great Daos were concentrating. Go that way. Little Python was very obedient, going wherever Lin Moya pointed. The Great Dao powers gradually converged, becoming denser and more numerous. Gradually, in Lin Moya's vision, he saw an invisible barrier. The barrier passed through the chaotic mist. For void beasts like Little Python, this barrier was invisible and imperceptible. This situation was unrelated to realm, it was due to the innate deficiencies of void beasts. If one were to trace it to its source, Lin Moya knew he was still far from having such ability. Anyway, the barrier was clearly visible to him. This was a world barrier, and behind the barrier should be a world. Stop here. When they were some distance from the barrier, Lin Moya told Little Python to stop. Little Python couldn't see the barrier. If it continued forward, it would definitely crash into it. For Little Python, this barrier was as if it didn't exist, and it could easily enter it. But for Lin Moya, it wasn't like that. If he entered it, it would immediately alert this world. Perhaps a Dao Lord would consider him an invader, causing unnecessary trouble. Lin Moya came to the outside of the barrier. The undead eye looked through the barrier but didn't see any soul flames. The entire world was silent, and Lin Moya even felt a hint of deathly stillness. After pondering for a moment, Lin Moya still didn't reach out to touch the barrier. Instead, he said to Little Python, go ahead and see if there are any void beasts or soul worlds. If this world had living beings, there should be some signs of life. Upon hearing this, Little Python immediately flew over. The world barrier had no effect on it, and Little Python didn't feel anything. It flew a long distance forward, completely disappearing from sight. After waiting for a while, Little Python flew back. There are no void beasts, and no soul worlds. Finding neither didn't necessarily prove anything, but it provided a bit of corroboration for Lin Moya's guess. Lin Moya asked, did you have any special feelings inside? Little Python thought for a moment. It's somewhat quiet, and seems a bit desolate. The chaotic mist is a bit thin. Anyway, it's not a good place. I don't like it there. Lin Moya's heart stirred, and a large number of skeleton god generals flew out from his storage space and entered the world barrier. As the skeleton god generals moved, Lin Moya carefully sensed the changes in the world. If this world became alert, there should be some reaction. But obviously there wasn't. The world barrier still had no reaction at all. This world might not have considered the skeleton god generals as outsiders, but there could be another possibility. The skeleton god generals spread out in all directions, gradually moving farther away, and more situations could be seen. As Little Python had said, this world was very quiet and also desolate. The skeleton god generals flew for a long time, until the limit of perception, without seeing a single soul world or the existence of void beasts. Lin Moya muttered to himself, could this world be already dead? Little Python didn't understand and instinctively asked, Master, what did you say? Lin Moya shook his head, nothing. Let's go in. He still decided to go in and see for himself. Some things had to be seen with one's own eyes to know. passing through the barrier, waves of desolation came over him. Experiencing it personally was clearer than relying on the skeleton god generals. The guess in his heart became reality. Lin Moyo muttered to himself, this world is really dead. Thank you to Enpio for the support. Chapter 3632. Chapter 3632, 3632. Chapter 3632, The World's Origin Core, Another World. This world was already dead, devoid of vitality, with the Great Tao dormant. The world barrier still existed, but it could no longer organize the Great Tao powers within the world. Normally, the Great Tao powers outside the world barrier were chaotically intertwined and difficult to organize. Once the Great Tao powers passed through the world barrier, they would be organized by this world, becoming orderly. However, the Great Tao powers inside this world were just as chaotic as those outside the barrier. If not for the existence of the world barrier, it would be impossible to know that this was the interior of a world. Worlds also have yin and yang aspects. The worlds in the soul void are the other side of this world. Only by finding the origin core of this world could one enter the other side of this world through the origin core. But the origin core was extremely difficult to find. In the countless years of the soul void, very few had been able to find the origin core of a certain world. Seeing Lin Moya not speaking, Little Python finally couldn't help but ask, Master, did you say this is a world? Lin Moya nodded, that's right. To be precise, this is a world that has already died. Little Python understood even less, can worlds die too? Lin Moya said, whether living beings or certain things, everything in the universe will have a day of perishing. Worlds are no exception. You want to transcend the soul void and become true living beings, willing to risk your lives. The vast majority will perish in the process. Great Tao realm experts think they have unlimited lifespans, but when a great battle comes, even Tao lords can fall. Your kings, and the emperors of the soul domains, they may die one day too. There's nothing strange about this. Little Python's understanding of heaven and earth obviously hadn't reached Lin Moya's level. It listened with partial understanding, but it didn't matter. If Lin Moya said so, it must be correct. Lin Moya carefully examined the direction of the Great Taos. Although the Great Taos here were equally chaotic, there were always some subtle differences. The Great Taos of a world ultimately have a return path and a starting point, which is the world's origin core. As long as one could follow the Great Taos, one could always find the origin core. What void beasts lacked was precisely this point. They couldn't see the Great Taos, couldn't see the thread-like Great Tao powers, so they couldn't find the origin core of a world. The soul void was vast and boundless. Trying to find the origin core of a certain world by luck would be many times harder than finding a needle in a haystack. They couldn't do it, but Lin Moya could. Lin Moya followed the direction of the Great Taos, instructing Little Python to adjust its direction. Gradually, Lin Moya discovered that this world was not much smaller than the origin continent. He didn't know if it had always been this big, or if it had shrunk because the world had died. Under his careful search, he finally found the source of the world. In the soul void, a fist-sized ball of light emitted a dreamlike glow. Countless colors appeared in the light ball, which also contained many Great Tao powers. It seemed to encompass countless Great Taos. When he saw the light ball, Lin Moya suddenly thought of the ancestral water essence. The two had some similarities. The ancestral water essence also seemed to contain all the colors of the world. Any color one could think of could be found in the ancestral water essence. Little Python looked at this light ball, and there was a sense of urgency in its eyes. A voice in its heart kept telling it, eat it will bring great benefits. However, Little Python didn't do so, but instead asked, Master, is this the world's origin core? Lin Moya made a sound of agreement, yes, this is the world's origin core. Little Python's eye shone, then can I go to the real world through this core? Lin Moya shook his head, you can, but this world is already dead. Who knows what the real world has become? Let's take a look. As he spoke, he drew a divine rune. The divine rune fell on Little Python, and he said at the same time, don't resist. Little Python didn't resist. As the divine rune fell, Little Python's form rapidly shrank, finally becoming only about 3 meters tall. Lin Moya opened his storage space, and Little Python entered it. Beings from the soul void couldn't enter the real world, at least Little Python's current strength was far from enough, so Lin Moya could only think of other methods. As for him, since he originally came from the real world, there was no problem. Lin Moya used his soul power to communicate with the world's origin core, but didn't sense any world will. The world was dead, even its will had completely dissipated. His heart stirred, and his soul body entered the world's origin core. After a brief transmission, the sound of wind reached his ears. Gusts of wind blew past, penetrating his soul body. Even after entering this world, he was still just a soul body. Lin Moya found himself in the midst of a desolate area, with thick desert below. Scorching sunlight fell, and the temperature of the desert was very high, at least 1,000 degrees, no longer suitable for ordinary living beings to survive. Looking up at the sky, he saw a sun origin. The sun origin was extremely large and close at hand, scorching the earth daily, so the temperature was ridiculously high. Lin Moya quickly rose, flying above the ground, and saw the true appearance of the earth. This was a planet, a not-so-complete planet. Half of the planet was scorching hot, half was freezing cold, with the yin-yang origin revolving around the planet. Where the sun origin passed, the world was scorching, turning into a sea of fire. Where the moon origin passed, everything froze. Under the alternation of these two origins, the world fell into deathly silence. Looking out beyond the planet, this was a starry world, similar to the Great World. In the distance were countless stars, but each star was shattered. No living beings, no soul flames. This world was dead, and not even the living beings inside had escaped. Lin Moya sighed inwardly, what a pity. He flew around the planet once, and in the area ruled by the moon origin, he saw some ice-sealed houses. The appearance of the houses was not the same as human houses in the origin continent. Here, there were more of those tall buildings, somewhat similar to Lin Moya's previous life. He also saw some ice-sealed people. Their eyes were panicked. Due to being sealed in ice, their final expressions were well preserved, unchanged for who knows how many years. The living beings of this world had one more hand than humans. This hand grew on their back, and each person also had an eye on the back of their head. They had 3 eyes and 3 hands, able to see behind them. Other than that, they weren't much different from humans. Lin Moya opened a crack in his storage space and said to Little Python, see for yourself. This is the real world you wanted to go to. After seeing everything through the crack, Little Python murmured, goodness, is the real world really so cruel? It used the word cruel, showing that it was different from other void beasts. It seemed to have some compassion in addition to intelligence. Lin Moya said, let's go look elsewhere. Maybe we can find something. Little Python obeyed, alright, let's go. Little Python couldn't come out now, so it could only watch. But being able to see the real world, Little Python already felt it was worth it. Lin Moya flew into the sky, heading towards other stars, as well as planets outside this star system. Chapter 3633. Chapter 3633, 3633. Chapter 3633, Refining the World, Void Sea of Fire. Lin Moya moved extremely quickly, covering most of the world in no time. This world was indeed similar to the Great World, with a galaxy structure. Lin Moya traversed hundreds of galaxies, reaching the edge of the world, where he finally saw some unusual scenes. The edge of the real world, like in the Soul Void, also had a layer of world barrier. Outside the world barrier was an equally thick world mist. The real world mist and the chaotic mist in the Soul Void looked very similar, but their natures were completely opposite. Only by seeing it personally and experiencing it firsthand could one know that the Soul Void was truly the other side of the real world. The real world was Yang, and the Soul Void was Yin. Yin and Yang coexist, allowing this world to constantly evolve and truly exist. All things in heaven and earth are like this. The barrier of this real world had already cracked, with dense fissures, as if the entire world could collapse at any moment. Outside the barrier, threads of world mist were seeping in. Lin Moya carefully sensed for a moment, confirming that this world was collapsing. So this world wasn't originally this small, it was even larger, but after death, it began to shrink. It's being devoured by the world mist. If this continues, after a long time, it will completely disappear. Lin Moya made this judgment based on his understanding of the Great Tao. Now the world is filled with death energy, the Great Tao no longer exists, and it will eventually dissipate completely. Such a world was like chicken ribs, a pity to discard. Well, with such a world, I might as well use it for an experiment. Lin Moya returned to the Soul Void, then followed the tangled Great Taos to find the world's origin core again. A ball of world-burning fire ignited from his palm, flying into the world's origin core. The world-burning fire evolved into a sea of fire, engulfing the world's origin core, then rapidly spreading in all directions. Soon, the entire world was burning with raging flames, turning into a sea of fire. The sea of fire evolved from the world-burning fire existed not only in the Soul Void but also in the real world. Flames filled every corner of the entire world, beginning to refine this world. In the Soul Void, a huge fireball appeared, its light penetrating the chaotic mist, spreading very far. Little Python, inside the storage ring, couldn't stick its head out at all. Regardless of how powerful the world-burning fire was, it was scared out of its wits. Little Python trembled and called out, Master, what are you doing? This was also Lin Moya's first time using the world-burning fire to refine a real world, and he hadn't expected it to cause such a huge commotion. However, his experiment was successful. The world-burning fire could indeed refine an entire world, and in the process of refinement, the world-burning fire could grow significantly. The effect was much better than burning void beasts to death. Although the world had died, it still contained vast power, which could be used by the world-burning fire. Of course, refining an entire world wasn't so easy. If the great Tao of this world still had will, it would resist and reject the world-burning fire. If there were strong beings in the world, they would surely mobilize the entire world to come and deal with him. Of course, he could forcibly refine it, but the level of power required was far beyond what he could currently reach. Secondly, the stronger the world, the slower the refinement speed. Like this dead world before him, with no great Tao to resist and not as large as the great world, refining it still required considerable time. Most importantly, this world was reflected in the Soul Void, causing a sea of fire to appear in the Soul Void. Lin Moya's brows furrowed slightly. The commotion is a bit big. The nearby void beasts will probably discover this place. Well, it saves me the trouble of finding them one by one. I'll kill them all at once, and the soul crystals obtained should be enough for me to enter the 6th grade soul. Lin Moya stepped on the Sea of Fire, leaving this world and coming to the outside of the Sea of Fire. He first released Little Python, then released Legion commanders and skeleton god generals, even the Skeleton King, forming a true undead army. He had the Legion commanders lead them, forming a large army, deploying along the Sea of Fire. All the void beasts that came were to be beaten and thrown into the Sea of Fire. The world-burning fire was burning fiercely, letting these void beasts serve as fuel to make it burn even more intensely. Little Python was somewhat worried. Master, such a big commotion, I'm afraid it will attract the attention of the Soul Heart King. Lin Moya said, indeed, that's possible, but there's no way around it. Now we can't stop. Why don't you tell me, what kind of being is the Soul Heart King? Little Python said. Little Python has never seen the Soul Heart King, only heard others talk about it. It's said that the Soul Heart King can take on many forms, changing into all kinds of void beasts, and is skilled at using others' weaknesses, creating illusions to confuse people. Once trapped in an illusion, it's hard to break free, and one will eventually become the Soul Heart King's puppet, or directly die. Most void beasts excel in the Soul Great Tao, but they don't understand the mysteries of the Great Tao, only instinctively using Great Tao power. Most void beasts' attack methods are direct attacks on the soul body, or using methods like soul shock, simple and brutal. The Soul Great Tao is incredibly profound, with illusions being one of its main abilities, more difficult to defend against than direct attacks. The Soul Heart King's ability to use enemies' weaknesses to create illusions is very deadly to other void beasts with low intelligence. As for whether it would work on himself, he'd have to try to know. With his Tao Heart, and having the Disaster Scepter and Soul Gem, he wasn't very afraid. Compared to the Soul Heart King, Lin Moya felt that beings like the giant-faced Lion King were more difficult to deal with. It would be best if the Soul Heart King didn't come, but if it did, he would have to fight head-on. A Legion commander sent back information that they had discovered traces of void beasts. Indeed, void beasts were coming, which didn't surprise Lin Moyo. However, in the small soul domain, the truly powerful void beasts had all left to compete for the soul refining furnace. The void beasts remaining now weren't too strong. Lin Moyo believed the Legion commanders could handle them, and even if they couldn't win, they could stall. After all, the world-burning fire had already started refining the world, and this process was irreversible. Unless he died, it couldn't be stopped. Lin Moya just wanted to drag it out until the world was completely refined, then leave, killing some void beasts and getting some soul crystals in the process of refinement. More and more void beasts noticed this place and rushed over. Surrounding the Sea of Fire, a great battle erupted. Under the command of the Legion commanders, the undead army opened fire fully, launching an all-out attack on the incoming void beasts. The void beasts were wounded and crippled one after another, thrown into the Sea of Fire, refined into soul crystals. One by one, the refined soul crystals flew along the Sea of Fire to Lin Moya's hand. Lin Moya just stood there, reaping considerable rewards. As time passed, the world grew smaller and smaller, the Sea of Fire burned more and more fiercely, and the world-burning fire was rapidly growing stronger. When half the world had been refined, Lin Moyo had over 200 more soul crystals in his hand. Adding these to what he had collected before, it was enough for him to advance to the 6th grade soul. Lin Moyo wasn't clear how long he had been in the soul void, but it couldn't have been too long. Being able to advance to the 6th grade soul so quickly was already quite astonishing. A vast soul aura swept over like a gale, pushing away the chaotic mist. A giant void beast appeared in view. Chapter 3634. Chapter 3634, 3634. Chapter 3634, Humans are a great race. Lin Moya looked at the giant void beast flying out of the chaotic mist, with a slightly surprised expression in his eyes. This void beast is different. Lin Moya said softly. Little Python also echoed Lin Moya's words. Indeed, it's different. It's not a true void beast, but should be a being from the real world that got lost here and then turned into a void beast. Lin Moya asked, even Great Tao Realm experts can get lost. Little Python said, maybe it was confused by the Soul Heart King's illusions, which ultimately led to it getting lost. Lin Moya nodded slightly. That explanation makes sense. This giant void beast looked similar to the king of the Boundary Sea. At a glance, Lin Moya judged that it should be from the giant whale clan, but it had truly become lost and turned into a subordinate of the Soul Heart King. Though it possessed the strength of a 4th grade soul, unlike Little Python, it didn't have intelligence. Its eyes were extremely vacant. Before it could get close, the undead army had already charged towards it. The undead army unleashed powerful combat strength, with countless attacks landing on the giant whale's body. But the whale was too big and too strong. The undead army's attacks didn't cause even a ripple, as if they were just tickling it. A faint halo enveloped the giant whale, blocking most of the attacks. The whale slowly opened its mouth, and Lin Moya saw a void beast appear inside. That void beast spoke with authority. Stop. As it spoke, a gust of air blew out from the whale's body. Whoosh! A hurricane arose in the soul void, and all the undead army members who had approached were blown away without exception, flying back an extremely far distance. Lin Moya's brows furrowed slightly. He sensed a strong pressure from that void beast, but he couldn't discern the other party's realm. In the undead eye, the other party's soul flame wasn't very strong either, much weaker than the giant whale's. At most, it was at the 7th grade soul level, about the same as himself. Little Python beside him suddenly trembled, its voice shaking. It's the Soul Heart King. Lin Moya was somewhat surprised. This is the Soul Heart King. Little Python said, although I've never seen the Soul Heart King, I've felt his aura before. It's definitely him, no mistake. Lin Moya realized that the void beast in the whale's mouth might be an avatar of the Soul Heart King. With a thought, he stopped the undead army's attack on the giant whale. The whale's defense was too strong. The undead army's attacks had no effect on it. Moreover, the other party seemed to have come without any hostility. Lin Moya looked at the Soul Heart King's avatar inside the whale. Its form kept changing, sometimes like a mouse, sometimes like a human, sometimes changing into the appearance of other void beasts. Lin Moya realized this was related to his own thoughts. It wasn't that its external form was changing, but because his own thoughts were causing it to change in his eyes. In simple terms, whatever his subconscious thought of, the other party's form would change into that. Actively controlling thoughts was meaningless. What needed to be controlled was the subconscious. Lin Moya's Tao heart was firm. He forcefully controlled the deepest subconscious of his soul, seeing the Soul Heart King as a human. Sure enough, the Soul Heart King's appearance stabilized, turning into a human-like form with unclear features. In fact, from this point, Lin Moyo had completely confirmed its identity. It was indeed the Soul Heart King. The giant whale stopped far away, not coming too close. The Soul Heart King looked at Lin Moyo. "Hello, cultivator from the real world." The Soul Heart King's tone was calm, with no discernible emotion, but Lin Moyo was extremely vigilant. In his expectation, the king of a small soul domain would be no weaker than a branch Dao lord in the origin continent, even slightly stronger than a first-grade innate soul great Dao realm expert. Moreover, this was the Soul Void, the other party's home ground. If he wasn't careful, he might fall into its trap. Controlling his subconscious and not revealing any weaknesses, Lin Moyo spoke. "Greetings to the Soul Heart King. May I ask what brings you here?" The Soul Heart King's voice was calm. "I came to see how you are dealing with this broken world." Lin Moyo was surprised. So the Soul Heart King knows about this world. The Soul Heart King made a sound of agreement. "I've known about it for a long time. I've been there too, but unfortunately, this world was destroyed. Its world origin collapsed, and it no longer has any value." Lin Moyo asked, "Do you know how this world collapsed?" The Soul Heart King said, "Of course I know. A group of cultivators from the real world came here, fought fiercely with the strong beings of this world, destroyed this world, and took away its great Tao." Indeed, it was as he had guessed. This world was destroyed in a great Tao competition. Great Tao competitions take many forms. Some are one-on-one battles, while others involve groups attacking together. Looking at it this way, the origin continent was indeed strong enough. Even when simultaneously attacked by multiple worlds, it was severely damaged but not destroyed, and could even recover after countless years. The Soul Heart King asked, "May I ask how this friend should be addressed?" Lin Moyo didn't conceal it. "Lin Moyo." The Soul Heart King nodded. "Friend Lin can call me Soul Heart. I observed that friend Lin's appearance belongs to the human race, right?" Lin Moyo's eyes showed curiosity. "That's right, I am indeed human." He was somewhat puzzled. There were countless worlds with all kinds of races. Why did the Soul Heart King specifically mention that he was human? And from its tone, it seemed very familiar with humans. Could it be that there were many humans in the Soul Void? The Soul Heart King seemed to see through Lin Moyo's thoughts. Friend Lin need not be puzzled. In the real world, humans are a vast race and are the dominant force in many worlds. Among the myriad great Daos and infinite worlds, humans are an extremely large and powerful group. The world that friend Lin is currently refining was destroyed by human powerhouses. Lin Moyo said, "I'd like to hear more about it." The Soul Heart King seemed very patient and slowly said, "This world was once called the Three-Eyed Realm. The dominant beings of the world were a kind of humanoid creature with 3 eyes and 3 hands. Friend Lin must have gone in and seen them. I remember when those human powerhouses came, they said those not of our race must have different hearts, and then completely destroyed this world." The Soul Heart King recounted the process of the Three-Eyed Realm's destruction, expressing the dominance of the human powerhouses and the cruelty of the Great Tao competition. In a Great Tao competition, there was only one outcome: life or death. There were no other possibilities, so it couldn't be said that the human powerhouses were particularly cruel. This was limited by the rules of the world. There was no choice. Being able to say those not of our race must have different hearts already showed that those human powerhouses might have spared other non-human worlds. After patiently listening, Lin Moyo asked, "Did the Soul Heart King come to find me for something specific?" The Soul Heart King wouldn't have come for no reason, and it was only an avatar that came. If it wanted to kill him, it would surely have come in person. Now that it came with an avatar and didn't express hostility, it clearly had some purpose. The Soul Heart King said, "I do indeed have a favor to ask." Lin Moyo said, "You can tell me. I'll help if I can." The Soul Heart King said, "There's no rush. Let's discuss it in detail after friend Lin has refined this world." Chapter 3635. Chapter 3635, 3635. Chapter 3635, Rumors Spread. The Soul Heart King drove the giant whale away, and returned a moment later, herding a group of not too strong void beasts. These void beasts had their minds confused, and rushed into the sea of fire without hesitation, turning into soul crystals one by one. The Soul Heart King's actions were like a show of sincerity, expressing his goodwill. Lin Moyo didn't bother with him, naturally accepting the soul crystals that were delivered. With the Soul Heart King's help, the number of soul crystals surged. Lin Moyo felt he had enough soul crystals to advance to the middle stage of 6th grade soul. Little Python shrank its head, not daring to peek out at all. Faced with the Soul Heart King, it was as timid as a mouse, terrified. Lin Moyo was also somewhat helpless. What's the use of being afraid? If he wants to do something to you, shrinking won't help. Little Python said. Little Python understands, but is still afraid. This is instinct, can't be changed. It spoke as if this was perfectly natural. Lin Moyo couldn't be bothered to deal with it. The world grew smaller and smaller as it was refined, until it was completely refined. The world-burning fire grew stronger, at least twice as strong as before, with better effects than burning thousands of void beasts. After all, this was a world containing some of the most fundamental substances. These invisible, intangible, and imperceptible yet truly existing substances were the source of the world-burning fire's rapid growth. After refining the entire world, a world crystal appeared in the soul void. This world crystal, refined from an entire independent world, was about the size of an adult's head, surpassing the world's most beautiful jade, emitting dreamlike colors. It seemed to be evolving and nurturing something inside. The entire world had been devoid of vitality before, but now there was a hint of life. Life born from death, extreme yin generating yang. This world is truly marvelous. Lin Moyo sensed the world crystal. He knew that if he took this world crystal back and gave it to his evolving great world, it could help the great world complete its evolution faster. At this moment, Lin Moya suddenly had some completely new ideas about creating worlds. He realized that his previous thoughts might have been somewhat narrow. Why did worlds have to be independent? Worlds could coexist. And even if worlds coexisted temporarily, why couldn't they split apart in the future? Human hearts can change in countless ways, so why couldn't worlds? This sudden insight broadened Lin Moya's horizons tremendously. The gains from this trip were extremely great, not only the world crystal but also nearly 1,000 high-quality soul crystals. The Soul Heart King waited patiently nearby, not rushing, waiting for Lin Moya to speak first. Lin Moya understood his meaning. After putting away the world crystal, he said, "Soul Heart friend, I'm done here." The Soul Heart King made a sound of agreement. "If Lin friend doesn't mind, how about coming to my residence?" Little Python's body suddenly trembled, suppressing its fear to stick out its head. It seemed not to dare say anything, only using its eyes to tell Lin Moya, "Don't go." It displayed its cowardice to the fullest. Lin Moya wasn't afraid at all and chuckled, "Then I'll be troubling you." The Soul Heart King didn't make him feel any danger, and he could hear that the Soul Heart King's attitude was very sincere, truly wanting his help. While agreeing to the Soul Heart King, Lin Moya transmitted to Little Python, "If you're afraid, I'll put you away and let you out later." Little Python instinctively wanted to hide, but after hesitating for a moment, it gritted its teeth and said, "No, I can't hide. If there's danger, Little Python must protect Master." Seeing it forcing itself, Lin Moya laughed, "Then let's go." The giant whale turned around and flew towards the depths of the mist. Little Python could only follow with a stiff upper lip. The group headed towards the Soul Heart King's lair, which was also the center of this small soul domain. It was perfect, as Lin Moya also wanted to see what the center of a small soul domain looked like. The surrounding mist was becoming increasingly dense. In the dense chaotic mist, there were many void beasts. But where the giant whale passed, these void beasts retreated, not daring to conflict with the giant whale. Lin Moya asked, "Soul Heart friend, how did you obtain this giant whale?" The Soul Heart King said, "A long time ago, when I was returning from Golden Furnace Island, I encountered it on the way. At that time, it was already lost and severely injured, but it hadn't fallen asleep and was constantly attacking the void beasts it encountered. I stepped in to subdue it, and since then it became my mount. Although this whale's realm isn't very high, its defense is powerful, not inferior to a first-grade void beast. And because it's lost, it has no self-awareness, so it's quite obedient." Lin Moya smiled, "So this whale wasn't made to lose itself by your hand?" The Soul Heart King said, "I know many void beasts spread such rumors, but I disdain such methods." The Soul Heart King had his own pride and disdained doing such things. Lin Moya also smiled, "In this world, whether in the real world or the Soul Void, there are too many cases of rumors spreading." The two chatted casually, and from the Soul Heart King's words, Lin Moya learned another version of the Soul Void, different from what Little Python had said. Although equally chaotic, the internal rules were clearer and more definite. The division of various soul domains wasn't arbitrary, there were deep reasons behind it. As the chaotic mist dispersed, Lin Moya's eyes suddenly brightened. A treasure mountain appeared in view, looking ethereal and hazy, emitting an astonishing aura. He had stayed in the Soul Void for quite some time but had never seen any physical objects. It wasn't that there were no physical objects in the Soul Void, just that they were extremely rare. In the past, some powerful beings from the Origin continent had obtained powerful treasures from the Soul Void. Unexpectedly, the Soul Heart King's lair was a treasure mountain, a Soul Great Tao treasure. Lin Moya sensed the mountain's power. This treasure mountain was surrounded by colorful light, with Soul Great Tao power flowing through it. If this treasure mountain were taken to the Origin continent, it would be a supreme treasure of the Soul Great Tao, perhaps even stronger than the treasures in Tao Lord's hands. The Soul Heart King's voice came from the treasure mountain, "Welcome, Lin friend, to my humble abode." At this moment, the Soul Heart King's avatar dissipated, and the giant whale also stopped. From the treasure mountain, a black-robed person flew out. Wearing a long black robe with delicate features, the Soul Heart King looked no different from an ordinary human. This was the Soul Heart King's true body, emitting a strong pressure that inspired awe. Lin Moya judged from its soul flame that it was indeed comparable to a branch Tao Lord, a top-tier powerhouse. Perhaps in the Soul Void, it could compete with Origin Tao Lords. Lin Moya bowed slightly, "Greetings, Soul Heart King." The Soul Heart King welcomed him with a smile, "I've prepared some Tao Void tea. If Lin friend doesn't mind, you can try some." Lin Moya smiled, "I'd be honored." Little Python, with courage from who knows where, stiffly carried Lin Moya into the treasure mountain. On the treasure mountain, there was a small platform with a large stone. This large stone served as a tea table. The Soul Heart King politely invited Lin Moya to sit down and personally poured tea for him. "This is Tao Void tea, which I obtained from Golden Furnace Island. It's quite rare. Please try it, Lin friend." Lin Moya said, "Tea brewed with ancestral water must not be ordinary. Soul Heart friend is too kind." Chapter 3636. Chapter 3636, 3636. Chapter 3636, The Soul Heart King's Ambition. Of course, it wasn't pure ancestral water, just mixed with some ancestral water. Even just mixed with ancestral water, it was quite remarkable. Ancestral water is precious. Using this water to brew tea clearly made the tea even more valuable. Lin Moya asked, "What's special about this Tao Void tea?" The Soul Heart King said, "On Golden Furnace Island, there is a Tao Void tree. The Tao Void tea comes from this tree. This tree is a treasure of the Golden Furnace Emperor. It's very difficult for us to obtain even a little. I only have a small amount in stock." Lin Moya joked, "It's so precious, I'm almost afraid to drink it. I fear that after drinking, I won't be able to fulfill Soul Heart Friend's request." The Soul Heart King said, "Lin Friend is joking. I just feel that Lin Friend is someone worth befriending, so I'm treating you with this tea. As for what I want to ask of you, it doesn't matter whether you complete it or not. This tea is called Tao Void, explaining the relationship between Tao and Void. We Void beasts drink this tea often to observe the Tao, understand the Tao, and comprehend the Tao. For someone like Lin Friend who drinks the Tao Void tea, it can strengthen the connection between the soul and the soul world, making it less likely to get lost in the soul void. This tea is useless for Tao lords from the real world, but for Lin Friend, it's quite a good thing." Lin Moya smiled after listening, then Lin will not be polite. He drank the tea in his hand in one gulp, without any suspicion that the Soul Heart King might have poisoned the tea. The Tao Void tea exploded inside his soul body. Lin Moya clearly felt that his connection with his soul world had strengthened. This feeling was very mysterious. Previously, the connection was very vague. Although he wouldn't get lost, to discern direction still required careful sensing. After drinking the Tao Void tea, the connection became stronger. He no longer needed to consciously sense it. With just a thought, he could know the direction of his soul world. If the effect were a bit stronger, he might even be able to sense what was happening in his soul world. The Soul Heart King smiled. "How does Lin Friend find this tea?" Lin Moya said, "Quite good. If the ancestral water could be a bit more concentrated, it would be even better." The Soul Heart King said, "Indeed, ancestral water can enhance the effect. But ancestral water is hard to obtain. For us kings, even getting 1 or 2 drops is extremely difficult." Lin Moya pointed his finger, and 10 drops of ancestral water flew out, falling into the tea one by one. Boom! The tea boiled, and strong auras rose from the teapot. The Soul Heart King watched with wide eyes, speechless for a moment. Previously, the ancestral water in his tea was at most 1 drop. Lin Moyo had increased the ancestral water in the tea tenfold at once, which would enhance the effect of the Tao Void tea several times over. Lin Moya said, "Lin happened to obtain some ancestral water by chance." The Soul Heart King said, "Lin Friend's chance encounters are truly enviable. Even the Golden Furnace Emperor would find it difficult to obtain large amounts of ancestral water." Lin Moya drank another cup of Tao Void tea. The effect was indeed better than before. His connection with his soul world became even clearer. However, this feeling would fade after a certain time, ultimately retaining only a small effect, but still much better than before. The Soul Heart King also drank the Tao Void tea. After drinking, his eyes emitted a bright light as he looked around. Lin Moya knew he was observing the Tao. Void beasts couldn't see the Tao, but with the help of Tao Void tea, they could observe its mysteries. Little Python whispered from the side, "Master, can I drink a little?" Lin Moya pointed his finger, and a stream of water entered Little Python's mouth. He was never stingy with his own people. Little Python's eyes immediately lit up, and it murmured, "Heavens, so this is what the world is like." It saw the Tao for the first time and was shocked by its existence. Knowing and seeing were completely different concepts. A moment later, the Soul Heart King came back from his state of observing the Tao. "Thank you, Lin Friend. The Tao is truly impartial, as they say." The Soul Heart King's aura was noticeably stronger than before. A moment of observing the Tao had given him considerable gains. The Tao is impartial. He had treated Lin Moya with sincerity and received Lin Moya's reward in return, benefiting himself. Lin Moya said, "Treating others with sincerity has its benefits. Soul Heart Friend, you can tell me what you need now." The Soul Heart King waved his hand, and colorful light intertwined within the treasure mountain, weaving a strange and wonderful scene. This was a very primitive world, wild and primordial, yet full of vitality. There were already living beings in the world, and quite a few of them, but these beings seemed to have not yet entered the path of cultivation. They still followed the natural rule of survival of the fittest, eating raw meat and drinking river water. The Soul Heart King said, "By chance, I discovered such a world. This world is still very primitive, with no cultivators in it. I want to ask Lin Friend to help find the origin core of this world." Lin Moya said, "You want to enter this world and become its god?" The Soul Heart King nodded slightly. "Indeed, that's what I'm thinking." With the Soul Heart King's strength, once he entered such a primitive world, he would surely be worshipped as a god. But Lin Moya didn't understand. What was the use of entering such a primitive world? The lack of cultivators meant that the Tao might not be complete, and the world might be extremely small. It was clear that the Soul Heart King should be someone with ambition. He shouldn't be so short-sighted. The Soul Heart King suddenly chuckled. "Does Lin Friend think that entering such a primitive world has no great use?" Lin Moya didn't deny it. "Indeed, I have such thoughts." The Soul Heart King explained, "Lin Friend should know that we void beasts all have an instinct, which is to transcend the soul void and enter the real world. But how to enter the real world, and which real world to enter, this is particular. Not just any world will do. If we choose to enter a powerful real world with complete Tao and numerous strong beings, we might face Tao lords. In the soul void, we naturally don't fear these Tao lords, but once we enter the real world, we might not be a match for these Tao lords and could very likely perish. If we choose a relatively weak world, perhaps this world has limited development potential, or perhaps it has suffered severe damage before. This is not the best choice for us either. The world I'm showing is a newborn primitive world. Although its Tao is not strong, it's still being perfected and should become stronger in the future. If I enter it, I might be able to guide the development of its Tao." Lin Moyo understood. The reason why the Soul Heart King chose such a primitive world was not just to transcend the soul void and become a real living being. He was thinking further ahead. After becoming a real living being, he wanted to guide the Tao and ultimately become the master of that world. This kind of thing was easier to do when a world was just taking shape. Once the world matured and there were numerous strong beings, it would become much more difficult. The world's Tao would develop instinctive consciousness, and other strong beings wouldn't allow it either. Even the Lord of Hell, who was already very powerful, didn't succeed and ultimately died at the hands of unknown strong beings. The Soul Heart King's ambition was great, not just simply transcending. Lin Moya said, Lin understands. Soul Heart Friend wants Lin to help find the origin core of that world, right? The Soul Heart King nodded, that's right. I've been searching for worlds for many years. Only this world is most suitable for me. Unfortunately, I can never find the location of the origin core, so I can only ask for Lin Friend's help. Chapter 3637. Chapter 3637, 3637. Chapter 3637, The Structure of the Soul Void. Lin Moya sipped the Tao Void tea and asked leisurely, where is this world located? The Soul Heart King's search for worlds wasn't limited to his own small soul domain. He had been to many soul domains and even left the Golden Furnace Great Soul Domain. This method of searching was called trying one's luck by the Soul Heart King, and facts prove that his luck wasn't bad. He really did find several worlds. The Soul Heart King had a special ability that allowed him to confuse others through the Soul Great Tao and even obtain part of their memories. This way, as long as he found the corresponding living beings, he could often find that world and even know if it was the one he wanted. Finally, he found the world he was looking for, but finding the world's origin core was still very difficult. He had tried, searched for a long time, and ultimately had to give up. The Soul Heart King said, if Lin Friend can help me find the origin core of that world, whatever request you have, as long as I can do it, I certainly won't refuse. Lin Moya said, I don't have any particular requests. I'm new to the Soul Void and very curious about it. I wonder if Soul Heart Friend could tell me about some of the situations in the Soul Void. The Soul Heart King chuckled, such a small matter, what's that worth? As he spoke, he waved his hand, and colorful light shot out from the treasure mountain. A large amount of chaotic mist gathered towards the colorful light, finally forming a hazy jade tablet. The jade tablet wasn't like ordinary jade tablets, only souls could touch it, and it couldn't be taken to the real world. The Soul Heart King took the jade tablet in his hand, touched it with his finger, and the jade tablet flashed with light, becoming more and more ethereal. Until finally, the jade tablet was almost invisible, and only then did the Soul Heart King stop. The Soul Heart King handed the jade tablet to Lin Moya. What Lin Friend wants to know should all be in here. He wanted to transcend, to completely leave the Soul Void, so he held nothing back from Lin Moya. Lin Moya could feel the Soul Heart King's sincerity. His soul moved, and the jade tablet immediately turned into a stream of light, entering his soul. A vast flow of information rushed into his soul, and Lin Moya accepted it all. After a quick look, Lin Moya finally understood the structure of the Soul Void. Most of what Little Python had said wasn't wrong, but Little Python only knew the surface, not as in-depth as the Soul Heart King. The partial information given by the Soul Heart King already pointed to the essence of the Soul Void. First was the composition of the Great Soul Domains and Small Soul Domains. The Soul Void was their name for it. In the mouths of the emperors, the Soul Void was called the Void Realm. There were 9 great innate origin void treasures in the Void Realm. These 9 great innate origin void treasures divided the Void Realm into 9 parts, called the 9 great soul domains. The core of each great soul domain was an innate origin void treasure, and those who controlled the innate origin void treasures were the 9 emperors. Below the 9 great soul domains were countless small soul domains. Each small soul domain had an innate void treasure. The colorful light treasure mountain owned by the Soul Heart King was one of them. Small soul domains were divided with innate void treasures as the center. Those with stronger innate void treasures had larger small soul domains, while those with weaker ones had smaller domains. In this information, the Soul Heart King also listed the void treasures of several nearby kings. The giant-faced Lion King owned a large basin that nurtured void fire, which could burn people's souls. The Grass Soul King owned a soul-devouring tree that could forcibly devour souls, a great killing weapon for void beasts. After reading this, Lin Moya couldn't help but say, so, the innate origin void treasure of the Golden Furnace Emperor is that Golden Furnace Island. The Soul Heart King said, that's right. I remember, a long time ago, when the previous Golden Furnace Emperor transcended, the Golden Furnace Island emitted spiritual light that covered the entire Great Soul Domain. Countless void beasts tried to seize this treasure. After a fierce struggle, one beast emerged victorious, occupied the Golden Furnace Island, and finally became the Golden Furnace Emperor. Lin Moya asked curiously, didn't you go to compete for it at that time? The Soul Heart King shook his head, I didn't want to go. This competition was meaningless. If one can't transcend, what's the difference between being the king of a small soul domain or the emperor of a great soul domain in the Void Realm? Whether it's me or the emperor, our dream is to transcend. Since that's the case, why should I compete? Put yourself in my shoes, Lin Friend. If you were me and found a suitable world, would you tell others? Lin Moya understood and couldn't help but smile, you're right. With different goals, there's naturally no need to compete. The Soul Heart King said, exactly. Lin Friend and I truly hit it off. Lin Moya said, Soul Heart Friend has already shown enough sincerity. Now can you tell me the approximate location of that world? I can promise Soul Heart Friend that I will certainly try my best to find it and not let you down. Taking someone's favor and returning the kindness, Lin Moya would naturally do what he promised the Soul Heart King within his capabilities. Of course, if it was beyond his abilities, Lin Moya wouldn't force himself. The Soul Heart King said, that world is near the Golden Furnace Island, in a small soul domain called Dragon Lake. Lin Moya asked curiously, Dragon Lake small soul domain? Doesn't the discernment beast live there? The The Soul Heart King nodded. Elder Discernment lives near the Golden Furnace Island, close to the Dragon Lake Small Soul Domain, separated by a vacuum zone. Is Lin Friend going to find Elder Discernment? Lin Moya said, there are some things I want to ask it about. I just don't know if it's easy to talk to. The Soul Heart King said, it's hard to say. Elder Discernment's temperament is a bit strange, sometimes good, sometimes bad. When it's not in a good mood to talk, it dares to scold even the Golden Furnace Emperor to his face, and the Golden Furnace Emperor can only endure it. Lin Moya became interested. Wasn't it said that he was protected by the Golden Furnace Emperor? The Soul Heart King shook his head. To be precise, the Golden Furnace Emperor was raised by Elder Discernment when he was just born. If Elder Discernment hadn't protected him, the Golden Furnace Emperor would have died early. They are like father and son. So it was like this. Lin Moya glanced at Little Python inconspicuously, who was shrinking its head and saying nothing. Rumors can only be rumors and shouldn't be taken as truth. Lin Moya asked, when does Soul Heart Friend plan to go? The Soul Heart King said, this matter can't be rushed. Currently, the Golden Furnace Island and several nearby soul domains are in a closed state. No one can enter. Lin Moya became more curious. Did something happen? The Soul Heart King said, the 9 and 8 Origin Void treasures resonate with each other periodically. During the resonance, their powers intertwine, and the entire Void realm undergoes some changes. This resonance just happened recently and is estimated to continue for some time. If Lin Friend has nothing to do, you can play around in the Void realm, hunt Void beasts, and strengthen yourself. If Lin Friend has matters to attend to, you can also return first. I'll give you a fragment of the treasure mountain. When the resonance of the innate origin Void treasures ends, I'll inform Lin Friend. Then Lin Friend can enter the Void realm again and go with me. At that time, if Lin Friend wants to find Elder Discernment, I can also lead the way. However, Lin Friend should best prepare some things. They might be useful then. Chapter 3638. Chapter 3638, 3638. Chapter 3638, the white-robed elder also has a part. After comfortably drinking the Tao Void tea, Lin Moya made arrangements with the Soul Heart King before saying goodbye and leaving. Little Python asked softly, Master, where are we going now? Lin Moya cast out a line of fire. Follow this fire line. We've been out for a long time, it's time to go back. The fire line pointed directly to where his soul world was located. After drinking the Tao Void tea, Lin Moya's sense of his soul world had deepened, allowing him to easily find its direction. Little Python followed the fire line, leaving the Soul Heart King's small soul domain and entering the vacuum zone of the Void realm. The fire line changed directions, constantly avoiding various dangers. At the same time, Lin Moya took out the Ice Jade Cushion. If any danger suddenly erupted, he could use the Ice Jade Cushion to freeze it. The Ice Jade Cushion could freeze any kind of danger, as if there was nothing in heaven and earth it couldn't freeze. Lin Moya was also somewhat puzzled. If one said the power of the Ice Jade Cushion came from the Water Great Tao, the Water Great Tao had no effect in the Soul Void. Moreover, even if the Water Great Tao was effective, it wouldn't necessarily be able to deal with intangible existences. But the Ice Jade Cushion could. Lin Moya couldn't understand the source of its power. It was a very strange treasure. But thinking that this thing was given by the Green-Robed Elder, everything seemed to make sense again. The Green-Robed Elder himself was unreasonable. His existence had already broken the rules, or rather, the Green-Robed Elder was the rule itself. So it seemed understandable that the things he gave out were a bit strange. Fortunately, the return journey was peaceful, and they safely returned to the giant-faced Lion King's small soul domain. Only at this moment did Little Python truly breathe a sigh of relief. We're finally back. Lin Moya smiled and said, why were you so afraid? Little Python said, Master, you might not have felt it, but I was really afraid the Soul Heart King would erase my intelligence and turn me into his subordinate, just like that giant whale. Lin Moya didn't speak. Perhaps because he needed something from him, the Soul Heart King had been so polite to him. Little Python asked again, Master, do you believe what the Soul Heart King said? Lin Moya said, half and half. We can't fully believe it, but we can't disbelieve it either. In the information he gave, 90% of it is probably correct. He had no need to deceive me on this point. As for the help he wants from me, it's probably not that simple. That world is real, he should have obtained information about that world through his own methods. But the complexity of a world is definitely not as simple as imagined. There might be many internal problems. It's good not to go now. When my strength is greater, I'll have more confidence. As they got closer to the world of the origin continent, Lin Moya sensed that the formation he had set up had been destroyed. But it didn't matter. He had secretly hidden several skeleton god generals in the formation. These skeleton god generals had watched from afar and recorded the situation of various void beasts fighting for the soul refining furnace. Now that Lin Moya had returned, he learned everything that had happened at that time. His setup had indeed worked. The void beasts were all confused, rushed into the formation, and then started fighting each other. Among the void beasts, some were as intelligent as Little Python, but many lacked intelligence. Most void beasts weren't very intelligent, and these void beasts often fought recklessly. At first, they were fighting for the soul refining furnace, but later the nature of the fight changed, becoming fighting for the sake of fighting. Even when the formation was shattered, they still showed no sign of stopping. These void beasts died or were injured until the giant-faced Lion King arrived. As the master of this small soul domain, the giant-faced Lion King was incredibly powerful. He killed most of the void beasts sent by the Soul Heart King and the Grass Soul King. Afterwards, the Grass Soul King and the giant-faced Lion King fought each other. In the end, they were evenly matched and it ended in a draw. The unfortunate ones were those void beasts. More than half died or were injured, and in the end, they gained nothing. Unfortunately, the skeleton god general's vision couldn't see too clearly, they could only see the general situation. Lin Moya thought that the giant-faced Lion King's face must have been extremely unpleasant at that time. Previously, when helping Long Shun, the giant-faced Lion King's face was already extremely unpleasant. This time it probably wasn't any better. The giant-faced Lion King had most likely already guessed that he had been schemed against, but he couldn't find out who had schemed against him. Even if he wanted to vent his anger, he had nowhere to do so. Passing through the world barrier, Lin Moya returned to the area reflected by the origin continent. The great Dao powers became stable and orderly. Compared to the chaotic and disorderly Void Realm, this feeling was much more comfortable. He took out the fragment given by the Soul Heart King and handed it to the Legion Commander for safekeeping. Then he had the Legion Commander stay in the Void Realm, maintaining a certain distance from his soul world. He was still wary of the Soul Heart King. One must be cautious of others, and Lin Moya had always been careful. The origin continent was very large, but the area it reflected wasn't large. Little Python hadn't flown for long before returning to where Lin Moya's soul world was located. Little Python said, "Master, is this your soul world?" Lin Moya nodded. "See those tree branches outside? You rest on them. Wherever the soul world goes, you go. If there are external enemies invading, you deal with them." As he spoke, Lin Moya threw out 100 soul crystals to it. "Eat slowly." Little Python excitedly called out, "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." Lin Moya returned to his soul world and made contact with the human emperor. He learned that 50 years had passed since he left, and also learned about recent events. In the Void Realm, time was incalculable. He couldn't feel the passage of time at all, but didn't expect so much time had passed. In his soul world, Lin Moya sat quietly with closed eyes. The Yellow Springs Dao sect, truly lingering spirits. The Hell Alliance seems quite united too. I wonder if they'll settle down after this. I didn't expect my elder sister to come and protect me, and even less expected that the ancestral water essence could have such an effect. Killing a Dao Lord with one sword, only his elder sister could do such a thing. It also fit her personality. As for how she obtained the ancestral water essence, Lin Moya wasn't surprised. Now everything had been connected. Back then, it was Lin Mohan who told him to take a good look at the other shore when stepping onto it. As a result, he saw that lake, that gourd, and that white-robed elder. He even said something about fate and gave him a large amount of ancestral water and a drop of ancestral water essence. The ancestral water played an amazing role in the subsequent battles. But the function of the ancestral water essence had never been understood. The ancestral water essence wasn't unique to him. In the origin continent, several Holy Land sects and the royal families of the beast race had also obtained ancestral water essence. This gave him the misconception that the ancestral water essence wasn't actually that precious. Moreover, those people didn't know the use of the ancestral water essence. They only knew it was extraordinary and had great use. This time, Lin Mohan's use of the ancestral water essence was like giving the world a demonstration of how to use this thing. Now it's interesting. Each royal family has ancestral water essence in their hands, which means they have a terrifying trump card. If used well, this trump card is enough to kill a Dao Lord. In this way, those guys from the outer sky Great Dao will probably be more wary and not dare to do anything to the origin continent. However, Lin Moya saw in this a calculation spanning countless years. It seemed that behind the origin continent, that white-robed elder also had a part. This world is really complex. What exactly are they doing? Such a complex arrangement, what purpose is hidden behind it? Lin Moya really couldn't figure it out, and didn't need to think about it. He took out the soul crystals he had obtained this time and began to refine and absorb them. Chapter 3639. Chapter 3639, 3639. Chapter 3639, Advancement, Evolution. A large number of soul crystals were refined. The Soul Heart King had helped, luring many void beasts to fly into the fire like moths, essentially giving Lin Moya a big gift. Lin Moya's aura rose steadily, quickly reaching the late stage of 7th grade soul, then continuing to advance without stopping. Boom! The soul world shook violently. Lin Moya's soul radiated colorful light, and 6 great Daos rumbled simultaneously as Lin Moya entered the 6th grade soul. The 6th grade soul was considerably stronger than the 7th grade soul. The feeling was similar to when a Dao Venerable advanced from the 6th level to the 7th level. The 7th level could be called an ancestor, but the 6th level could not. The 6 great Daos simultaneously poured out great Dao power, nourishing Lin Moya's soul. Only half of the soul crystals had been refined, so he could push for another breakthrough. After entering the 6th grade soul, Lin Moya's power continued to rise, making progress with every breath. On the origin continent, Lin Moya had been sitting there for exactly 50 years without moving once. Since the Yellow Springs Dao sect's large-scale attack last time, which resulted in heavy losses including their Dao Lord, no one had dared to challenge Lin Moya again. Moreover, because the ancestral water essence had shown amazing effects, everyone became wary of the origin continent. What scared people the most was that the person who used the ancestral water essence had never shown themselves. This kind of existence was like a knife hidden in the dark, intimidating everyone. In the outer sky Great Dao, many people were still gathered. After several decades, the second batch of forces from various factions was about to enter. At this time, the Great Dao power on the origin continent was changing, and it would soon allow 8th grade souls to enter. Many Great Dao realm experts surrounded the origin continent, chatting and drinking tea. Those who were waiting could enter the origin continent. Although the Yellow Springs Dao sect was defeated last time and even their Dao Lord fell, the Hell Alliance hasn't given up. They will definitely find ways to kill Lin Moya. the Yellow Springs Dao Lord may not have really fallen. It's said that the leader of the Hell Alliance is trying to find ways to revive the Yellow Springs Dao Lord. Dao Lords entrust their true spirits to the Great Dao, so it's indeed not easy for them to fall. But reviving them isn't easy either. Have you heard the rumor that Lin Moyo might be the reincarnation of the Lord of Hell? We can't spread such rumors carelessly. The leader of the Hell Alliance has always claimed to be the heir of the Lord of Hell. If he hears this, he definitely won't let Lin Moyo off. Do you think he doesn't know? Why does he want to revive the Yellow Springs Dao Lord? Don't you understand the implications? Look, Lin Moya's aura. A group of people immediately turned their gaze downward. Lin Moya's aura was changing. Since the great changes in heaven and earth occurred, Lin Moyo had forcefully entered the Great Dao realm and continued to rise, but there had been no movement since then. Because of the protection of Great Dao power, Lin Moya's realm couldn't be clearly seen from the outer sky Great Dao. Later, some people entered the origin continent and used some treasures to see clearly that Lin Moya's realm was 7th grade soul. Entering the Great Dao realm directly at the 7th grade soul was already a miracle, at least unprecedented in history. The cultivation of the Great Dao realm was extremely slow. It was difficult to advance even one level in thousands or tens of thousands of years. Some people didn't move an inch even after 100,000 years. But Lin Moyo had changed again in just a few decades, naturally attracting others' attention. Lin Moyo's aura was growing stronger, and Great Dao power was converging towards him. Although his realm still couldn't be seen clearly through the Great Dao, everyone knew that Lin Moyo had become stronger. How did he become stronger again in just a few decades? Indeed, how does he cultivate? Even the previous children of the world didn't seem to be this fast. He was at 7th grade soul before. Could he be reaching 6th grade soul this time? Don't talk nonsense. It's only been a few years. It would be very good to break through one small realm, let alone a large realm. Does anyone have disciples in the origin continent who can find a way to check? The origin continent became extremely lively. Many Great Dao realm experts were eagerly waiting to know Lin Moya's realm. Even at the Great Dao realm, their curious nature hadn't changed. Soon, news came confirming that Lin Moyo had indeed entered the 6th grade soul. This news stunned all the Great Dao realm experts, completely shattering their understanding of the Great Dao realm. Lin Moyo, in his soul world, had refined all the soul crystals and his realm was firmly at the middle stage of 6th grade innate soul. He didn't feel that his advancement was too fast. On the contrary, he felt it still wasn't enough and perhaps he could find ways to go even faster. Then his attention fell on the Great World, which was still evolving. This world belonging to him was evolving rather slowly, seemingly encountering a bottleneck. The predecessor of the Great World was a complete world. Later, the world was destroyed and turned into the origin realm, finally entering the origin continent and becoming a boundary sea world. Since then, this great world had been imbued with the aura of the origin continent. Its great Tao and laws came largely from the origin continent. Now its evolution was to eliminate the power of the origin continent and use the yin-yang origin to re-evolve great Tao laws that completely belonged to itself. This kind of evolution was extremely difficult and the process was very slow. According to Lin Moya's estimate, it would take at least several tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, to achieve results. This speed was naturally unacceptable to Lin Moyo. He took out the world crystal and muttered to himself, "Hope this works." Although the world crystal didn't contain great Tao power or various laws, it contained the most fundamental substance of world evolution. This substance could accelerate the speed of world evolution. Lin Moya didn't know what this substance was, but he could sense its existence. It existed in the origin realm, in the world crystal, and also in the great world. He still had quite a few origin realms, but these origin realms hadn't been cultivated and were too weak. Even if refined into world crystals, they wouldn't be of much help to the great world, so he had never used them. As for throwing them into the boundary sea for the boundary sea world competition, Lin Moyo had even less interest in that. He could only keep them for now and decide later. Controlling the origin of the great world, he began to refine the world crystal. The evolving great world shook violently. The light of the yin-yang origin became extremely brilliant. The yin-yang origin, which originally illuminated the entire soul world, now had most of its light absorbed by the great world. Faint lights lit up everywhere in the great world. Star after star was born, and the range of the world was also expanding rapidly. All the power belonging to the origin continent was expelled, followed by the generation of brand new powers. Lin Moya saw the embryonic forms of great Taos, not laws, but great Taos. With the help of the world crystal, the great world finally entered the stage of evolving great Taos. In this process, the cultivators in the great world received baptism. Their powers underwent transformation and change, severing ties with the origin continent and becoming powers unique to the great world. The great world, now with great Taos, began to grow stronger, and its capacity limit greatly increased. Lin Moya felt that even those below Tao lords could enter the great world. In a few more years, after the great world evolved further, it might even be able to give birth to Tao lords. Should I bring Uedeo City back to the great world? Lin Moyo had this thought. Chapter 3640. Chapter 3640, 3640. Chapter 3640, Lin Moya's world structure. When this thought arose, Lin Moya vaguely felt something was amiss. At his level, his connection with heaven and earth was already extremely close. Combined with his highly sensitive soul, if he had any improper thoughts, he would sense it. He realized that this idea of his was not correct, and after careful consideration, he found the problem. Uedeo City had been in the origin continent for quite some time. Now, besides the people from the Great World living in Uedeo City, there were also countless native inhabitants of the origin continent. They lived together, and in recent years, some had even married and had children. As such, their destinies had become completely intertwined, and it was impossible to distinguish between them. If he were to bring Uedeo City back to the Great World, it would be like carving out a piece of flesh from the origin continent. Perhaps it would only be a minor injury to the origin continent, but the Destiny Great Tao would certainly not be pleased and would attribute this karmic debt to him. Moreover, people like Tao Venerable Hao, Little Mei, and Little Yu had cultivated and comprehended the Tao of the origin continent. If they were to return to the Great World now, they would have to readapt. For whatever reason, Uedeo City was not suitable to return to the Great World. Especially when the Great World was fully formed and had its own independent Tao system, there might be a barrier between the world and the origin continent. The world barrier would naturally appear, making it difficult for the two worlds to interact. At that time, Uedeo City and the Great World might be completely separated. People from the Great World would no longer be able to come out, and those in Uedeo City would find it difficult to return. As for the human emperor, Lin Moya did have a solution. As the master of the Great World, he could establish a separate channel for the human emperor, which wouldn't have too much impact. He could also establish a channel for Uedeo City, but this channel wouldn't be very stable, and connecting the two worlds would be quite difficult. The key issue was that the great Taos of the two worlds might not be compatible and could potentially conflict. Doing it this way is not a long-term solution. I need to find a once-and-for-all method. What should I do? Uedeo City and the Great World, neither could be abandoned. Lin Moyo had an idea. If I could become the master of the origin continent, this problem would be solved. Becoming the master of the origin continent was not impossible. The Lord of Hell had done it before. At his level, making such a choice indicated that there was a path. Since there was a path, it seemed possible for him to become the master of the origin continent. However, becoming the master of an independent world was extremely difficult. It required controlling the two great origins of the sun and moon. The sun and moon origins of the origin continent were not as weak as those of a newborn world. They were too strong, and controlling them would be extremely difficult. Even origin Tao lords couldn't do it. Lin Moyo began to understand the Lord of Hell. The Lord of Hell wanted to control the sun and moon origins through the sun ancestral dragon and moon ancestral dragon. It was a good idea, but unfortunately, he failed. However, for himself, Lin Moya thought of a solution. Perhaps I don't need to become the world's master at all. The origin continent doesn't belong to me, and I don't need to bear its karmic burden. What I want is transcendence, to transcend this world. Since it's transcendence, why drag it along? I have my own world. Once my world is fully evolved, I'll be its master. Why should I bear the burden of another world? The sun and moon origins. I'll leave them to that guy. Lin Moya thought of Antares. Antares was the sun ancestral dragon, inherently possessing the sun origin. Now he had also obtained the moon origin, plus the legendary 11-colored dragon soul crystal. After entering the Yang Dragon Great Tao and going to the Dragon God Tree to absorb its sun origin, step by step, Antares might become the legendary Yin Yang Divine Dragon. At that time, he would have the chance to become the master of the origin continent. If that day really came, all of his problems would be solved. Having made up his mind, he was determined to push Antares to the throne and make him the master of the origin continent. After absorbing this world crystal, the great world was evolving rapidly. It absorbed a large amount of yin-yang origin, then emitted waves of strange aura. With the world tree as a nexus, the great world established connections with several other evolving worlds. These worlds, formed by world spirits, were still very weak and immature, not even considered world embryos, weaker than even the origin realm. But they were striving to evolve into true worlds. To evolve into real worlds, they still had a long way to go and needed a long time. Fortunately, they came from the world tree and had an inseparable relationship with it. The world tree enveloped the entire great world. Thus, a marvelous connection formed between them. After absorbing vast amounts of yin-yang origin, the great world began to emit some aura, nourishing these not yet formed worlds like nutrients. At this moment, the great world became the supreme leader, while those not yet formed small worlds became its subordinates. Lin Moyo observed this and had an idea. He opened a passage, allowing these small worlds to move to the upper layer of rules, accompanying the great world. The great world moved up a bit more, making room for these small worlds. In this way, the great world occupied the very top of the upper layer of the rule world, and below the great world were numerous world embryos. These world embryos were connected to the great world through the world tree as a nexus. Lin Moyo had a realization in his heart. He realized that his world structure had taken shape. With the great world as the main body and other worlds as auxiliaries, a vast world group was formed. Lin Moya's gaze swept across. There are still many small worlds within the great world. These small worlds should also become independent and turn into separate worlds. With a thought, the small worlds hidden in the great world broke out of their shells, and he extracted them from the great world. Lin Moyo had once been born and grown up in such small worlds, so he knew the situation in these small worlds. The small worlds depended on the great world. What he was doing now was giving the small worlds a chance for independence. Although they still relied on the great world, they would no longer be bullied by the strong beings in the great world as before. Previously, the powerful beings in the great world might accidentally destroy several small worlds in a single conflict. But now, this wouldn't happen. The size of the independent small worlds was between that of the great world and those not yet formed embryonic worlds. Lin Moyo thought of some classics from his previous life. He had an idea and spoke with heaven-shaking words. From now on, the great world shall be renamed the Great Thousand World. His voice spread throughout the entire great world, and all beings in the great world heard his words. He was the master of the great world, and his words were heavenly decree. Even snakes, birds, fish, and insects could understand. From then on, the great world was renamed the Great Thousand World. Then Lin Moya looked at those small worlds that had just separated from the great world and again issued a heavenly decree: from now on, you shall be named the Middle Thousand Worlds. Finally, he looked at the lower-level embryonic worlds, and you shall be named the Small Thousand Worlds. With just a few sentences, he established the structure of the entire world. The Great Thousand World above, the Middle Thousand Worlds below it, and the Small Thousand Worlds at the bottom. Chapter 3641. Chapter 3641, 3641. Chapter 3641. Lin Moya was the father of the Great Tao. After establishing the world structure, Lin Moya's mind was clear as a mirror, and he had a clearer and more definite understanding of the path he would take in the future. The yin-yang origin illuminated the Great Thousand World, with over half of the origin power being absorbed by the Great Thousand World, and the remainder distributed to the Middle Thousand and Small Thousand Worlds. Lin Moya was very satisfied with this arrangement. The world structure is established, but this is only the yang side of the world. The yin side remains. The origin has yin and yang, and so does the world. Just as the origin continent is yang, the soul void is yin. Moreover, the soul void is not only the yin side of the origin continent, but also the yin side of countless worlds. Using the soul void as a template, Lin Moya turned his gaze to the skeleton hell. Let you be the yin side. With a thought, the aura of the skeleton hell rose from bottom to top, following the world tree into the upper layer of the rule world, connecting with the great, middle, and small thousand worlds in the upper layer. At this moment, Lin Moya suddenly saw streams of aura flowing along the world tree into the skeleton hell, containing vast amounts of soul fragments. These were from beings who had died in the Great Thousand World and Middle Thousand Worlds. After death, they hadn't completely dissipated, and some soul fragments remained. These soul fragments followed the world tree into the skeleton hell. In the skeleton hell, the lava boiled incessantly, and the hell's eye slowly opened, absorbing all the incoming soul fragments. Then the hell's eye emitted a faint light, shining on the spider lily. In the faint light, the soul fragments it had absorbed were fused together, becoming streams of mixed soul power. The spider lily shed blue light, which turned into a thin mist intermingling with the lava's fiery glow, shimmering brilliantly. As the thin mist slowly rolled, brand new beings took shape. Lin Moya found this extremely fascinating. He hadn't expected such a transformation. There were only two types of existences in hell before, the hell-fierce spirits and the black prison. Now these brand new beings were a third type. They had no physical form, but clearly possessed intelligence. They floated among the spider lilies, looking around in bewilderment. It was normal for them to have some intelligence, as they were formed by countless soul fragments fused with the power of the skeleton hell. Then the spider lilies began to sway, and gusts of wind carried these new beings towards the sky. They again followed the world tree to the uppermost layer of the rule world. These beings from hell separated in the uppermost layer of the rule world. Most entered the Great Thousand World, with a small portion dispersing into various Middle Thousand Worlds, and an extremely small portion entering the not yet fully formed Small Thousand Worlds. After entering the worlds, these beings from hell merged with the worlds. Under the influence of the world's power, they began to hibernate and incubate, becoming part of the worlds. Lin Moya's eyes lit up. The yin and yang are balanced. He had previously discovered that the human race in the Great Thousand World no longer had enemies and life was too comfortable. After so many years, the vitality inside was slowly diminishing. Without enemies, the human race seemed to have lost the motivation to continue moving forward. And due to the human emperor's strict management, the entire world was too peaceful. In this situation, the world was gradually losing vitality, which wasn't a good thing. So Lin Moya had previously discussed with the human emperor that they must give the human race some pressure. Pressure could come from within or from outside. Internally, it meant the human emperor would no longer overmanage and interfere, letting the human race evolve on its own, forming countries or various forces. But for the Great Thousand World, this method was too radical and could easily get out of control. As for external pressure, it required finding a powerful race to compete with the human race. This hadn't been started yet, but unexpectedly, through a coincidence, he had accomplished it. These beings, born from the fusion and incubation in the skeleton hell, would undergo a second incubation after entering the Great Thousand World. They wouldn't be human, but a completely new race, which would inevitably compete with the human race. At this moment, Lin Moya had a completely new understanding of world evolution. This is the way of yin-yang balance in the world. In the world, there is yin and yang, there is balance. Joy, anger, sorrow, thought, grief, fear, and shock. Living beings have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and these are also the Tao. I shouldn't manage too much, the great Tao will evolve on its own. I am neither good nor evil. Being too good to my own people and too cruel to enemies, this way of doing things is not wrong for me, but it is not right for the billions of living beings in the Great Thousand World. I have been suppressing them too much. Watching the world change and the yin and yang transform, Lin Moya understood the world better. He thought of what Little May had once said, that he was becoming more and more like the Great Tao. Actually, he shouldn't think, he should do. Since he wanted to transcend, to walk this extremely difficult path, he had to let go of many things, let himself become the Great Tao, understand the Great Tao, and finally transcend the Great Tao. His soul aura surged, the world-burning fire blazed fiercely, refining away the few remaining impurities in his soul, and his soul level rose again. In the blink of an eye, his soul level advanced from the middle stage of 6th grade innate soul to the late stage. Then, with a rumbling sound, his soul level broke through forcefully, entering the initial stage of 5th grade innate soul. One moment of enlightenment allowed Lin Moya's soul to rise by a large realm. In the outside world, Lin Moya's aura surged again. The group of people in the outer sky Great Tao were dumbfounded, silently watching Lin Moya, completely quiet. A moment later, a voice suddenly rang out, "This guy is a freak, right? Didn't he just advance? How did he advance again? Is cultivation in the Great Tao realm like eating and drinking? Advancing whenever you want, what a joke. Look again, what realm is he at now?" Those Great Tao realm experts who had already entered the central continent immediately took out their treasures to check Lin Moya's realm. They all had strange expressions on their faces as they transmitted the information they saw back. When they learned that Lin Moya had broken through another large realm and entered the 5th grade innate soul, these people almost went crazy. Every one of them had cultivated for several million years, or even over 10 million years, yet they weren't as good as Lin Moya, who had only cultivated for a few thousand years. This guy definitely isn't human. I suspect he's the illegitimate child of the Great Tao. Bah, how could the Great Tao's illegitimate child be so powerful? Wasn't that guy sacrificed by the Great Tao before the origin catastrophe? The Great Tao is impartial and emotionless. An illegitimate child doesn't count for anything. I'm afraid he's the father of the Great Tao. No need to say more, he must be the father of the Great Tao. How else could there be such a way of advancing? Too abnormal. These Great Tao realm experts no longer saw Lin Moya as human, cursing him as a freak over and over. It was because Lin Moya's cultivation speed was too astonishing, which was a blow to them. Compared to Lin Moya, everyone felt that their cultivation had gone to the dogs. At this rate, before the origin continent fully recovered, Lin Moya might reach 1st grade innate soul, and it wasn't impossible for him to become a Tao Lord. Lin Moya didn't care about what these people thought. He found the human emperor and explained his ideas. The human emperor said in a low voice, "World Master, are you really decided on doing this?" Chapter 3642. Chapter 3642, 3642. Chapter 3642, Let it take its natural course. Lin Moya looked at the human emperor. "Human emperor, you calculate through data to get the final result, but all data is based on past predictions. For future prospects, the effect is not good." The human emperor nodded. "Indeed, the future can be predicted, but people's hearts change, and the world changes too, so predictions about the future are not very good." Lin Moya continued, "You should also be able to feel that this world is losing its vitality. The motivation that once pushed humanity forward is gone. This world is too peaceful. In other words, the yin and yang of this world are already out of balance. Once yin and yang are out of balance, this world will eventually head towards destruction. For people to progress, they need a sense of crisis, they need opponents, they need goals. The world is the same." After hearing Lin Moya's words, the human emperor fell silent. Lin Moya knew the human emperor was thinking, and also calculating. He didn't disturb him. A moment later, the human emperor said softly, "Has the world master considered the consequences of doing this? What if it doesn't turn out as the world master imagines? And once this is done, it will be difficult to unite again in the future." Lin Moya said, "In the short term, a few months, in the long term, a few years, there will inevitably be internal conflicts among humans. Because of power, because of hatred, because of interests and resources, etc., conflict is unavoidable, and it will cause many deaths and injuries. But everything has two sides. Open conflict will eventually stop, but hidden struggles will always exist. After the deaths and injuries, no matter for what reason, motivation will naturally arise. In this way, the world will have vitality. You can also view it as vitality brought by blood. Besides internal factors of humanity, external pressures will also slowly emerge. When the time comes, those who should unite will unite, those who should be destroyed will be destroyed. Let's respect everyone's choice. With me here, humanity will no longer face the crisis of destruction like before. As long as this fundamental problem doesn't exist, everything else is a small matter." The human emperor fell silent again. He had to admit that Lin Moya's words made sense, but his usual thought process couldn't allow him to make judgments like Lin Moya. Lin Moya sighed lightly. "Human emperor, I know you've done a lot for humanity, guarding humanity for so many years without complaint. But when it's time to let go, you still need to let go. In my view, now you, this great steward, should indeed rest. Let this great thousand world evolve on its own. If you want to watch, then keep watching. If you don't want to watch, then don't watch. I've already thought of a way to turn you into a true living being. Then you can also cultivate and glimpse the mysteries of the Great Tao." The human emperor ultimately chose to believe Lin Moya. He also knew that if Lin Moya wanted to force things, he would be powerless to stop him. Lin Moya's willingness to discuss with him had already given him enough face. Now Lin Moya was the master of the Great Thousand World. He was leading the Great Thousand World towards a stronger direction of development. The human emperor's aura grew stronger and stronger. He withdrew his power scattered throughout the world and no longer managed it. Lin Moya did not announce the news of the human emperor's departure to the world. This reform for the Great Thousand World would be allowed to ferment on its own, without need for haste. Some sensitive people would have already noticed the changes. The human emperor's power had covered the Great Thousand World for so many years. Its sudden disappearance would inevitably be noticed by some. He didn't need to manage it. Since he said he wouldn't manage it, he truly wouldn't manage it. A moment later, the human emperor said softly, "The power has been completely withdrawn. From now on, no one in the Great Thousand World will be able to contact me." Lin Moya nodded. "Do you still want to watch?" The human emperor shook his head. "Since I've decided not to manage it, I won't watch anymore. There's no benefit in watching too much." Lin Moya chuckled. "If that's the case, then transfer your consciousness to Uedeo City. I will use the yin-yang origin to nurture your true body and help you evolve into a true living being." The human emperor said, "Thank you, World Master." The human emperor's true body fell silent. His consciousness had already gone to Uedeo City through the channel Lin Moya had established for him. Now the human emperor no longer needed to distinguish between his true body and his avatar. Whether in the Great Thousand World or Uedeo City, they were all him. After the human emperor in the Great Thousand World finished evolving and nurturing, when the human emperor's consciousness returned, he would be a true living being, and not an ordinary one at that. Lin Moya had already thought out the subsequent path for him and prepared everything. For his own people, Lin Moya was never stingy. He always gave his all. Afterwards, Lin Moya no longer focused on the humans within the Great Thousand World. What he needed to focus on now was the evolution of the entire Great Thousand World, as well as the corresponding changes in the Middle Thousand Worlds and Small Thousand Worlds. As for the internal structure of the world, it was no longer his concern. At most, he would just ensure that humanity would not become extinct. Humanity would still exist. This was the bottom line. His bottom line was also the bottom line of the Great Tao in the Great Thousand World. Lin Moya's consciousness fully returned, back to the origin continent. Feeling the familiar aura, after several decades, the Great Tao on the origin continent had become even more profound. The power of each Great Tao was extremely clear and distinct. At this moment, the origin continent was already a blessed land. Cultivating here would yield twice the result with half the effort. Under such circumstances, geniuses would emerge in endless succession on the origin continent. New waves would constantly appear, pushing the old waves onto the beach. This is the world. It seems unfair to predecessors, but it is the greatest fairness of the entire world. Looking up, he didn't see Lin Mohan. However, Lin Moya still felt a trace of the aura Lin Mohan had left behind. Between siblings, there would always be some subtle connections. Lin Mohan had just left not long ago. She must have seen that he had awakened, so she left. "Thanks, sis," Lin Moya said softly in his heart. At the same time, he thought, "Fallen Sword, you've worked hard." The voice of the Fallen Sword Star Lord sounded. "It wasn't hard. Congratulations on your safe return, Tao Lord." When he left at that time, besides setting up the Great Formation and having the Legion commanders guard it, the final layer was the Fallen Sword Star Lord. This was his trump card. As one of the strongest Star Lords of the Thousand Stars Great Tao, at his peak, the Fallen Sword Star Lord possessed the combat power of a first-grade innate soul. When he led the great changes of heaven and earth, received the Great Tao's reward, and entered the Great Tao realm, the Fallen Sword Star Lord also received many benefits. After entering the Great Tao realm, he used spirit flowers to heal Fallen Sword's injuries. Fallen Sword not only recovered to his peak but was even stronger than at his peak state. Although he still wasn't a match for a Tao Lord, it wouldn't be easy for a Tao Lord to kill him either. With him by his side, and with the third ancestor and others protecting him in the outer sky Great Tao, plus the protection of the Great Tao of the origin continent, Lin Moya believed he would be safe. Most crucially, when entering the Great Tao realm, he clearly sensed through the Thousand Stars Great Tao that the Fallen Sword Star Lord could not possibly betray him. To be precise, none of the Star Lords could betray him. Regardless of his strength, he was the master of all of them. That's why he could feel at ease letting the Fallen Sword Star Lord protect him. Fallen Sword told Lin Moya about the events of the past few decades. Lin Moya looked towards the sky, his gaze cold. "Yellow Springs Dao Sect, before long, I will personally pay a visit." Chapter 3643. Chapter 3643, 3643. Chapter 3643, please enjoy the show, seniors. Currently, Lin Moya still cannot leave the origin continent. He has received the mandate of heaven, and before the origin continent fully recovers, he must stay here to guard it. Everything is relative. As the one who led the great changes in heaven and earth, he gained the most benefits but must also make corresponding sacrifices. The two sides are equal. At the same time, Lin Moya also has the power to mobilize the Great Tao forces. He can control all the origin spirit veins in the origin continent, whether in the central continent or other continents. If he dislikes any faction, he can directly remove their origin spirit veins. Without origin spirit veins, that faction will inevitably decline. Under these circumstances, Lin Moya was like an uncrowned king on the origin continent. His word is law. He slowly stood up and walked towards the distance. Lin Moya, who had been sitting motionless for decades, suddenly moved, immediately attracting everyone's attention. What is he going to do? He shouldn't be able to leave the origin continent now. I wonder what he wants to do. Could it be that he's going to cause trouble for the Hell Alliance? No way, isn't offending the Yellow Springs Dao Sect enough? Does he want to offend the entire Hell Alliance? The people from the Yellow Springs Dao Sect who came to the central continent have already been killed, but those from the Hell Alliance who came to the central continent have not. They have established their sects and factions, and over the decades have firmly rooted themselves in the central continent, branching out and multiplying. Since the Hell Alliance helped the Yellow Springs Dao Sect last time, the Hell Alliance is now his enemy. When dealing with enemies, Lin Moya has never been soft-handed. Previously, when he wasn't here, it wasn't convenient to take action, but now, Lin Moya looked towards the sky, his gaze penetrating infinite distances, and saw the question Heaven Dao Lord. Senior, I need a list of the Hell Alliance. A laugh came from the void. It was the question Heaven Dao Lord. I've already prepared it for you. He seemed to have anticipated what Lin Moya would do. A jade tablet flew from the void towards the origin continent. Lin Moya thought, and the winds rose and clouds gathered on the origin continent. The great Dao forces automatically made way, revealing a passage. The jade tablet successfully flew into Lin Moya's hand. With a slight sweep of his soul force, he knew which sects belonged to members of the Hell Alliance. His gaze swept across the central continent. With the privilege given to him by the great Dao, he locked onto the locations of these sects. Lin Moya chuckled, I am always sincere to my friends, and equally so to my enemies. As his words fell, the great Dao forces whipped up fierce winds, turning into storms that appeared out of thin air above these sects. The protective arrays of the sects automatically activated. The disciples inside the sects looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what was happening. The entire sect was enveloped by storms formed by the great Dao forces. The protective arrays flickered with light but didn't seem very stable. Several managers within the sects showed panicked expressions. They took out magical treasures to call for help, but found that the great Dao forces blocked them, making it impossible to use. The people in the outer sky great Dao had a god's eye view and saw everything clearly. They couldn't help but exclaim, he really took action. He really wasn't joking, he didn't even say any harsh words. Actually, he already said it. He's sincere to his friends and equally sincere to his enemies. It's just that the difference between these two types of sincerity is huge. He's truly a man of few words but deadly actions. Within the storms, origin spirit veins rose from underground with rumbling sounds. The earth split open, and the origin spirit veins left the sects. The protective arrays immediately shattered. The next second, the storms swept through the entire sects. The great Dao forces, carrying Lin Moya's will, slaughtered the cultivators within the sects. Lin Moya's sincerity was displayed to the fullest. He was sincerely inviting these sects to their deaths. Stop! An angry roar sounded. People from the Hell Alliance appeared outside the origin continent. It was someone from the demon prison Dao sect. His body was shrouded in black chi, emitting a powerful aura. He glared at Lin Moya with fury. Lin Moya's expression remained calm. If you don't stop, what can you do? You. The person from the demon prison Dao sect glared angrily but couldn't say anything. At this moment, an eerie voice sounded, Little one, don't be too extreme. This great Dao power won't exist forever. There will come a day when heaven and earth recover. I imagine you're not alone in this world, you must have family and friends. Karma is entangled. It won't be difficult for us to find those family and friends of yours. The newcomer was surrounded by flames, gray-red in color, without any scorching heat, only giving people a sense of eeriness and terror. Lin Moya's gaze gradually turned cold. And who might you be? The flame person said coldly, I am an elder of the Earth Fire Dao sect, Zai. Lin Moya nodded, Earth Fire Dao sect, I've noted it down. As he spoke, Lin Moya took out the misfortune skeleton, time to work. The misfortune skeleton flew into the air, and the power of the fake great Dao was injected into it, instantly strengthening its aura. Lin Moya controlled the fake great Dao, pushing the power of the misfortune skeleton to the extreme. Go! With a wave of his hand, the misfortune skeleton immediately flew out, heading towards one sect after another. Under Lin Moya's control, the misfortune skeleton continuously teleported along the origin spirit veins, arriving above each sect enveloped by storms. It took a bite at each sect, and the fate of that sect immediately turned gloomy. The misfortune skeleton could transform fate and make it poisonous, causing continuous decline. The fate poison could be fast or slow, strong or weak, all controlled by Lin Moya, its master. Now, Lin Moya was inflicting heavy fate poison on all the Hell Alliance's forces in the central continent. And through the connections of the fake Great Dao, he sent this poison to the outer sky Great Dao. He controlled the fake Great Dao and could further enhance the toxicity. The fake Great Dao is formless and intangible, existing only in the unseen. Ordinary methods cannot stop it. Zai Jing saw through Lin Moya's methods at a glance and was greatly shocked. The fake Great Dao, you actually understand the fake Great Dao? Lin Moya calmly said, not bad eyesight. Zai Jing said coldly, our various sects have existed for a long time, our fate is extremely prosperous. With your level of cultivation, wanting to damage our sect's fate is simply a dream. Lin Moya said, no rush, there's still plenty of time. I'll take it slow. But you should also be clear, from now on, you'll need to be careful when you go out. You never know when misfortune might strike. Also, my methods aren't limited to this. Please, seniors, enjoy the show. Zai Jing's face became extremely ugly. He knew Lin Moya's words were not false. With their fate affected, perhaps the sects would be fine, but the disciples within the sects might not be so lucky. Encountering misfortune when going out would become quite normal. He hadn't expected Lin Moya to do this. Now Lin Moya couldn't come out, and they couldn't go in. What he was doing was purely to annoy them. The storms that should have been destroying the various sects didn't immediately destroy them. These sects had now become Lin Moya's best targets. The misfortune skeleton didn't spare any member of the Hell Alliance, inflicting fate poison on every sect. Then, the wings of time curse suddenly spread out. As Lin Moya's realm increased, the wings of time curse also strengthened. The wings of time curse slowly flapped. With the first flap, a pair of huge, illusory wings appeared in the origin continent. With the second flap, the wings appeared in the outer sky Great Dao, emitting brilliant, dreamlike light. With the third flap, the wings of time curse descended upon the various sects of the Hell Alliance. Chapter 3644. Chapter 3644, 3644. Chapter 3644, Please, Tao Lord, go to your death. Using the fake Great Tao as an anchor, Lin Moya locked onto the locations of the various sects of the Hell Alliance. He didn't know the exact locations of the Hell Alliance sects, nor did he need to. The fake Great Tao knew, and that was enough. The Wings of Time curse, this technique said to be able to curse even the Great Tao to death, only truly began to show its effects when Lin Moya reached the Great Tao realm. Lin Moya's voice was cold. I curse the sects of the Hell Alliance to be plagued by misfortune, and their disciples to be unable to advance in cultivation. As his words fell, the Wings of Time curse trembled slightly, scattering boundless curse power. In an instant, all members of the Hell Alliance felt as if shackles had been placed on them. Their souls seemed to be affected by some power, and their connection to the Great Tao became less clear. Roars of anger erupted from within the various Hell Alliance sects. One powerful expert after another rushed out into the outer sky Great Tao, launching fierce attacks at the Wings of Time curse. But their attacks had no effect. The Wings of Time curse wasn't truly present. What they saw was only an illusion. When shattered, it quickly reformed. Outside the origin continent, the figures of several Tao Lords appeared in the void. The Hell Alliance had a total of 12 sects, 8 of which had Tao Lords presiding over them. Now that the Yellow Springs Tao sect had fallen, there were 7 Tao Lords left. At this moment, all 7 Tao Lords had arrived, their gazes unfriendly as they stared at Lin Moya. Lin Moya wasn't afraid at all. He continued to speak loudly. I curse the sects of the Hell Alliance to have their spirit veins weaken and their origins disappear. I curse the sects of the Hell Alliance to have their disciples suffer harm and their hearts be divided. I curse the sects of the Hell Alliance to be abandoned by the Great Tao and unable to maintain their cultivation. One seemingly absurd curse after another was spoken by Lin Moya, but these absurd words turned into real curses descending upon each sect and all their disciples. All Great Tao realm experts could see thick curse power enveloping the various sects, but Lin Moya hadn't driven the cursed Great Tao, and no one knew where this curse power came from. Shut up! The Tao Lord from the Earth Fire Tao sect roared in anger. Lin Moya said coldly, Who do you think you are? Shut your dog mouth and watch carefully. After you've seen it all, go back to your doghouse and gnaw on bones. The Earth Fire Tao Lord's expression changed drastically. You dare insult this Tao Lord? You're seeking death. He had been a Tao Lord for countless years. When had anyone ever dared to curse him like this? The Earth Fire Great Tao appeared, and a line of fire descended from the sky, blasting towards Lin Moya. Space cracked in countless places, then exploded with a boom. Everywhere the fire line passed, the entire world turned into a sea of fire. Countless Great Tao realm experts frantically retreated, fearing that if they touched the flames, their souls would be burned to nothingness. The Tao Lord's attack was incredibly powerful. Lin Moya chuckled softly and thought. On the origin continent, winds rose and clouds gathered. The Great Tao power actually made way on its own, allowing the fire line to pass through easily. At the same time, Lin Moya disappeared, having already left the central continent. The fire line fell onto the land of the central continent. The origin continent shook violently. The central continent, which had just recently recovered, was forcibly split open, with countless cracks appearing. The fire line seemed to have broken the earth. Outside the central continent, huge waves rose in the Boundary Sea, instantly killing countless Boundary Sea creatures. The central continent shook uncontrollably. Countless mountain ranges collapsed, and many sects were affected. The efforts of the past few decades were largely destroyed. In the violent shaking, it seemed as if the central continent was about to sink again. At this moment, the entire outer sky Great Tao fell silent. All cultivators were stunned, staring blankly at this scene. He didn't even try to block it. Not only did he not block it, he deliberately guided the attack to land. Wasn't he supposed to be protecting the central continent? Why did he do this? Nonsense, of course it's to trap someone. This guy is too vicious. The Earth Fire Tao Lord's expression was extremely gloomy. You set me up. Lin Moya calmly said, Senior has cultivated for many years, how can you be so impulsive? I'm afraid your position as Tao Lord is not very stable. As his words fell, a terrifyingly powerful force suddenly arose in heaven and earth. Countless illusory great Taos suddenly appeared. 10,000 Taos emerged at once, and an intangible will locked onto the Earth Fire Tao Lord. The great Tao realm experts in the outer sky trembled one by one. They felt an incomparable pressure. This pressure was heavenly might, something human power could not resist. It's the will of the origin continent. It has awakened. The Earth Fire Tao Lord is finished. He's been terribly set up by Lin Moyo. The world's will has been recuperating for countless years and was about to recover. Now it's been severely injured again by the Earth Fire Tao Lord. How could it not be angry? Let's see what the world's will does. The Earth Fire Tao Lord is in trouble. The intangible will locked onto the Earth Fire Tao Lord. The illusory images of 10,000 Taos and all the pressure also focused on him. The will of the origin continent wasn't here to reason. The Earth Fire Tao Lord's entire body shook uncontrollably. His aura was rapidly declining. The earth fire surrounding his body was going out. Streams of origin essence were leaving his body. His cultivation was being weakened by the world's will. The Earth Fire Great Tao appeared beneath his feet, then gradually moved away from him. Ah! With a miserable scream, the Earth Fire Great Tao completely separated from him. His position as Tao Lord had been stripped away. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected the punishment to be so severe. The Earth Fire Tao Lord is so miserable. He even lost his position as Tao Lord. That's not all. The punishment hasn't ended yet. This is just the beginning. This time, the elders in the Earth Fire Tao sect must be overjoyed. The Earth Fire Tao Lord's position is now vacant. Those elders have a chance. With the Hell Alliance Dao Lord's position stripped away, some were happy while others were sad. Lin Moya watched this scene, his heart calm. As expected, even if one becomes a Dao Lord in the origin continent, they are still restrained by the world's will. In this world, no matter who you are, you're still an ant. A Dao Lord is just a slightly bigger ant. The path I've chosen isn't wrong. Only by transcending this world do I have a chance to truly control my own destiny. The Earth Fire Dao Lord's fate made Lin Moya even more convinced of his goal. What he had done before wasn't wrong. He needed to continue striving in this direction. The Earth Fire Dao Lord's punishment was still ongoing. His cultivation was continuously decreasing, his soul power was rapidly weakening, and his realm level was constantly dropping. Under the control of the world's will, the Earth Fire Dao Lord could do nothing but scream miserably. He had lost his position as Dao Lord, and went from 1st grade soul to 2nd grade, then to 3rd grade, 4th grade. Until his cultivation dropped to 9th grade soul, the punishment finally ended. With just one strike, he had gone from the lofty position of Dao Lord to a 9th grade soul Great Dao Realm expert. Although in the Great Dao Realm lifespan is unlimited, such a blow was unbearable even for a heart as firm as gold. This scene terrified everyone. It also let people know that the current origin continent couldn't be touched. Whoever touched it would die. As the person who had received the mandate of heaven, Lin Moya was even more difficult to touch. Even if they wanted to kill Lin Moya, it couldn't be now. They would have to wait until the mandate ended and the origin continent fully recovered. At the same time, they also experienced Lin Moya's vicious methods. He was not someone to be trifled with. Ah! Another miserable scream. Zai suddenly attacked, using a magical treasure to shatter the Earth Fire Dao Lord's physical body, leaving only his head. Then he pressed his hand on the Earth Fire Dao Lord's head. Please, Dao Lord, go to your death. Chapter 3645. Chapter 3645, 3645. Chapter 3645, First be my protector. The Earth Fire Dao Lord's remaining head stared at Zai in disbelief. His own sect disciple had actually killed him and was using a secret technique to absorb his soul, intending to make him completely dissipate. Suddenly realizing why Zai was doing this, he screamed, "You're the Alliance leader's man." Zai chuckled, "You don't need to know the answer." The Earth Fire Dao Lord felt his soul being devoured. He snorted coldly, "You're dreaming." His soul rapidly expanded, then his head exploded with a boom. Zai was blasted away by the sudden explosion, flying over 1,000 miles through the void before stopping. His expression was very ugly, not expecting the Earth Fire Dao Lord to have such a move. Although I only got part of his soul power, it's enough. With his soul power as a guide, I'll definitely find the origin of the Earth Fire Great Dao. In Zai hand, a ball of soul power was slowly rolling. After all, he was once a Dao Lord who controlled the Great Dao's origin. Now that the Dao Lord was dead, as long as he could control his soul, he could obtain the Great Dao's origin. Then perhaps the position of Earth Fire Dao Lord could fall to him. Unfortunately, his plan couldn't come true. Although the Earth Fire Dao Lord had his cultivation stripped away, he still self-destruct right under Zai nose. Zai sighed lightly and turned to leave. This turn of events left people sighing in dismay. No one expected a dignified Dao Lord to end up like this in the end. The Earth Fire Dao Lord's fate was not much better than the Yellow Springs Dao Lord's. Why did Zai do this? Even without the Dao Lord position, his past insights were still there. Whether to cultivate again or guide sect disciples, he was still the best choice. I heard that the Alliance leader of the Hell Alliance has planted spies in various sects, aiming to seize each sect's Great Dao. You mean Zai is actually the Alliance leader's man? More or less. The Earth Fire Dao Lord lost his position, but he knew where the Great Dao's origin was. Zai did this definitely for the Great Dao's origin. That does make sense. If he could obtain the Earth Fire Great Dao's origin, he'd be closer to the Earth Fire Dao Lord position. Those old guys in the Earth Fire Dao sect must be in an uproar now. Zai might be the Alliance leader's man, or he might be someone's elder's man. The various Great Dao realm experts discussed, already starting various conspiracy theories. Lin Moya had little interest in this, whether it was the Hell Alliance or the Earth Fire Dao sect. Whatever conspiracy or scheme there was, as long as his fist was big enough, nothing would be a problem. He used to scheme a lot too, but later found that no scheme was as useful as a strong fist. On the central continent, the storms subsided. All the sects of the Hell Alliance were uprooted, none spared. The earth stopped shaking. Lin Moya measured the land, and Great Dao power slowly descended, repairing the scars on the earth. Before long, the central continent returned to normal. But after this incident, the recovery time of the origin continent was delayed again. The 8th grade Soul Great Dao Realm experts who were about to come down now had to wait another dozen years or so. But Great Dao Realm experts lacked time the least. A bit of cultivation, and a few years would pass. Lin Moya waved his hand, and over a dozen origin spirit veins that previously belonged to the Hell Alliance's bases flew towards the 4 continents. The central continent has too many origin spirit veins. They should be shared with the 4 continents. These origin spirit veins were not weak, all above 7th grade. Now Lin Moya scattered them among the various continents, letting each continent benefit. Then, he extracted more origin spirit veins from the central continent, sending them in all directions to the other 4 continents. This way, while the central continent was still a good place, the other 4 continents could also gain considerable benefits. At the same time, Lin Moya had his own agenda. He took 2 top-tier 9th grade origin spirit veins and dropped them near Uedeo City. Another one entered the Eastern Spirit Empire for Antares to absorb and refine. He could sense that Antares' current state was somewhat strange. He had wanted to become the Yang Dragon Great Dao Lord before, but ended up failing. Afterwards, he went into seclusion. Using the Great Tao power, Lin Moya could clearly sense that Antares' realm was at the middle stage of first grade innate soul, currently breaking through to the late stage. The late stage of first grade innate soul was the highest realm below Tao Lord, a realm that could advance no further. If successful, even if not the Yang Dragon Great Tao Lord, with his Dragon Race Foundation, he could fight against ordinary branch Tao Lords. However, breaking through to the late stage of first grade innate soul was not easy. Antares was trying hard, but obviously still lacked a bit. Lin Moya thought, and that ninth grade origin spirit vein that had fallen into the Eastern Spirit Empire shattered on the spot. All the power of an entire top-tier ninth grade origin spirit vein, fused with the Great Tao, rushed into Antares to help him complete this final leap. Waves of dragon roars echoed through heaven and earth. Outside the origin continent, the illusory image of a divine dragon appeared. Antares, carrying immense pressure, raised his head and roared long. With Lin Moya's help, Antares entered the late stage of first grade innate soul, his power reaching its peak. He became one of the strongest divine dragons in the dragon race. Now there was no young dragon Great Tao Lord, and few dragons in the dragon race could match him. Antares entering the late stage of first grade innate soul once again shocked the Great Tao realm crowd. No one expected Lin Moya's awakening to be so eventful. Goodness, that's a late stage first grade soul divine dragon. I seem to have seen it somewhere before. Nonsense, have you forgotten what happened in the dragon race during the origin catastrophe? Could it be that he's the dragon race's crown prince? Who else could it be? Now there's a good show to watch. In the illusion in the outer sky Great Tao, Antares let out waves of dragon roars towards a direction. The dragon roars were full of anger. The direction Antares faced was where the dragon race was located. Everyone knew the dragon race was in trouble. Antares flew out from the Eastern Spirit Empire and came to Lin Moya's side. Lin Moya smiled, "How do you feel?" Antares said, "Very good. Below Tao Lord, I have no match." Lin Moya said, "What do you plan to do next?" Antares said, Wait until your side is ready, then we'll go together." Lin Moya smiled, "You've made your decision." Antares nodded, "Of course. This dragon will follow his heart. What needs to be settled must be settled." Lin Moya pointed at the sky, "You're saying this so openly, aren't you afraid those guys will be prepared?" Antares snorted, "So what if they're prepared? Do you think I'm afraid of them?" Lin Moya chuckled, "Whatever you like. I said, as long as you decide, I'll go with you. But for now, first be my protector." Antares asked, "What are you going to do?" Lin Moya smiled, "Have you become stupid? Of course I'm going to cultivate. With my current strength, I'd be a burden rather than helping you kill people. I've offended quite a few people. If I cultivate now, those guys will probably try every means to kill me." Antares snorted, "Don't worry, with me here, no one can touch you." Chapter 3646. Chapter 3646, 3646. Chapter 3646, The Feeling of Being a Creator. Lin Moya wasn't afraid of offending people. In fact, since he began cultivating, he had offended quite a few people and had never been one to compromise. Even before the great changes in heaven and earth began, he had already offended beings like the withering and flourishing elder. This time, he had offended the entire Hell Alliance. The Tao Lord of the Yellow Springs Tao sect had fallen, the Tao Lord of the Earth Fire Tao sect had been killed by his scheme, and all the forces of the Hell Alliance's major sects on the origin continent had been destroyed by him. The Hell Alliance had suffered great losses, and crucially, their face had nowhere to be saved. They would be mocked by countless people. Therefore, the Hell Alliance would certainly try every means to kill him. He could set up formations, the fallen Sword Star Lord was also there, and even Lin Mohan might be hiding in the shadows. But this was still not safe enough. If Antares were to protect him as well, the safety would be greatly improved. Antares revealed his true form, his dragon body of 100,000 meters coiled like a mountain range, firmly protecting Lin Moya within. From this moment on, a divine dragon mountain appeared on the central continent, and Lin Moya disappeared from the eyes of the world. The central continent returned to calm once again. The sects in the outer sky Great Tao that needed to establish inheritances continued to do so, and the Hell Alliance also temporarily showed no movement. The internal affairs of the Earth Fire Tao sect became extremely lively, with several elders beginning to compete for the position of Earth Fire Tao Lord. In the outer sky Great Tao, a towering tree appeared faintly, and under the tree stood a withered old man. The withering and flourishing elder's gaze was gloomy, full of killing intent, penetrating infinite distances to fall on the central continent. "Lin Moya, you deserve to die." His voice seemed to come from an endless abyss, carrying a thick curse, echoing endlessly. Lin Moya entered the soul world again. The path ahead was now clear: continue to hunt void beasts in the soul void, refine soul crystals, and improve his cultivation realm. At the same time, he needed to continue searching for suitable worlds, preferably those like the previous one that had died but not completely collapsed, to refine them into world crystals and accelerate the evolution of the great world. However, world crystals could be secondary. It would be best to have them, but it didn't matter if there weren't any. The key was his own cultivation. He re-examined his evolving world, which had already formed a complete cycle with the skeleton hell. The soul fragments of beings who died in the world that hadn't completely dissipated would travel along the channel established by the world tree into the skeleton hell. After being fused by the hell's eye, they would be reborn as life seeds from the spider lily. These life seeds would continue through the world tree, returning to the world. They would not only return to the Great Thousand World but also enter the Middle Thousand Worlds, giving birth to one special race after another. Lin Moya didn't need to name these newly born races, they would have their own consciousness and subsequently name themselves. Regarding this, Lin Moya didn't want to interfere too much, letting them develop freely. The world would soon become lively. These newly nurtured races might become new friends of humans, or they might become enemies of humans. In the Great Thousand World, more and more people realized that the human emperor had disappeared. The rules that had been pressing on them for countless years also disappeared at the same time. Some ambitious people had already begun to stir. The evolution of the Great Thousand World was accelerating, and it was also driving the Middle Thousand Worlds and Small Thousand Worlds. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the Small Thousand Worlds would also become soil for nurturing life. By then, the world would become even more lively. Most crucially, the Great Tao in the Great Thousand World was being perfected. Lin Moya could feel that all these heavenly Taos were under his control. Even if Tao Lords were born among them, they would be subject to his jurisdiction. He could decide their life or death with a single thought. This feeling of controlling life and death was just like the undying Great Tao. Lin Moya was very satisfied with the changes in the world. He left the soul world and entered the soul void again. Little Python had refined and absorbed 100 soul crystals and was dozing off, enjoying this indescribable wonderful feeling. Its power had strengthened again, reaching the middle stage of 6th grade soul. Little Python was quite fortunate. 100 soul crystals could increase its cultivation considerably, much faster than ordinary void beasts. Moreover, Little Python's intelligence was also among the top among all void beasts. Wake up! Lin Moya landed on Little Python and kicked it. Little Python, who was dozing off, was kicked awake. With some morning grumpiness, it was about to roar to express its dissatisfaction, but upon seeing Lin Moya, the roar instantly turned into flattery. Master's back. Lin Moya stood on Little Python's head. Let's go. Little Python asked, which way does Master want to go? There was no sense of direction in the soul void, but Lin Moya could accurately position himself through his own methods. He released a large number of skeleton god generals in the soul void, especially placing some outside the world of the origin continent. These skeleton god generals were positioned on the 2 routes he had taken last time when he went out and came back. This way, he knew which route he had taken last time. The benefits of the Tao Void Tea were fully manifested. Not only had his connection with his own soul world become clearer, but even his connection with the undead army had become much stronger. Now, as long as he left his soul world and formally entered the soul void, he could sense the undead army outside the world. Although he could only simply sense their corresponding positions, that was enough. Previously, he couldn't sense them at all. Lin Moya flicked out a fire line to indicate the direction, still going in the previous direction, first leaving the origin continent. Little Python was very fast, and it wasn't long before they left the origin continent. Taking the treasure mountain fragment given by the Soul Heart King in his hand, Lin Moya had never let the treasure mountain fragment enter the origin continent. He always remained cautious of the Soul Heart King. Then the fire line changed direction, flying towards another direction. Based on the formation he had set up last time, using the soul refining furnace to attract the giant-faced Lion King's subordinates, Lin Moya had already learned the direction of the giant-faced Lion King through their approach and had made a mark. This time, he naturally wanted to go in another direction. The 3 nearest small soul domains in the vicinity formed a triangle, bordering each other. The direction Lin Moya was heading now was towards the Grass Soul King's small soul domain. Little Python, tell me everything you know about the Grass Soul King. It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong, speak boldly. Hearing Lin Moya's request, Little Python immediately spoke without reservation, holding nothing back. Based on what Little Python said, plus the information given by the Soul Heart King, Lin Moya had roughly outlined the image of the Grass Soul King. Each small domain had an innate void treasure. The void treasure of the Grass Soul domain was an illusory great tree called the Soul-Devouring Tree. The Grass Soul King was originally a small grass growing on the Soul-Devouring Tree, coexisting with it. Later, by chance, it evolved into form, developed intelligence, and became the Grass Soul King. The Soul-Devouring Tree naturally became its innate void treasure. The Soul-Devouring Tree was very powerful. The giant-faced Lion King was very wary of the Soul-Devouring Tree, so no matter how much conflict he had with the Grass Soul King, he didn't dare to invade the Grass Soul King's domain. Little Python said, it said that the giant-faced Lion King once suffered a loss in front of the Soul-Devouring Tree, and has never entered the Grass Soul domain again. Lin Moya chuckled. What would happen if the Soul Refining Furnace appeared in the Grass Soul domain? Chapter 3647. Chapter 3647, 3647. Chapter 3647, Using Another's Knife to Kill. Hearing Lin Moya's words, Little Python was startled. Master, do you plan to lure the giant-faced Lion King here? Lin Moya said, I want to use another's knife to kill. The kings of the small soul domains greatly desired the soul refining furnace, even willing to fight for it. Previously, he had only slightly activated the soul refining furnace, and it had already caused the giant-faced Lion King and Grass Soul King to send their subordinates. The Soul Heart King had also sent his subordinates, but he was more restrained, not as eager as the Grass Soul King and giant-faced Lion King. Everyone chose different paths. The Soul Heart King chose to walk his own path, having a take-it-or-leave-it attitude towards the soul refining furnace. The giant-faced Lion King was different. He was determined to obtain it. Last time, the Grass Soul King had finally taken action, directly engaging in a brief clash with the giant-faced Lion King on his territory. Neither side had gained an advantage. By then, the formation had shattered, and the soul refining furnace had disappeared. But what if the soul refining furnace really appeared? Would the two sides fight to the death for it? Lin Moya had a grudge against the giant-faced Lion King, so he wanted to find a way to kill him. But he didn't want to confront the giant-faced Lion King directly, So the best method was to use another's knife to kill. Use the Grass Soul King's knife to kill the giant-faced Lion King. It wasn't necessary to actually kill him as long as he could be severely injured. Lin Moya would have a chance. Little Python said softly, "Master, have you really decided to do this? That's a king." Lin Moya chuckled. A king is just a relatively powerful void beast. Their realm is only equivalent to a branched Dao Lord. They're not unkillable. In the long years of the Void Realm, haven't many kings died? Lin Moya was different from Little Python. As a void beast, Little Python had a natural awe for their kings, never thinking about finding ways to kill these kings, let alone taking their place someday. But in Lin Moya's eyes, even if these kings fell, it was a very ordinary matter. Moreover, after they died, wouldn't the king's position be vacant? Couldn't he find a way to take their place? In the information given by the Soul Heart King, it didn't say that those kings had to be void beasts. Perhaps he could also control a small soul domain and become a king of a small soul domain. Little Python couldn't oppose Lin Moya's decision. It knew clearly who its master was, and the master's words must be obeyed. Lin Moya had placed many skeleton god generals along the way. These skeleton god generals served as guiding markers, allowing Lin Moya to clearly know the path he had come. They quickly arrived at the edge of the giant-faced Lion King's small soul domain. Crossing this vacuum zone, they could reach the Grass Soul King's small soul domain. The two soul domains were not far apart. Lin Moya used the same method, taking out the ice jade cushion to block suddenly erupting dangers, successfully crossing the vacuum zone. Little Python said, "Master, this treasure of yours is truly amazing." Lin Moya said, "Indeed, it's very amazing." At the time, the green-robed elder had only said to place the ice jade cushion under the soul to aid in cultivation. Other uses needed to be explored and discovered by oneself. Now it seemed that helping with cultivation was just the most basic function of the ice jade cushion. If it was only used for cultivation, it would be a waste of great material. After all, this was a treasure evolved from the infinite ice glacier. Its uses were extensive. Entering the Grass Soul small soul domain, Lin Moya immediately sensed a different aura. Although they were all small soul domains, because of the different innate void treasures in each domain, there were also some differences between small soul domains. The vitality in the Grass Soul small soul domain was a bit stronger, which was related to its innate void treasure being a plant. Little Python asked, "Master, will the giant-faced Lion King really come?" Lin Moya said, "Not only will he come, but he'll also bring that fire basin of his." Lin Moya continued to point the direction, letting Little Python advance along the edge of the small soul domain, getting further and further from where they had entered. Along the way, they killed some void beasts, clearing out an area. Lin Moya began to set up a formation. Divine runes were still effective in the Void Realm, and even more effective. This time, he again set up a maze formation, stronger than the previous one. The maze formation drew in a large amount of chaotic mist, making the mist in a large area as thick as a swamp. Then Lin Moya took out the soul refining furnace and gave the shark sealed inside to Little Python, "Take it and fly far away to release it." He had promised the shark to let it go, and he kept his word. Little Python was very obedient, taking the shark far away. Lin Moya placed the soul refining furnace in the center of the mist, then continued to set up formations. This time, he set up the heaven sealing Dao cutting formation. This formation had once been able to seal the entire Great Dao formation sect, incredibly powerful. With Lin Moya's current realm, the formation he set up was enough to withstand the giant-faced Lion King's attacks for a period of time. Moreover, Lin Moya set up more than one. He used the method of layering formations, setting up 9 layers in total, 3 inner and 3 outer. Even if those kings came, they wouldn't be able to break the formation without expending considerable effort. When everything was prepared, he took out the soul crystals obtained along the way and threw them into the soul refining furnace. With a thought, he activated the soul refining furnace. The furnace started up with a boom, beginning to refine void soul pills. Soon, a void soul pill was refined. Lin Moya didn't take it away but left it beside the soul refining furnace. He had thrown in over 100 soul crystals, and the soul refining furnace continued to refine a second void soul pill. After refining 3 in succession, the soul refining furnace finally stopped. Lin Moya stood on Little Python and said softly, "Let's go." Little Python immediately fled in the direction Lin Moya pointed. It knew that this place would soon become very lively. "Master, although I'm very afraid, I don't know why, but I'm also a bit excited," Little Python said softly. Lin Moya chuckled. "Fear and excitement are normal emotions. If you didn't even have the most basic emotions, how could you transcend the void realm?" Little Python seemed to half understand, "But I see many powerful void beasts don't have so many emotions." Lin Moya said, "To become strong, instinct is enough. But to transcend, you must have your own emotions, your own thoughts, like the Soul Heart King." Little Python asked, "Will the Soul Heart King come this time?" Lin Moya shook his head. "It's hard to say. I think most will come. If he comes too, then my plan will be easier to complete." The man and the python left far away. Lin Moya set up another formation. The two stood within the formation, as if they had completely disappeared from the Void Realm. After the previous journey, Lin Moya's understanding of the Void Realm now far surpassed his previous knowledge. Even the Dao Lords in the Origin continent might not understand it as well as he did. Understanding the Void Realm and reasonably utilizing its rules, Lin Moya was now confident. The aura of the soul refining furnace spread far. The kings of several nearby soul domains sensed the soul refining furnace appear again. Moreover, this time the aura was stronger than last time. Authoritative voices sounded in several soul domains. "Go, follow this direction to search for the soul refining furnace." The soul refining furnace has appeared in the grass soul small soul domain, near the giant-faced lion king's position. Go find it. Take this king's treasure and track the small soul domain. This king will arrive shortly. In the giant-faced lion king's small soul domain, an angry roar sounded, followed by the appearance of a huge fire basin. The fire basin was inverted, with the giant-faced lion king standing on top, rushing towards the direction of the soul refining furnace. Where the fire basin passed, void fire scattered, burning to death patches of void beasts. No chapters on Thursday. Chapter 3648. Chapter 3648, 3648. Chapter 3648, Giving Them a Hand. The aura of the soul refining furnace continued to spread to the surrounding small soul domains, and the kings of each domain sent their subordinates to come. At the same time, those kings were not idle either, they also began to take action. Every time the soul refining furnace appeared, it was inevitably accompanied by bloodshed. Of course, there was no blood in the void realm, but many void beasts would certainly fall, and a series of great battles was unavoidable. Last time, when the aura of the soul refining furnace had barely spread, the kings of the nearby small soul domains didn't move. Only the giant-faced lion king, grass soul king, and soul heart king's people took action. However, the Soul Heart King didn't personally intervene, while the Grass Soul King and Giant-Faced Lion King did clash, ultimately ending in a draw. This news spread quickly to the other soul domains, and everyone knew that at that time, the soul refining furnace had only appeared briefly before disappearing. But it was also that incident that made them realize that the soul refining furnace, which had vanished for countless years, had appeared again, and this time its aura was extremely strong, different from before. This time, the kings of several nearby small soul domains couldn't sit still. Most crucially, it was now during the resonance of the 9 great soul domains' innate origin void treasures, and the emperors couldn't spare any attention, which was their opportunity. Lin Moya waited quietly. He couldn't continue to activate the soul refining furnace to refine void soul pills, but the flames inside the furnace hadn't extinguished, and the furnace's aura was continuously spreading outward. A moment later, there was finally some movement. Little Python lowered its voice. "Master, void beasts are coming." Lin Moya nodded slightly. The void beasts had come, and in considerable numbers. A void beast flew by not far from them, passing through the mist towards the direction of the soul refining furnace. These void beasts had strange appearances, with all sorts of shapes, but without exception, they all had traces of plants on their bodies. Needless to say, these void beasts all came from the Grass Soul King's domain. Under the influence of the soul-devouring tree, the void beasts in this domain all had plant characteristics. The Grass Soul King's subordinates arrived the fastest, which was normal. They rushed towards the location of the soul refining furnace, unknowingly falling into the maze formation and losing their direction. Lin Moya's maze formation was set up very cleverly. On the surface, nothing could be seen at all, and even after entering the formation, one might not necessarily discover it. Moreover, with the chaotic mist, the formation was even more concealed. After a large number of void beasts passed by, the void suddenly began to shake, and a massive aura flew over from afar. A large tree appeared in the void. This tree was extremely peculiar, with many small grasses growing on its trunk. These small grasses were like needles, extremely sharp. Lin Moya only glanced at it from afar, and his soul felt a slight pain, as if pricked by a needle. The innate void treasure, the soul-devouring tree. Lin Moya said softly. The Grass Soul King was originally a small grass on the soul-devouring tree. It was lucky enough to develop intelligence, and then, with the help of the soul-devouring tree, it erased the intelligence of all other small grasses, giving them no chance. And it, relying on the soul-devouring tree, became the king of the small soul domain. Lin Moya observed the soul-devouring tree from afar. Unlike the world tree, which was lush with branches and leaves, the soul-devouring tree had many branches but few leaves. The branches were like arrows, looking extremely sharp. Between the branches, there was a humanoid void beast standing. It emitted a powerful aura and should be the Grass Soul King. Lin Moya looked at the Grass Soul King and found it increasingly strange. Strange, it doesn't look strong. Little Python said, "It's a king, how could it not be strong?" Lin Moya firmly held his view. No, it's indeed not strong, at most at the level of a third-grade soul. To be precise, it's the soul-devouring tree that's powerful, not itself. The soul-devouring tree is an innate void treasure, and it is a symbiote of the soul-devouring tree, so it can control the soul-devouring tree and exert the full combat power of the innate void treasure. In terms of its own realm, it's not very strong, not as strong as the Soul Heart King. Little Python made a no sound, more or less understanding. The Grass Soul King drove the soul-devouring tree to arrive, also entering the maze formation. It also didn't discover the formation and quickly lost direction within the maze. Lin Moya knew this was just a temporary measure, with the only purpose being to delay time. Before long, void beasts from other soul domains and their kings would arrive, and that would be when the real show began. Because the Grass Soul King's own realm wasn't high enough, it didn't discover the maze formation. After entering the formation, it continued to rush headlong towards the soul refining furnace but could never get close to it. It was puzzled and controlled its subordinate void beasts to continuously charge towards the soul refining furnace, but they could never touch it. The Grass Soul King was clearly angry and let out a sharp cry. The soul-devouring tree flashed with light, and the Grass Soul King's voice, through the soul-devouring tree, turned into countless sharp needles, piercing into souls. A large number of void beasts cried out in agony, suffering terribly. Even Lin Moya, far away, felt discomfort. Little Python groaned in pain but kept its mouth tightly shut, not making a sound. Lin Moya opened his storage space and put Little Python inside. Although Little Python's soul wasn't weak, its endurance was far inferior to his own. He drew a divine rune with his hand, which fell on himself, protecting his soul. A ball of grey flame exploded in the void, and countless fiery meteors appeared out of nowhere, crashing down on the Grass Soul King. Then a lion's roar echoed through the void. The giant-faced Lion King had arrived. It stood on a fire basin, pouring down countless fire rains. Where the flames reached, large numbers of void beasts cried out miserably and fled. The giant-faced Lion King's innate void treasure, the soul-corroding fire basin, contained flames specifically for corroding souls. Void beasts that weren't strong enough simply couldn't withstand it. The innate void treasures of most small soul domains were aimed at souls and could almost all be called the bane of void beasts. So void beasts had virtually no resistance when facing the kings of various small soul domains. The Grass Soul King roared in anger, "Lion King, you dare come to this king's soul domain?" The giant-faced Lion King roared, "Why wouldn't this king dare come? Last time we didn't settle the score, this time this king will teach you a good lesson." The Grass Soul King's voice was shrill, "Loser, this time this king will make sure you don't return. Your innate void treasure will be mine." The giant-faced Lion King let out a cold laugh. That's what this king wanted to say. "Today I'll burn you to ashes." The giant-faced Lion King stomped heavily on the fire basin. With a boom, endless grey void fire flew out from the basin, instantly evolving into a sea of fire, enveloping a large area of space. The Grass Soul King screamed repeatedly. The soul-devouring tree flashed with light, and beams of light swept across like sharp arrows, dispersing the flames where they shone. The giant-faced Lion King continuously stomped on the fire basin, erupting even more intense flames that swept through the void towards the Grass Soul King. The chaotic mist in the space was devoured by the flames, and the void suddenly cleared. The soul-refining furnace was revealed from the mist. At the same time, the formation outside the soul-refining furnace was also revealed. But this was no longer important. What mattered was that enemies meeting face to face were particularly enraged. The two kings had already started fighting fiercely, seemingly to the death. Lin Moya watched and found that they hadn't really gone all out yet. Their words were tough, but when actually fighting, they still held back, perhaps guarding against other kings. Looks like they need a hand. Lin Moya thought to himself, flicking his finger to send a line of fire silently flying over, merging into the sea of fire. With the addition of the world-burning fire, the power of the sea of fire increased dramatically. The soul-devouring king roared angrily, using even stronger power to drive the soul-devouring tree. Beams of light like arrows slashed through the sea of fire. Suddenly, the Soul Heart King's voice sounded in Lin Moya's soul. "Lin friend, are you watching the show?" Chapter 3649. Chapter 3649, 3649. Chapter 3649, The Lion King won't be able to return. Lin Moya wasn't surprised by the Soul Heart King's sudden appearance. He was still carrying the treasure mountain fragment given by the Soul Heart King. Even though he had used formations to conceal his form and aura, he still couldn't hide from the Soul Heart King. In fact, Lin Moya hadn't intended to hide. He was hoping the Soul Heart King would come. With a thought, Lin Moya suddenly expanded the formation around him, including the Soul Heart King within it. Inside the formation, Lin Moya sat on Little Python's head, brewing tea. The Soul Heart King smiled and said, "Lin friend is in such a good mood, not forgetting to have a cup of tea while watching the show." Lin Moya said, "Soul Heart friend, come try Lin's tea." The Soul Heart King sat down unceremoniously opposite Lin Moya. As he sat, Little Python clearly trembled once, then didn't dare to move at all. Lin Moya thought, and a stream of water flew out from the teapot, landing in the teacup in front of the Soul Heart King. The water stream was silver with hints of gold. There was no tea fragrance, but there was another kind of strange aroma. The Soul Heart King vaguely sensed that this tea was not ordinary. The Soul Heart King tried a sip and his eyes suddenly brightened. "Lin friend, this tea is extraordinary." Lin Moya smiled and said, "It can't compare to the Dao Void tea." But the Soul Heart King didn't think so. No, the two teas each have their merits. This tea is greatly beneficial for cultivation. If one could drink it for a long time, even I could advance another step, and there are no side effects. Moreover, this tea can clear the mind and clarify thoughts. With just that one sip just now, I feel I've gained some insight into some problems that have troubled me for many years. Lin Moya said, "When today's affairs are over, Lin will send some of this tea to Soul Heart Friend." The Soul Heart King seemed very pleased. This king will accept it without being polite. He felt this was truly a good thing, so naturally he wouldn't be courteous. It was indeed a good thing. The tea leaves Lin Moya used were world tree leaves, and the water was gold and silver tree sap. Lin Moya had tried brewing tea with them. For someone like the Soul Heart King who had never drunk gold and silver tree sap before, it indeed had quite an effect. The addition of world tree leaves seemed to have increased the effects of the gold and silver tree even more. Clearly, there were some secrets in the world tree that even he himself didn't know about, worth exploring well. The reason Lin Moya brought out the gold and silver tree sap and world tree leaves was actually for another purpose, to tempt the Soul Heart King. This was his bargaining chip, a bargaining chip to get the Soul Heart King to take action. The Soul Heart King looked at the giant-faced Lion King and Grass Soul King who were still fighting fiercely, then looked at the soul refining furnace that had already been revealed. When the soul refining furnace appeared before, this king had suspicions about whether someone was deliberately using the soul refining furnace. So at that time, this king didn't take action. Coincidentally, I met Lin Friend then, and this king had thought about whether the soul refining furnace might be Lin Friend's possession. Now it seems, it truly is so. Lin Moya didn't conceal it either. Lin obtained this furnace by chance, and only recently learned that this furnace is extraordinary. Lin also knows that this furnace isn't very useful in the Void Realm. Too many people covet it, so I might as well use it as bait. The Soul Heart King said, "In that case, does Lin Friend have a grudge against the Lion King?" The Soul Heart King was very clever. He had already guessed Lin Moya's intentions. Using the soul refining furnace as bait, then utilizing the existing enmity between the giant-faced Lion King and the Grass Soul King to make them fight to the death. This method was very simple, not even really a scheme, but it was direct and effective. Lin Moya nodded. Indeed, I have some grievances with the Lion King. I didn't hold much of a grudge, but the Lion King has been harboring resentment and has been sending people to find me. Lin wanted to take this opportunity to settle the karma between me and the Lion King, but unfortunately, the two of them don't seem to be fighting hard enough. He had already secretly used the world-burning fire, making the Grass Soul King mistakenly believe that the giant-faced Lion King wanted to fight to the death with him, but both sides were still holding back. The Soul Heart King said, Lin friend may not fully understand the structure of our Void Realm yet. There are indeed constant conflicts between our various small soul domains, but these conflicts are complex and intertwined, like the great Tao powers, a tangled mess. The two of them can fight to the death for the soul refining furnace now, but later they might also join hands against external enemies. They have common enemies and common allies, so even if they fight fiercely, they won't really fight to the death. Lin Moya looked at the Soul Heart King, leisurely drinking his tea, then his Soul Heart friend their enemy or ally. The Soul Heart King said, neither enemy nor ally. This king once heard a saying from your human race, be close to distant states and distant from close states. Lin Moya immediately understood. The Soul Heart King's small soul domain bordered both of their small soul domains, and there was much friction between them. But the Soul Heart King was more restrained and hadn't become enemies with them, yet they couldn't be called friends either. Lin Moya said, Soul Heart friend has seen the current situation. I wonder if you could lend a hand. The Soul Heart King chuckled, why not? Behind him, the illusory image of a treasure mountain slowly appeared, followed by invisible soul waves spreading outward. The Soul Heart King did this very discreetly. Even Lin Moya only vaguely felt something. The giant-faced Lion King and Grass Soul King, who were in the midst of fierce battle, didn't feel anything at all. Just a few breaths after the Soul Heart King took action, the battle situation between the giant-faced Lion King and the Grass Soul King rapidly changed. Previously, the two had been holding back, but now they became completely unrestrained. The two began to fight with all their might, as if intending to kill each other. Lin Moya smiled and said, Soul Heart friend has good techniques. The Soul Heart King smiled and said, it's just stirring up the subconscious, nothing worth mentioning. If they didn't have a grudge to begin with, and hadn't been provoked by Lin friend, with the soul refining furnace as bait, these little tricks of mine wouldn't have worked. Lin Moya knew he was telling the truth. This kind of trick to stir up the subconscious required many special conditions, and what he had done before was to create those special conditions for the Soul Heart King. The reason why the Soul Heart King was so willing to help him actually had another very important reason. Neither the giant-faced Lion King nor the Grass Soul King were on good terms with him. The phrase close to distant states and distant from close states had already made it very clear. So eliminating these two was also a very ideal outcome for the Soul Heart King. Lin Moya smiled and said, in Soul Heart Friend's view, which of them will emerge victorious? The Soul Heart King smiled, this is the Grass Soul King's small soul domain. Lin Moya understood the Soul Heart King's meaning. Here, the giant-faced Lion King would most likely not be able to defeat the Grass Soul King. Lin Moya suddenly looked into the distance. The skeleton god generals he had placed far away saw soul flames. Void beasts from other small soul domains were coming. With the void beasts arriving, those kings would probably come too. If they came to interfere, it would be difficult for the Grass Soul King and giant-faced Lion King to fight to the death. Lin Moya looked at the Soul Heart King, Soul Heart friend, I have to trouble you again. The Soul Heart King knew what Lin Moya meant. A small matter. This king will go and block them. The Lion King will probably retreat soon, and the Grass Soul King may not necessarily pursue. The implication was that once the giant-faced Lion King escaped, if Lin Moya wanted to kill him, he would have to do it himself. Lin Moya smiled and said, the Lion King won't be able to return. The Soul Heart King chuckled, then this king wishes Lin friend all the best. His figure slowly disappeared, silently heading towards the distance to block those approaching void beasts. As for what method he would use, that wasn't Lin Moya's concern. The Grass Soul King's soul-devouring tree evolved into its true form, becoming 10,000 meters tall. Its branches shook, shooting out endless light. The light was like swords, destroying the sea of fire. The giant-faced Lion King kept roaring and retreating. Chapter 3650. Chapter 3650, 3650. Chapter 3650, Little Python didn't tremble, Little Python wasn't afraid. The giant-faced Lion King kept retreating under the Grass Soul King's powerful attacks. The sea of fire was extinguished, and light swords slashed fiercely at the giant-faced Lion King, cutting off chunks of flesh. Though called flesh, it was actually soul. The giant-faced Lion King roared incessantly, with the fire basin rising above its head, spewing flames like an erupting volcano, but it was still useless. The Grass Soul King manipulated the soul-devouring tree, growing stronger as the battle went on. The entire small soul domain was its support, with vast chaotic mist flying over to be absorbed by the soul-devouring tree. The soul-devouring tree's power seemed endless, yet the chaotic mist here couldn't be used by the giant-faced Lion King. One grew stronger as the battle continued, while the giant-faced Lion King grew weaker. Lin Moya understood the Soul Heart King's meaning. This was the Grass Soul King's small soul domain, and the power within was controlled by the Grass Soul King. Outsiders found it difficult to replenish their strength. The soul-devouring tree was the core of the small soul domain, which was natural. If it were in the giant-faced Lion King's small soul domain, the situation would be reversed. No wonder they can rule as kings in their own small soul domains. The root cause lies here. If that's the case, then I need to intercept the giant-faced Lion King in the vacuum zone. Once it returns to its own territory, it will become much more troublesome. Lin Moya thought to himself, then patted Little Python. Let's go, follow the direction I give. A faint line of fire led the way in front, and Little Python immediately followed. Their departure was silent and unnoticed. Little Python asked, Master, aren't we going to kill the Lion King? Lin Moya said, we are going to kill it, but not here. Little Python asked curiously, then where are we going to kill it? Lin Moya chuckled, the vacuum zone. It's the perfect place for its grave. Little Python heard this and felt a chill down its spine. Master, isn't this too dangerous? Lin Moya laughed, you dare to participate in killing a king, yet you're afraid of the mere dangers of the vacuum zone. Little Python stubbornly said, it's not that Little Python is afraid. Little Python is just worried about Master. Little Python's little thoughts couldn't escape Lin Moya's notice, but Lin Moya didn't expose it, only gesturing for it to fly faster. The vacuum zone was very quiet, empty as could be. Here, the great Dao powers were even more chaotic, colliding with each other, creating dangers everywhere. For void beasts who couldn't see the great Dao powers, these dangers were extremely terrifying. The inherent dangers, plus the occasional sudden eruptions of danger, made the vacuum zone the place void beasts feared most. For cultivators from the real world like Lin Moya, the inherent dangers could be seen completely, so there was no need to worry. The only thing to worry about was sudden eruptions of danger. But Lin Moya had the Ice Jade Cushion, which could freeze great Dao powers and neutralize suddenly erupting dangers. So Lin Moya could treat the vacuum zone like his own backyard. He decided to ambush and kill the giant-faced Lion King here. On the way over, Lin Moya released many skeleton god generals to monitor the void. If the giant-faced Lion King tried to escape back, it couldn't escape Lin Moya's notice. After waiting in the vacuum zone for a while, Little Python asked worriedly, Master, are we just going to wait like this? Lin Moya said, are you afraid? Little Python immediately shook its head. No, how could Little Python be afraid? Little Python is just worried about Master. Lin Moya said, if you're not afraid, why are you trembling? Little Python continued to grit its teeth. Little Python isn't trembling. Master must be feeling wrong. Lin Moya was amused by it. It was clearly terrified, yet still so stubborn. His eyes narrowed slightly, a cold light flashing in them. It's coming. As he spoke, he flicked out a line of fire. Little Python, follow this. Little Python didn't say a word, immediately following the fire line. Although it was very afraid of the vacuum zone, it would still obey Lin Moya's orders. In the Grass Soul King's small soul domain, the giant-faced Lion King was indeed no match for it. After a great battle, it fled in defeat. Its escape route was seen by the Skeleton King, and Lin Moya quickly calculated the position in his mind, knowing where the giant-faced Lion King would enter the vacuum zone. Soon they arrived at the predetermined location. Lin Moya said, do you want to hide? You might get caught in the crossfire when the fight starts. Little Python thought for a moment, then shook its head. Little Python won't hide. If Master is in danger, Little Python can protect Master. If worst comes to worst, Little Python can also help Master escape. The power of kings was deeply rooted in Little Python's mind. It instinctively felt that kings were invincible. Although Lin Moya was formidable, it didn't think he could kill a powerful king. Despite thinking this way, it still chose to believe in Lin Moya. Lin Moya smiled, that's thoughtful of you. When there's a chance in the future, I'll let you be a king of a small soul domain too. Little Python grew more and more nervous, so nervous it couldn't speak. Its eyes were fixed straight ahead, unblinking. There was no chaotic mist in the vacuum zone, allowing one to see very far. Soon, a lion with an exaggerated large face appeared in view. Little Python trembled even more violently, growling softly, it's here. Lin Moya nodded, yes, it's here. Lin Moya could sense that the giant-faced Lion King's aura had weakened considerably, clearly having been severely injured in the battle with the Grass Soul King. Judging by its current aura, the giant-faced Lion King was only equivalent to a third-grade void beast. Even the flames of its innate void treasure were far less vigorous than before. The giant-faced Lion King wanted to escape back to its own small soul domain. Once back in its own domain, it could quickly recover. The giant-faced Lion King was moving very fast, rapidly growing larger in view. Perhaps because Lin Moya was too small, or perhaps because it was fleeing in such a panic, the giant-faced Lion King didn't notice Lin Moya's presence at all. Lin Moya flicked his finger, and a ball of fire flew out, exploding in the vacuum zone. The world-burning fire turned into a sea of fire. The giant-faced Lion King was flying too fast and couldn't stop in time, crashing into the sea of fire. The world-burning fire enveloped its entire body, and the giant-faced Lion King immediately let out a miserable scream. The world-burning fire was much stronger than before, but to burn a being like the giant-faced Lion King to death would take a long time. For now, it could only cause the giant-faced Lion King extreme pain. The giant-faced Lion King burst out of the sea of fire, roaring in anger, "Who?" Lin Moya greeted it from afar, "Long time no see. So it's you. You dare to appear before this king." The giant-faced Lion King remembered Lin Moya deeply, its voice full of venom. Lin Moya smiled and said, "Lion King, what do you think of the place I've chosen for you?" The giant-faced Lion King was slightly stunned. "What place?" Lin Moya smiled and said, "Naturally, it's your burial ground." The giant-faced Lion King laughed wildly. "You think you can do that?" As it spoke, its fire base and void treasure spewed flames, trying to disperse the world-burning fire. But strangely, the gray flames spewed by the fire basin couldn't disperse the world-burning fire. The giant-faced Lion King's expression changed slightly. "This isn't the great Tao Essence fire. Lin Moya smiled and said, "You're right, it's not the great Tao essence fire. But no matter what fire it is, any fire that can burn you to death is good fire. I will burn you to death, refine you, and help myself advance further." The giant-faced Lion King was angered to laughter. "You're seeking death." It roared, and the fire basin spewed flames that turned into countless lions charging towards Lin Moya. Lin Moya took out the ice jade cushion, and in an instant, heaven and earth were frozen. The grey flames were frozen, and the giant-faced Lion King was frozen into an ice sculpture. Only the world-burning fire on his body continued to burn fiercely. Chapter 3651. Chapter 3651, 3651. Chapter 3651, Aspiring to Become King. The giant-faced Lion King was frozen in ice, struggling frantically to break free. Enormous power was unleashed in the vacuum zone, causing many cracks to appear in the ice. The giant-faced Lion King could break free at any moment. Fortunately, it had been severely injured in its battle with the Grass Soul King. Otherwise, the freezing effect wouldn't have lasted long at all. Such strong power. Lin Moya instantly appeared before the giant-faced Lion King. He raised the Disaster Scepter and struck down with full force. Lin Moya didn't use his undead army. Against a being like the giant-faced Lion King, the undead army would be useless. No matter how many there were, they couldn't stop it. If it escaped back to its own small soul domain, it would be much harder to kill. So Lin Moya directly used the ice jade cushion to freeze it, then used the Disaster Scepter for the killing blow. As for whether the Disaster Scepter could kill it, Lin Moya hadn't given it much thought. Even at his current level, he still couldn't see the limits of the Disaster Scepter. The small Disaster Scepter ignored the ice as if it were nothing, smashing through the ice layer and landing on the giant-faced Lion King's head like an iron rod striking tofu. Bang! It seemed as if the entire vacuum zone shook. The giant-faced Lion King, which had been struggling frantically just moments ago, suddenly went still. In the next breath, large cracks appeared all over the giant-faced Lion King's body. Its aura rapidly declined, becoming weaker and weaker. With just one strike, the already severely injured giant-faced Lion King died on the spot. The power of the Disaster Scepter far exceeded Lin Moya's imagination. Originally, Lin Moya had thought it would take at least 2 or 3 strikes. After all, it was the king of a small soul domain, a Tao Lord level existence. Unexpectedly, it only took 1 strike. The giant-faced Lion King was dead, but due to the ice jade cushion, its fragments were still in a frozen state. It had no real physical body. What was frozen was its soul. At this moment, the soul gem on the Disaster Scepter flashed brightly, absorbing the giant-faced Lion King's body completely in the blink of an eye. The soul gem hadn't absorbed souls for a very long time. It hadn't even been interested in the souls of the Outer Sky Divine Lords before, clearly having very high requirements for souls. Now that it was absorbing the giant-faced Lion King's soul, it meant that its soul was pure enough. With the giant-faced Lion King dead, the still frozen fire basin was left behind in the vacuum. This innate void treasure of the small soul domain was struggling with all its might, clearly wanting to return to the small soul domain. It kept spewing flames, trying to melt the ice. Little Python flew over. "Master, is the giant-faced Lion King dead?" Lin Moya nodded. "Didn't you see it?" Little Python came to its senses. "Master, quickly take this soul-corroding fire basin. With it, you'll be the king of the small soul domain." Lin Moya actually hadn't thought about becoming the king of a small soul domain, but he still had to take the fire basin. Even if he didn't want to be king, he couldn't let others have it. He partially thawed the ice and grasped the soul-corroding fire basin with one hand, feeling it struggling violently, clearly not wanting to be controlled by him. At this point, Lin Moya used the simplest method. He brought the Disaster Scepter close to it. When the Disaster Scepter touched the soul-corroding fire basin, it made a crisp sound, and the soul-corroding fire basin immediately behaved. Faced with the Disaster Scepter, if it didn't behave, there was only one outcome: being smashed to pieces. Little Python watched in amazement. "Master, this treasure of yours is so powerful." Lin Moya nodded. The next step would be to refine this innate void treasure. Then he would become the king of the small soul domain. A cultivator from the real world becoming the king of a small soul domain. This had probably never happened in the entire void realm. Lin Moya didn't immediately do this. He didn't know if doing so would have any negative consequences. The void realm wasn't the real world, but the other side of the entire world. It had its own rules. Some things required caution. At this moment, the voice of the Soul Heart King came from the treasure mountain fragment on his body. "Lin friend, you killed the Lion King." Lin Moya said, "Yes, I've killed him." The Soul Heart King was clearly a bit surprised. Lin Moya killing the giant-faced Lion King wasn't unexpected, but killing him so quickly was. The Soul Heart King said, "Then how does Lin friend plan to deal with the soul refining furnace?" Lin Moya said, "Does Soul Heart friend want this furnace?" The Soul Heart King said, "I don't need it. My path is different." Lin Moya said, "If that's the case, then I'll take back this furnace. Perhaps it will have other uses in the future." The Soul Heart King said, "There are now 5 kings vying for this furnace. How will Lin friend take it back?" Lin Moya said, "This is simple." He stepped onto Little Python and returned to the Grass Soul King's small soul domain, finding that half of the heaven ceiling Dao-cutting formation he had set up had been destroyed. Including the Grass Soul King, 5 kings of small soul domains were engaged in a frenzied battle. The Grass Soul King's soul-devouring tree concentrated light into swords, as if there were countless sharp swords attacking in all directions. The other kings from other small soul domains were counterattacking with all their might, joining forces against the Grass Soul King. The Grass Soul King was strong, and this was in his own small soul domain, but he was still being pushed back step by step. Lin Moyo had an idea. the soul refining furnace suddenly activated, beginning to refine void soul pills. There were still materials for 7 void soul pills in the soul refining furnace, enough to refine 7 high-quality void soul pills. Adding these to the previously refined void soul pills, there were 10 in total. As soon as the soul refining furnace activated, its aura became even stronger, causing the kings to fight even more fiercely. The soul refining furnace was their hope for transcendence. How could they let it go? 7 void soul pills were quickly refined, making a total of 10, revolving around the soul refining furnace. Void soul pills, they're void soul pills. Indeed, the soul refining furnace can refine void soul pills. As long as we get the soul refining furnace, transcendence is possible. The kings shouted excitedly. Suddenly, the soul refining furnace spewed flames, and all 10 void soul pills were sucked into it. A moment later, an even more powerful void soul pill flew out of the furnace. A twice refined void soul pill. The kings became even more excited. A voice came from the soul refining furnace. Whoever obtains the void soul pill shall obtain this furnace. This voice came from inside the soul refining furnace. The kings almost instinctively believed it was the voice of the soul refining furnace's spirit. The soul refining furnace spewed flames, and the twice refined void soul pill shot out like a cannonball, flying into the chaotic mist. The 5 kings, without thinking, chased after it simultaneously, disappearing from view. At this moment, Lin Moya suddenly appeared beside the soul refining furnace, waved his hand to take it away, then turned and left without a moment's delay. Little Python was waiting in the distance. Lin Moya flew over and stepped onto Little Python. Go! At the same time, he drew a divine rune which exploded, erasing all traces of Lin Moya's aura. One can imagine the king's feelings when they returned to find the soul refining furnace gone. Little Python used all its strength, flying extremely fast. Only after flying away from the Grass Soul King's small soul domain did it breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Moya smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous. They won't chase after us." Little Python stubbornly said, "Little Python isn't nervous." The Soul Heart King's voice sounded in his ear, "Lin friend has good techniques." Lin Moya chuckled, "It was just a trick, nothing worth mentioning. Soul Heart friend, I have something to ask. Do you know if a cultivator like me can become the king of a small soul domain?" The Soul Heart King didn't answer immediately. After a moment, he said softly, "There is indeed a precedent, but it requires a secret technique." Lin Moyo asked, "What secret technique?" "The 3 Lives secret technique. No chapters on Thursday." Chapter 3652. Chapter 3652, 3652. Chapter 3652, The Former 3 Lives King. The 3 Lives secret technique. Lin Moyo was clearly a bit surprised. He had seen the 3 Lives secret technique before. This technique had extremely lofty principles, spanning past, present and future, penetrating fate and time. If he hadn't already mastered too many great Taos, he would have even considered cultivating the 3 Lives secret technique. But what did this have to do with becoming the king of a small soul domain in the Void Realm? Lin Moya said, "I'd like to hear the details." A light chuckle sounded in his ear as the Soul Heart King appeared beside Lin Moyo. Without any politeness, he stepped directly onto Little Python's head. "Little one, will you carry this king for a while?" How could Little Python dare to object? It trembled and nodded its head with effort. Lin Moya took out a tea table and brewed tea using world tree leaves and gold and silver tree sap, while waiting for the Soul Heart King to speak. The Soul Heart King said, "A long time ago, there was once a cultivator from the real world who came to the Void Realm. That cultivator claimed to be from the Buddhist realm and had a very high level. He came into conflict with a king of a small soul domain in the Void Realm. After a battle, that small soul domain king was killed by him. At that time, that Buddhist realm cultivator, like Lin Friend, wanted to become the king of a small soul domain, but after repeated attempts, he couldn't succeed for a long time. There seemed to be some barrier between the real world and the Void Realm that prevented them from merging. Later, this person created a secret technique called the 3 Lives secret technique. He used the 3 Lives secret technique to evolve an avatar, successfully refined an innate void treasure, and became the king of a small soul domain. At that time, this event shook the entire Golden Furnace Island Great Soul Domain. Even the Emperor came in person. The Emperor talked with him for a long time, then left, and he remained unharmed. Afterwards, the Emperor announced to the entire Great Soul Domain, recognizing his existence. At that time, we called him the 3 Lives King. Lin Moya's eyes changed several times. The Buddhist realm had actually appeared in the Void Realm, and the 3 Lives secret technique was created by this person. The tea water boiled, and he poured some for the Soul Heart King, continuing to ask, "What happened after that?" The Soul Heart King drank his tea and said leisurely, "What happened later was quite amusing. The real world he came from encountered misfortune, and he presumably went to participate in the war, but never returned. In those years, he was considered a prominent figure in the Void Realm. Many kings sought him out to discuss the Tao, hoping to find another path to transcendence." Lin Moyo asked, "Then what about the small soul domain he was in now?" The Soul Heart King said, "It changed hands long ago. The innate void treasure found a new master. In my view, the 3 Lives King's true body must have died. Once the true body dies, his avatar naturally cannot exist. It seems Lin Friend is very interested in this 3 Lives secret technique. This king happens to have a copy." Back then, after he created the 3 Lives secret technique, he sat and discussed the Tao with many kings, and also passed on the 3 Lives technique. Perhaps this was one of the reasons he gained recognition. He didn't keep it to himself and had good relationships with many kings. As he spoke, a faint light appeared in front of the Soul Heart King. Within the light, the illusory image of a treasure mountain appeared, and a small fragment broke off from it, taking shape. The fragment containing the 3 lives secret technique fell into Lin Moya's hand. The Soul Heart King said, "If Lin friend is interested, you can study it. This king has also studied it before, but it's not a Void Realm technique, so it doesn't have much effect for us. However, its principles can be used for reference." Lin Moya didn't stand on ceremony and directly absorbed the fragment, observing its contents. Comparing this 3 lives secret technique with the one he had obtained before, Lin Moya found that there were slight differences between the two. The 3 lives secret technique I obtained before had the principle of 1 becoming 3, representing past, present, and future. But the 3 lives secret technique here has the principle of infinity. 3 is not just 3, it means the Tao is limitless. It's not just past, present, and future, but also virtual and real, yin and yang. Within the virtual there is real, within the real there is virtual. Each point of virtual and real also carries yin and yang, and within yin and yang there is again virtual and real, endless and infinite. Lin Moya had only briefly looked through it, but he immediately gained some insights. The principles of the 3 lives secret technique were extremely lofty and aligned with his own ideas. However, he had only briefly looked through it now, and was still far from truly comprehending it. He also understood why the Soul Heart King said the secret technique was useless for kings in the Void Realm. Because the kings in the Void Realm had never seen the real world, they couldn't truly comprehend what reality meant, so they sought transcendence, seeking reality. Lin Moya sincerely said, "Thank you, Soul Heart friend. The 3 lives secret technique is very useful to Lin." As he spoke, Lin Moya gave the world tree leaves and gold and silver tree sap he had prepared earlier to the Soul Heart King. These things weren't much to him, but to the Soul Heart King, they were truly good things. The two chatted for a while longer before saying goodbye. Lin Moya used the soul-corroding fire basin as a guide to arrive at the giant-faced Lion King's former lair. There was a simple palace here where the giant-faced Lion King used to live. The materials of the palace were made of illusory materials, which were quite valuable, but unfortunately, the giant-faced Lion King didn't know how to use these materials. If he could have used them well to refine powerful magical treasures, he wouldn't have been so passive when facing the Grass Soul King. There should have been many powerful void beasts here before, but now they had all been sent out by the Lion King. Those that died, those that were injured, leaving this area empty. Lin Moya sensed the location of his soul world, which was actually not far from the Lion King's lair. He threw out a few soul crystals to Little Python, indicating for it to leave temporarily and not come close. Little Python was very obedient, biting the soul crystals and leaving far away, though it didn't go too far, still guarding its master. One legion commander after another flew out with the undead army, protecting this soul domain. Then the world-burning fire blazed fiercely, turning into a sea of fire, protecting Lin Moya. Finally, he took out the ice jade cushion. Lin Moya sat on it, and a ball of tree sap, silver with hints of gold, appeared above his head. The tree sap turned into mist, enveloping his entire body. After making all preparations, Lin Moya began to study the 3 lives secret technique. He compared the two versions of the 3 lives secret technique, discarding the dross and keeping the essence. What Lin Moya really wanted were the ideas and principles within it, not to copy and learn the 3 lives secret technique verbatim. Otherwise, he would have learned it long ago, not waiting until now. He was waiting until his realm was high enough to look back at the 3 lives secret technique, using it as a springboard to create his own secret technique. The 3 lives secret technique was a Buddhist thing, after all not his own. There are thousands upon thousands of secret techniques, only the one that suits oneself is the best. Just like the Great Tao Divine Abilities. When there were no Great Tao Divine Abilities before, Lin Moya longed for them. Later, when he successfully obtained the Great Tao Divine Abilities, Lin Moya felt that they didn't completely suit him. No matter how powerful the divine abilities are, they are still things of the Great Tao. There are so many worlds. Apart from the origin continent, there must be people in other worlds who have mastered the Great Tao Divine Abilities. I can have them, others can have them too, this is not what I seek. If one day, I can control the Great Tao and evolve divine abilities that belong only to me, that would be the ideal state. Lin Moya's heart soared high, not satisfied with becoming a Tao Lord, he wanted to transcend. With clear thoughts, Lin Moya sat on the sea of fire and ice, his body emitting a faint light. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Moya's form began to distort, and a hazy, illusory figure slowly separated from his body. It was not an avatar, had no consciousness, only an empty shell. It was more illusory than a soul body, virtual within virtual, as if it could be blown away with a breath. The soul-corroding fire basin appeared in his hand, and this illusory body slowly merged into the fire basin. Chapter 3653. Chapter 3653, 3653. Chapter 3653, originating from 3 lives, surpassing 3 lives. The illusory figure merged into the fire basin. The soul-corroding fire basin spewed gray flames while absorbing large amounts of chaotic mist. Lin Moya completed the recognition almost in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the entire small soul domain resonated. Through the soul-corroding fire basin, Lin Moya felt he could, to some extent, control the entire small soul domain. He could make large amounts of chaotic mist concentrate towards himself for his own use, and prevent others from absorbing the chaotic mist. Everything was under his control. This was the authority of the king of the small soul domain. This small soul domain evolved from the soul-corroding fire basin. As long as he controlled the soul-corroding fire basin, it was equivalent to controlling the small soul domain. Even though his current soul realm was only at the 5th level of the Great Tao, in the small soul domain, even if other kings came, he wouldn't be too afraid. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he could protect himself. In the distant Soul Heart Small Soul domain, the Soul Heart King looked towards Lin Moya's direction. Lin friend is truly amazing, to have actually cultivated the 3 lives secret technique. One still needs to go to the real world. Without experiencing what is real, one can never comprehend the truth. Lin Moya sat in the void, speaking words of heaven. 3 is infinite, 3 evolves myriad worlds. The 3 lives secret technique is actually a technique of infinity. Use the 3 lives secret technique to create an illusory body, merging into the void realm. Use the 3 lives secret technique to create a time body, invoking the great Tao divine ability, summoning the river of time. As he spoke, another figure appeared beside him. It wasn't an avatar, but his great Tao body. He used the 3 lives secret technique as a base and the time great Tao as the root to create a time great Tao body. As the time great Tao body appeared, it summoned the river of time. The river of time spanned past and present, flowing through billions of worlds, including the void realm. The time great Tao rumbled continuously, scattering the power of time. Lin Moya thought, great Tao divine ability, roam. The time great Tao body lightly leaped into the river of time to see the past. It was enveloped in faint light, merging with the Rome divine ability, becoming indistinguishable. Lin Moya's action was mainly to utilize the great Tao divine ability, yet surpass it. He bathed in the river of time. In an instant, countless pieces of information rushed towards him, entering his soul through the time great Tao body. His soul rumbled. Lin Moya felt a sense of swelling. The time great Tao body only maintained for a few seconds before being dispersed by the enormous amount of information. In just these few seconds, Lin Moya saw everything that had happened in this small soul domain over the past 10,000 years. A brief glance, yet it was vast information spanning 10,000 years, impacting his soul, somewhat difficult to bear for a moment. Lin Moya had some understanding in his heart. Although the great Tao divine ability could roam the river of time, his realm wasn't high enough to stay in the river of time for long, so the range he could see was relatively small. In the future, when his realm was higher, he would be able to see longer, farther, and broader. But this realization was enough for Lin Moya to digest for a long time. When he returned to his soul world and transformed all his insights into results, his great world might then be able to evolve a river of time. In the process of world evolution, the existence of the river of time was very important. Lin Moya didn't understand before how the river of time existed, but now he understood some. This was one of the meanings of the 3 lives secret technique, to create a great Tao body to comprehend the great Tao in the purest way. Lin Moya looked towards the river of time. Time spirit, long time no see. In the river of time, the time spirit appeared. It looked at Lin Moya with complex eyes, then slowly turned and disappeared along with the river of time. Lin Moya's lips curled slightly. The first attempt was very successful, proving that his understanding of the 3 lives secret technique wasn't wrong. He had merged the 2 versions of the 3 lives secret technique together, then transformed them into his own results. What he was doing now had already surpassed the original 3 lives secret technique. He realized that his great Taos had indeed become numerous. Too many great Taos, though powerful and rich, had lost their purity. And the 3 lives secret technique allowed him to regain purity, not just purity, but also to comprehend more great Taos. For example, Lin Moya had a slight thought, and another illusory body appeared beside him. This illusory body, which seemed to be an avatar but wasn't, emitted an aura of fate. At this moment, Lin Moya stripped away all the knowledge he knew about the fate great Tao and sent it into this illusory body. The fate lich then appeared, merging into the illusory body. Because the illusory body had nothing else, it was extremely pure. For it, there was only the fate great Tao. At this moment, the illusory body's comprehension of the fate great Tao increased rapidly, at an unbelievable speed. The aura of the fate great Tao enveloped this illusory body. When Lin Moya reclaimed it, all these insights became his own. Although the Buddhist realm lich also had some connection with the fate great Tao, it wasn't used because it wasn't pure enough. Lin Moya's body also emitted the aura of the fate great Tao. Then the brilliant fate great Tao naturally appeared. Looking at the fate great Tao, Lin Moya murmured to himself, so fast, in such a short time, the comprehension of the fate great Tao has already reached the Tao venerable level. If I continue to comprehend, the great Tao realm is just around the corner. Purity indeed has its benefits. His eyes were shining, his body slightly trembling. My path has finally become clear, and I know how to proceed from here. Although I took some detours before, fortunately, I corrected them in the end and didn't go completely astray. So now, let's continue on this path. Lin Moya waved his hand, putting away everything except the soul-corroding fire basin. On the soul-corroding fire basin, one of his illusory bodies sat. Lin Moya himself flew onto Little Python. Let's go, we're going back for a while. Riding on Little Python, he flew back towards his soul world. He needed to return to his soul world to transform all his insights from this time. This transformation was very important to him and was the most crucial step towards the Supreme Great Tao. Soon, Lin Moya returned to his soul world, then rushed into the still evolving Great World. Using the 3 lives secret technique, one illusory body after another evolved, each representing a Great Tao. Whether it was the origin Great Tao or branch Great Taos, the superficial knowledge of those Great Taos that Lin Moya had absorbed in the origin ancestral land at that time was now all stripped away, becoming hundreds of illusory bodies. The illusory bodies comprehended the Great Tao in the Great Thousand World. At this time, the Great Tao in the Great Thousand World hadn't fully formed yet. With the addition of the illusory bodies, the formation of the Great Tao began to accelerate. Lin Moya had haphazardly comprehended many Great Taos at that time. Now they all left, becoming nourishment for the Great Thousand World. Then Lin Moya took out all the origin realms he had obtained. The origin realms also contained mysterious substances and possessed the most basic Great Tao power. One origin realm after another exploded, their power absorbed by the Great Thousand World, then flowing from the Great Thousand World into the Middle Thousand and Small Thousand Worlds. Then it was the Lich's turn. All the Liches Lin Moyo possessed appeared. They all had the power of their respective Great Daos and now joined in the evolution of this world. At this moment, regardless of the strength of the Liches, their Great Daos were all useful. Especially the Buddhist realm Lich, chanting Buddhist scriptures, a Great Dao belonging to the Buddhist race faintly appeared. With this Great Dao, it might be possible to evolve a Buddhist race in the future, but this would be a Buddhist race belonging to Lin Moyo. The entire world was changing. Hundreds of illusory bodies, like the most diligent workers, helped the Great Thousand World evolve and perfect the Great Dao while influencing the Middle Thousand Worlds and Small Thousand Worlds. Then Lin Moyo had a thought, and 5 illusory bodies flew out. The entire Great Thousand World shook with them. These 5 illusory bodies, plus Lin Moyo himself, represented the 6 strongest Great Daos: Undying, Thousand Stars, Space, Time, Power, and Fate. Their addition accelerated the evolution of the Great Thousand World once again. The River of Time and the River of Fate appeared one after another. Chapter 3654. Chapter 3654, 3654. Chapter 3654, No Undying Great Dao. What Lin Moyo did originated from the 3 Lives Secret technique, but also incorporated his own understanding of the Dao, ultimately surpassing the 3 Lives Secret technique. One Great Dao after another was evolved, and then began to be perfected. The power system of the Great Thousand World became increasingly complete. As the Great Daos became stronger and more numerous, the Great Thousand World was also growing stronger, able to contain higher and higher levels of power. The power of the Great Dao scattered down, giving the beings in the world more choices. 3 lives give birth to all things, and these all things include the Great Dao. With these Great Daos as a foundation, even more Great Daos could be evolved. Moreover, with the yin-yang origin present, the evolution of the Great Dao never stopped, only becoming more and more perfect. Seeing the Great Daos in his world become perfected, Lin Moyo felt an indescribable joy in his heart. His world was like his child. Watching it grow gave him a wonderful feeling. As myriad Great Daos were being perfected, there was also something Lin Moyo didn't understand. Why is there no undying Great Dao? The undying Great Dao was very strange. It existed in the origin land, reflecting in myriad worlds. Whether in real worlds like the origin continent or illusory worlds like the Void Realm, the undying Great Dao could be used. But no matter where, the trace of the undying Great Dao could not be found. It was as if this Great Dao belonged only to himself, and no one else could comprehend it except him. Now even when he evolved myriad Great Daos by his own hand in the Great Thousand World, there was still no undying Great Dao. Lin Moyo tried to condense an illusory body of the undying Great Dao, but the result was still failure. The undying Great Dao existed, yet could not be brought out, which greatly puzzled Lin Moyo. When something goes against the norm, there must be a reason. Lin Moyo felt that there must be a reason why the undying Great Dao could not be manifested. However, with his current strength and status, he still couldn't unravel this reason. Perhaps, I need to return to the origin land to solve this puzzle. But for now, it's enough without the undying Great Dao. As these Great Daos continue to evolve, the Great Thousand World will become more and more perfect, eventually becoming an independent world that belongs only to me. Not like the origin continent, but an existence like the entire real world plus the Void Realm. Old man in the green robe, even if you're the true master of the world, I'm still going to beat you to death. After staying in his Great Thousand World for 10 years, Lin Moyo withdrew the 5 strongest illusory bodies, leaving all the other illusory bodies in the Great Thousand World, and departed again. This time he didn't return to look at the origin continent. The origin continent was still recovering and needed a lot more time. With Antares and the fallen Sword Star Lord guarding his physical body, nothing would go wrong. He returned to the Void Realm again. This world still had many secrets worth exploring. Upon returning to the Void Realm, Lin Moyo felt a slight difference. Having evolved numerous illusory bodies and stripped away all his previous comprehension of other Great Daos, his soul became increasingly pure. Now in his soul, there was only the power of 6 Great Daos, without a trace of impurity. This is good. Lin Moyo chuckled lightly, feeling somewhat elated for a moment. He waved his hand while riding on Little Python, pointing in a direction, go that way. The giant-faced Lion King had been eliminated, and the small soul domain now belonged to him. Half of the void beasts in the small soul domain had died or been injured, no longer having hunting value. Lin Moyo flew towards another small soul domain to hunt. No matter how much foundation he had laid, no matter how powerful he was, personal strength was still the most important thing. Hunting void beasts, refining soul crystals, improving cultivation realm. This time, his chosen target was a small soul domain called Wood. From the information given by the Soul Heart King, Lin Moyo roughly knew the situation of the Wood small soul domain. It was somewhat similar to the Grass Soul small soul domain. Its innate void treasure was a broken branch called Wood. It was said that this broken branch came from the world-building Great Soul domain. In the world-building Great Soul domain, there was an innate origin void treasure called the world-building tree. And this broken branch in the Wood small soul domain came from the world-building tree. Years ago, a great battle had erupted between the emperors of the Great Soul domains. During the battle, the world-building tree was damaged, and this Wood branch fell here, becoming a small soul domain. In the Void Realm, it was perfectly normal for small soul domains to wage war and slaughter each other. War was the eternal theme of the Void Realm. No one cared about the life and death of void beasts. Even the kings of small soul domains were just more powerful void beasts. They could die too, which wasn't strange. Just like the death of the giant-faced Lion King, which hardly caused a ripple and no one cared about. The Eanwood Small Soul Domain had seen many kings in the past, but after becoming king, they didn't live long. Moreover, not every void beast was qualified to become the master of Eanwood. Over time, there were often gaps in the succession of kings in the Eanwood Small Soul Domain. The current situation of the Eanwood Small Soul Domain was unknown. Its existence was almost unnoticed by others. The reason Lin Moya chose it was because it was relatively close to his own small soul domain. He burst out of his own small soul domain and entered the vacuum zone. This vacuum zone was quite far. Lin Moya took out the ice jade cushion as usual to prevent sudden dangers. He saw the already formed dangers in his eyes and used fire lines to guide little Python to avoid them. As they were flying, suddenly a cold light appeared beside them. The power of the Great Tao was disturbed, breaking the balance and erupting violently. The ice jade cushion flashed with light, instantly freezing it. The danger was nipped in the bud. This had happened many times, and now little Python had become bolder. It completely trusted Lin Moya. Little Python asked, "Master, do you plan to become the king of the Eanwood Small Soul Domain?" Lin Moya said, "We'll see if the opportunity is right. If it's suitable, we can consider it." Little Python said, "I heard that the kings of the Eanwood Small Soul Domain tend to die suddenly. Master, you need to be careful." Lin Moya said, "Everything has a reason. As long as we figure it out, there's nothing to fear. We'll see when the time comes, no rush." Little Python nodded. "If Master becomes a king, then you'll be the king of 2 small soul domains. Master can then merge the 2 small soul domains into one. They say the power will also become stronger." Lin Moya chuckled, "Indeed, but it's not easy to do that. In the past, some kings of small soul domains had indeed done this. Most failed, but a few succeeded. After succeeding, without exception, their power increased greatly. Whether they could be merged depended on the nature of the 2 soul domains. The key was whether the attributes of their innate void treasures were compatible. Eanwood and the soul-corroding fire basin were naturally incompatible. Lin Moya felt that trying to merge them would be quite difficult. Whether it could be done or not, they would have to try to know. The vacuum zone was nearing its end, and chaotic mist appeared in view. Lin Moya suddenly looked to one side and pointed, "Go, let's take a look over there." Little Python didn't say a word and went directly. Soon he saw several void beasts fighting in the vacuum zone. Under normal circumstances, void beasts were generally unwilling to enter the vacuum zone. Now that they were fighting in the vacuum zone, there must be a reason. Lin Moya waved his hand, and the world-burning fire flew out, exploding with a bang and turning into a sea of fire. Whatever the reason, burn them first and ask questions later. Last chapter for today. Chapter 3655. Chapter 3655, 3655. Chapter 3655. If eating it will kill you, will you still eat it? The power of the world-burning fire had greatly increased. Several void beasts fighting each other were instantly reduced to ashes, leaving behind only a few soul crystals. The object they were fighting over was also revealed a piece of tree bark the size of a fist. The tree bark seemed to have been eaten by a void beast, which was then chased and attacked by several others, leading to a large battle. Lin Moya collected the soul crystals and examined the tree bark. The tree bark emitted a powerful aura, not weaker than that of a great Tao realm artifact. Given that even a piece of tree bark was so powerful, its origin must be extraordinary. Lin Moya frowned. This tree bark comes from Eanwood? But how could Eanwood have shed tree bark? Lin Moya didn't think someone had damaged Eanwood. The edges of the tree bark were relatively intact, more like it had shed naturally. Suddenly, the tree bark emitted a peculiar aroma that entered Lin Moya's soul, causing a surge of desire to eat it. Lin Moya's soul trembled slightly as he suppressed this abnormal urge. However, when he looked at little Python, it had turned its head, eyes shining with desire to eat the tree bark. Lin Moya chuckled lightly. "Do you want to eat it?" Little Python nodded, "Very much." Lin Moya said, "If eating it will kill you, will you still eat it?" Little Python trembled, its eyes quickly clearing up, but soon they shone again. "Master, I still want to eat it." Lin Moya slapped Little Python heavily. "Don't eat it. This thing might really kill you." Little Python was startled and regained its senses for a moment, but soon its eyes shone again. Lin Moya raised his hand, and Dream World fire enveloped the tree bark, completely isolating the aroma it emitted. Little Python finally returned to normal. Lin Moya realized that something was off about the tree bark. It not only attracted others to eat it but also had a connection with a distant existence. This connection was very faint and intangible. Lin Moya only discovered some clues after careful examination. It could be imagined that this piece of tree bark was released by Eanwood itself, acting as bait to lure void beasts to eat it. As for what would happen after eating it, Lin Moya didn't know yet, but it certainly wouldn't be good. Could it be that Eanwood has developed spiritual intelligence? Or has it found a new master? Lin Moya speculated in his heart, casting a fire line. "Little Python, follow me." Little Python immediately followed the fire line into the Eanwood Small Soul Domain. As they passed through layers of mist, the Eanwood Small Soul Domain seemed extremely quiet, with few spirit beasts along the way. Occasionally, they encountered a few, but they weren't very strong. Little Python wondered, why are there so few void beasts in the Eanwood Small Soul Domain? Lin Moya said, "Maybe they're all at Eanwood." Little Python was startled. "You mean they all ate the tree bark and gathered at Eanwood?" Lin Moya casually said, "Should be. We'll know once we get there." Lin Moya sat on Little Python with his eyes closed, a fire line leading the way. Following the faint connection between the tree bark and Eanwood, they headed towards Eanwood. Along the way, Lin Moya sensed his great thousand world. Since he had separated numerous illusory bodies and even let all his liches evolve the Great Tao, the Great Thousand World had accelerated its evolution. For the beings in the Great Thousand World, this evolution was imperceptible, but for Lin Moyo, the changes were very clear. He could clearly feel his world growing stronger, and this strength was continuously influencing the middle thousand worlds, increasing their power. In the past, worlds like his could only support up to the super god realm. Once they reached that level, they had to break through the world's constraints and enter a larger world to progress further. Now, the upper limits of those middle thousand worlds were being raised, no longer just the super god realm but potentially the true god realm. The specific rules would naturally form during the evolution process. Lin Moya didn't need to intervene unless he, as the world's master, had his own ideas and wanted to change the rules manually. In the small thousand worlds, souls were beginning to inhabit them. Special soul bodies condensed from the bone hell, ranging from strong to weak. The weakest ones had nowhere to go and could only enter the small thousand worlds. There, they would nurture and become true living beings. The entire world was evolving in a positive direction. The most crucial thing was that the illusory bodies Lin Moya created using the Buddhist race's three lives secret technique as a base and his own great Tao as the root were not avatars but better than avatars. The existence of many illusory bodies made the connection between Lin Moya and the Great Thousand World more solid. Even though they were separated by a small soul domain, Lin Moya could clearly sense changes happening in his own world. If there was any danger in the great world, he could know about it immediately and return. Little Python passed through layers of mist and finally reached the center of the Eanwood small soul domain. In sight were countless soul flames, with tens of thousands of powerful void beasts gathered there. Little Python exclaimed, "Are all the void beasts of the Eanwood small soul domain here?" Lin Moya said, "It should be said that only the strongest void beasts who survived the battles are here." In a small soul domain, there were more than tens of millions of void beasts. They fought crazily for Eanwood's tree bark, and the weak were all killed. Only the strongest remained. The weakest among these tens of thousands of void beasts were all at the 5th level of the soul realm. They not only obtained the tree bark but also ate other void beasts to get here. Each void beast was like a pilgrim, devoutly facing a prostrate figure. Lin Moya could feel that these void beasts were contributing their soul power, and the target was Eanwood. Eanwood was extremely tall and large, at least 100 million meters high in Lin Moya's eyes, much bigger than the soul-eating tree of the Grass Soul King. It was just a single branch, with leaves but no roots. The cut end was smooth, as if it had been severed with a sharp blade. This matched the legend that Eanwood was a branch of the world-building tree, cut off during a great war. Lin Moya saw a soul flame and whispered, "Has it really developed spiritual intelligence?" Little Python wondered, "Master, you say Eanwood has developed spiritual intelligence?" Lin Moya slightly shook his head, "It's hard to say. It might have developed its own spiritual intelligence, or it might have been possessed by a void beast. But now we can basically confirm why Eanwood attracted so many void beasts and why the kings who successfully made Eanwood acknowledge them all died in the end." Little Python instinctively asked, "Why?" Lin Moya said, "Because Eanwood is absorbing the power of these void beasts. Once it drains them completely, they die. If someone becomes the king here, Eanwood will think they'll also be drained eventually, so the kings of this small soul domain don't live long. The tree bark is the medium through which Eanwood absorbs power, but it's also very attractive to void beasts. Eating the tree bark is the cause, and contributing their lives is the effect. Indeed, cause and effect are everywhere, even visible here in the cycle of causality." Little Python felt a chill, "But if all the void beasts here die, who will Eanwood absorb next?" Lin Moya chuckled, "After eating its fill, it can rest well for a while, waiting for the Eanwood small soul domain to recover." Chapter 3656. Chapter 3656, 3656. Chapter 3656. It's been a long time since I've had this feeling. Eanwood's actions were in line with the natural order. Wild beasts in nature eat until they're full and then rest until they're hungry again. Perhaps Eanwood's rest cycle was very long, possibly measured in tens of thousands of years. The void beasts in the small soul domain had been eaten away, but with enough time, new ones would appear, and others would come from other small soul domains. There were supreme rules governing all this, and it seemed that Eanwood's actions were not a one-time occurrence. Little Python asked, "Master, what do you plan to do?" Lin Moya said, "Eanwood comes from the world-building tree, which is an innate origin void treasure. Perhaps there's a hint of the power of an innate origin void treasure within Eanwood. Innate origin void treasures are the foundation of the void realm. The reason emperors are called emperors is inseparable from these treasures. Maybe there's a chance to glimpse the core secrets of the void realm from the innate origin void treasure. However, it's almost impossible to come into contact with it. Eanwood is a rare opportunity." Void beasts wouldn't think as much as Lin Moya did, they just wanted to occupy Eanwood and become the king of the small soul domain. This was the instinct of their souls. Even the Soul Heart King, a void beast skilled in thought, wouldn't think so deeply. Their thoughts were limited. Lin Moya waved his hand, casting a ball of world-burning fire onto a nearby void beast. This beast had the aura of a 5th-level soul, stronger than Little Python. Lin Moya wanted to see how much reaction his world-burning fire would provoke. If all 10,000 void beasts attacked him together, he could only retreat. If not, he would clear them out one by one. The 5th-level void beast let out a loud cry, attracting the attention of many other void beasts. The massive Eanwood, with its soul flames, suddenly moved. In an instant, all 10,000 void beasts turned towards Lin Moya. "Go!" Lin Moya immediately ordered Little Python to leave, while the world-burning fire exploded into a large sea of flames, blocking the void beast's pursuit. Little Python let out a cry and fled at top speed. Each void beast rushed into the fire and out again, ignoring the burning of the world-burning fire as they charged towards Lin Moyo. These void beasts were very fast, and the distance between them was rapidly shrinking. Lin Moyo waved his hand, and the undead legion appeared, quickly forming a battle array under the command of the legion commanders. This gave Lin Moyo time to escape. Little Python thought only of escaping. Any one of these 10,000 void beasts could kill it, let alone so many. After Lin Moyo reached the 5th level of the innate soul, his riding and lashing skills had also reached the high level of the 5th rank. Although they were still not as strong as the pursuing void beasts, they could block them long enough to give Lin Moyo time to escape. As the two sides clashed head-on, the undead legion's battle array collapsed, and the void beasts slowed down. Little Python used all its strength to flee wildly, finally losing the void beasts from sight. Layer after layer of chaotic mist obscured the void. Little Python flew for a while before stopping under Lin Moyo's command. Little Python was still shaken. "Master, I think we've escaped." Lin Moyo nodded. "They've returned. It's been a long time since I've had this feeling." It had been a long time since he was last pursued. This feeling was quite interesting. He remembered the last time he was pursued was a long time ago. He could sense the situation of the undead legion and used their vision to see what had happened earlier. After losing Lin Moyo, the void beasts stood still until Ian Wood gave new orders, then they returned. Once they left, the recently deceased members of the undead legion revived, and the entire legion was intact. Little Python asked quietly, "Master, what should we do about these powerful void beasts?" Lin Moyo said, "Don't worry, there's a way." He had already thought of a method to deal with these void beasts. With a thought, the soul-corroding fire basin in his own small soul domain automatically flew towards him. The simplest method was to use the soul-corroding fire basin in conjunction with the world-burning fire to handle these void beasts. Before the soul-corroding fire basin arrived, Lin Moyo made some preparations. He had Little Python wait in the mist while he flew over alone. With the undead eyes, Lin Moyo's vision far surpassed that of the void beasts, giving him a significant advantage. He began to draw divine runes and set up an array outside the void beast's sensory range. Fortunately, he had prepared well when entering the void realm and brought enough divine rune materials. He used the heaven-sealing absolute Tao array again. This array could be large or small, its range and shape variable, making it very practical. The world-sealing Tao Lord had once used this array to seal the entire Great Tao array sect. Now Lin Moyo used it to trap all the void beasts. As he set up the array, the legion commanders flew out, leading the undead legion to form a defensive layer. This would greatly reduce the pressure on the array. With over 10,000 powerful void beasts, including second-level ones, if they all charged together, the array would certainly not hold. That's why the undead legion was needed to buffer the impact. This setup was also to give the soul-corroding fire basin time. Even with it, killing so many strong void beasts would take time. Lin Moyo was clear that he and the former giant-faced Lion King still had differences in power, even when manipulating the soul-corroding fire basin. Perhaps if the giant-faced Lion King were here, it could kill them much faster. He also knew that without the soul-corroding fire basin, this tactic wouldn't be possible. As he perfected the array, the soul-corroding fire basin arrived. Lin Moyo wasn't in a hurry. He slowly refined the array, preparing to capture all these void beasts at once. The 10,000 void beasts devoutly faced Ian Wood, contributing their soul power. This process was slow but stable. During Lin Moyo's array setup, some void beasts had dropped from the 5th level of the soul to the 6th. Once they fell to the 6th level, their soul dissipation accelerated, and they soon turned to dust. A piece of tree bark appeared, seemingly saturated with soul power, and returned to Ian Wood. Lin Moyo finally understood why there were no 6th level soul void beasts here. It was because 6th level void beasts didn't have the qualification to face Ian Wood. Ian Wood had its pride and looked down on weak void beasts. Lin Moyo gradually realized that Ian Wood wanted more than just soul power. It wanted something else. That thing could only be provided by void beasts above the 5th level of the soul. When providing that thing, their soul power would weaken until their realm fell below the 5th level, rendering them useless. Lin Moyo thought to himself, still not smart enough. If it were him, he would definitely let the 5th level soul void beasts go. Let them continue to grow and become strong again. After all, they had once been strong, so it would be easier for them to recover. This way, the void beasts wouldn't die out and could even increase in number, providing more benefits. It was better than killing them for immediate gain. This also proved that his thoughts were correct. Even if void beasts gained intelligence, they were still short-sighted, far inferior to cultivators in the real world. The array was finally set up, and the undead legion firmly occupied the inner walls of the array, forming a buffer zone. Lin Moyo entered the array with the soul-corroding fire basin, and with a thought, the fire basin erupted like a volcano, spewing endless flames that enveloped the void. Chapter 3657. Chapter 3657, 3657. Chapter 3657, it will soon be your turn. The soul-corroding fire basin spewed endless flames, covering the void with grey fire that enveloped every inch of the array. Whether in terms of range or effect on the void beasts, it far surpassed the world-burning fire at this moment. Innumerable void beasts cried out in agony as they were burned by the soul-corroding fire, suffering severe injuries. Lin Moyo showed no mercy, casting numerous world-burning fires that merged with the grey flames. Not only did this make the soul-corroding fire stronger, but it also added a refining effect. The soul-corroding fire reduced the beasts to ash, while the world-burning fire refined them. Ian Wood radiated light with a cold aura, extinguishing the flames wherever it passed. Lin Moyo brought out the ice jade cushion. Let's see who's colder. The ice jade cushion flew towards Ian Wood, emitting waves of cold air. The cold air from Ian Wood was quickly repelled by the ice jade cushion. A layer of frost quickly formed on the massive Ian Wood, which was already controlling low temperatures. It was comical to see Ian Wood being ice encased. As Ian Wood was frozen, the 10,000 void beasts roared incessantly, charging in all directions to escape the sea of fire. However, the Undead Legion and the heaven-sealing Absolute Tao Array firmly blocked them, preventing any from escaping. The soul-corroding fire and world-burning fire continued to burn, causing the beasts immense pain and unending cries. Eventually, their cries weakened. One by one, the void beasts died, turning into soul crystals, leaving behind Ian Wood's tree bark. Lin Moya didn't intend to spare the tree bark and burned it along with the rest. Ian Wood struggled wildly in its ice prison, its size rapidly shrinking and then expanding, bursting with incredible power as it tried to break free. Cracks appeared on the ice layer, and Ian Wood's power was comparable to that of the soul-eating tree and the giant-faced Lion King at their peak. Lin Moya knew it wasn't that the ice jade cushion was weak, but rather that he was too weak to fully utilize its power. Burn faster. Lin Moya thought, using all his strength to intensify the soul-corroding fire and world-burning fire. Ian Wood's tree bark was charred and melted in the flames, causing it to struggle even more violently. Each piece of tree bark was saturated with the soul power of the void beasts, accumulated by Ian Wood over many years. Now that its spoils were being refined, it was no wonder Ian Wood was enraged. Ian Wood transformed its few branches into massive knives, which rotated wildly in the void, driven by its body. The sound of continuous impacts filled the air, with tens of thousands of strikes per second. The cracks expanded rapidly, and finally, the ice layer exploded. The ice jade cushion continued to emit cold streams, but Ian Wood, with its branches turned into knives, charged forward through the cold air, unaffected by the flames. Many unburned tree barks flew back to Ian Wood, returning to their mother tree. Lin Moya sighed lightly. The tree barks were too resilient, and there wasn't enough time to completely burn and refine them. With a thought, the soul-corroding fire basin moved forward, spewing grey flames that transformed into fire dragons, striking Ian Wood and sending it stumbling. Ian Wood roared, "Lion King, you dare to come here seeking death?" Ian Wood thought it was the giant-faced Lion King causing trouble, unaware that the Lion King was already dead. Lin Moya remained silent, continuing to control the soul-corroding fire basin's attack. He withdrew the ice jade cushion, beginning to accumulate power. In the sea of fire, many void beasts were still struggling, but they wouldn't last much longer. After this battle, Lin Moya's gains would be immense. These soul crystals would allow his soul to break through the 5th level and formally enter the 4th level. For other cultivators, breaking through a realm could take tens of thousands of years, but Lin Moya, using the world-burning fire and other methods, could break through as easily as eating and drinking. Ian Wood, first ice-encased and then blocked by the soul-corroding fire basin, watched helplessly as its years of accumulation were taken by others. It was enraged. The chaotic mist in the small soul domain suddenly stopped flowing, and the power of the soul-corroding fire basin decreased. The chaotic mist was one of its power sources, and without it, its power would weaken. Controlling the chaotic mist of the entire small soul domain wasn't easy, and Ian Wood must have paid a significant cost. If it were simple, it would have done so from the start, not waiting until now. Ian Wood broke through the fire barrier and charged towards Lin Moya. Lin Moya's thoughts moved, and nearly 10,000 skeleton kings emerged. At the same time, an extraordinary aura rose from Lin Moya's body. The origin techniques, strengthen the army, and gather strength, were cast. Lin Moya's soul began to consume rapidly. There was no yin-yang origin here, so he needed to use his own soul power to maintain these two origin techniques. Fortunately, his soul was much stronger now, and he could sustain these techniques for several hours without issue. The Undead Legion suddenly grew stronger, and Lin Moya's information surged. The Skeleton Kings, already at the 4th level of the soul, had their destructive power increased tenfold under the origin techniques. Although they were still not as strong as Ian Wood, they could at least hold out for a while. Now, the world-burning fire and soul-corroding fire could continue burning without pause. As long as they could hold out, Ian Wood would eventually be the one unable to endure. Under the origin techniques, the Undead Legion's power greatly increased, turning from defense to offense and beginning to slaughter the void beasts. Lin Moya's aura rose rapidly, breaking through the 5th level of the soul and entering the 4th level. He continued to rise, eventually reaching the 3rd level. He joined the battle, killing void beasts. Killing void beasts under the origin techniques allowed him to absorb their soul power, not only strengthening himself but also extending the duration of the origin techniques. However, using this method to enhance his soul wasn't as effective as using soul crystals, so Lin Moya had never used it before. Origin treasure technique. Ian Wood suddenly shouted, "You're not the Lion King. Who are you? How do you have the Lion King's soul-corroding fire basin?" Lin Moya was surprised. "You call it the origin treasure technique? It's just one character different, not much of a difference. The Lion King is naturally dead, and you will be soon," Lin Moya said. Ian Wood screamed incessantly, "How can you use the origin treasure technique? Even emperors might not know it. You're not from the void realm, you're a cultivator from the real world. But how can a cultivator from the real world control an innate treasure? Who are you?" Ian Wood was completely disheveled. Lin Moya ignored it, and nearly 10,000 skeleton kings surrounded it, with the Undead Legion attacking from all sides, encircling it completely. The ice jade cushion was accumulating power, seemingly waiting for the next attack. Lin Moya and the Undead Legion slaughtered the void beasts, leaving only those that had been burned beyond recognition, with almost no resistance left. The void beasts turned into beautiful soul crystals, which Lin Moya collected. Meanwhile, Ian Wood was helpless, only able to roar in anger. Lin Moya turned to Ian Wood, "Don't rush, it will soon be your turn." Chapter 3658. Chapter 3658, 3658. Chapter 3658, Reversing Vitality. After some setup, the void beasts gathered by Ianwood ended up serving as a wedding dress for Lin Moyo. The 10,000 void beasts, ranging from the weakest 5th level to the strongest 2nd level, didn't last long under the intense attack of the world-burning fire, soul-corroding fire, and the undead legion. They were completely annihilated in less than half an hour. Lin Moyo discovered that these void beasts, having consumed tree bark, contributed a large amount of soul power to Ianwood. As a result, they were relatively weak within their realm. Further weakened by the soul-corroding fire and the undead legion, their soul power dissipated significantly. The resulting soul crystals were of lower quality. The soul crystals from the 2nd level void beasts were comparable to those from ordinary 3rd level void beasts, all slightly inferior. However, they were sufficient. Nearly 10,000 soul crystals were enough for Lin Moyo to touch the 4th level of the soul. With the void beasts resolved, Lin Moyo's attention turned to Ianwood. Ianwood swung its branch like knives, tearing apart a large portion of the undead legion. The skeleton kings had lost more than half their numbers, and the undead legion's damage was immeasurable. However, Lin Moyo didn't care. As long as he could defeat Ianwood, any cost was worth it. Lin Moyo had decided to become the master of this small soul domain and then merge 2 small soul domains. The Void Realm wasn't just a place for him to improve his cultivation level, it was also where he could comprehend the Great Tao. Here, he could connect to countless real worlds. If he could control a vast enough soul domain, he could access more real worlds. He could observe and ponder real worlds, gaining insights into the Great Tao from different worlds. This would eventually become nourishment for his world's growth. Although his world could evolve on its own, even without interference, it would take billions of years. Lin Moyo couldn't wait that long, so he wanted to intervene actively. While ensuring natural evolution, he would accelerate it. His intuition told him that world evolution was crucial for him. The sea of fire gradually shrank, and the flames concentrated. Lin Moyo focused all his strength on attacking Ianwood, which struggled wildly in rage. It repeatedly tried to break through the encirclement, coming close to success several times. However, the Legion commanders managed to hold it back using the Undead Legion. The encirclement moved with Ianwood, always present no matter where it went. Lin Moyo gradually realized that Ianwood's power wasn't as strong as he imagined. When he watched the soul-eating tree and the giant-faced Lion King fight, their powers were astonishing, truly like that of a Dao Master. However, Ianwood's power, aside from its initial burst, never reached that level again. As a natural treasure of a small soul domain, Ianwood's power couldn't be so limited. It must be unable to fully unleash its strength. If Ianwood's power could truly erupt, it would certainly break through the encirclement. It seems that the one inside Ianwood hasn't fully refined it. They must have only refined a part and gained some authority. Lin Moyo's eyes gleamed with insight. In that case, let's refine it completely. He fully activated the world-burning fire, which burned the soul within Ianwood, causing it to emit cries of agony. Ianwood burst forth with divine light, and endless chaotic mist was drawn in, transforming into its powerful, ancient history. The chaotic mist became countless divine soldiers, charging forward and causing the undead legion to collapse instantly. The divine soldiers crashed into the heaven-sealing absolute Tao array, which shook violently before shattering a second later. Ianwood managed to blast a path open, but its aura weakened significantly after this blow, clearly at great cost. However, this blow also gave Ianwood a chance to escape. It didn't hesitate and rushed wildly into the distance. A cold gust fell from above, and Ianwood, which had just flown out, was instantly frozen. The ice jade cushion regained some power and re-encased Ianwood in ice, cutting off its last hope of escape. Ianwood struggled in the ice, with the world-burning fire and soul-corroding fire still burning fiercely on its body, creating a bizarre scene. Ice and fire coexisted, with fire inside the ice and ice outside the fire. Lin Moyo didn't use the catastrophic staff to deal with Ianwood. Since Ianwood was a natural treasure of the small soul domain, if it were damaged, Lin Moyo wouldn't be able to become the master of the domain. The best approach now was to wear it down. Ianwood itself could withstand the attack, but the soul inside might not. Ianwood shattered the ice encasement again, but its aura was weaker than before. Lin Moyo continued to confine it, gradually wearing it down. He could see the soul inside Ianwood weakening, unable to endure. Ianwood's body was also somewhat damaged, but the injury wasn't severe, just superficial and acceptable. The standoff lasted a long time, with Ianwood's roars gradually weakening. The soul inside finally couldn't hold out. Dark energy erupted from Ianwood's surface, and a large amount of chaotic mist was drawn in, temporarily enveloping the energy. A pair of sinister eyes appeared in the dark energy. Then let's die together. The dark energy suddenly appeared before Lin Moyo, who instinctively wanted to retreat. However, space seemed to solidify, and he couldn't move. The dark energy exploded into a storm that swept over Lin Moyo, causing his soul body to collapse rapidly. A maniacal laughter echoed through the void. Die, let's die together. The storm, carrying the laughter, flew into the distance and gradually disappeared. A purple light flashed, and Lin Moyo's soul reappeared, reborn thanks to his innate ability. It's really not easy to deal with, Lin Moyo sighed. In the Void Realm, any existence that could become a king had its own methods. After all, every king was exceptional among countless void beasts. Without some tricks, they wouldn't have made it. The opponent had left a final trick of mutual destruction, which was beyond Lin Moyo's expectations. However, fortunately, Lin Moyo possessed the ability to be reborn. The opponent's attempt at mutual destruction was nothing but a joke. Ianwood had finally calmed down. In the undead eyes, it was clear that the soul within Ianwood was gone, leaving only a treasure. Lin Moya touched Ian wood and felt its vibrant vitality. A mere piece of broken wood has such vitality. It seems that the world-building tree is truly extraordinary. However, this vitality was not expanding outward but was instead being absorbed inward. All those who tried to refine it would have their vitality drained, eventually dying. This was why even the Shadow Technique Kings didn't live long. This time Ianwood King was clever, using the souls of other void beasts to replace his own, constantly replenishing his soul power and living longer. But this method was not sustainable in the long run. Eventually, he would still die. The only way to truly live long was to reverse this vitality. Chapter 3659. Chapter 3659, 3659. Chapter 3659, The True Ianwood King. To reverse the vitality within Ianwood, Lin Moya needed to make it release its energy outward instead of absorbing it inward. This would not only benefit the void beasts that became Ianwood's kings but also strengthen Ianwood's power. Lin Moya could feel the immense vitality inside Ianwood, which had been constantly accumulating over the years. It had absorbed countless void beasts' soul power, transforming it into its own vitality. This vitality was so powerful that it could shock anyone. However, everything has its limits. When vitality reaches a certain level, death will follow. If it continues to absorb like this, it might reach its peak in many years, turning into death. At that time, the small soul domain will become a land of death. If there are real worlds within this domain, the death energy will affect those worlds. This catastrophe would be unstoppable, and even if the source couldn't be found, the real world might not even know how it perished. Death might persist for a long time, attracting special void beasts until it reaches its peak and gives birth to new vitality again. Lin Moya imagined what would happen next and the process of evolution. Now, he had his own ideas about world evolution and could predict possible future events through gradual deduction. Reversing vitality was almost impossible for others. Perhaps only the emperor who possessed the world-building tree could achieve this. Lin Moya, however, was skilled in the undead Dao, which excelled at manipulating life and death forces. He was accustomed to the transition between life and death. A phantom body emerged, like a blank sheet of paper. Lin Moya infused it with life force, and it entered Ianwood, beginning the refining process. The refining process was smooth, with Ianwood offering little resistance. It was completed in no time. Afterward, Ianwood began to absorb the life force from the phantom body. Lin Moya continuously supplied life force for Ianwood to absorb, enough to last until the end of time. The phantom body delved deep into Ianwood's core, using the undead Dao to control its vitality and force it to flow outward. Ianwood trembled, creating a powerful cycle of absorption and release. Lin Moya manipulated the phantom body, gradually changing and overcoming resistance to complete the reversal. Lin Moya was very patient, altering Ianwood's power flow like performing a major surgery. This was a slow process that couldn't be rushed. Little Python waited for a long time without seeing Lin Moya return. It mustered the courage to fly over and saw Lin Moya struggling with Ianwood. Although it couldn't understand what Lin Moya was doing, it felt that Lin Moya's task was difficult. It didn't dare disturb Lin Moya and waited quietly, occasionally glancing up. After a while, a peculiar aura descended. A figure appeared before Little Python, startling it into closing its eyes. The Soul Heart King had arrived and, as usual, stepped on Little Python's head. The Soul Heart King didn't disturb Lin Moya either, watching alongside Little Python. Its gaze was much sharper than Little Python's, and it noticed some clues, revealing a look of surprise. Lin Moya focused intently on performing surgery on Ianwood. Finally, the vitality within Ianwood stopped flowing inward and returned to normal. A massive surge of vitality erupted, enveloping a large area. The phantom body quickly controlled Ianwood, preventing its vitality from releasing wildly. Ianwood's vitality was indeed powerful, but it needed to be harnessed, not randomly released. Lin Moya turned to the Soul Heart King. "Thank you for waiting, Soul Heart Deist." He was aware of the Soul Heart King's arrival and didn't mind its presence. The Soul Heart King said, "Lin friend, your methods are truly impressive. Reversing Ianwood's vitality and becoming the true Ianwood King is no easy feat." Lin Moya smiled. "Soul Heart Deist is too kind. I merely tried my best, unsure if I would succeed." The Soul Heart King shook its head. "Many kings have wanted to do this, but I too have tried and failed." Lin Moya was surprised. "It seems you've known about Ianwood for a long time. Could you tell me more?" The Soul Heart King explained. "This happened a long time ago. The two emperors of the world-building and Golden Furnace Great Realms clashed, leading to a massive war. During the war, the world-building emperor used the world-building tree to absorb the life force of countless void beasts, aiming to destroy the Golden Furnace Great Realms Foundation. However, the Golden Furnace Emperor interrupted the spell, and a piece of it became Ianwood. Because the world-building emperor was casting a secret technique, Ianwood retained this state of reversed vitality. Later, Ianwood formed a small soul domain here. Many kings tried to control it but faced the same problem. They couldn't stop the vitality from flowing inward. Some less intelligent void beasts became temporary Ianwood kings, but their fates were predictable. Lin Moya said, "Indeed, a previous void beast occupied Ianwood, using it to absorb the soul power of many void beasts to prolong its life. However, this wasn't a long-term solution." The Soul Heart King congratulated Lin Moya on successfully reversing Ianwood's vitality and becoming the true Ianwood King. "Now that you are the king of two small soul domains, do you plan to merge them?" The Soul Heart King asked. Lin Moya replied, "I do have that intention." The Soul Heart King advised, "Then take advantage of the current situation and resonate with the 9 and 8 origin treasures. The Emperor won't interfere now, but it might be different later." Lin Moya frowned slightly. Why doesn't the Emperor approve of merging small soul domains? The Soul Heart King explained, it's not that they disapprove, but they don't like it. Merging domains means expanding territory, which increases a king's power. If your power becomes strong enough to crush other domains, you might launch invasions and merge more domains. This would disrupt the balance in the Great Realm, and the Emperor would naturally intervene. Lin Moyu understood this logic. If a king became too powerful, forming a state within a state, it wouldn't be good. However, he had other doubts, but the Emperor controls the innate origin treasures. Even the strongest king can't compare to them, so why would they care? The Soul Heart King shook its head. I don't know the deeper reasons, but the Emperor doesn't like it. However, if you've already done it and it's not too excessive, they won't intervene. As for what's excessive, at least they won't interfere until you've merged 10 small soul domains. Just don't do too much. Lin Moya didn't want to confront the Emperor directly yet and appreciated the Soul Heart King's kind warning. Thank you for reminding me, Soul Heart Deist. I understand. The Soul Heart King waved its hand. It's a small matter. Your tea leaves have been very helpful. Recently, I've gained a deeper understanding of the Void Realm's heaven and earth. If I can enter the real world in the future, I believe I can achieve something. Lin Moya said, I've been waiting for your news, Soul Heart Deist. When the time comes, I'll help you find a way. The Soul Heart King smiled, pleased with Lin Moya's words. Very well, Lin friend. You can proceed with the merger. I'll watch over things here. If there are any problems, you can contact me anytime. Thank you to Ray NYC for the support. Chapter 3660. Chapter 3660, 3660. Chapter 3660, Occupying the Small Soul Domain. For kings in the Void Realm, the larger their small soul domain, the more benefits they receive. The Void Realm has its own simple and brutal rules. Just like the Void Beasts here, they don't need to comprehend the Great Tao, they only need to continuously absorb and refine chaotic mist to enhance their power. This applies to Lin Moyu as well. Although he can't absorb chaotic mist, a larger small soul domain can still strengthen his soul. Lin Moya manipulated the small soul domain of Inwood King, forcibly changing its shape to approach the small soul domain formed by the soul-corroding fire basin. At the same time, the soul-corroding fire basin's small soul domain moved towards Inwood King's. It was as if they were rushing towards each other. The two innate treasures resonated with each other, and the small soul domains began to merge slowly. Wherever the small soul domains passed, chaotic mist cleared the way, covering and eliminating vacuum zones. In another direction of Inwood's small soul domain, a vacuum zone was expanding. The size of space is fixed. If one area shrinks, another will expand. This is an unchanging rule. Under Lin Moya's precise control, the merging process was very smooth. The Soul Heart King felt that staying was unnecessary since Lin Moya didn't need any guidance. The Soul Heart King said, Lin friend, I'll take my leave. When you have time, come visit me for tea. Lin Moya smiled, Soul Heart Deist, take care. After the Soul Heart King left, Little Python finally relaxed, muttering softly, finally gone. Once the two small soul domains were fully merged, an invisible aura appeared from the void, ignoring the chaotic mist and directly landing on Lin Moya. This aura traced its source, bypassing the phantom body and targeting Lin Moya directly. Lin Moya's soul power began to rise rapidly, breaking through a small realm in an instant and reaching the middle stage of the 5th level of the innate soul. This feeling was peculiar, like the luck of the void realm or a reward from its great Tao. Lin Moya started refining soul crystals. He generously threw out over 100 soul crystals for Little Python to absorb and refine together. The large number of soul crystals being refined caused Lin Moya's soul power to surge like a rocket. Since starting his cultivation, his realm advancement speed had never been this fast. Others found it increasingly difficult to advance after entering the Great Tao realm, requiring immense time and effort. However, Lin Moya's advancements were getting faster and faster. He knew this was because his accumulation before reaching the Great Tao realm was exceptionally rich. While he couldn't say he was the first, he was likely unprecedented. The existence of the world-burning fire allowed him to dominate the void realm, using its void beasts as stepping stones for his ascension. This was something no one else could achieve. Lin Moya wondered who the mysterious master was. If they were just a heavenly venerable in the great world, how could they possess the world-burning fire, a flame that defied the heavens? If the mysterious master had entered the soul void with the world-burning fire, they could have elevated their level, escaped the great world, and even saved it. But why did the mysterious master leave the world-burning fire for Lin Moya? How did they calculate that Lin Moya would appear 1,000,000 years later and obtain the world-burning fire? 1,000,000 years was too long, with too many variables. Even the Destiny Tao found it hard to predict. Some things seemed off when looked back upon. Many mysteries had been solved on Lin Moya's cultivation path, and the secrets of the world were becoming fewer in his eyes. However, some mysteries remained unsolvable. Lin Moya felt that there was a large hand controlling this world. If he couldn't escape it, he wouldn't truly see the truth. I'm getting closer, and one day, I'll overturn it. I want to see who is behind the scenes and trample that hand underfoot. Lin Moya's realm continued to rise, his soul expanding and contracting repeatedly, turning pure soul power into his own. Soon, his soul reached the high stage of the 5th level, touching the bottleneck of the next realm. At this time, more than half of the soul crystals had been refined. Lin Moya took a deep breath and shouted, "Refine!" In an instant, thousands of soul crystals exploded, releasing a massive surge of soul power that rapidly expanded his soul body, as if it would burst at any moment. Using power beyond the critical point, Lin Moya broke through the bottleneck, relying on his ability to be reborn without hesitation. The strong impact not only hit his soul body but also his Tao heart. However, Lin Moya's Tao heart was firm enough to ignore the impact. The solid bottleneck finally shattered under the repeated soul power assaults, and Lin Moya's power leaped forward, entering the fourth level of the innate soul. Every aspect of his soul was filled with powerful energy, entering the fourth level of the innate soul, which, although a small realm, doubled his power. Digesting the remaining soul power, Lin Moya stabilized his realm at the initial stage of the fourth level of the innate soul. The skeleton god general and dragon rider had reached the middle stage of the fourth level, while the legion commander was slightly stronger but hadn't reached the high stage of the fourth level. Only the skeleton king stood firmly at the high stage of the fourth level. The higher the realm, the more dramatic the change in strength with each small difference. Lin Moya felt that maintaining this progress for the undead legion was already sufficient. He gazed at his 207 small soul domains and muttered to himself, "I've finally reached the fourth level of the soul. The next step is to challenge the main level of the soul. The third level of the soul is truly powerful in the Great Tao realm. I feel that the gap between the third and fourth levels will be significant, and advancing to the third level won't be easy." He quickly made up his mind, continue occupying more small soul domains and merge more. Take advantage of the time before the emperor can intervene. The Soul Heart King had said that merging more than 9 small soul domains would displease the emperor. However, if Lin Moya could merge more than 9 before the emperor could react, perhaps the emperor wouldn't intervene. In Lin Moya's view, once it was done, the emperor might not be able to stop it. After all, merging small soul domains was difficult, and separating them would be even harder, possibly leading to another great war. The specifics of how the emperor would handle it depended on the situation. Regardless, Lin Moya decided to act swiftly and worry later. His next target was the small soul domain of the Grass Soul King. He went to Little Python's head and pointed out the direction. Little Python had just advanced to the high stage of the 6th level of the soul and was excited. It followed Lin Moya's directions without question. Following Lin Moya had brought it many benefits. Little Python had long been devoted to Lin Moya, regretting not meeting such a good master sooner. Chapter 3661. Chapter 3661, 3661. Chapter 3661, Take advantage of its weakness. Lin Moya's plan was straightforward: occupy several nearby small soul domains to form a larger one, similar to controlling a mountain stronghold, and then expand outward. Everything else was manageable, but the small soul domain of the Soul Heart King was temporarily off limits. As the first friendly king of a small soul domain, Lin Moya had a good relationship with the Soul Heart King, almost like a half-friend. Lin Moya couldn't bring himself to take something from a friend, so he wouldn't attack the Soul Heart King's domain. Sitting on Little Python's head, Lin Moya sped through the vacuum zones, re-entering the territory of the Grass Soul King. This time, he could sense changes in the Grass Soul King's small soul domain. The chaotic mist was no longer as dense as before, having been depleted by the previous battle. Although chaotic mist in the Void Realm was inexhaustible, consuming too much at once required time to replenish. There had been Emperor-level wars that exhausted the chaotic mist in dozens of small soul domains, taking a long time to recover. With the mist thinner, many void beasts emerged from it, perched in the void, waiting for the mist to recover. Most void beasts had territorial instincts and weren't intelligent or fond of changing locations. This made Little Python stand out as special. If nothing unexpected happened, Little Python might become the king of a small soul domain in the future. Those who reached the first level of the soul would often seek opportunities in distant places, and the existence of kings wasn't fixed. Along the way, Lin Moya casually slaughtered the void beasts he encountered. The previous battle in the Grass Soul King's domain had killed off most of the strong void beasts, leaving only weaker ones that were almost negligible to Lin Moya. A large number of skeleton soldiers flew out, forming a vast net to search for the Grass Soul King. The void still held the aura of the previous battle, and Lin Moya used a second refined virtual soul pill to attract several kings, indicating that this fight wouldn't end easily. After a long search, they couldn't find the Grass Soul King. Although it was just a small soul domain, its space was incredibly vast. If the Grass Soul King was hiding intentionally, it wouldn't be easy to find. Lin Moya realized that searching this way wasn't effective and decided to change his method. A complex divine rune began to form on his fingertips. This rune was unique, embodying Lin Moya's personal will, unlike any he had drawn before. Lin Moya created his own divine runes based on his understanding and needs. His skill in divine runes had reached a higher level, no longer limited to those created by others. He could now draw runes that served specific functions. Divine runes were the manifestation of the Taoan rules. Everything in the world, whether living or dead, was governed by the Tao. This divine rune, unique to Lin Moya, shone brightly in the void realm, emitting a dreamy, ethereal power. Lin Moya didn't use source crystal materials to create it. Instead, he drew it purely with soul power, giving it a more refined, ethereal quality. The rune began to absorb the aura scattered throughout the void realm, specifically targeting the Grass Soul King's energy. The Grass Soul King had left behind a significant amount of aura. After absorbing it, the rune started to emit an aura identical to the Grass Soul King's. If one couldn't see that it was a divine rune, they might mistake it for the Grass Soul King's avatar. Lin Moya thought, trace the source. The rune flew in a specific direction, and Lin Moya signaled Little Python to follow. Little Python curiously asked, "Master, what is this?" Lin Moya replied, "I call it the tracing rune. It can find the Grass Soul King." Little Python watched the rune flying ahead and felt amazed. "I've seen you draw similar things before, which you called formations. I thought they were magical even back then. Can I learn this?" Lin Moya said, "Of course, but it's not easy. You still lack a deep understanding of the Tao. Most void beasts rely on instinct rather than comprehension." Little Python nodded. "It seems I won't be able to learn it until I become a true living being." Lin Moya chuckled, there's time. Don't rush. Little Python nodded firmly, I'll follow Master and learn someday. It had fully committed to following Lin Moya, no longer wavering. Lin Moya reflected on creating the tracing rune, marking significant progress for him. With this rune, he could create his own formations, just like his predecessors. The tracing rune continued to absorb the Grass Soul King's aura, growing brighter. Lin Moya finally spotted a bright soul flame belonging to the Grass Soul King. Arrived, he thought, and the undead legion surged out, forming a massive encirclement around the Grass Soul King. The entire process was silent until the encirclement was complete, and the Grass Soul King remained still. The Grass Soul King was in a deep sleep, shrunk to a tiny size, and its originally towering soul-devouring tree was now less than half a meter tall. Its aura was also highly repressed, clearly attempting to hide. Lin Moya discovered through the soul flame that the Grass Soul King was severely injured, significantly weaker than before. It seems it was wounded during the fight for the virtual soul pill. First, it severely injured the giant face Lion King, then clashed with 4 other small soul domain kings over the soul refining furnace and the virtual soul pill. A series of intense battles had naturally left it injured. Small soul domain kings could recover quickly within their domains using innate treasures, but this time, the power had been overdrawn, and recovery was much slower. After so long, the Grass Soul King still hadn't recovered, confirming Lin Moya's suspicions. Take advantage of its weakness. In the small soul domains, there was no need for reason, it was a world of survival of the fittest. The Grass Soul King knew this and had hidden far away, but Lin Moya still found it. Lin Moya activated 2 powerful origin techniques, Strong Army and Gather Power. The undead legion rapidly closed in. Lin Moya's realm surged to the limit, quickly advancing to the initial stage of the second level of the soul, joining the battle. The sleeping Grass Soul King was startled awake by the aura of the origin techniques, instinctively crying out, Origin treasure techniques. The awakened Grass Soul King, along with the soul-devouring tree, quickly returned to its normal size. Just as it woke up, it faced an overwhelming cold aura, and the Grass Soul King, along with the tree, was frozen solid. In its vision, Lin Moya wielded the Catastrophic Scepter, striking down mercilessly. Chapter 3662. Chapter 3662, 3662. Chapter 3662. You want to achieve enlightenment, so do I. This time, Lin Moya didn't worry about damaging the innate treasures. He used a more direct method, striking the Grass Soul King with the Catastrophic Scepter. The Undead Legion and Origin techniques were just precautions. Lin Moya had experience from before and knew that these kings weren't easy to deal with. Perhaps the Grass Soul King had some hidden tricks. Facing the Catastrophic Scepter, the Grass Soul King struggled desperately, its screams piercing through the ice. The branches of the soul-devouring tree transformed into light swords, slashing towards Lin Moya in dense waves. The ice layer cracked and exploded, sending ice blocks flying like cannonballs. Lin Moya swung the Catastrophic Scepter, shattering most of the ice blocks, while using soul power to withstand a few. Fortunately, he had used the Gather Power technique to boost his realm, or he might not have been able to endure. The Catastrophic Scepter clashed with the soul-devouring tree's branches, breaking them with a loud crash. The light swords were shattered into pieces, unable to withstand the Catastrophic Scepter. The Grass Soul King wailed in agony, as it was a companion creature to the soul-devouring tree. When the tree was damaged, the Grass Soul King was also injured. As the Catastrophic Scepter drew near, the Grass Soul King showed a terrified expression and tried to flee. However, the soul gem on the Catastrophic Scepter glowed, exerting a pulling force that immobilized the Grass Soul King, eliminating its last chance to escape. The Catastrophic Scepter struck the Grass Soul King with great force, causing it to shatter into pieces. The soul gem sparkled, absorbing all the shattered soul fragments of the Grass Soul King. Lin Moya noticed that the soul gem had become brighter and more powerful. He sensed a hint of pleasure from it, as if it were urging him to find more souls like this. Suddenly, a voice came from the soul-devouring tree. Who are you? Why did you kill my king? Lin Moya was slightly surprised, looking at the soul-devouring tree. On the tree, a small grass was swaying. He recognized it as a remnant of the Grass Soul King. I didn't expect that even after your main body died, your remnant could still survive. The small grass whispered, you are a cultivator from the real world. Why did you come to kill my king? Lin Moya chuckled, there's no reason. Many things happen without a reason. You wanted to achieve enlightenment, and so do I. When you fought for the soul refining furnace, did you ever think about why? The small grass paused, so the soul refining furnace was yours. You used it as bait to make us fight each other to our mutual disadvantage. Lin Moya smiled lightly. At first, I didn't think of it that way, but now it seems plausible. Well, your remnant should also disperse. Rest in peace. The Grass Soul King's main body was dead, and its remnant couldn't last long. Saying a few words was already its limit. The small grass dissipated into mist, and the soul-devouring tree let out mournful cries, as if lamenting the Grass Soul King's passing. As its companion creature, the soul-devouring tree's instincts didn't want to see the Grass Soul King die. Lin Moya felt a surge of angry intent from the soul-devouring tree, which now regarded him as an enemy. The tree's branches moved slowly, ready to attack at any moment. With a light laugh, Lin Moya gently placed the Catastrophic Scepter on the soul-devouring tree. Behave and don't provoke me. The soul-devouring tree trembled violently and quickly calmed down. Although its instincts disliked Lin Moya, they feared death even more. Lin Moya said, that's more like it. A phantom body flew out and landed on the soul-devouring tree, beginning to refine it. With the Catastrophic Scepter holding it in place, the soul-devouring tree was obedient and didn't resist, allowing the phantom body to complete the refinement easily. Once refined, the small soul domain that originally belonged to the Grass Soul King now belonged to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo manipulated the small soul domain, merging it with his own. The domain changed shape like cotton, and the vacuum zones were gradually covered by mist, becoming smaller. Wherever the chaotic mist passed, it smoothed out the vacuum zones, eliminating dangers. Although the small soul domain occasionally had dangerous areas, they were fewer and safer compared to the vacuum zones. As the small soul domains merged, the chaotic mist began to flow between them. Lin Moya discovered that the Grass Soul King's original domain had little chaotic mist left. However, now the mist was emerging from all corners, increasing in density. These chaotic mists aren't coming from other small soul domains. It's strange, where are they coming from? It seems that the larger the small soul domain, the denser the chaotic mist. The void beasts living inside benefit more. As the master of 3 small soul domains, I receive the greatest benefits. The 3 small soul domains finally merged, and an invisible force landed on Lin Moyo. This force had appeared before, feeling like a reward from the Void Realm's great Tao. Lin Moyo's realm naturally rose significantly, though he didn't break through to the middle stage of the 4th level of the soul. He was much stronger than before. If he could merge another small soul domain, Lin Moyo believed he could enter the middle stage of the 4th level of the soul. This rate of improvement was astonishing, only slightly slower than refining soul crystals. The Void Realm is truly my treasure trove. Lin Moyo felt at ease in the Void Realm, as if it were prepared for him. After the small soul domains fully merged, the soul-devouring tree, the soul-corroding fire basin, and the Eanwood all shook simultaneously. The 3 innate treasures resonated with each other, releasing powerful energy. The chaotic mist in the small soul domain increased and thickened. Lin Moyo frowned, muttering to himself, "What's happening? Why are these 3 innate treasures resonating? I can feel that the small soul domains have become stronger in the resonance. Each is more powerful than before. Perhaps the more small soul domains I merge, the stronger they become. What if I merge 10 or even 100 small soul domains? Could they become as powerful as a large spirit city?" However, large spirit cities have innate origin treasures, which small soul domains can't compare to. Lin Moyo thought that even a broken branch of an innate origin treasure could support a small soul domain, showing how formidable these treasures were. Lin Moyo felt he was thinking too far ahead and should focus on the present. For now, I have 3 small soul domains, those of the Giant Face Lion King, the Grass Soul King, and the Eanwood King. 2 of them are severely injured, and the Eanwood King is a special case. I used clever tactics against them, but facing a king in their prime won't be easy. I need to think of another strategy. If I use the soul refining furnace as bait again, it might work, but doing it too many times will create weaknesses and might attract a group attack. If I don't use the soul refining furnace as bait and attack them directly, prime kings will be difficult to defeat. I need a foolproof plan. He sat in the void, deep in thought. Chapter 3663. Chapter 3663, 3663. Chapter 3663, Understanding Formations. Lin Moyo had experienced battling small soul domain kings 3 times and realized that these kings were not easy to deal with. He had been lucky to face the severely injured Giant Face Lion King and Grass Soul King, whose strength was less than a third of their prime. The special case was the Eanwood King, which couldn't utilize the power of the Eanwood. To harness this power, the first step was to restore the normal flow of life force, allowing the Eanwood King to become nearly invulnerable. Lin Moyo felt fortunate. As for the other small soul domain kings, he had seen some of them fight against the Grass Soul King, and they were all very strong. Without clever tactics, Lin Moyo would find it difficult to defeat them. Lin Moyo sat in the void, pondering his strategy. Since it's hard to attack them directly, I might as well wait for them to come to me. Let's move the battlefield to my small soul domain, where their power won't be fully effective. Still, using the soul refining furnace as bait is a good idea, but before that, I need to set up some traps so they can't leave once they arrive. The best method would be to use formations, but the ones I currently know aren't enough. I need a more powerful formation. Lin Moyo sat cross-legged in the void, focusing his mind. He wanted to create a formation capable of killing small soul domain kings. Creating a formation wasn't something that could be done overnight, it required time. Lin Moyo had memories of many formations from the origin continent, but not all could be used in the Void Realm. Even the heaven-sealing Absolute Tao formation needed adjustments to work in the Void Realm. Lin Moyo aimed to create his own formation, surpassing the heaven-sealing Absolute Tao formation, which was no easy task. However, Lin Moyo believed in himself. Lin Moyo remained still, his soul power naturally emanating. Around him, divine runes began to appear, reflecting beautiful light. In the origin continent, over 100 years had passed. The world had recovered significantly, and the power of the Great Tao had changed. The continent now allowed 7th-level innate soul cultivators to enter. Various forces had developed rapidly during this time, spreading their teachings and attracting many disciples. However, they followed Lin Moyo's orders and didn't use force to plunder talent, instead relying on enticements. The native sects of the origin continent also developed quickly. Ancient sects like the ancient Lotus Holy Land, with their background in the heavenly Tao, became stronger as powerful figures from the heavenly Tao descended upon them. The Dongfang family was similar, backed by heavenly Tao forces. No top sect on the origin continent was simple, most had powerful backers. Some smaller forces also had hidden supporters, and ancestors came to seek their roots, causing minor changes in the power dynamics of the origin continent. However, due to Lin Moyo's intimidating presence, no one dared to cause significant upheaval, and only minor disturbances occurred. Antares remained motionless, seemingly asleep. His presence was like a mountain, firmly suppressing the origin continent. Even those dissatisfied with Lin Moya didn't dare provoke Antares, not just because he was a high-level soul but also because he was from the dragon race. The combination of Lin Moya and Antares kept the origin continent in order. In contrast, the Heavenly Tao was bustling. After the death of the Yellow Springs Tao Lord, the Yellow Springs Tao sect fell into chaos as elders fought for power. Unexpectedly, 100 years later, the Yellow Springs Tao Lord was revived by the mysterious Alliance Master of the Hell Union. The revived Yellow Springs Tao Lord immediately suppressed the chaos, executing many who opposed him. This event served as a warning to the Di Hua Dao sect, which had also been in turmoil after its master's death. The sect members became cautious, fearing their master might be revived as well. People also sensed the terrifying methods of the Hell Union's Alliance Master, who declared that they would not let Lin Moya off the hook and would settle accounts with him eventually. In the Heavenly Tao, a massive face appeared, accompanied by the Yellow Springs Tao. The revived Yellow Springs Tao Lord gazed at Antares with a sinister intent, as if he wanted to devour Lin Moya. Antares slowly opened his eyes and warned, "Look again, and I'll kill you with a single dragon breath." The Yellow Springs Tao Lord smiled eerily, his gaze unyielding. In the Void Realm, Lin Moya was surrounded by an increasing number of divine runes. These runes combined to form formations, which then dispersed back into runes. The runes, constructed from Lin Moya's soul power, changed according to his consciousness. Most of the runes were ones Lin Moya had already mastered, while some were created through his own insights. Since the Void Realm differed from the real world, Lin Moya had modified some runes to work effectively in the Void Realm. Through continuous contemplation and research, Lin Moya discovered the essence of the Void Realm. He found that the chaotic mist wasn't just usable by void beasts, he could also harness its power with a medium. Divine runes were the best medium. By combining his soul power with the chaotic mist, Lin Moya could represent the power of source crystals, significantly enhancing the rune's might. Based on this, Lin Moya created numerous runes suitable for the Void Realm and used them to build a formation. Lin Moya gradually understood the fundamental nature of the chaotic mist. It originated from the Great Tao, which, like all things, had a dual nature. In the Void Realm, the Great Tao was its shadow aspect, intertwining and merging under the influence of innate treasures to form chaos and mist. The chaotic mist seemed chaotic but actually contained various Great Tao powers, making it usable. Without innate treasures, the contradictions between the Great Tao couldn't be harmonized, resulting in vacuum zones. Lin Moya's understanding of the Void Realm's essence deepened, and his insights grew. He adhered to the principle of understanding the essence of things and knowing their reasons. As his soul power surged, numerous runes flew out, absorbing vast amounts of chaotic mist. The runes combined to form an incredibly complex formation. Chapter 3664. Chapter 3664, 3664. Chapter 3664, the Thousand Tao, 10,000 Phenomena Formation. The moment the formation was completed, a massive amount of chaotic mist surged into it. The divine runes shone brightly, and the entire formation displayed a myriad of phenomena. Fire seas, ice rivers, storms, and soul vortexes, various Great Tao anomalies appeared within the formation. The chaotic mist's Great Tao power was organized within the formation, transforming into countless phenomena that were further enhanced by the formation. This formation was like a barrier from the real world, with the Great Tao's power neatly arranged. However, it didn't organize all the Great Tao power, it only handled the power from the origin continent, discarding the weaker branch Taos. As the formation continued to operate, the Great Tao power gathered and grew stronger. More divine runes flew in, expanding the formation's scale and categorizing the Great Tao powers so they wouldn't interfere with each other. After a while, the formation created thousands of regions with different landscapes, each controlled by distinct Great Tao powers. These regions were like the dangerous areas in the vacuum zones, terrifying and endless. Divine runes continued to fly out and merge into the formation, which was still expanding. The chaotic mist's Great Tao power was constantly being organized, and the formation's dangerous phenomena increased. Little Python was frightened by the sight, trembling as it hid behind Lin Moya. "Master, what kind of formation is this? It's so terrifying, even more so than the vacuum zones." The dangers in the vacuum zones are limited, but here, one danger connects to another endlessly. Lin Moya suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. "I've finally understood." Little Python forced itself to speak despite its fear. "Congratulations, Master, on achieving enlightenment." Lin Moya chuckled. "It's just a slight understanding, but it's still a gain." He sensed his soul world and realized that 100 years had passed. He sighed, 100 years have gone by so quickly. The origin continent should now allow 7th level innate soul Tao realms to enter. Lin Moya reflected on his gains over the past century. On the surface, he had created a powerful formation of his own. Deeper down, his understanding of divine runes and formations had deepened, and he had mastered the ability to create runes with his thoughts. With just a thought, he could draw runes, and the stronger his thoughts, the faster he could draw them. He could even create hundreds of runes simultaneously. This ability could be further enhanced until he reached the point where a single thought could create an entire formation. Lin Moya wondered if the masters of the formation Tao could achieve this level, but he knew he was close. Little Python cautiously asked, "Master, what kind of formation is this?" Lin Moya replied, "This is called the Thousand Tao, 10,000 Phenomena Formation." The name might not sound intimidating, but only those who had experienced it up close, like Little Python, knew how terrifying it was. Little Python asked, "Master, are you going to use this formation against the other small soul domain kings?" Lin Moya smiled, "This formation can only weaken them, it can't truly kill them. However, that's enough. I'll weaken them and then take care of them personally." But the formation isn't complete yet, let it grow a bit more. Little Python was shocked, it's not complete yet. I feel like I'd die if I entered it for even a moment. Lin Moya shook his head, the purpose of this formation is not to kill but to injure. Of course, it can kill if needed, but that would go against my intentions. Little Python didn't understand Lin Moya's meaning. What was the point if it wasn't to kill? Lin Moya chuckled, don't worry, you'll see. More divine runes flew out, expanding the formation's scale. The formation was like building blocks, with its puzzle pieces constantly increasing. As the formation grew, the regions of phenomena expanded, becoming even more terrifying. Lin Moya's ideal for the 1000 Dao, 10,000 phenomena formation was for each phenomenon region to cover an entire small soul domain. The formation could accommodate countless small soul domains. Of course, this was just an idea, and he knew it was difficult to achieve. However, he always had ideals. The formation's diameter eventually exceeded 1,000,000 kilometers, resembling a giant sphere in the small soul domain. The surrounding chaotic mist was all drawn in, making the area almost as clear as a vacuum zone. At this point, Lin Moya's soul finally felt a strain, knowing he had reached the limit of what he could control. Although the formation could still expand, if it grew any larger, it would exceed his control. Lin Moya decided to stop the expansion, muttering, 1,000,000 kilometers, 1,000 different regions, is enough. With his soul power surging, he slowly drew a complex divine rune. The rune was slow to create because it was more complex than ordinary formations. As he finished drawing the rune, Lin Moya shouted, go! The soul-corroding fire basin, Eanwood, and soul-devouring tree flew into the formation. Instantly, the formation's fire seas boiled, cold air surged, and soul cries echoed. The 3 innate treasures enhanced the corresponding region's phenomena within the 1000 Dao, 10,000 phenomena formation. The fire, ice, and soul regions became even more formidable. Lin Moya finally completed the rune and infused it with the world-burning fire. The rune's center erupted in flames, and Lin Moya swung his hand, sending the rune into the formation's center. Like adding eyes to a dragon painting, the rune brought the formation to life. Previous formations lacked a central control hub, and this rune served that purpose. Now, if anything was lacking, it was in formation spirit. However, formation spirits were hard to come by, especially in the Void Realm, so Lin Moya didn't hold out hope. Finally, Lin Moya took out the soul-refining furnace and placed it at the formation center. He whispered, hide. The 1000 Dao, 10,000 phenomena formation gradually disappeared, its phenomena calming and eventually vanishing into the void. Little Python wondered, Master, where did the formation go? Lin Moya chuckled, it's still here, it's just invisible. He wanted to attract other small soul domain kings, so he had designed the formation to hide itself from the start. Fortunately, the Void Realm had vacuum zones as examples, allowing Lin Moya to mimic their ability to conceal. However, this wouldn't work against real-world cultivators who could see the Great Dao. With everything prepared, Lin Moya took out some soul crystals and fed them into the soul-refining furnace. Boom! The furnace erupted in flames, releasing a peculiar aura in all directions. Chapter 3665. Chapter 3665, 3665. Chapter 3665, Simple traps are the most effective. This time, Lin Moya activated the soul-refining furnace with great ferocity, and its aura quickly spread to other small soul domains. The kings who had previously fought over the furnace had left their unique soul imprints on it. These imprints were undetectable to anyone except the kings themselves. Lin Moya couldn't sense or erase these imprints, so he used them to lure the kings. By doing so, he was broadcasting to the nearby small soul domains, the soul-refining furnace has appeared again, come and fight for it. The reappearance of the soul-refining furnace excited the kings who had recently returned. Unlike the Soul Heart King, these kings weren't intelligent or independent thinkers. The soul-refining furnace represented their hope for transcendence, and they would inevitably come. Lin Moya whispered, the net is cast now, let's see when the fish will take the bait. Little Python asked quietly, will those kings really come? Lin Moya replied, they certainly will. Transcendence is the instinct of void beasts, and there aren't many Soul Heart Kings in the Void Realm. At that moment, Lin Moya's treasure mountain fragment suddenly transmitted the voice of the Soul Heart King, Lin friend is too kind. Lin Moya hadn't intentionally hidden the Soul Heart King's presence and couldn't help but smile, Soul Heart friend, would you like to come and watch the excitement? The Soul Heart King replied, Lin friend is too polite, I recently gained some insights and won't be coming. The Soul Heart King was sipping tea made from the gold and silver tree sap and the world tree's leaves, enjoying clear and lucid thoughts about his Tao. He was indifferent to Lin Moya's actions. Lin Moya didn't force the issue, then I wish Soul Heart friend great progress in his cultivation. The Soul Heart King also responded, I wish Lin friend achieves his heart's desire. Lin Moya slowly activated the soul-refining furnace, producing one void soul pill after another. Half a day later, Lin Moya suddenly flew out a divine rune that exploded, enveloping himself and Little Python, causing them to disappear. Little Python knew that this meant void beasts were approaching. Indeed, soon, void beasts appeared in the distance, flying towards them while searching for something. When they saw the soul-refining furnace, the void beasts' eyes gleamed, and they rushed towards it. Meanwhile, another group of powerful void beasts appeared from a different direction. These two groups of void beasts, each from different small soul domains, had come for the soul-refining furnace. They clashed fiercely. Lin Moya observed that the void beasts' realms were mostly between the second and fourth levels of the soul. He didn't see any first-level soul void beasts. Lin Moya said, first-level soul void beasts are either killed by the small soul domain kings or have fled to distant lands, I wonder where they went. Little Python mentioned, I've heard of a place called the Beast Abyss, where only first-level void beasts can enter. I don't know what happens inside. The Beast Abyss? It seemed the Void Realm had many secrets. Lin Moya's voice was low. Why didn't you mention this before? Little Python shivered. You didn't ask before, Master. Lin Moya chuckled, frightening Little Python, who looked pitiful. Little Python didn't mean to hide it, you just didn't think of it before. You only heard it occasionally and didn't know where the Beast Abyss was. Lin Moya said seriously, let it go this time, but in the future, speak up if you have anything to say. As he spoke, Lin Moya threw a soul crystal to Little Python, offering a sweet date after a slap. The two groups of void beasts fought fiercely, drawing closer to the soul refining furnace. The furnace, under Lin Moya's control, continued to emit flames and produce void soul pills. The aroma of the void soul pills had a strong attraction for the void beasts, who were irresistibly drawn to them. Lin Moya gazed into the distance. There's another group of void beasts, they should be making their move soon. In his line of sight, he saw massive soul flames in the distance. The third group of void beasts had been waiting, but they hadn't come yet, clearly waiting for the first two groups to weaken each other. The leader of the third group was somewhat smarter. However, due to the presence of the void soul pills, the first two groups were no longer focused on fighting, they were more like decoys, constantly moving closer to the pills. Void beasts weren't intelligent faced with temptation, they forgot their master's orders. They were no longer there for the soul refining furnace but were fixated on the void soul pills. Such an army, if placed in the real world, would be completely incompetent. Finally, seeing the void beasts closing in on the soul refining furnace, the observing void beasts from the third group couldn't resist and charged forward. Lin Moya shook his head, a bit clever, but not enough. In his view, the trap he had set wasn't sophisticated, it was even a bit foolish. It wasn't that he couldn't come up with a better layout, but more complex traps might not work on these unintelligent void beasts. Simple traps were the most effective against such foes. The third group's entry made the scene even more chaotic. A massive battle erupted around the soul refining furnace. Lin Moya didn't intervene, letting them fight among themselves. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits behind. Since the small soul domain kings hadn't made their move yet, Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry. Moreover, the fourth group of void beasts hadn't arrived. He thought, previously, there were 4 kings attacking the grass soul king. Now, only 3 groups of void beasts have come. Is it because that king is farther away, or what? He wanted to catch them all in one net. Having put so much effort into this, it would be a waste if he missed one. However, for now, there seemed to be no better way. He could only wait and see how things developed. The void beasts fought more chaotically, unable to approach the soul refining furnace. Lin Moya checked the time and, with a thought, stopped the furnace's flames, making it appear as if it might leave at any moment. If this were the real world, a cultivator would notice something was amiss. However, the void beasts didn't. They became anxious. In Lin Moya's line of sight, 4 intense soul flames suddenly appeared. Ah, they've all arrived. Lin Moya felt reassured, seeing that the 4 small soul domain kings had arrived. At this point, the number of void beast groups or whose they were no longer mattered. His main target was these kings, the rest were just extras. The kings feared the soul refining furnace might disappear again or that they might be preempted by others. They also worried that if they obtained the furnace, they would be targeted by the other kings. Under these complex emotions, the kings finally couldn't resist and charged towards the soul refining furnace. Massive forces clashed in the void realm, causing the great Tao to tremble. The void space was extremely resilient and didn't break, not even cracking. If this were the real world, a battle between Tao Lord would have shattered the space long ago. The 4 kings fought while rushing towards the soul refining furnace. Lin Moya, hiding in the shadows, smiled slightly. Begin, formation activate. With his thought, the 1000 Tao, 10,000 phenomena formation suddenly appeared. The great Tao roared, with fire burning, winds blowing, and soul impacts. Countless phenomena shone brightly, illuminating the void realm space. The void beasts let out unending cries of agony. Chapter 3666. Chapter 3666, 3666. Chapter 3666, The Unexpected Balanced Gemstone. The 1000 Tao, 10,000 phenomena formation was resplendent, displaying countless deadly landscapes. A dark moon rose, blowing a terrifying wind that chilled to the bone, causing countless void beasts to cry out in agony. The void beasts, severely injured by the formation, frantically struggled, instinctively seeking a glimmer of hope. A path appeared within the formation, and the void beasts, believing it to be their salvation, rushed into it. Unbeknownst to them, this path led to the formation's core, where the world-burning fire awaited. The injured void beasts would ultimately be refined by the world-burning fire, transforming into soul crystals. Lin Moya's formation was almost tailor-made for void beasts, exploiting their inability to see the great Tao's power. He artificially created 10 deadly regions within the formation. When the formation appeared, the 4 small soul domain kings realized they had been deceived. However, it was too late. They had lost the right to choose. They either had to break out of the formation or die within it. They deployed their innate treasures, unleashing a barrage of attacks that shook the entire formation. The sound of explosions echoed through the formation, and Lin Moya had anticipated the king's counterattack. The formation's robustness was more than capable of withstanding their assault. It wouldn't be easy for the kings to break through, especially since they had innate treasures protecting them. It would be difficult to severely injure them using just the formation, unlike the other void beasts that could be refined into soul crystals. Lin Moya didn't intervene initially, allowing the kings to attack and thereby testing the formation's durability. Once he confirmed its solidity, he emerged from the void, wielding the catastrophic staff. Upon seeing Lin Moya, the kings roared in anger, "You're a cultivator from the real world. Why are you luring us to our deaths?" Lin Moya chuckled, "We've entered the Void Realm, and our lives are of no concern to each other. You've killed real-world cultivators before, what's the point of saying this?" In the Void Realm, void beasts and real-world cultivators were natural enemies. They were each other's prey, and encounters usually ended in a fight to the death, with little chance of peaceful coexistence. These kings had certainly killed real-world cultivators in their quest for transcendence and the core of the real world. Lin Moya continued, "In both the Void Realm and the real world, the rule is survival of the fittest. Today, I'm the one luring you to your deaths because I have the ability. If our positions were reversed, you wouldn't spare me either. Therefore, killing you is normal according to reason, morality, and the natural order." Lin Moya spoke as if explaining, yet it seemed he was also speaking to himself. Only he knew why he said these words. As he spoke, the void trembled, and a mysterious great Tao appeared. Among all the great Taos, the causality Tao was particularly enigmatic. It spanned ancient and modern times, crossing realms and dimensions, encompassing all causality. By killing the small soul domain kings in the void realm, Lin Moya would inevitably involve himself in causality. The kings were different from ordinary void beasts, they carried a certain amount of destiny. This destiny would accumulate as causality, which, if excessive, could collapse the world. Perhaps one day, the explosion of causality would harm Lin Moya himself. Lin Moya, with his limited understanding of the causality Tao, spoke these words to reduce the causality he would have to bear from killing. After finishing, Lin Moya raised his catastrophic staff high. Soul power infused it, and the staff burst into light. Upon seeing the staff, the kings revealed their fear, instinctively sensing a lethal threat. "What kind of artifact is this? Why do I feel danger? My instincts aren't wrong, it can easily kill me. We must join forces and break through, otherwise, we'll surely die." Realizing the danger, the kings immediately allied and prepared to break through the formation. However, it was too late. Lin Moya shouted, "Balance!" As his words fell, countless skeletal divine generals appeared behind him. The light of the balanced gemstone illuminated the void realm, affecting all beings, including Lin Moya himself. The gemstone balanced everyone's power and realm. Lin Moya's soul power continuously flowed into the balanced gemstone, enhancing its power. The kings, equivalent to Branch Tao Lord in terms of realm, were formidable opponents. Fortunately, Lin Moya's realm was no longer low, and his soul power was incredibly strong. With his own strength supporting the gemstone, its power was activated, successfully affecting the kings. The skeletal divine generals were the most numerous, being mid-level fourth soul entities. Everyone's power and realm began to converge towards this level. The four kings' power rapidly declined, plummeting from their thrones. They watched in horror as their realms fell, unable to stop it. As their realms decreased, their control over their innate treasures also weakened. Although the treasures still belonged to them, they couldn't fully utilize their power. Even the best treasures required matching strength to be effective. However, they discovered that the formation's power seemed to decrease as well, and they hadn't been injured. Lin Moya frowned. "Even the formation is affected, this is too fair, isn't it?" The situation exceeded Lin Moya's expectations. He hadn't anticipated the balanced gemstone's influence would be so vast, affecting even the formation. After a brief thought, he understood why. The gemstone influenced the great Tao and the world's operational rules, not just individual cultivation levels. At this moment, regardless of the region, whether it was Lin Moya, the void beasts, or the formation, all powers and realms were unified to the mid-level fourth soul. However, Lin Moya noticed that the world-burning fire remained unaffected by the balanced gemstone. It remained unchanged. Seeing this, Lin Moya knew what to do. With a finger gesture, the world-burning fire descended into the formation, enveloping one of the small soul domain kings. He didn't know the king's name, it didn't matter, as they were all doomed. The king's soul was burned, and his face changed dramatically as he fully activated his innate treasure to counter the world-burning fire. Chapter 3667. Chapter 3667, 3667. Chapter 3667, You Dare Not Use Me? After Lin Moya entered the void realm, the world-burning fire had grown much stronger. However, it still couldn't burn away the innate treasures. Only a small portion of its power could penetrate the treasure's defenses, reaching the small soul domain kings. Even this limited power caused them immense pain, making them groan and contort in agony. Enveloped by the world-burning fire, the kings could only use their innate treasures to counterattack. Lin Moya flew over to one of the kings, who, despite being burned by the fire, launched an attack at Lin Moya. Unfortunately, its realm was suppressed by the balanced gemstone, putting it on the same level as Lin Moya. Lin Moya didn't even bother looking at the attack as it landed on him. A golden light flashed on his body, absorbing all the impact without harm. Lin Moya raised his catastrophic staff and struck the king. The king instinctively tried to block with its innate treasure, but a cold wind swept through, freezing it in place. The staff accurately hit the king, shattering its body like glass. The soul gem then absorbed the king's soul fragments. The world-burning fire quickly burned these fragments, but the soul gem absorbed them before the fire could. Lin Moya said, "Can't you just let me have a little? You eat the meat, gnaw on the bones, and even drink the soup, leaving nothing behind." The soul gem hummed softly, as if saying, "You dare not use me." Lin Moya looked helpless. The soul gem was truly shameless. He had wanted to see what kind of soul crystals the small soul domain kings could produce, but the soul gem didn't give him the chance. However, Lin Moya had no choice. Using the catastrophic staff was still the best method for killing the kings. Other methods were too cumbersome. If he wanted to refine the kings, he would have to wait until the world-burning fire grew stronger. The soul gem didn't monopolize the souls, it shared some with the balanced gemstone and the elemental gemstone. Among the three gems, the elemental gemstone was the least effective. Lin Moya still didn't know its true purpose, only that it could supposedly control all elements. Lin Moya didn't think much about it and charged towards another king. He repeated the same tactic, quickly killing all 4 small soul domain kings. The balanced gemstone withdrew its light, and the formation returned to its original state, containing the remaining void beasts. Lin Moya no longer cared about their fate. He waved his hand, drawing the 4 innate treasures towards him. There was a ruined tower, a half-transparent jade stone, a damaged seal with worn-off characters, and a 2-meter-long bone fragment that contained powerful energy. The bone was also damaged, with its marrow drained, leaving it hollow. None of the innate treasures were in good condition. They looked like junk that wouldn't even be picked up from the street. Lin Moya separated 4 illusory bodies and began to refine the innate treasures. Illusory bodies were more useful than clones. They required no effort and could be created in any number desired. Illusory bodies had no attributes, being purely empty, yet they could carry various powers and great Taos. Lin Moya couldn't help but admire the Buddhist 3 Lives secret technique, which allowed him to modify the illusory bodies to suit himself. Soon, all the void beasts in the 1000 Tao, 10,000 phenomena formation were dead, ending the ambush. Lin Moya collected over 2,000 high-quality soul crystals from the formation. These crystals were enough to help him advance to the mid-level 4th soul, possibly even reaching the high level. Little Python approached, flattering Lin Moya. Master is so powerful, killing 4 small soul domain kings in one breath. Lin Moya knew what Little Python meant and tossed it 2 soul crystals, a reward for you. Little Python happily consumed the crystals, smacking its lips. Thank you, Master. Lin Moya didn't say anything, retrieving the soul refining furnace and some void soul pills. He looked down on the void soul pills and gave them to Little Python as well. Little Python ate the pills, emitting excited cries. Watching Little Python's unusual behavior, Lin Moya asked, "Do you like void soul pills?" Little Python replied, "The effect of void soul pills is much better than the soul crystals Master gave me." Lin Moya was astonished. It seems the soul refining furnace is indeed a treasure for void beasts. The void soul pills produced by the furnace had a better effect on void beasts than soul crystals. However, for Lin Moya, soul crystals were more effective. It was clear that the soul refining furnace was best suited for void beasts, not real-world cultivators like himself. This made sense, given that the furnace first appeared in the void realm, explaining why the small soul domain kings were so eager to obtain it. Lin Moya took 10 soul crystals and refined them into a void soul pill, which he gave to Little Python. This delighted Little Python, who lavished praise on Lin Moya. Unfortunately, Little Python's words were repetitive and overly flattering. After a while, the illusory bodies completed the process of claiming ownership of the innate treasures. With the catastrophic staff holding them in check, the treasures didn't dare resist and were obediently claimed. Lin Moya focused on merging the 4 small soul domains into his own. Initially, controlling 4 domains was a bit awkward, but he quickly adapted. He even had the leisure to refine soul crystals simultaneously. As the domains merged, the chaotic mist in the vacuum zones grew, and the power within increased. Lin Moya's realm began to rise rapidly as he refined the soul crystals. His speed in processing them also accelerated. With both factors working together, Lin Moya's realm advanced faster and faster. He soon reached the bottleneck of the early 4th soul and easily crossed it, entering the mid-level 4th soul. Although it was a small step, his power increased significantly, especially the strength of his undead legion. The skeletal divine generals and dragon cavalry had reached the high level of the 4th soul, while the skeleton king stably entered the early 3rd soul. The power of a 3rd level innate soul was truly formidable on the origin continent. An army of 10,000 skeleton kings could flatten many small sects in the heavenly Tao. At this moment, the treasure mountain fragment vibrated, and the voice of the soul heart king came through. The 9 treasures resonance is nearing its end, Lin friend. If you want to continue absorbing small soul domains, you must speed up. Chapter 3668. Chapter 3668, 3668. Chapter 3668. Does the green-robed old man have enemies too? The Soul Heart King sent a kind reminder. Lin Moya thanked the Soul Heart King through the treasure mountain fragment, increasingly feeling that the Soul Heart King was extraordinary. Among the small soul domain kings he had met, the Soul Heart King was a completely different existence. Its wisdom was not inferior to anyone's, not even his own. It understood when to advance and retreat, knew how to show goodwill, while maintaining boundaries without overstepping. At appropriate times, it would offer reminders, earning considerable goodwill from others. When conversing face to face, one could sense its sincerity, though it couldn't hide its desire for the soul refining furnace. Sometimes, Lin Moya truly felt that the Soul Heart King wasn't like a void beast, but rather a calculating person who had lived countless years. On the origin continent, even some Tao venerables who had lived for millions of years didn't think as far ahead as the Soul Heart King. Telling Lin Moya to act quickly before the 9 treasures resonance ended was actually warning him not to act after the resonance concluded, as it would inevitably incur the Emperor's displeasure and bring trouble. Lin Moya believed that before the 9 treasures resonance ended, the Soul Heart King would certainly remind him again. Then let's speed up. Lin Moya's mind moved, and his soul power spread out, beginning to draw divine runes. This rune was equally complex, and as he drew it, the surrounding void trembled. The rune emitted a vibrating force, dispersing the chaotic mist that had formed. Then, a large area of space was pulled into the rune, all of it residing within. This rune was also created by Lin Moya himself, called the space-absorbing rune. The space-absorbing rune could compress the void realm's space and store things. Unlike Lin Moya's own storage space, it had certain physical properties, borrowing some of the Space Great Dao's power, while also possessing virtual characteristics that could contain intangible things. In the Void Realm, one couldn't forge formation disks like in the real world, so Lin Moya used this method to contain his 1000 Dao, 10,000 phenomena formation. After completing the space-absorbing rune, Lin Moya pushed it toward the 1000 Dao, 10,000 phenomena formation. The rune expanded infinitely, like a large net, wrapping around the entire formation. Then it shrank, becoming the size of a thumb. Lin Moya waved his hand and stored the space-absorbing rune in his storage space. When needed, he could release it and deploy the void formation. Let's go! He stepped onto Little Python and flew toward another small soul domain. Having merged 7 small soul domains, Lin Moya's domain was now among the largest. As the small soul domain expanded, the surrounding vacuum zones became more extensive, with increasing dangers. However, these were no challenge for Lin Moya. He could see visible dangers, and for invisible ones, he could use the Ice Jade Cushion to freeze them. As his realm improved, the power of the Ice Jade Cushion also increased. This treasure from the green-robed old man was like a bottomless pit. Lin Moya could never discern its true grade or unleash its true power. Crossing the vast vacuum zone, they entered another small soul domain. Lin Moya used his proven method, setting up the 1000 Dao, 10,000 phenomena formation, concealing it, and then bringing out the soul refining furnace. He didn't bother searching or killing void beasts one by one. Instead, he waited for them to come to him. After verification, this method proved very effective. The soul refining furnace's aura could influence several nearby small soul domains, attracting their kings. With Lin Moya's careful arrangements, he killed the small soul domain kings one by one or in pairs. One small soul domain after another merged together. When Lin Moya possessed more than 10 innate treasures, they suddenly resonated with each other. During the resonance, they wove together to create a peculiar scene. In the scene appeared a magnificent palace that was difficult to describe in words. The palace was incredibly vast and exquisite, unlike anything seen before. Then, an explosion suddenly occurred in the palace, creating a large hole, and many objects flew out. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed slightly as he recognized several familiar items. They were the innate treasures he had obtained. With Lin Moya's current knowledge, he was no longer shocked, just slightly surprised. The scene revealed by the resonating treasures showed their origin. They came from the same place, from that palace. More precisely, perhaps from a certain room in that palace. So these innate treasures came from this palace. Who is the owner of this palace? Clearly, these were not particularly important items from the palace, yet they became innate treasures in the Void Realm. The value of the palace itself must be beyond imagination. If these were relatively valuable items from the palace, what would the more valuable ones be? Could they be the innate origin treasures in the Emperor's possession? Lin Moya could only maintain a skeptical attitude, neither confirming nor denying. What was certain was that the level of the palace's owner must be higher than the Void Realm, or rather, the true master behind the Void Realm. The Void Realm has a master? Such a thing wasn't impossible. However, with his current strength, he was far from being able to reach that level. Even if he could, what would it matter? Even that being's palace had been bombed. What would he amount to? This world is truly too mysterious. Lin Moya suddenly thought of the green-robed old man's partner, who not only had his wives practice cultivation but also had them learn a formation. What was the formation for? Certainly not for fun, but to use against enemies. This indicated that the green-robed old man also had enemies. He wasn't an invincible existence. A sense of urgency arose in Lin Moya's heart, feeling that he needed to accelerate his cultivation. However, deep down, he believed the green-robed old man's words that his wives would be safe. Such a being's words were like mountains. He wouldn't speak carelessly. Lin Moya continued to merge small soul domains, and as they merged, his realm continued to improve. Like before, after entering the Great Dao realm, this was the fastest stage of his cultivation journey, far surpassing his time in the Dao Venerable realm. Normally, the Great Dao realm should be the most difficult. It was as if all the previous paths were laying the groundwork for this moment. Only upon reaching the Great Dao realm did he truly begin to soar, after accumulating strength. Lin Moya vaguely felt that this was designed so he could smoothly pass through the most difficult stage and quickly enter the next one. The difficulty of the previous stages and the ease of the Great Dao realm formed a stark contrast. Lin Moya couldn't understand the reasoning behind it, so he chose not to think about it and focused on his tasks. One day, these mysteries would be solved. After completing one ambush after another, the small soul domain grew larger, and he continued to receive rewards. As the number of rewards increased, their effects gradually weakened. At the same time, there was a huge gap between the 4th and 3rd levels of the soul, causing Lin Moya to encounter some minor problems during his breakthrough. When 30 small soul domains merged together, Lin Moya simultaneously refined tens of thousands of soul crystals. Under the impact of this powerful force, he finally broke through the bottleneck and successfully entered the initial stage of the 3rd level soul. Lin Moya felt that if he returned to the origin continent with various methods, he could compete with the Dao Lords. But this wasn't enough. He wanted not just to compete but to crush them. The Treasure Mountain fragment finally transmitted the Soul Heart King's voice again. Lin friend, you can stop now. Remove the @ symbol and typia. Chapter 3669. Chapter 3669, 3669. Chapter 3669, The Tidal Storm. The Soul Heart King reminded Lin Moya again, and he immediately stopped without hesitation. Now possessing 30 innate treasures and having merged 30 small soul domains into one, Lin Moya had built an extensive territory. In terms of domain size, few small soul domain kings could compare to him, and none surpassed him. Lin Moya retracted his aura, understanding that the Soul Heart King's warning meant the 9 treasures' resonance was about to end, and the emperors would soon be free to act. Just half a day later, a massive aura swept through the void realm at an astonishing speed. This aura was like a storm, causing everything in its path to become quiet. All dangers in the vacuum zones vanished, and the chaotic mist ceased to churn. The great Tao's power became orderly, and the entire void realm became extremely calm. This feeling was as if a wrinkled paper had been smoothed out by a magical force, becoming flat and clean. Lin Moya could sense the extraordinary nature of this power. It was as if it were the great Tao itself, yet even more superior. Lin Moya turned around and saw a soul flame approaching from the distance. From afar, Lin Moya greeted the Soul Heart King. "Soul Heart friend, you've arrived quickly." The Soul Heart King seemed somewhat urgent. "We are." It flew forward on the treasure mountain, with Lin Moya following closely. Lin Moya asked, "Soul Heart friend, why are you in such a hurry?" Previously, the Soul Heart King had always seemed calm and composed, which was different from its current state. The Soul Heart King explained, "The 9 treasures' resonance has ended, and its power will calm the void realm, causing the great Tao's power to subside. During this time, the vacuum zones won't be dangerous, and all void beasts can move freely between small soul domains. But everything has its rise and fall. After this calm, a tidal storm will occur, and we must reach the storm center before it happens." Lin Moya asked, "What if we can't reach the storm center?" The Soul Heart King replied, "For the real world, it won't have any impact. However, for us void beasts, it will be disastrous. Each tidal storm results in massive casualties among void beasts." Lin Moya was surprised. The casualties are so severe. The void realm is vast, and losing a third of its void beasts would be an incalculable number. The Soul Heart King continued, "Actually, void beast casualties aren't important. Their deaths are quickly replenished. What's truly feared by us small soul domain kings is the tidal storm. Those with good luck might survive, while those with bad luck will fall. You can view the tidal storm as a great reshuffle of the void realm. The closer you are to the storm center, the safer you'll be." Lin Moya nodded slightly, understanding the situation. "If so, will all small soul domain kings and void beasts head towards the storm center?" The Soul Heart King chuckled, "Void beasts aren't as intelligent as you think. Most are ignorant and unaware of their existence or demise. Even if they have wisdom, it's minimal, mostly driven by instinct. Like the little guy under your feet, does it know about the tidal storm?" Little Python shook its head, indicating it didn't know or had never heard of it. The Soul Heart King said, "This is the truth. The little one was probably born after the last tidal storm, so it wouldn't know. Many void beasts are the same, they've never experienced it. Some void beasts have experienced the tidal storm and survived, but they're still clueless, living in a daze. Not even many small soul domain kings understand the terror of the tidal storm. They're arrogant and unaware, waiting for their demise." From the Soul Heart King's words, Lin Moya could clearly sense its reverence for the tidal storm. As the saying goes, the ignorant are fearless. Little Python wasn't afraid of the tidal storm but was intimidated by the Soul Heart King. Lin Moya asked, "Soul Heart friend, how many tidal storms have you experienced?" The Soul Heart King sighed, "5 times. I don't know how many more I can survive." Having survived 5 tidal storms also meant enduring 5 9 treasures resonances. The intervals between these resonances were quite long, indicating that the Soul Heart King had lived for countless years. No wonder it understood the void realm so well. Lin Moya said, "I think that existence is justified since there's a tidal storm. There must be a reason and purpose for it. If Soul Heart Friend has survived 5 tidal storms, that's equivalent to 5 great calamities. As we say, great difficulties bring great blessings. I believe Soul Heart Friend will have a smooth future and achieve your desires." Hearing Lin Moya's words, the Soul Heart King's emotion seemed less oppressive. "Then I'll accept your auspicious words." The Soul Heart King was intelligent and had lived long enough to become unlike other void beasts. It had become similar to a wise being from the real world. The tidal storm wasn't a single point explosion but would erupt simultaneously in various parts of the void realm, creating multiple storm centers. Each storm center's location was different, with no fixed location. The Soul Heart King, with its experience, led Lin Moya to find the nearest storm center. It flew rapidly, and eventually, even Little Python couldn't keep up. Lin Moya decided to store Little Python away and used his time curse wings to follow closely. During their journey, the Soul Heart King continuously employed a certain secret technique, changing direction multiple times. They traversed numerous small soul domains and vacuum zones, which were indeed safe at this time, with no conflicts or dangers. Lin Moya was curious about the Soul Heart King's secret technique, sensing the aura of the Destiny Great Tao and the power of the Fate Great Tao within it. "Soul Heart Friend, your secret technique seems magical," Lin Moya asked casually. The Soul Heart King replied, "This is the seeking safety technique taught by the Discernment Beast. I can use it to find safe locations." It made sense, given that the Discernment Beast could hear all 6 realms and 8 directions. It would naturally possess many abilities. The Soul Heart King used the seeking safety technique again, slightly adjusting their direction. The aura became more excited. "We're almost there." Lin Moya saw soul flames appearing in the distance, and many void beasts were also rushing towards the storm center. It seemed that there were intelligent void beasts, though they were few compared to the vast population. With a thought, Lin Moya released the aura of an innate treasure, covering his original aura. Lin Moya asked, "Soul Heart Friend, if I were to take down all these void beasts, what would happen?" The Soul Heart King replied, "If you plan to act, it should be after the tidal storm passes. Currently, the void realm's environment isn't conducive to action. Excessive power could disrupt the tidal storm, causing the storm center's locations to change. Chapter 3670. Chapter 3670, 3670. Chapter 3670, The Beast Abyss. Lin Moya naturally accepted the Soul Heart King's opinion, as it was an experienced being who knew how terrifying the tidal storm was. Lin Moya himself knew nothing about the storm and thus had no say. Subtle, invisible waves began to emanate, causing the Void Realm's space to undulate like ocean waves. The space distorted, and the Soul Heart King's speed suddenly slowed down. Each wave was like a massive swell, making it difficult to approach and even pushing them back. The Soul Heart King activated its innate treasure, transforming the treasure mountain into a massive knife that it used to cut through the waves, creating a path. Lin Moya watched and then released his 30 innate treasures. Although his illusory bodies couldn't fully unleash the treasure's power, their sheer number made up for it. The 30 treasures activated simultaneously, unleashing powerful forces that calmed the waves wherever they passed. The Soul Heart King's eyes emitted a faint glow. Lin friend, you truly have impressive methods. Being able to control 30 innate treasures at once was not something any ordinary small soul domain king could do. However, Lin Moya managed it, and even though each treasure's power was slightly weaker, together they were no less formidable than any single king's. Lin Moya said, Soul Heart friend, please lead the way. I'll follow. The Soul Heart King nodded and continued using the seeking safety technique. The treasure mountain shot out a radiant light, guiding Lin Moya. Lin Moya used the power of his 30 treasures to clear a path, creating a safe route. Meanwhile, Lin Moya noticed that many void beasts he had seen earlier were slowing down under the impact of the spatial waves. Only a few powerful ones could continue to ride the waves. The Soul Heart King sighed softly, the Void Realm is cruel. The most pitiful thing is that we don't know where we were born or where we'll die, living in ignorance. Only a few know where to go. Lin friend, how is it in your real world? Lin Moya replied, in our world, many beings are naturally intelligent and know where they come from and where they're going. However, they're often entangled in too many attachments, living in a similar state of confusion. If being confused is sad, then having too many attachments is also a kind of sorrow. Some people sacrifice everything for their cultivation, even killing their wives to prove their resolve. Such sorrows are even greater. Not knowing joy means not understanding sorrow. It's not necessarily a bad thing. The Soul Heart King pondered Lin Moya's words. Not knowing joy means not understanding sorrow. It seems I've thought too much. Indeed, without joy, there's no sorrow. Lin friend is right, thinking less brings fewer worries. Lin Moya chuckled. I have a teacher who once said something I consider sacred. The Soul Heart King asked, please share it with me. Lin Moya said, the phrase is simple, a bigger fist is a stronger truth. But if you delve deeper, it contains countless profound meanings. Cultivation is a fist, the heart of the Tao is a fist, willpower is a fist, and faith is a fist. What do you think, Soul Heart friend? The Soul Heart King reflected on this, sighing, I understand now. All fears come from not having a big enough fist. I believe that one day, I'll fulfill my wishes and enter the real world. As they conversed, they continued to break through the waves and finally reached the storm's center. In a vast vacuum zone, a massive rift stretched out. The rift seemed to extend infinitely into the depths of space, with no end in sight. On its edge, a faint light pulsed, gathering numerous great Tao forces as if brewing something. This was the center of the tidal storm. Once the storm fully formed, this would be the eye of the storm, the safest place. Arriving here, the Soul Heart King finally relaxed. We're safe. Lin Moya asked, Soul Heart friend, have you never reached the storm's center before? The Soul Heart King shook its head. I've never truly reached it. Each time, I could only approach but not fully arrive. The obstacles along the way are evident, and my power is limited. Other small soul domain kings are the same. However, the closer you get to the storm's center, the safer it becomes. That's how I've survived before. Lin Moya nodded. What is that rift? The Soul Heart King replied, that is the Beast Abyss. Lin Moya was surprised. This is the Beast Abyss. Little Python also exclaimed, is this the Beast Abyss? The Soul Heart King clarified, to be precise, this should be called one of the Beast Abysses. There are several within the Golden Furnace Great Soul domain, and there's an even larger one outside. The Beast Abysses within the domains aren't fixed and often change locations. Lin Moya asked, I've heard that when void beasts reach the first level soul, they come to the Beast Abyss. Do you know why? The Soul Heart King's eye showed a thoughtful expression, and it spoke softly, I don't know much about the Beast Abyss. There are two main reasons why first level soul void beasts go there. One is that they're pursued by the small soul domain kings and have to flee to the Beast Abyss. The small soul domain kings won't allow first-level soul void beasts to exist, as they pose a threat. These beasts can directly challenge the kings, protected by the Great Tao's power during the challenge, and no one can interfere, not even with innate treasures. So, whenever a void beast is about to advance to the first-level soul, the small soul domain kings will try to eliminate it. The other reason is that there's supposedly a formation within the Beast Abyss. If you can enter this formation, you can fulfill a wish. You can become a small soul domain king or even go to the real world. However, this is just a legend and shouldn't be taken as true. Still, after becoming a first-level soul, void beasts do hear a mysterious call, summoning them to the Beast Abyss. Lin Moya wondered, can't the small soul domain kings hear it? The Soul Heart King shook its head, only first-level soul void beasts can hear it. Those with higher or lower levels cannot. I once heard it, but that was a long time ago. Lin Moya examined the Beast Abyss, which stretched across the void like a monstrous mouth, evoking awe. Lin Moya had no intention of entering the Beast Abyss. Was the world of void beasts, not his own. He didn't need to become a king or go to the real world. Seeing Lin Moya staring at the beast abyss, the Soul Heart King asked, "Lin friend, do you see anything?" Lin Moya shook his head, "Not for now. Perhaps its secrets can only be uncovered by entering it. Just looking from the outside won't reveal anything." The Soul Heart King advised, "Then let's not go in. It's extremely dangerous, I wouldn't recommend it." Suddenly, a massive boom echoed as the tidal storm, initially the size of a fist, exploded and expanded infinitely, sweeping across the void realm in all directions. Space distorted, and numerous great Tao forces erupted in the distortion. Nearby void beasts roared incessantly, using all their methods to no avail, ultimately dying in the storm. Chapter 3671. Chapter 3671, 3671. Chapter 3671, The Cycle of Life, Reincarnation. Lin Moya felt the tidal storm, which was essentially a storm of the Great Tao's power. After the Nine Treasures' resonance ended, an invisible force calmed the chaotic Great Tao forces in the void realm. It was like a spring that had been tightly compressed and couldn't move. When the compressing hand released, the spring would bounce back more vigorously. The current situation in the void realm was similar. The Great Tao forces rebounded intensely, forming numerous tidal storms that swept across the entire realm. The void realm roared in the storm, and countless void beasts suffered. Each small soul domain king used their innate treasures to struggle for survival in the storm. The storms varied in strength, and each location experienced different conditions. Sometimes, luck played a role. The void realm was indeed cruel. On the origin continent, Tao lords of that level wouldn't worry about their lives unless they acted recklessly. However, in the void realm, small soul domain kings could also face life or death crises. A tidal storm would cause a third of the void beasts to fall, and many small soul domain kings would die as well. But soon, new void beasts would replenish the losses, and new small soul domain kings would emerge. In no time, the void realm would return to its original state, as if nothing had happened. During the tidal storm, Lin Moya saw some unusual scenes. Threads of soul flames were being swept into the beast abyss by the storm. These flames came from void beasts that had perished, leaving behind residual souls that disappeared into the abyss. The Soul Heart King said, "Lin friend, you've seen it too." Lin Moya nodded, "I don't know what's going on." The Soul Heart King explained, "This is another legend about the beast abyss. It said that the beast abyss is the final resting place for all void beasts. Their souls return there after death. However, we can't see this normally, only during tidal storms. Legends are just legends, they shouldn't be taken as true." Lin Moya couldn't see into the beast abyss and asked, "Has any emperor entered the beast abyss?" The Soul Heart King seemed to have anticipated this question and smiled. "Indeed, the Golden Seal Emperor once entered the beast abyss to explore its depths. The Golden Seal Emperor never returned, but the Golden Seal, an innate origin treasure, came back on its own. Since then, the Golden Seal Emperor's position has changed hands. In all these years, the transfer of the Emperor's position has been rare, with only a few emperors entering the real world and causing a change in the position." Lin Moya asked, "Did the Golden Seal Emperor die?" The Soul Heart King shook its head, "No one knows if they're dead or alive. Since then, no emperor has dared to enter the beast abyss. However, some first-level soul void beasts and reckless small soul domain kings have entered but never returned." Lin Moya felt that the Soul Heart King's words were contradictory. If no one returned, how did they know about the formation within the beast abyss, and where did this information come from? The Soul Heart King seemed to sense Lin Moya's doubt. The legends about the beast abyss actually came from the discernment beast. It heard rumors from the real world. This message suggests that someone entered the beast abyss and survived, finding the formation. Unfortunately, the discernment beast only heard fragments. Lin Moya asked, "Why didn't it hear more?" The Soul Heart King replied, "When the discernment beast heard this, it was severely injured. It said that listening further would be dangerous, risking complete destruction." Lin Moya was very curious about what the discernment beast had heard, feeling that there must be more to it than what was said. The tidal storm continued, with countless soul flames flying into the beast abyss. If these souls could be refined into crystals, they could significantly enhance one's cultivation to the first-level soul. This beast abyss was one of 3 in the Golden Furnace Great Soul Domain, surrounded by many small soul domains and countless void beasts. The residual souls of void beasts that died in the tidal storm all entered the beast abyss. Lin Moya thought to himself, if what the Soul Heart King said is true, and the souls of void beasts that die normally also enter the beast abyss, how many souls must be inside? Lin Moya didn't doubt the Soul Heart King's words but also didn't blindly believe his own death's eye. Just because he hadn't seen souls entering the beast abyss didn't mean it wasn't happening. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could it be? He thought of his own multiverse, where the worlds were connected by the world tree's branches to the bone hell. If the multiverse was considered the real world and the void realm as the bone hell, could the beast abyss be seen as a world tree branch? The residual souls of void beasts entering the beast abyss might have a chance to enter the real world through a special connection. If this were true, Lin Moya thought of another possibility. This cycle of life resembles the Buddhist concept of reincarnation. Yin and Yang alternate, death leads to Yin, and rebirth leads to Yang, resolving past karma, and the world is reborn ceaselessly. Lin Moya felt that his understanding of the world's deepest layers had increased. This journey had brought him gains, and when he returned with these insights, his multiverse would also benefit. The Bone Hell wasn't just a place for killing enemies, it might have greater uses. Both the Origin Continent and the Void Realm were excellent references, allowing him to learn much. After a while, the tidal storm gradually subsided. The Void Realm returned to its original state, with the vacuum zones full of dangers, both long-standing and suddenly erupting. The chaotic mist regained its vitality, surging again, and the amount of chaotic mist in the Void Realm increased manyfold. A tidal storm seemed to have infused the Void Realm with new vitality, like a rebirth. The Void beasts that survived the storm became stronger, with significant increases in power. The weakest improved by 1 level, and some by 2. This is what they mean by a reshuffle. Lin Moya sighed in his heart. The Soul Heart King said, "It's finally over. Each time we experience a tidal storm, it's like walking between life and death. This time was the most comfortable." This time, the Soul Heart King had watched others struggle while feeling very comfortable itself. Lin Moya's gaze became sharper as he prepared to take action, planning to slaughter nearby void beasts and refine them into soul crystals. Just then, a massive, oppressive force swept in from the distance, covering the area where Lin Moya was. In the void, a large island appeared, emitting dazzling golden light. On the island, a vague shadow appeared, though its features were unclear. Lin Moya could sense that it was staring at him. Under the overwhelming pressure, he couldn't speak or move, and neither could the Soul Heart King. After a moment, the pressure dissipated, and the island vanished. The Soul Heart King then spoke with fear. It was the Golden Pavilion Emperor. "Due to the time change, the Raws are now released an hour later. As a result, I may sometimes only be able to post 3 chapters. On another note, if I don't post, that doesn't mean you can start sharing future chapters in the comments. If you want to read ahead, that's fine, but please don't ruin the experience for others." Chapter 3672. Chapter 3672, 3672. Chapter 3672, The Transcendent Discernment Beast. In the Void Realm, the kings of small soul domains are below the emperors of the great soul domains. There are no other levels between them. It seems like just one step apart, but the actual gap is enormous. Only those who have truly encountered an emperor can deeply understand this. Although Lin Moya had only seen the emperor's projection, it was enough to make him feel the vast difference between them. He felt that the emperor was even more powerful than the Dao Lords of the Origin Continent. Lin Moya had encountered several Dao Lords, including the Third Ancestor, the Beast Emperor, and the King of the Boundary Sea, but none of them compared to the Golden Cauldron Emperor. However, this was understandable. In the entire Void Realm, there were only 9 emperors. In contrast, the real world had countless Dao Lords. If there was a mysterious force behind the scenes, ensuring a fair distribution of power across the worlds, then the emperor's strength was only natural. The Soul Heart King didn't know Lin Moya was thinking so deeply. He was still a bit shaken. This is what an emperor is like. Even if all our small soul domain kings joined forces, we wouldn't be a match for an emperor. The emperor is the supreme ruler of the Void Realm. Lin Moya nodded slightly. Emperors are indeed very powerful, far surpassing the Dao Lords of the real world. The Soul Heart King shook his head. "I don't know what Dao Lords are, but strong warriors from the real world have challenged emperors before and were easily defeated. There have been several such instances, and even when they came in groups, they were still killed with a single slap by an emperor. Fortunately, the emperor only came to warn you earlier. You should stop merging small soul domains for now. 30 should be enough." Lin Moya asked, "What about continuing to slaughter void beasts?" The Soul Heart King replied, "That's fine. Void beasts are like ants to emperors. You can kill them as you please. Emperors like the Golden Cauldron Emperor are more concerned with changes in the entire soul domain. As for individual void beasts, they aren't important. Even if they're all killed, they can quickly recover. However, if small soul domains are merged too much, it would be difficult to separate them again." The Golden Cauldron Emperor only issued a warning this time. If Lin Moya continued, the next time, the emperor would likely take action against him. The Soul Heart King thought Lin Moya was worried and reassured him. "Actually, there's no need to worry. Emperors won't act lightly unless you do something outrageous or provoke them. Let's go. We're going to find the Discernment Beast. The journey is long, so be prepared." Lin Moya didn't mind. With his current speed, he could reach his destination eventually. Along the way, the mist was thick, and after the tidal storm, the chaotic mist had regrown, making the entire Void Realm a misty world, even harder to navigate. Lin Moya felt his connection to his soul world weakening as he moved further away. He knew he was distancing himself. Using his soul world as a reference, he could roughly sense the direction. The Soul Heart King shared some precautions along the way. The Discernment Beast is quite approachable. It will answer some questions directly, but for others, you need to offer something in exchange. Don't try to force it. The Discernment Beast lives near the Golden Cauldron Island. Its area was personally opened by an emperor, not a small soul domain, but it's even better than one. Next to the Discernment Beast's residence is the Dragon Lake small soul domain. The king of Dragon Lake has a bad temper and isn't friendly to outsiders. He has killed many cultivators from the real world. It's best not to offend him, as he has a good relationship with the Discernment Beast. The Soul Heart King shared all he knew, and Lin Moya took note. The Discernment Beast has existed for an immeasurable number of years. Even the Golden Cauldron Emperor was raised by it and views the Discernment Beast as a father figure. Offending the Discernment Beast would be equivalent to offending the Golden Cauldron Emperor, which explains its high status. Due to its unique abilities, other emperors sometimes come to seek its guidance, further elevating its position. As they flew over soul domain after soul domain, Lin Moya became more restrained due to the emperor's warning. He no longer attacked the kings of small soul domains or merged domains. However, they encountered 2 unclaimed small soul domains. The original kings had perished in the tidal storm, leaving behind innate treasures. Lin Moya didn't hesitate and took the treasures for himself. He didn't merge the domains but could still refine them to become the new king of those domains. As long as he didn't change the current layout of the Small Soul domains, the Golden Cauldron Emperor wouldn't intervene. By the time they reached the Dragon Lake Small Soul domain, Lin Moyo had accumulated 35 innate treasures. Lin Moyo found it strange that these treasures were all incomplete, not resembling normal artifacts. Their shapes included a broken pen, a half-seal, and a half-painting with an indistinguishable pattern. Combining this with the scene he saw during the treasure resonance, Lin Moyo had reason to believe these innate treasures came from a grand palace, specifically from one small room that seemed to be used for storing stationery. Thus, many of these treasures were writing tools. He shared his doubts with the Soul Heart King, who also didn't know the answer. As they stopped before the Dragon Lake Small Soul domain, the Soul Heart King said, "The Dragon King is very powerful. Once we enter, we'll be discovered. Lin friend, please let me do the talking." Lin Moya nodded, "Okay." The Soul Heart King sighed, "I hope the Dragon King is in a good mood. Otherwise, this could be troublesome." Lin Moya laughed, "No worries. If it's because we can't see the discernment beast, then I'll just go with the Soul Heart King to find the real world." The Soul Heart King's expression was peculiar. Lin friend is quite open-minded. However, the real world I'm searching for is actually within the Dragon Lake Small Soul domain. Lin Moyo burst out laughing. "No wonder the Soul Heart King kept reminding me to get along with the Dragon King. It turns out this was the main reason." The Soul Heart King was so enthusiastic about finding the discernment beast because he had once discovered a real world within the Dragon Lake Small Soul domain. Everyone has some personal motives, and Lin Moyo understood this. The Soul Heart King said, "I once came to find the discernment beast and accidentally discovered that world while passing through the Dragon Lake Small Soul domain. At the time, I searched for a long time but found nothing. It seems like fate that Lin friend is also going to find the discernment beast." Lin Moyo laughed, "Indeed, it's fate. Who can say for sure? Perhaps, as the Soul Heart King said, this is indeed a kind of fate." As they chatted, they entered the Dragon Lake Small Soul domain. Upon entering, Lin Moyo felt a different atmosphere. The chaotic mist here contained a lot of water vapor, with a hint of will hidden within. Soon, the mist began to churn violently and then dispersed with a loud dragon roar. Chapter 3673. Chapter 3673, 3673. Chapter 3673, "Dare to block my way, I'll kill you." As the Dragon Lake King appeared in sight, Lin Moya narrowed his eyes. The Dragon Lake King was indeed a divine dragon, no different from those on the Origin continent, except it was a soul body, a type of void beast. The Soul Heart King let out a hearty laugh. "Dragon Lake friend, it's been a while." The Soul Heart King was skilled at social interactions, and their relationship should have been good. However, considering the Soul Heart King's earlier warnings, Lin Moya felt that things might not be so simple. The Dragon Lake King's gaze swept past the Soul Heart King and landed on Lin Moyo, speaking in a low voice, "A cultivator from the real world. Soul Heart, why did you bring him here?" The Soul Heart King replied, "This is Lin friend, a friend of mine. I'm just showing him the way to find the discernment beast." The Dragon Lake King sized up Lin Moyo, suddenly twitching his nose. His eyes became sharp, filled with hostility. "You have many innate treasures on you. You've killed many masters." Lin Moya didn't respond, neither confirming nor denying. However, he could sense that the Dragon Lake King's gaze had turned unfriendly, even hostile. Clearly, his actions had displeased the Dragon Lake King. The Soul Heart King said, "Dragon Lake King, you know the situation in our place. Fighting and killing is nothing unusual." The Dragon Lake King snorted, "We void beasts fight among ourselves, but when facing cultivators from the real world, shouldn't we stand together?" The Soul Heart King shook his head, "Unite against outsiders? Is that your idea or the Emperor's?" "The Emperor has never said such a thing." The Dragon Lake King said, "The Emperor wouldn't bother with such trivial matters. Soul Heart, as a king of a small soul domain, you didn't attack a cultivator from the real world and instead became friends with them. This is truly shameful for us." The Soul Heart King seemed displeased. "How I act is none of your concern, Dragon Lake friend. We're just passing through and not here to find you. Please step aside." The Dragon Lake King spoke in a low voice, "I won't let you pass. What can you do if I don't?" Lin Moya said, "Soul Heart friend, let's go past it. If it dares to block us, I'll make the Dragon Lake Small Soul domain change its master." The Soul Heart King was restrained, but Lin Moya didn't care about these formalities. Since polite words weren't working, there was no need to continue. If it dared to block them, he would kill it. The discernment beast wasn't indispensable, and some things it might not dare to say anyway. The Soul Heart King nodded, "In that case, let's go." The two ignored the Dragon Lake King and flew forward. The Dragon Lake King, enraged, shouted, "You two are seeking death." Its aura surged, and the nearby chaotic mist erupted. Dragon roars filled the air as the mist transformed into numerous water dragons, attacking Lin Moyo and the Soul Heart King from all sides. As the Soul Heart King had said, the Dragon Lake King was indeed powerful and not to be underestimated. Just this one attack was among the strongest Lin Moyo had faced from the kings he had encountered. Lin Moyo snapped his fingers, unleashing the world-burning fire, which transformed into countless fire dragons that clashed with the water dragons. In the midst of the roar, both water and fire dragons were scattered. The water dragons turned back into mist, while the fire dragons evolved into a sea of flames. The fire sea had barely formed when it exploded, and the Dragon Lake King couldn't dodge in time, getting burned by the world-burning fire. In an instant, the fire raged across its body, causing the Dragon Lake King to cry out in agony. Lin Moyo had slain dozens of small soul domain kings over the years, using the world-burning fire to refine countless soul crystals. The fire's power had far surpassed its former state. Although it couldn't kill a small soul domain king quickly, it could inflict extreme pain. The pain came from deep within the soul, unbearable for the Dragon Lake King. It quickly retreated from the fire sea, releasing vast amounts of water vapor to try and extinguish the flames. However, the world-burning fire wasn't so easily quenched. It took great pleasure in burning souls. Lin Moya looked at the Dragon Lake King with some disdain. "Let's go." The Soul Heart King was surprised by Lin Moya's strength, which had forced the Dragon Lake King to retreat. He immediately led the way forward, saying, "I didn't expect Lin Friend's strength to have reached such a level." "I am impressed." Lin Moya replied, "It's not that I'm strong, I just have the advantage of this fire." The Soul Heart King was curious. "I've seen this fire several times. It's about 70% similar to the Great Tao Essence fire, but there are differences." "What kind of flame is this?" Lin Moya said, "It's a flame left by a senior. You can consider it an enhanced version of the Great Tao Essence fire. The difference isn't significant." The Soul Heart King was tactful and didn't press further. As they flew for a while, they heard the Dragon Lake King's dragon roars again. It had finally extinguished the flames on its body and was now pursuing them in anger. However, this time it didn't dare approach closely. From a distance, it spat out dragon breath, which transformed into water dragons that swept towards Lin Moya and the Soul Heart King. At the same time, many void beasts appeared in Lin Moya's sight. They growled incessantly, their killing intent palpable as they charged towards Lin Moya. Lin Moya was unimpressed. It doesn't dare to come itself, so it sends its minions to die. With a light tap of his finger, the Void God rune flew out and unfolded. Boom! The Thousand Paths formation suddenly appeared, and all the charging void beasts fell into it without exception. The formation displayed countless strange phenomena, severely injuring the void beasts before creating a path for them to follow. The beasts grabbed onto this last chance for survival, entering the core of the formation, only to fall into the world-burning fire and be refined into soul crystals. Lin Moya had done this countless times over the years. He was extremely proficient. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1,000 void beasts that had charged forward were all killed without exception. Lin Moya glanced at the Dragon Lake King, which dared not approach closely. "My patience is limited. If you provoke me again, I will kill you." Saying this, he and the Soul Heart King continued forward. The Dragon Lake King could only roar in anger from behind but didn't dare to get close. Until the Dragon Lake King's voice faded away, the Soul Heart King wondered. The Dragon Lake King seems to be in a bad mood, but after being defeated, it didn't fight to the death. "This is strange." Lin Moya said, "It's not strange. It's because it was injured in the tidal storm, though it tried to hide it. The injury is quite severe. It didn't fight to the death because it was afraid. If it had, the Dragon Lake small soul domain would have really needed a new master." The Soul Heart King was surprised. "It was injured? I didn't notice. Lin Friend has good eyesight." Lin Moya said, "You didn't notice because you didn't look closely. I observed carefully and saw some signs." The Soul Heart King chuckled. "This time we offended it, and with its temper, it probably won't let it go easily. It will likely go to the discernment beast to complain." Lin Moya smiled. "No matter. I don't necessarily need to ask. If it complains, I'll just kill it next time." With a smile on his face but a fierce aura, if he were truly provoked, he wouldn't even hesitate to kill the discernment beast. At worst, he could always retreat back to the real world and not return. Sometimes Lin Moya was good at weighing his actions, but when he didn't, that was when he was truly reckless. Chapter 3674. Chapter 3674, 3674. Chapter 3674, The Omniscient Discernment Beast. After passing through the Dragon Lake small soul domain, they entered a vacuum area. After flying for a while in this area, they finally arrived at the small island where the discernment beast resided. Upon seeing the island, Lin Moya's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He saw a house, which was a first for him in the Void Realm. Void beasts lived amidst chaotic mist, with a concept of territory but no houses. Even the Soul Heart King, a king of a small soul domain, generally resided in a place defined by his treasures. It was difficult to build a house in the Void Realm, as most materials from the real world couldn't be brought in. The discernment beast's house was made from ethereal materials that emitted a rich Great Tao energy. Just looking at the materials, the house was extremely valuable. What truly surprised Lin Moya was the chaotic mist under the house. It was no longer chaotic but had transformed into strips that intertwined, forming a special structure. Lin Moya recognized at a glance that these chaotic mists had formed a divine rune. The rune was incomplete but could be discerned as having a reinforcing effect. It used the chaotic mist to gather and fortify itself, ultimately supporting the house. Just from this, Lin Moya could tell that the discernment beast was truly special. The Soul Heart King stopped about a kilometer away from the house and didn't approach further. Instead, he called out loudly, "Discernment beast, I've come to visit." The door opened, and a void beast with a lion's head and a turtle's body slowly emerged. Beside it was a small dragon, shrunk to less than half a meter, which Lin Moya recognized as the Dragon Lake King. The Dragon Lake King, which had been arrogant in front of Lin Moya earlier, now changed its demeanor and followed the discernment beast quietly, not making a sound. When the Soul Heart King saw the Dragon Lake King, he exchanged a glance with Lin Moya. It really came to complain. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed, his gaze filled with killing intent. Although asking questions didn't matter much, if someone caused trouble, Lin Moya wouldn't hesitate to take action. The discernment beast looked at the Soul Heart King and said, "Ah, it's you. Come and talk." The discernment beast's voice was old and carried an invisible authority. Its status was transcendent, even when facing several emperors. Emperors who came here would have to be polite and listen to it, as they were seeking its help. The Soul Heart King and Lin Moya flew over and landed in front of the house. The discernment beast was already at a tea table in front of the house, and the Dragon Lake King had transformed its claws to brew tea for the discernment beast. The discernment beast glanced at Lin Moya casually, a cultivator from the real world. "You've come to find me. What do you want to ask?" It referred to itself as old man, resembling an elderly person except for its non-human appearance. It also liked drinking tea, a rare trait among void beasts that Lin Moya had only seen in the Soul Heart King. Lin Moya wondered if the Soul Heart King had learned this habit from the discernment beast. Lin Moya took out a drop of ancestral water. "Have you seen this before?" The discernment beast's eyes narrowed slightly. Ancestral water. Clearly, it knew what it was. Lin Moya continued, "Indeed, it's ancestral water. Do you know its origin?" The discernment beast pondered. "Many worlds have it." Lin Moya was astonished and asked in a deep voice, "I'm asking about its origin." The discernment beast looked at Lin Moya and calmly said, "You should know my rules." Lin Moya replied, "I do. You set the conditions. If I can fulfill them, I will do my best. I hope that after completing them, you will give me satisfactory answers." The discernment beast shook its head. "Whether my answers satisfy you is your concern. I can only promise to tell you what I know." Lin Moya nodded. "All right, then this is the question, the origin of ancestral water. What do you want me to do?" The discernment beast glanced at the Dragon Lake King beside it. "Very simple, heal its injuries." The Dragon Lake King suddenly became agitated. "Discernment beast, there's no need for him to." Before it could finish, the discernment beast interrupted. "Be quiet and stay still." The Dragon Lake King immediately closed its mouth, not daring to speak again. This moment showed Lin Moya the weight of the discernment beast's authority, which seemed even greater than that of an emperor. The discernment beast asked, "Is there a problem with my condition?" Lin Moya replied, "No problem." With a tap of his finger, a spirit flower flew out, blooming beautifully in the void. "Enter this flower," Lin Moya said. The discernment beast looked at the Dragon Lake King and said in a low voice, "Go in." The Dragon Lake King obediently entered the spirit flower, which quickly closed around it. Lin Moya chuckled, "It's really obedient." The discernment beast sighed. "The little dragon is generally well behaved, just occasionally has a bad temper." Lin Moya said, "Sometimes having a bad temper can lead to fatal consequences." The discernment beast sighed. "As you say, people have their own destinies. If it's meant to be, there's nothing to be done. I've done all I can, the rest depends on fate." Lin Moya realized that the discernment beast had seen and heard a great deal. Its ability to listen might not just be about hearing, perhaps it could also depict scenes through sound. If so, what it heard would be no different from what it saw. Lin Moya felt his guess was likely true. The Soul Heart King listened to their conversation without interrupting, like a forgotten presence. After a while, the spirit flower gradually dispersed, and the Dragon Lake King flew out, letting out a thunderous dragon roar. The discernment beast frowned. "Be quiet." The dragon roar stopped abruptly, and the Dragon Lake King didn't dare make another sound. After being treated by the spirit flower, its injuries had healed. Although it still looked at Lin Moya unfavorably, it was somewhat better than before. The discernment beast said, "You all leave now." "Lin friend, stay for a moment." The Dragon Lake King clearly didn't want to leave and wanted to say something, but it was intimidated by the discernment beast's glance and retreated. The Soul Heart King bowed to the discernment beast and left. Only Lin Moya and the discernment beast remained in front of the house. The discernment beast said slowly, "Lin friend, sit down and have some tea." Lin Moya sat down. "Have I fulfilled your condition, senior?" The discernment beast chuckled. "The spirit flower can heal any wound." Its voice was like thunder, directly revealing the name of the spirit flower, which surprised Lin Moya. "How did you know this was a spirit flower?" The discernment beast replied, "I not only know about the spirit flower but also know that you are Lin Moya from the origin continent." Lin Moya was enlightened. "Senior, you are indeed omniscient. Nothing can be hidden from you." The discernment beast shook its head, resembling an old scholar. "I've just lived a bit longer and like to listen to things here and there, so naturally, I know more." "Do you really want to know the origin of ancestral water?" Chapter 3675. Chapter 3675, 3675. Chapter 3675, Asking Questions. Facing the discernment beast's inquiry, Lin Moya chose to answer affirmatively without hesitation. He said in a low voice, "I know that I might be touching on the biggest secret in this world. I want to know, but I wonder if you dare to tell me." The discernment beast laughed, its somewhat aged laughter tinged with a hint of resignation. Above the small house, chaotic mist rose, and the discernment beast manipulated it with ease, enveloping the entire area. The chaotic mist was incredibly dense, blocking sight and isolating the heavens and earth. Lin Moya asked, "Is this necessary?" The discernment beast replied, "Just for my own comfort, to ease my mind. I always keep my word. Since you healed the little dragon, I will naturally tell you what I shouldn't have said. However, whatever consequences you face after hearing this, that's your affair, not mine." Lin Moya said, "Of course, I will take full responsibility for any consequences." The discernment beast gazed at the chaotic mist, and Lin Moya followed its gaze. The mist churned and transformed, and a large gourd appeared in the void. The gourd was full of holes, with water flowing out of it. Under the gourd, the chaotic mist condensed into small human figures. This scene was familiar to Lin Moya from his time in the other shore realm. The discernment beast said, "The place of origin." Lin Moya's heart was shaken, and he blurted out, "I have been to the place of origin, but it wasn't like this." The discernment beast said, "I don't know if you've been to the place of origin. Although I can hear across countless realms, I'm not always listening, and there are always gaps. Perhaps what you saw and heard in the place of origin wasn't the full picture. Anyway, this is my answer regarding the origin of ancestral water. Lin Moyo asked in a low voice, did you see a white-robed old man in the place of origin? He was certain that the discernment beast's hearing wasn't just about sound, it could see through sound. Upon hearing the words white-robed old man, the discernment beast trembled. How did you know? Lin Moyo said, I won't hide it from you. I once saw him briefly. The ancestral water I have was given to me by him. He said we have a connection. The discernment beast laughed again, its laughter filled with resignation. I've seen him too, but I was left with severe injuries, nearly dying. Fear filled the discernment beast's voice. Lin Moyo knew that the discernment beast must have seen something it shouldn't have. He had only met the white-robed old man once and felt that the old man was kind and not someone to inspire fear. The discernment beast said, let's stop here. Don't mention this again. Lin Moyo understood that the discernment beast didn't want to discuss ancestral water anymore. Although his question wasn't fully answered, he had gained a clue. It all pointed to the place of origin, a mysterious location hidden deep within the origin continent. Perhaps his previous visit had only shown him a small part of it, and there were more secrets there. Lin Moyo asked, is there another question I can ask? The discernment beast nodded, you can ask, and I'll set conditions. Lin Moyo asked, do you know of a world called Huaxia? From small worlds to large worlds, from the origin continent to the current void realm, Lin Moyo had many questions for the discernment beast, which could hear across countless realms. One of them was about his own origins. Although he didn't have much attachment to his past life, he still wanted to see it if possible. He had once seen a world that seemed like Huaxia in the grand sights of the large world, where people walked on swords, contrasting sharply with the steel forest. The discernment beast said, I know. My condition is tea leaves. Lin Moyo was slightly surprised. Tea leaves. The discernment beast said, I want tea leaves better than those used for the void Dao tea, along with better water for brewing. Lin Moyo quickly understood and took out some leaves from the world tree and some sap from the golden and silver trees. Will these meet your expectations? The discernment beast's eyes lit up, and it said in a deep voice, yes. Seeing its reaction, Lin Moyo realized something was off, but he didn't say anything immediately. Instead, he handed over the world tree leaves and the golden and silver tree sap. Since they're acceptable, please tell me. The discernment beast said, the void realm reflects countless worlds. There are not just one but several worlds called Huaxia. Do you have more information? Lin Moyo said, the Huaxia world I'm talking about has a country called Longguo. Their writing is like this. As he spoke, Lin Moyo drew a few characters. The Dao that can be spoken is not the eternal Dao. The discernment beast looked at these characters. According to what you said, there are 3 such worlds. These 3 worlds are all located within the Jianmu Great Soul Domain, not far from each other, within the same small soul domain. I can give you the specific location, but if you want to go to the Jianmu Great Soul Domain, it will be somewhat difficult. Lin Moyo asked, what's the difficulty? The discernment beast replied, firstly, the Great Soul Domain is so named because it is governed by innate treasures. At the edge of the Great Soul Domain, there's a barrier similar to a world screen that only a first-rate soul can pass. Secondly, once you leave the Great Soul Domain, you enter the Wanda True Void. This is different from the True Void areas within the Great Soul Domain. It's full of dangers, and even small Soul Domain kings can easily fall. Lastly, in the Wanda True Void, there is no direction. Finding your way to Jianmu won't be easy. These 3 points are the difficulties. Most small soul domain kings know this, so they don't set conditions for going there. Lin Moyo asked, is there a safe way to reach the Jianmu Great Soul Domain? The discernment beast chuckled and set a condition, a spirit flower. Lin Moyo didn't hesitate and immediately handed over a spirit flower. He had plenty of them, and exchanging one for an answer was a good deal. The discernment beast said, emperors can cross the Wanda True Void using innate treasures. If you really want to go, you can try to find an emperor and ask for help, but whether it succeeds or not, I don't know. I can tell you something for free. According to your world's timeline, the emperors should be busy for the next 10,000 years. The 9 treasures resonance has just ended, and they are preoccupied. 10,000 years. This exceeded Lin Moyo's expectations. Fortunately, returning to his past life wasn't urgent. Lin Moyo continued to ask, next question, there was once a treasure called the Shenyan Tower, owned by someone named Meng Anwen. Do you know where he is now? As soon as this question was asked, the discernment beast's expression changed abruptly, its eyes becoming sharp and dangerous. Lin Moyo met its gaze and could sense the unease within. After a moment, the discernment beast slowly uttered 2 words, I don't know. Chapter 3676. Chapter 3676, 3676. Chapter 3676, The Discernment Beast with Layered Intentions. Lin Moyo and the discernment beast chatted for a long time, and Lin Moyo asked many questions. Most of his questions were answered, and Lin Moyo realized that he didn't know much anymore. The questions he asked were beyond what most people would think about. The discernment beast also gained a lot from Lin Moyo, almost exchanging one spirit flower for each question. After a while, Lin Moyo bid farewell to the discernment beast. The Soul Heart King was waiting outside with the Dragon Lake King beside him. The 2 small soul domain kings seemed to be in harmony, chatting with each other. Little Python, who was nearby, looked uncomfortable but didn't dare say anything. The Dragon Lake King's injuries had healed, and its gaze was complex when it saw Lin Moyo. The Soul Heart King smiled, Lin friend, are you done asking questions? Lin Moyo nodded, yes, let's go. The Soul Heart King nodded and said to the Dragon Lake King, we might stay in the Dragon Lake small soul domain for a while. Please don't mind. The Dragon Lake King snorted, I won't bother with you. It flew into the mist, heading towards the discernment beast. This scene made Lin Moya feel that the Dragon Lake King was like a child who hadn't grown up, at least in terms of temperament. Lin Moya sat on Little Python and said to the Soul Heart King, "Please lead the way. I have some things to think about." The Soul Heart King nodded and led the way without disturbing Lin Moya. He was considerate and knew that Lin Moya must have asked many questions and needed time to think them through. Lin Moya indeed had things to think about, but not about the questions themselves. Instead, he was pondering the discernment beast. He had asked many questions that seemed unrelated but actually had internal connections. From the questions and the discernment beast's responses, Lin Moya could see deeper implications. The discernment beast was a void beast that had lived for countless years, with an unknown realm and power. It had the unique ability to hear across countless realms. The current emperors were mostly its juniors, making it the oldest and highest-ranking existence in the Void Realm. Normally, such an existence should have extremely stable emotions, unmoved by joy or anger. However, the discernment beast was not like that. It could be surprised, and its actions might deceive, but its eyes couldn't hide its true feelings. Anything that could surprise the discernment beast must be significant. For example, when Lin Moya mentioned the Shen Yin Tower and Meng Anwen, the discernment beast said it didn't know, but its eyes betrayed it. The discernment beast knew about the Shen Yin Tower and Meng Anwen, but the tower was terrifying in its mind, so it dared not speak. Why was it afraid? Was it afraid of Meng Anwen or the existence behind him, the white-robed old man? Although Lin Moya didn't know the exact answer, he could confirm that Meng Anwen was likely still alive, and the Shenyan Tower still existed. The ancient battlefield ruins in the large world, which were destroyed and resembled the Shenyan Tower, must have come from somewhere. Meng Anwen had left some information, indicating that there was someone behind him. Otherwise, with Meng Anwen's power, he couldn't have left such a large mystery. The person behind Meng Anwen was also one of the figures behind the small world. Without a doubt, it was the white-robed old man. In other words, the discernment beast knew about the white-robed old man's existence but dared not even mention it. It seems that to unravel this mystery, I'll have to reach the same realm as the white-robed old man. According to the discernment beast, not all emperors wanted to transcend. However, in the history of the Void Realm, many emperors had come and gone. Emperors have no worries about lifespan. If they don't find a way to transcend, they are immortal. So, where did these emperors go? The discernment beast had the opportunity to become an emperor but never did. Instead, it secretly cultivated several emperors. What was its purpose? In the conversation with the discernment beast, Lin Moya caught some subtle information. The discernment beast didn't want to become an emperor. It was like an existence standing behind the emperors, able to cultivate one emperor after another without becoming one itself. It could watch the changes in the Void Realm over countless years, watching emperors rise and fall, laughing at the turmoil. At the same time, it didn't want to transcend. The instincts that should be present in void beasts were completely absent in it. It was like a stake firmly planted in the Void Realm, unwilling to leave. All this must have a reason. Becoming an emperor must involve some unpleasant things. Moreover, the discernment beast knew about the world tree leaves and the golden and silver tree sap. Lin Moya thought it unlikely that the discernment beast only learned about them when Lin Moya offered them to the Soul Heart King. The only possibility was that the discernment beast had always known about them and their effects, so it didn't need to test them. It asked for spirit flowers directly, without demanding anything else, as if the price was already set. Everything seemed strange. When Lin Moya asked about the Huaxia world, the discernment beast didn't hesitate, answering as if it had anticipated the question and prepared the answer in advance. Including the information about the 3 Huaxia worlds and the Jian Mu Great Soul Domain and the difficulty of crossing the domain, the discernment beast spoke too quickly. Answering too quickly raised questions. The answers seemed prepared, waiting for Lin Moya to ask. In later questions, the discernment beast mentioned the Huaxia world several times, suggesting that Lin Moya should visit it. Lin Moya even wondered if the discernment beast knew that he had come from a Huaxia world. The more he thought, the stranger it seemed. He felt that the discernment beast wasn't normal, but he had no evidence. Just then, he heard the Soul Heart King's voice, "Lin friend, we've arrived." The discernment beast was drinking tea alone when a white figure appeared before it. The discernment beast trembled and slowly bowed its head, its eyes filled with respect. "I have seen you, sir." If Lin Moya were there, he would have recognized the white-robed old man as the one who gave him the ancestral water. The white-robed old man said, "Give them to me." The discernment beast respectfully handed over the world tree leaves, the golden and silver tree sap, and the spirit flowers. The white-robed old man nodded in satisfaction and took the items, saying in a low voice, "Your performance was a bit out of line. I suppose you revealed some clues." The discernment beast trembled, keeping its head bowed and not daring to speak. The white-robed old man continued, "But it doesn't matter much. You've completed this task. This is your reward." After giving a few more instructions, the white-robed old man left, leaving a small gourd on the table. The discernment beast took a deep breath, picked up the gourd, and said in a low voice, "Little Jinku, come over." Chapter 3677. Chapter 3677, 3677. Chapter 3677, Searching for the World. The Golden Furnace Emperor, who was very busy according to the discernment beast, appeared before it with a single command. The Golden Furnace Emperor was enveloped in golden light, which quickly dissipated, and its imperial pressure also disappeared. Its appearance was like a giant lion, covered in golden fur that shone brightly. It came before the discernment beast with respectful eyes. "Teacher, what instructions do you have for me?" The Golden Furnace Emperor referred to the Discernment Beast as teacher, a title that would shock all the small soul domain kings if it became known. It was well known that the Discernment Beast had nurtured the Golden Furnace Emperor, but no one knew that the Golden Furnace Emperor was actually the Discernment Beast's disciple. The Discernment Beast said, "Help me with something. If a human named Lin Moya comes to find you and asks you to take him to the Jian Mu Great Soul Domain, just say you're busy." The Golden Furnace Emperor's eyes narrowed. "Has he offended you? Should I eat him?" The Discernment Beast glared. "Just do as I say, don't do anything extra." The Golden Furnace Emperor nodded, realizing it had overthought things. "I understand. I won't see him, but I don't know what he looks like, so I might mistake him." The Discernment Beast's eye shot out golden light, weaving an image of Lin Moyo. The Golden Furnace Emperor was startled. "Ah, it's him. I've seen him before." The Discernment Beast asked, "How did you meet him? Tell me." The Golden Furnace Emperor replied, "The Nine Treasures resonance just ended, and I sensed someone killing small soul domain kings and merging their domains. I went to warn him." The Discernment Beast said, "All right, if he does something like that again, just ignore him and let him handle it himself." The Golden Furnace Emperor asked, "Isn't that breaking the rules?" The Discernment Beast chuckled, "Who set the rules in the Void Realm?" The Golden Furnace Emperor was taken aback. "Part of them were set by you." The Discernment Beast chuckled again. "Then it's settled. You just pretend to be in seclusion and don't interfere with Lin Moya's affairs." The Discernment Beast handed over a gourd filled with ancestral water. "Here's some ancestral water. Take it and use it to make tea. It should be beneficial for you." 1,000 drops of ancestral water flew out, and the Golden Furnace Emperor quickly collected them with a treasure, exclaiming, "Thank you, teacher." Ancestral water was a precious item, not to be wasted. The Discernment Beast said, "Go back now. Remember my words, don't interfere with Lin Moya's affairs." After the Golden Furnace Emperor left, the Discernment Beast muttered to itself, "It seems time is running out. Will Lin Moya be the person I've been waiting for?" The Soul Heart King dispersed the chaotic mist in front of them, saying, "It was here that I accidentally discovered a soul world and saw that world." Lin Moya nodded, "I'll go take a look." Void beasts couldn't see the great Tao energy, so they couldn't locate the exact position of the real world. Each search was a gamble. In the history of the Void Realm, a few small soul domain kings had luckily found the core of the real world and entered it. Some of them successfully established themselves in the real world, becoming revered figures, and even returned to the Void Realm to tell other small soul domain kings. However, others disappeared forever, dying in the process. Transcending the Void Realm was an instinctual desire for void beasts, deeply ingrained in their souls. Despite the dangers, small soul domain kings continued to seek it out, hoping to transcend the Void Realm. The Soul Heart King was intelligent, so he chose a relatively safe world. Although the world was weak, he became its strongest figure, essentially its ruler, capable of guiding the world and making it stronger. Lin Moya followed the lines of the Great Tao to search, a meticulous task that required patience. The Soul Heart King stood by silently, not daring to disturb Lin Moya. Previously, he had been friendly with Lin Moya and had done much for him, genuinely considering Lin Moya a friend. What he sought now was the same. He had done this before, and others had helped him search, but none had succeeded. Some even died on the way to the Dragon Lake Small Soul Domain due to various reasons. But this time, the Soul Heart King felt he might really have a chance. Lin Moya moved slowly through the void, seemingly aimlessly, like a headless fly. However, only he knew what he was doing. In his vision, countless great Tao energies were intertwined like a chaotic ball of yarn. He needed to slowly untangle them to find the final thread. He stretched out his hand, using his soul power to lift a strand of the great Tao energy, carefully following it. After searching for half a day, he realized he had gone in the wrong direction. The great Tao energy led far away, so he had to change course. He wasn't a Tao Lord, lacking the corresponding great Tao energy to guide him, so he could only try and error. Despite repeated failures, Lin Moya's expression didn't change, and he continued to search patiently. Time passed, and the Soul Heart King grew impatient, but Lin Moya didn't give up. The Soul Heart King wanted to suggest giving up but couldn't bring himself to say it. Lin Moya hadn't given up, so how could he? Suddenly, Lin Moya spoke up, "I know what to do now." The Soul Heart King quickly raised his head, his eyes sparkling. "Lin friend, have you found it?" Lin Moya shook his head. "No, but I know how to find it now. Over time, I've discovered that these great Tao energies, although chaotic, still have clues to follow." Seeing Lin Moya's confident demeanor, the Soul Heart King also gained confidence. Lin Moya began to draw a divine rune based on his thoughts. His idea came from the Thousand Tao formation, which could filter and separate the great Tao energies, making them clear. If he could apply this ability to create a rune that could move, he could quickly untangle the great Tao energies and find the barrier of the real world. The closer they got to the world barrier, the more orderly the heavenly Tao calendar would become. Lin Moya carefully drew the divine rune, which was just as complex and contained the core functions of the Thousand Tao formation. The rune was so intricate that it left the Soul Heart King dazzled, forcing him to look away. The more complex it was, the more confident the Soul Heart King became in Lin Moya, feeling that this time they would succeed. After completing the rune, Lin Moya activated it with his soul power. The rune floated out, shining in the void. As it passed through, the great Tao energies were gradually clarified, like untangling a ball of colorful yarn. Lin Moya finally saw the direction of the great Tao energies and said in a low voice, "Near the world barrier, the great Tao energies are most chaotic. The farther away from the barrier, the less chaotic they become, eventually becoming orderly. But in the chaos, we can't find a more chaotic direction because the difference is too small. Now that it's clarified, we just need to head in the relatively chaotic direction to find that world." As he spoke, Lin Moyo had already found the direction. The rune led the way, slowly moving towards the correct path. Remove the rune and type A. Chapter 3678. Chapter 3678, 3678. Chapter 3678, digging 3 feet into the ground. The divine rune was untangling the great Tao lines, moving forward slowly but steadily, no longer aimlessly like a headless fly. The Soul Heart King sighed, Lin Friend's divine rune technique is truly marvelous. What is this rune called? Lin Moya replied, this rune was just created, and I'll call it the World-Seeking Rune. The Soul Heart King smiled, the World-Seeking Rune, a rune for finding worlds, is quite fitting. Lin Moya was also very satisfied with himself. Creating the World-Seeking Rune wasn't just for the Soul Heart King, it was also for himself. With the rune, he would find it much easier to search for various worlds in the future. The Void Realm mirrored countless worlds, with endless variations in strength and weakness, life and death. The world-burning fire sought to become powerful, and refining worlds was the fastest method. Its efficiency far surpassed refining the Void Realm. 10 million void beasts couldn't compare to a single broken world. Moreover, refining worlds yielded world crystals that could accelerate the evolution of one's own multiverse. Lin Moyo had a vague feeling that the evolution of his multiverse was crucial. Its importance was almost on par with his cultivation realm. If he wanted to become a true powerhouse, he had to perfectly evolve his multiverse. The stronger his multiverse became, the more benefits he would gain. Lin Moyo always trusted his intuition. Since his intuition told him to do this, he would follow it. The speed of the world-seeking rune gradually decreased, and Lin Moya said, the great Tao energy ahead has become more chaotic. The rune's untangling speed has slowed down, indicating we're almost there. The Soul Heart King's body twisted with excitement, his long-held wish about to come true. He struggled to control his Tao heart, giving the impression that his soul body might shatter at any moment. After a while, the Soul Heart King calmed down. Lin Moya saw this and knew how deeply the Soul Heart King hoped to transcend the Void Realm. This subconscious desire was deeply rooted in the souls of void beasts, evident in the Soul Heart King. This raised a question, where did this subconscious desire come from? Lin Moyo always believed that everything had an origin. Throughout the Void Realm, countless void beasts shared the same thoughts, which must be due to established rules. The key was, who set these rules? Currently, it seemed that only the Discernment Beast and the Emperors could stop the desire to transcend. The world-seeking rune continued to slow down but didn't stop. It occasionally changed direction. Lin Moyo and the Soul Heart King weren't in a hurry, simply following it. After several days, the rune finally stopped completely. In the Soul Heart King's view, the world ahead was indistinguishable from other places. Lin Moyo, however, sensed something was off, though he couldn't see much. Since the rune had stopped, there must be something different ahead. I'll go take a look, Lin Moya said, flying forward and passing the rune. He suddenly encountered a soft, invisible barrier. The barrier didn't stop him, allowing him to pass through. Once he crossed it, he found that the great Tao energy became orderly. Inside and outside the barrier felt like two different worlds. The world barrier truly existed, though it was invisible. Its presence was related to the great Tao calendar. The world barrier could filter the great Tao energy, allowing useful energy to pass through and blocking useless energy. This world wasn't strong, its great Tao was incomplete, far inferior to Lin Moya's multiverse. A world's strength couldn't be judged solely by its great Tao energy, it also depended on whether its great Tao was complete. The more great Tao a world had, the greater its potential. In Lin Moya's view, this world had little potential. However, the Soul Heart King chose this world for his own reasons. Although the world was weak and primitive, no one contested it, allowing him to become its true ruler. Under his control, the world could develop according to his wishes. It wasn't strong now, but he was confident he could make it stronger. Moreover, since no one competed with him, his transcendence would be safer. Lin Moyo exited the world barrier and said under the Soul Heart King's eager gaze, I found it. The Soul Heart King was excited again, sincerely thanking Lin Moyo. Thank you, Lin Friend. Lin Moya replied, don't thank me yet, Soul Heart Friend. We've just begun. The origin core hasn't been found yet. The Soul Heart King said, with Lin Friend's abilities, finding the origin core is only a matter of time. Lin Moya smiled, I hope I won't disappoint your trust. He led the Soul Heart King into this unnamed world, crossing the world barrier again. Lin Moya could clearly feel the change in the great Tao energy. The Soul Heart King, however, felt nothing, as void beasts couldn't sense changes in the great Tao energy. Only when drinking void Tao tea could he briefly see some of the great Tao calendar. Void beasts had their advantages and disadvantages. The great Tao was fair, offering opportunities to all living beings but also setting thresholds and creating difficulties. Reaching the peak was never easy for anyone. Entering the world, Lin Moya dispersed thousands of billions of skeleton generals to conduct a thorough search. This world wasn't strong or large, and the skeleton generals couldn't immediately find the origin core. However, they were no longer aimlessly searching, significantly reducing the time needed. The Soul Heart King sighed, Lin Friend has so many puppets, which really saves a lot of trouble. Lin Moya said, many hands make light work, Soul Heart Friend. Haven't you thought of commanding a large number of void beasts to search? The Soul Heart King shook his head, it won't work. If I let them search for the origin core, they'd probably rush in as soon as they found it. Void beasts encountering the origin core were like dogs seeing meat, they would certainly rush to seize it without hesitation. Lin Moya smiled in understanding. Under the skeleton general's search, the layout of this world was gradually explored. Soul flames flickered in the chaotic mist, indicating that this world was very weak. The living beings inside didn't have soul worlds, only soul flames. Their strength hadn't even reached the super god realm. Although Lin Moya could see these soul flames, he couldn't touch them. The rules of the void realm protected the weak. As long as they hadn't formed a soul world, they wouldn't be harmed. Lin Moya once again experienced the fairness of the great Tao rules. After searching the world back and forth, digging like excavating 3 feet of earth, he finally made some discoveries. There was an area with particularly dense chaotic mist, surpassing other places. However, this area was invisible to the Soul Heart King. Just like the great Tao energy and the world barrier, Lin Moya could see them, but void beasts couldn't. At the same time, Lin Moya discovered that the great Tao energy entering the world was subtly converging towards this area. In that moment, Lin Moya realized he had found the origin core. He took a deep breath. It should be here. Please follow me, Soul Heart Friend. The Soul Heart King became excited again. Please lead the way, Lin Friend. Remove the rune and type A. Chapter 3679. Chapter 3679, 3679. Chapter 3679, Soul Heart King's Transcendence. Lin Moya arrived before the chaotic mist, swinging his hand to disperse it. However, he didn't succeed, and the mist remained still. The Soul Heart King looked puzzled. Lin Friend, what are you doing? From his perspective, there was nothing in front of them, and Lin Moya seemed to be striking at empty air. Lin Moya knew the Soul Heart King couldn't see it. The origin core should be right ahead. In my view, this is a chaotic mist that can't be dispersed, but to Soul Heart Friend, it seems like there's nothing here. The Soul Heart King nodded. Indeed, there's nothing. The chaotic mist was so dense that Lin Moya tried to enter it but couldn't see his hand in front of his face. He quickly retreated and attempted to disperse it again. The mist was invisible and couldn't be dispersed, which was quite peculiar. The more peculiar it was, the more it suggested there was something unusual about it. The skeleton generals were deployed again, with a large number entering the chaotic mist. However, they lost contact as soon as they entered, as if they had entered another world. Lin Moya's eyes became serious. This is really strange. What exactly are these things? He was certain that the chaotic mist in front of him was not ordinary. It might just appear like chaotic mist but was actually something more. The Soul Heart King said, should I try? Lin Moya's eyes lit up. Although the Soul Heart King couldn't see, his power could still affect things. Lin Moya immediately said, try in the direction I'm pointing. The Soul Heart King nodded and unleashed a thin, powerful force in the direction Lin Moya indicated. The force shook the space, and the dense mist became slightly thinner. It's effective. Do it again. Lin Moya said quietly. The Soul Heart King continued to strike, aiming at the place Lin Moya pointed to. At this point, he also noticed something was off. His attacks seemed to be absorbed by something. When things go against the norm, there must be something unusual. Therefore, he struck with even more vigor. Lin Moya gradually noticed some clues. The Soul Heart King, being a void beast, had a power different from his own. So, if he used a primordial void treasure, as soon as he thought of it, he acted. With a flick of his consciousness, a primordial void treasure flew out, manipulated by a phantom body, and attacked the mist. The mist dissipated even faster. Lin Moya fully understood that although he could see the mist, the power from the real world was ineffective against it. The Soul Heart King's power was useful, but he couldn't see the mist. The Great Tao rules set up one barrier after another, making it difficult for anyone to find the origin core of a world. If this were a powerful world, after finding the origin core, one would still face the strong will of the world. Like the origin continent, all outsiders, whether cultivators from other real worlds or void beasts, would be seen as invaders by the world's will. Not only would they be rejected, but the world's will would also gather all the strong figures in the world to oppose them. Therefore, trying to transcend through the origin core was a perilous task. Perhaps only existences like emperors could manage to suppress an entire world. For someone like the Soul Heart King, choosing a world that wasn't very strong was the best option. This showed that the Soul Heart King was well aware of his abilities and wouldn't aim too high, which would be suicidal. This world wasn't like the one that had already died. Its origin core was well protected. After much effort, the two finally shattered the dense mist. The world's origin core was revealed, appearing as a light sphere filled with rich heavenly Tao energy. The Soul Heart King's eyes shone with determination, staring unwaveringly at the origin core. If he entered it, he could complete his transcendence, leave the void realm, and become a living being in the real world. Moreover, this world wasn't strong, and his power could easily dominate it. He could experience the real world's diversity, unlike the repetitive days in the void realm. The little python's eyes showed longing. As a void beast, it also wanted to enter the origin core. Gradually, the little python's gaze became dazed, and it instinctively moved closer to the origin core. Lin Moya slapped it unconscious and stored it in his storage ring using a divine rune. The origin core's allure was too great for void beasts. The Soul Heart King could barely resist, but the little python couldn't. Lin Moya said, Soul Heart Friend, might as well recover your strength first. Meanwhile, I'll study this living origin core. The Soul Heart King understood the implication in Lin Moya's words, which was to slow down and let him study it further. Currently, he was following Lin Moya's advice without question, so he agreed and began to recover his power. Earlier, to shatter the mist, the Soul Heart King had exhausted most of his power. Entering the origin core, he didn't know what would happen, so it was better to restore his power to its peak to avoid any unexpected events. At the same time, Lin Moya could examine the living origin core. The last one he encountered was a dead origin core, which contained some great Tao energy but nothing else. This world's origin core was different. Lin Moya saw a vast amount of great Tao energy, though the world wasn't strong. The energy was somewhat dense but limited in quantity, with only about 100 lines. Compared to the origin continent, which had millions of great Tao lines, this was far inferior. Fewer great Tao lines meant weaker power. However, there was a benefit: the Soul Heart King would face less pressure. Besides the difference in great Tao energy, Lin Moya saw other things. These mists are the world's fate, and these lines should be causality. The fate and causality of countless living beings in the great Tao converged here. If he refined this world, he would have to bear the fate and causality of this world. I've always avoided getting entangled in too much causality. I didn't expect that refining a world would involve such massive causality. The causality within the origin core affected every living being in the world. Such immense causality would inevitably cause trouble once entangled. However, since he was refining the entire world, most of the causality would be severed during the process. But only most, even a small portion of the causality from countless living beings would be enough to trouble Lin Moya, unless he could do it cleanly and avoid causality altogether, which was difficult. Lin Moya wasn't a killer. If others didn't provoke him, he wouldn't refine entire worlds without reason. It seems I should look for worlds without living beings in the future. This world is suitable, it's not strong, and there aren't many intelligent beings. Even if there is causality, it can be easily resolved. If only there were a treasure that could transfer causality. Unfortunately, such treasures are hard to find. The Soul Heart King finally fully recovered. He bowed deeply to Lin Moya. Lin friend, I don't know if we'll meet again. If we do, no matter what instructions you have, I will do my utmost to fulfill them. Lin Moya smiled. Soul Heart friend is being too polite. I wish you success in your transcendence and becoming the ruler of this world. The Soul Heart King laughed. I accept your kind words, Lin friend. I'll be off. Chapter 3680. Chapter 3680, 3680. Chapter 3680, Apologize to Lin friend. With a carefree and resolute attitude, the Soul Heart King charged into the world's origin core. Boom! A terrifying power erupted from the origin core. Although this world was weak, it was still a complete world with its own will. At this moment, the Soul Heart King, as an outsider, clashed with the world's will. It wasn't easy for him to transcend, as he had to confront the entire world. Wave after wave of terrifying power burst from the origin core, forcing Lin Moya to retreat continuously. The great Tao energy within the world surged, making Lin Moya feel his own insignificance. With his current strength, he couldn't confront the entire world. He retreated far away before stopping, now over 1,000,000 kilometers from the origin core. Throughout this process, he kept a close eye on the origin core. The Soul Heart King's confrontation with the world's will would trigger the world's most fundamental powers. By observing this, Lin Moya could better understand the world's underlying structure. Although it might not bring immediate benefits, the advantages would naturally evolve over time. Behind him, space distorted, and chaotic mist churned with the sound of rushing water. The Dragon Lake King flew over, stopping beside Lin Moya. It too stared unwaveringly at the origin core, its voice low. Did he go in? Lin Moya nodded. Yes, he did. The Dragon Lake King murmured. I didn't expect him to find the origin core after all. Lin Moya asked, did you know the origin core was here? The Dragon Lake King snorted with a hint of arrogance. This is my small spirit domain. I know everything about it. How could I not know? Lin Moya wasn't entirely convinced by the Dragon Lake King's words and merely hummed in response without saying more. The Dragon Lake King seemed provoked by Lin Moya's attitude. I've always known the origin core was here, and I knew the Soul Heart King was looking for it. I didn't say anything because entering the origin core is extremely dangerous. For a king of a small spirit domain like me, going in would be a death sentence. This world may be weak, with less than a third of its vitality remaining. I didn't tell him to protect it. What you're doing might seem helpful but could end up killing it. Lin Moya said, some people die, but it's still alive. Some people are alive, but it's already dead. The Dragon Lake King looked puzzled. What do you mean? Lin Moya explained, you don't understand. The Soul Heart King's desire to transcend is its greatest wish. If not for its belief in transcendence, it might not be here anymore. The Dragon Lake King clearly didn't believe Lin Moya. You're talking nonsense. Lin Moya shook his head. Some things you won't understand. The Soul Heart King's determination to transcend is unwavering. I believe it will succeed. Lin Moya added, but your Tao heart is unstable. If you tried to transcend, you would certainly die. The Dragon Lake King was enraged, letting out a dragon roar. How dare you belittle me? Lin Moya gave him a cold look. I'm not belittling you. I've never considered you important, so there's no belittling. The Dragon Lake King's anger surged, with water splashing around it. You're looking for death. Lin Moya said, I advise you not to provoke me. I've killed dozens of kings along the way, and I wouldn't mind killing another. The Dragon Lake King was furious but also intimidated by Lin Moya, who threatened it without fear. It sneered, you think you can kill a king of a small spirit domain? You're just a third-tier soul, and a king of a small spirit domain is far stronger than you. Lin Moya replied, you can try. Just as the Dragon Lake King was about to act, it saw a blazing flame in Lin Moya's hand. Merely seeing it made the Dragon Lake King's hair stand on end. It quickly retreated, keeping a distance from Lin Moya. You actually have the great Tao essence fire. Lin Moya ignored it, continuing to watch the origin core. The battle between the Soul Heart King and the world's will had reached a boiling point. Seeing that Lin Moya was ignoring him, the Dragon Lake King felt increasingly enraged and humiliated. It stared at the great Tao essence fire in Lin Moya's hand, seemingly calculating whether it could kill itself. Although it feared the great Tao Essence fire, it was also infuriated. In its own small spirit domain, being ignored was unbearable. After a moment, it let out a dragon roar, causing a lake to rise behind it and sending massive waves towards Lin Moyo. However, it didn't approach due to the great Tao Essence fire and instead used a primordial void treasure to attack from a distance. Lin Moyo glanced over and shook his head lightly. The Void God rune flew out, unfolding into 1,000 paths and myriad phenomena formation that enveloped the Dragon Lake King. Countless great Tao anomalies assailed the Dragon Lake King, leaving it frantic. The waves it had raised were swallowed by the formation, not a single drop splashing out. At the same time, Lin Moya snapped his fingers, and the world-burning fire fell into the formation, enveloping the Dragon Lake King. The fire blazed fiercely, and the formation's great Tao anomalies invaded, causing the Dragon Lake King to cry out in agony. The Dragon Lake King struggled wildly within the formation but couldn't escape. The 1,000 paths and myriad phenomena formation was too powerful, containing endless anomalies that sent it tumbling from one region to another, enduring various trials. Lin Moya released the formation and ignored the Dragon Lake King's cries, continuing to watch the origin core. The Soul Heart King was still fighting, its power spreading out, which Lin Moya could clearly sense. The Soul Heart King's power was infused with will, its battle intent surging with determination. Transcendence was its pursuit, and for it, the Soul Heart King could give up everything. Years of preparation and waiting had all been for this moment. Until its death, its will would not waver. Will was also Tao heart and strength. As long as its will didn't fade, the Soul Heart King wouldn't be defeated. Lin Moyo gained insight from this. A firm Tao heart and unyielding will mean the Soul Heart King will certainly succeed. He focused entirely on the Soul Heart King, ignoring the Dragon Lake King's incessant cries. The Dragon Lake King's cries grew weaker, its energy rapidly declining. Even the primordial void treasure couldn't protect it, as the lake water continued to evaporate, weakening it further. Just as the Dragon Lake King was about to collapse, a golden light shot out from its body, and the Discernment Beast's shadow appeared in the void. The Discernment Beast's claws moved slightly, grasping the Dragon Lake King and ignoring both the world-burning fire and the 1,000 paths and myriad phenomena formation. It directly pulled the Dragon Lake King out of the formation. Lin Moya turned to look, his gaze calm as he watched the Discernment Beast. He knew the Discernment Beast was powerful, but he hadn't expected it to be so strong. A mere projection of its will could ignore the world-burning fire and extract the Dragon Lake King from the formation. However, Lin Moya showed no fear, simply watching quietly. The Discernment Beast sighed lightly. Lin friend, please spare its life for my sake. Lin Moya wasn't determined to kill the Dragon Lake King. It was better to show some face. The Discernment Beast nodded, thank you. It released the Dragon Lake King and whispered a reprimand, apologized to Lin friend. Chapter 3681. Chapter 3681, 3681. Chapter 3681, do you believe in fate? The Dragon Lake King barely escaped with its life, its body burned and bruised, looking quite pitiful. Fortunately, it was a king of a small spirit domain, with powerful strength and nourished by a primordial void treasure. The chaotic mist transformed into lake water, helping it recover somewhat. Initially, the Dragon Lake King thought it could seek revenge against Lin Moyo by asking the Discernment Beast to teach him a lesson. However, upon hearing the Discernment Beast's words, its spirit sank. The Dragon Lake King acted like a child, stubbornly saying, I won't apologize, I did nothing wrong. The Discernment Beast's tone quickly turned severe, if you don't apologize, leave the Golden Furnace Great Soul Domain from now on. At that moment, the Dragon Lake King's expression was as rich as a human's, with eyes showing 7 parts grievance and 3 parts resentment. Eventually, it softened and apologized to Lin Moyo, I was wrong, sorry. Lin Moya didn't say anything, merely humming in acceptance of the apology. The Dragon Lake King was quite displeased, having cursed Lin Moya countless times in its heart. However, it also deeply feared Lin Moyo and didn't dare look him straight in the eye. The Discernment Beast said, the child doesn't understand, Lin friend is magnanimous. Don't mind it anymore, I'll discipline it when we return. Lin Moya nodded and tossed out a spiritual flower. As long as it wasn't killed, it can be saved. Hearing this, the Dragon Lake King shivered. It wasn't foolish and understood that Lin Moya's words were telling the Discernment Beast to scold it thoroughly before using the spiritual flower to heal it. This person is so venomous. The Dragon Lake King muttered to itself, its fear of Lin Moya deepening. The Discernment Beast collected the spiritual flower. Thank you, Lin friend. I'll leave now. It ordered the Dragon Lake King to return, and the Dragon Lake King was eager to leave, disappearing in an instant. Lin Moyo pondered, the Discernment Beast's attitude is overly kind. Previously, our interaction was equal, it neither looked down on me nor was overly submissive. What happened to make the Discernment Beast treat me so well? He roughly understood that the Dragon Lake King was the Discernment Beast's pet. The pet was bullied, yet the Discernment Beast wasn't angry and even apologized. This was somewhat unusual. However, Lin Moya didn't dwell on it. There were too many inexplicable things in the world. His attention remained on the world's origin core, where the Soul Heart King was still battling the world's will. The Soul Heart King's will was firm, not falling behind in the struggle. It continuously launched attacks against the world's will. The world's will guarded its world tightly, and this was no longer a contest of power but a test of the Soul Heart King's Tao heart. Lin Moya could sense the Soul Heart King's powerful Tao heart, accumulated over countless years, almost becoming an obsession. For the Soul Heart King, this struggle was a matter of victory or death, with no room for defeat. When a powerful being no longer fears death, the power it can unleash is terrifying. The battle shifted from intense to stalemate, and then the Soul Heart King began to gain the upper hand. It started to erode the world's will, aiming to leave an eternal, indestructible mark on this world. Lin Moya watched the entire process, aware that he was witnessing the birth of a transcendent being. In the history of the Void Realm, successful transcendence was rare, making this moment precious and not to be missed. The Soul Heart King gradually consumed the world's will, pushing it back until it had nowhere to retreat. Finally, the world's will's last resistance was crushed, and Lin Moya felt the world's will collapse, becoming the Soul Heart King's sustenance. From that moment on, the Soul Heart King replaced the world's will, becoming the master of this world. The world's origin core roared, as massive chaotic mist rushed towards it. The surrounding Great Tao energies vibrated, with various Great Taos humming in celebration, as if cheering for the birth of a new era. The world hadn't changed, it just had a new master. The transition was like the world's rebirth, and the Great Tao naturally rejoiced. History belongs to the victors, Lin Moya muttered to himself. No one would care about who the world belonged to before. Others would only know who the current master was. The chaotic mist wrapped around the Great Tao energy, continuously flowing into the origin core. The entire world benefited from the Soul Heart King, becoming stronger. As soon as the Soul Heart King became the world's master, it began to direct the world's changes. This world, once nameless, should now be called the Soul Heart World. A moment later, the Soul Heart King's virtual image appeared outside the origin core. It took on a human form and bowed to Lin Moya from afar. Thank you, Lin friend, for your assistance. This kindness will never be forgotten. Lin Moya flew over and said loudly, Congratulations, Soul Heart King, on achieving your wish. This world will surely become powerful under your guidance. The Soul Heart King shook its head. Whether the world is strong or not, I have no great expectations. Everything has its destiny. The Great Tao cannot be defied. Some things cannot be forced. Lin Moya furrowed his brow. What do you mean by this? The Soul Heart King suddenly sighed. The transcendence we void beasts yearn for is actually just entering another circle. But to reach this point is already not easy, so I dare not ask for more. I'll just follow fate from now on. It pondered for a moment before asking, Lin friend, do you believe in fate? Lin Moya didn't expect this question and replied, I both believe and don't believe. The Soul Heart King chuckled. It's good that you don't believe. Once you believe in fate, your achievements will be limited to that. The kindness you've shown me, I have no way to repay. Here is a strand of the world's energy, a token of my intention. I hope you won't mind it. As it spoke, the Soul Heart King condensed a small light in its palm, which contained the most fundamental world's chronology. Lin Moya felt this world's energy was very similar to the power in the world crystals he had refined before. Lin Moya said, This will harm your world. The Soul Heart King smiled. It doesn't matter, it can recover. Lin Moya didn't decline further and accepted the world's energy. This energy was far more powerful than the world crystals he had refined before. After all, those were from a dead world, while this one was full of vitality. The Soul Heart King said, I've just taken over the world, and there's much to do. I won't accompany you further. Lin Moya bowed slightly. Then we'll meet again if fate allows it. May we meet again. The two bid farewell, and the world's origin core erupted with dense mist, completely obscuring itself. As a result, the origin core began to change its position, and the entire world started moving. Lin Moya knew that this parting might be a permanent goodbye. He watched as the Soul Heart world receded into the distance, aware that their existence was like a grain in the vast ocean. To meet again would truly depend on fate. Lin Moya's gaze was thoughtful. In their brief conversation, the Soul Heart King had revealed much information. Its pursuit of transcendence wasn't true transcendence but rather moving from one circle to another. The Soul Heart King was telling him not to become a servant to the world like it had. Chapter 3682. Chapter 3682, 3682. Chapter 3682, Truly Brave. Don't become the master of a world. The Soul Heart King didn't say it explicitly, but Lin Moya caught the true meaning from its words. Clearly, after becoming the world's master, the Soul Heart King had learned some new information. This information could be hidden deep within the world, only accessible to those who became the world's master. It wasn't like a large world but had to be like the origin continent, with an independent Great Tao and a massive projection in the Void Realm. Lin Moya pondered the Soul Heart King's words, focusing on the phrase "Do you believe in fate?" These four words were the most important. Gradually, he understood their meaning. The so-called fate wasn't about destiny but rather about one's limit or potential. Potential was mysterious and complex, influenced by factors like fate, opportunity, effort, and Tao heart. Most people couldn't reach their full potential due to various reasons. Living beings had limits, and so did worlds. The Soul Heart King had hoped that after mastering the world, it would become incredibly strong. However, it saw its own limit, which was a despairing realization. Due to certain rules, the Soul Heart King couldn't express this openly, so it asked, "Do you believe in fate?" Lin Moya naturally didn't believe in fate, as limits weren't unbreakable. However, once you believed in fate, your potential would hardly change. The Soul Heart King warned against becoming the world's master, but it didn't realize it was already a master of its own world. Its own world had no limits, or if it did, they were meant to be shattered. Since the Soul Heart King was well-intentioned, Lin Moya accepted its warning. No wonder the discernment beast never considers transcendence. Perhaps the emperors it associates with also don't consider it. Transcendence isn't true transcendence but rather moving from a smaller circle to a larger one. Those who dare to transcend are truly brave. They refuse to be confined to a circle and dare to try. Lin Moya felt that the Soul Heart King was still brave. From its words, he could tell that it wasn't content with its potential and even thought about breaking through its limits. For such a person, how could one laugh at them as foolish? On the other hand, beings like the discernment beast, although powerful and ancient, seem somewhat contemptible. Lin Moya didn't linger and turned to leave. The Soul Heart King had achieved its wish, and he had his own things to attend to. He needed to continue cultivating. As a third-tier soul, he wasn't strong enough. After completing his mission on the Origin continent, he planned to accompany Antares in ascending to the Dragon Race's Great Tao. The power of a third-tier soul was far from sufficient. Through his connection with the Soul World, Lin Moya knew everything was fine there. His journey into the Void Realm had already passed over 160 years. According to the Origin continent's evolution, in a few more decades, the 7th-tier soul's Great Tao realm would be accessible. By then, the strong from the external Great Tao would completely suppress the strong on the Origin continent. However, with him holding them back, there shouldn't be major issues. The top forces on the Origin continent all had some background from the external Great Tao, though they weren't strong. They could exert some influence and wouldn't dare act recklessly on the continent. But if time passed further, with the arrival of 6th or 5th-tier soul Great Tao realms, things might become unpredictable. Looking at the timeline, a few hundred years was just a blink of an eye. The tidal storm had just passed, and many void beasts in the Void Realm were still recovering from their losses. For Lin Moya, luring and killing large numbers of void beasts had become more difficult, with efficiency greatly reduced. He went to unexplored small spirit domains, using his undead legion to attract void beasts and then employing the 1,000 paths and myriad phenomena formation to trap and kill them, refining them into soul crystals. As his cultivation level increased, the demand for soul crystals grew more extreme. To advance a small realm, he needed at least tens of thousands of high-quality soul crystals. Lin Moya felt the progress was too slow. He hadn't considered that reaching the level of a third-tier soul was rare even among ancient Great Tao realms. Who wasn't a result of hundreds of millions of years of cultivation? Others had spent vast amounts of time to achieve their strength, while he had caught up in just a few hundred years. If people knew, they would probably want to kill him. On the Origin continent, after the heaven and earth changed, the Great Tao had evolved over 300 years, finally allowing third-tier soul Great Tao realms to enter. 6th-tier soul Great Tao realms were no longer weak. A casual strike could damage the Origin continent. Even after 300 years of Great Tao nourishment, the current Origin continent was much more robust than it was 300 years ago. However, it still couldn't withstand the reckless destruction of a 6th-tier soul Great Tao realm. Therefore, the Great Tao had its rules. If anyone dared to harm the Origin continent, the Great Tao's punishment would be severe. Those who entered as Great Tao realms mostly did so to pass on their teachings and wouldn't cause major conflicts. On the central continent, Lin Moya remained, while Antares had been motionless for over 100 years, resembling a mountain. If not for the dragon breath constantly coming from its nostrils, people would have thought it was dead. The Great Tao realms from the external Great Tao coexisted peacefully, but the native forces on the Origin continent were not so tranquil. Many forces had always been at odds, and even with external pressure, they couldn't be suppressed indefinitely. After a period of calm, conflicts inevitably arose, starting with small-scale clashes that escalated into large-scale ones. Tao venerables joined the battles, expanding the conflict's scale. Defeated forces sought aid from all sides, making the power dynamics on the Origin continent complex and intertwined like a spider's web. Finally, the top forces' strong members intervened. However, they discovered that the smaller forces were not simple and had complex motives behind their conflicts. Some small forces, though not large in scale, had long-standing legacies and even had strong backers from the external Great Tao. With such support, they had their own ideas and sought to break free from the top forces' control. The conflicts escalated towards the Great Tao realm level. Because the Origin continent had become robust enough, 9th-tier soul Great Tao realms could now act, as long as they didn't cause chaos. The Great Tao wouldn't impose punishment. Afterward, the Origin continent became even more chaotic, with battles everywhere. Not just the southern continent but also the eastern continent was affected. Eventually, even the northern continent's demon race began to fight among themselves. Many ancestors from the demon race returned from the external Great Tao, and several royal families were suppressed. The demon emperor didn't appear during this time, seemingly no longer concerned with demon race affairs. On the other hand, the western continent became the most peaceful. The Origin continent was in turmoil, but everyone exercised restraint, avoiding a complete mess. Until 10 years ago, when the Cold Water Holy Land and the Question Tao sect officially went to war, the situation truly boiled over. Following this, the 7-star Holy Land and the Dance House also clashed. The human race on the southern continent suffered heavy casualties, with many strong figures severely injured or fallen. Overall, however, a relative balance was maintained. A year ago, a protective Great Tao fortress slowly emerged from the external Great Tao. Due to special reasons, the external Great Tao didn't stop the protective fortress. Chapter 3683. Chapter 3683, 3683. Chapter 3683, you can all try. A protective Great Tao fortress suddenly appeared in the void and slowly entered the Origin continent. Its appearance drew the attention of many, with numerous Great Tao realms revealing shocked expressions. The protective fortress wasn't completely destroyed during the Origin catastrophe? Who repaired it? This isn't important, what matters is how it entered. The core materials of the protective fortress come from the Origin continent, making it a part of the continent. Naturally, it wouldn't be blocked. At its peak, the protective fortress's strength wouldn't be much weaker than a 4th-tier soul's Great Tao realm. If it's truly been repaired, wouldn't it be invincible? What's invincible? You don't see the dragon in the central continent who dares say they're invincible. It's different. The protective fortress can be considered part of the Origin continent. Attacking it is like attacking the continent itself. Yes, even if that dragon is powerful, it wouldn't dare attack the protective fortress, or it would face punishment. Whoever came up with this plan is brilliant. This has completely disrupted the balance of power on the origin continent. If the balance on the origin continent is broken, even if Lin Moyo has the mandate of heaven, he won't be able to avoid punishment. Amidst these discussions, people wanted to see how Lin Moyo would respond. No matter what he did, it seemed difficult to resolve the situation. The person who could repair the protective fortress must not be ordinary. People instinctively thought of the Hell Alliance, as they had suffered a significant loss at Lin Moya's hands and vowed to make him pay. Antares watched the protective fortress enter the origin continent, his eyes narrowing slightly. "You're looking for trouble before I even go find you." He was unlike ordinary Great Dao realms. He sensed the dragon race's aura from the protective fortress. This fortress was repaired by the dragon race, meaning it was aimed at him. If he didn't act, the protective fortress had enough power to disrupt the balance on the origin continent. Regardless of its actions or allegiance, the balance would be shattered, damaging the origin continent and resulting in Lin Moyo being punished. If he acted, it would be like attacking the origin continent, and he would be punished instead. This plan was indeed vicious. Antares said coldly, "Do you think I care about this small punishment?" He breathed out dragon breath, and countless divine dragons emerged, instantly engulfing the protective fortress. The Great Dao roared, and the fortress radiated a brilliant light, unleashing powerful energy. As the main defense of the origin continent in the past, the protective fortress was incredibly strong. Even though it was far weaker now, it wouldn't be inferior to a lower-tier Soul's Great Dao realm. The formations within the fortress activated, launching a counterattack. However, facing Antares' assault, the fortress was clearly no match and was torn to shreds in an instant. Antares continued to breathe dragon fire, burning the entire fortress to ashes. The Great Dao roared incessantly, and streaks of light appeared on the origin continent, resembling rainbows but emitting a sharp killing intent. Antares had destroyed the protective fortress, effectively attacking the origin continent. The Great Dao would impose punishment. Antares raised his dragon head, unafraid. "Come on, let's see how severe this punishment is." The light transformed into massive whips that struck Antares, causing his skin to split and reveal wounds from which origin she flowed out. Under the Great Dao's punishment, Antares' power was diminishing. Yet, he remained unmoved. He declared loudly, "You scoundrels in the dragon race, listen well. We have another score to settle. When I come, you'd better be prepared to die. I'll give you a chance. If you escape the dragon race before I arrive, I'll spare you. Anyone still in the dragon race will die." Antares' voice was filled with madness, and he charged into the external Great Dao. Everyone was shocked by the intensity of his killing intent and the depth of his hatred for the dragon race. Hatred can accumulate, and Antares' hatred was something few could understand, except perhaps Lin Moyo. Just as everyone felt Antares' killing intent was astonishing, an even more overwhelming killing aura surged up. The aura transformed into black mist and then into a stormy vortex, dispersing the Great Dao whips. Along with it, a Great Dao emerged, resonating with the killing aura. This Great Dao appeared, causing nearby Great Dao realm strongholds to retreat in terror. The Slaughter Dao. Heaven, someone has actually grasped this Dao. How many lives will they take? The Slaughter Dao hasn't appeared in years. Could it be that a killing god has descended? Even the Thousand-Star Dao Lord, who controls the slaughter aspect of the Angle Whale Star, couldn't summon the Slaughter Dao. As the Great Dao realms watched in horror, Lin Moyo slowly emerged. A dense killing aura emanated from Lin Moyo, and everyone realized he was the source of the aura and the one who summoned the Slaughter Dao. Lin Moyo waved his hand, and the killing aura merged with the Slaughter Dao. A figure in black appeared in the void, standing with its hands behind its back. Its gaze swept across the external void, causing a chill to run down the spines of all the Great Dao realms it touched. Lin Moyo used his illusory body to combine all his killing aura with the Slaughter Dao, forming a slaughter-controlling avatar. This avatar possessed the strength of a third-tier Soul's Great Dao realm, enough to crush anyone on the current origin continent. Lin Moyo released a burst of white light that fell like rain on Antares, quickly healing his gruesome wounds. In the next breath, a massive aura of fate emerged from Lin Moyo, and the Fate Dao appeared, enveloping Antares in misty clouds. Antares let out a comfortable dragon roar as his damaged strength and cultivation were fully restored. Lin Moyo declared loudly, "The dragon race's actions are meant to hinder my path, creating a deep blood feud. This feud can only be repaid in blood. Once the mandate of heaven ends, I will visit the dragon race. There are many protective fortresses. If the dragon race likes to repair them, they can repair as many as they want." As he finished speaking, the Great Dao energy on the origin continent surged upward, impacting the external void. Originally hidden in spatial layers, numerous protective fortresses appeared. These fortresses were diverse and damaged but all carried the origin continent's aura, as they were crafted from materials from the continent. Hundreds of protective fortresses hovered in the external void. Lin Moyo declared, "Whoever repairs them will be my Great Dao enemy. You can all try." He then looked towards the distant southern continent. "The southern continent is too chaotic, stop it." His words seemed to represent the mandate of heaven, as countless thunderbolts fell from the southern continent, his voice spreading with the thunder. Those fighting on the southern continent stopped, but not everyone heeded Lin Moyo's words. Some resumed fighting, only to be struck by thunderbolts and turned to dust. Lin Moyo watched all this, snorting lightly, "Those who don't listen deserve it." Chapter 3684. Chapter 3684, 3684. Chapter 3684, Private Intentions. No one knew what had happened to Lin Moyo, how he became so formidable in just a few hundred years. He dispersed the Great Tao's punishment with killing aura, condensed a Great Tao body, and spoke with authority, unleashing thunderous punishments. At this moment, Lin Moya was like a representative of the Great Tao. Everyone was shocked, and anyone with a bit of sense could feel that Lin Moya was not to be trifled with. Having the mandate of heaven, Lin Moya could manipulate the Great Tao to some extent. If one were to confront him directly, it would be like opposing the Great Tao itself. For cultivators under the Great Tao, going against it was akin to seeking death. The Great Tao roared, and the light reappeared, with another punishment descending. This time, the punishment targeted Lin Moya for dispersing the previous Great Tao punishment aimed at Antares. The Great Tao is impartial at rewards and punishes accordingly, never offsetting one with the other. Lin Moya understood this clearly and accepted it calmly. He had used killing aura to summon the Slaughter Tao, dispersing the Great Tao's punishment and condensing a Great Tao body. Now, the Great Tao's punishment fell upon the Slaughter Tao's body, not his true self. Lin Moya's mind was clear. He knew that while the Great Tao seemed impartial, it wasn't truly so. If someone else had done this, their true body would have been targeted, not just their avatar. But the Great Tao targeted his avatar, which could be seen as protection, since he was now aligned with the Great Tao. The light transformed into Great Tao whips that struck the Slaughter Tao body, causing its skin to split and flesh to tear. Lin Moya allowed the Slaughter Tao body to suffer the punishment without penalty, as the killing aura was merely a byproduct of his actions over the years. The Slaughter Tao body being torn apart didn't harm him. Antares gazed at Lin Moya. "Kid, you're impressive. What have you experienced these years?" Only Antares could see Lin Moya's cultivation level, which had reached the high stage of a third-tier soul's Great Tao realm. This speed was terrifying, surpassing others who had cultivated for millions of years. Lin Moya smiled without speaking. With a thought, he began drawing divine runes in the void, creating over 100 at once. Initially, the speed was somewhat slow, but it quickly accelerated. The first 100 runes were completed in under 10 seconds, combining to form an formation. The next 100 runes were drawn even faster, taking only 7 seconds. The third batch required just 4 seconds. Antares' dragon mouth hung open in astonishment, unable to speak. His surprise was akin to fear in others' eyes. Drawing divine runes wasn't unusual. Many Great Tao realms could do it to some extent. However, drawing hundreds simultaneously was different. Moreover, Lin Moya didn't even use his hands. He drew them purely with his soul power, and his speed increased. By the time he drew the fourth batch, it took only 1 second. This was almost as fast as when thought forms a rune, a legendary feat. Someone exclaimed, "He can form runes with just a thought." It's almost as if he's achieved one thought forms a rune. Not quite, but he needs only 1 second. Moreover, he can draw hundreds of runes at once, which is even more terrifying. Is he a freak? Divine runes can be used like this? One thought forms a rune is already legendary, but he's almost achieved forming 100 runes with one thought. Those who specialize in divine runes can just retire. 1,000 divine runes glimmered in the air, weaving into a sea of runes. Lin Moya finally stopped. Antares asked, "What are you doing?" Lin Moya replied lightly, "Just getting accustomed to things. The void realm and the real world are different. I'm also showing off a bit to warn some people not to bother me for now. I need to set up in formation. One action, multiple purposes." The divine runes intertwined, quickly forming in formation. In an instant, winds and clouds rose on the origin continent, as countless Great Tao energies transformed into mist and were drawn into the formation, enveloping Lin Moya and Antares. This formation was a simplified version of the Thousand Paths and Myriad Phenomena formation. Although its power wasn't as great as the one in the Void Realm, it was enough to handle a second-tier soul's Great Tao realm. As the Great Tao on the origin continent evolved, every 100 years, the power it could accommodate increased by 1 level. Currently, 6th-tier soul Great Tao realms could enter, and in another 400 years, 2nd-tier soul Great Tao realms would be able to descend. By then, even Antares would face trouble, as acting on the origin continent wasn't easy. Causing damage would result in punishment. However, with the Thousand Paths and Myriad Phenomena formation, there would be fewer concerns, allowing full use of the formation to counter opponents. This formation was not only Lin Moya's deterrent but also an experiment. He didn't use origin crystals as materials. Instead, he used his soul power to absorb Great Tao energy and maintain the divine runes. From his current perspective, using origin crystals for divine runes wasn't the most brilliant method. The best approach was to fuse Great Tao energy with his soul, making the divine rune materials inexhaustible and highly effective. This was Lin Moya's insight from the Void Realm, which he confirmed was applicable on the origin continent after trying it. After setting up the Thousand Paths and Myriad Phenomena formation, Lin Moya crafted an formation disc and handed it to Antares. "When I'm not here, please control this formation. If the Great Tao imposes a punishment, you can also manipulate my slaughter body to take the punishment." Lin Moya looked up at the sky. The Great Tao whips were becoming fewer, and the punishment was nearing its end. The slaughter body recovered, its killing aura intangible and difficult to break. Antares asked, "How long do you plan to stay?" Lin Moya shook his head, "I don't know. I've hit a bottleneck, and this step is difficult." Antares said, "Reaching the second-tier soul from the third-tier soul is a big bottleneck." He recalled that he hadn't faced such a significant hurdle in the past. Although it wasn't easy, it wasn't insurmountable. Lin Moya could reach the high stage of a third-tier soul in just a few hundred years. How could he be stuck? Lin Moya replied, "My situation is special. It's hard to explain in a few words. After handling things here, I'll re-enter the Void Realm." Antares asked, "What do you need to handle here?" Apart from some native forces, those from the external Great Tao are relatively well-behaved and haven't caused any trouble. Lin Moya said, "People have private intentions. The Cold Water Holy Land's ancestor is my friend, and the Holy Lord is my aunt. There are things I need to help with. Antares chuckled, so that's it. You've always been like this, leaving your mark everywhere, and it hasn't changed even on the origin continent. Lin Moya didn't bother explaining the dragon race was completely different from him in this regard. The thousand paths and myriad phenomena formation rose with dense mist, spreading great Tao energy and enveloping the surroundings, hiding their figures. Only Antares' dragon head was faintly visible. With the formation blocking the way, no one could see Lin Moya's cultivation level or know what he would do next. Chapter 3685. Chapter 3685, 3685. Chapter 3685, He Wants to Kill. Lin Moya's return was indeed due to encountering a bottleneck. After the Soul Heart King's transcendence, he had been hunting void beasts in the Golden Furnace Great Soul Domain. Due to the Golden Furnace Emperor's warning, Lin Moya no longer targeted small spirit domain kings. However, since the tidal storm had just ended, many small spirit domains were not in a state of dormancy. When he encountered such small spirit domains, Lin Moya wouldn't hesitate and would directly take them over. He now controlled nearly 50 small spirit domains. However, they were too far apart, separated by other small spirit domains, so they couldn't be merged and didn't benefit Lin Moya. His cultivation had grown stronger through the process of slaughtering void beasts and refining soul crystals. In just over 100 years, he had advanced to the high stage of a third-tier soul. However, no matter how many soul crystals he refined, he couldn't progress further. Finally, he returned to the Soul Heart King's small spirit domain. Since the Soul Heart King had transcended, the domain was now ownerless and close enough to merge with his own domains. Lin Moya naturally became the king of the Soul Heart small spirit domain and merged it with his own. After merging, his soul power increased slightly but not enough to help him break through to the second-tier soul. Lin Moya realized he had hit a bottleneck. He then returned to his soul world and used the Fate Tao to simulate and ponder his bottleneck. He meditated for nearly 50 years in his soul world and finally found some clues. Actually, he had returned 50 years ago and was aware of recent events on the origin continent. He knew his deterrent effect would weaken over time until it disappeared completely. Moreover, those from the external Great Tao would certainly continue to cause trouble. The appearance of the protective fortresses was quite normal. He wasn't afraid of strong enemies but rather those hiding in the shadows like invisible snakes, ready to strike unexpectedly. If these snakes were out in the open, they wouldn't be as dangerous. So, Lin Moya used the Great Tao's power to reveal all the protective fortresses, putting everything out in the open. He wanted his enemies to come at him openly, without resorting to underhanded tactics. Lin Moya shared his thoughts with Antares and then left, using the Great Tao's temporary authority. Under the cover of the thousand paths and myriad phenomena formation, no one except Antares knew Lin Moya had departed. Lin Moya appeared above the southern continent, where a massive city lay below. Snowflakes fell from the sky, and Lin Moya's figure blended with them, making his presence unknown. From the city below, countless voices reached his ears. The Cold Water Holy Land and the Question Tao sector fighting more fiercely. The battlefield spans tens of thousands of miles, and several cities have been reduced to ruins. It's true the Cold Water Holy Land evacuated its people early, but the Question Tao sect suffered greatly. The ordinary people are being slaughtered. The Question Tao sect has 6 large cities and 13 small ones, with over 16 million people, not a single one alive. Alas, when gods fight, mortals suffer. Those people are truly pitiful. I don't know when this great war will end. It's said the Question Tao sect intentionally let these people die. They're preparing a secret ritual. If successful, the Cold Water Holy Land will be severely damaged. Lin Moya moved to another city and heard more voices. The southern continent had been extremely unstable over the past few decades, with constant conflicts between various forces. From small skirmishes among minor forces to intense battles between major ones, many cultivators had died. However, more ordinary people were killed, caught in the crossfire, with casualties impossible to count. The Cold Water Holy Land took care of its ordinary people, evacuating them in advance, which reduced casualties. In contrast, forces like the Question Tao sect treated lives as worthless and didn't care. They even used ordinary people to perform secret rituals, employing extremely vicious methods. Since these people were native to the origin continent, no matter how they died, it was considered an internal affair, and the Great Tao wouldn't intervene. However, Lin Moya would intervene because he was human and had personal feelings. He sided with the Cold Water Holy Land. According to my calculations, the bottleneck comes from 2 sources. First, it's karma. Unresolved karma forms a chain, influencing me from the depths. Second, it's the Great Thousand Worlds as their master. If the Great Thousand Worlds aren't strong or perfect enough, it creates a bottleneck. Over 50 years, Lin Moya simulated and found many reasons. The second reason was highly likely but difficult to resolve. As for whether it was the first reason, he would try to sever karma. If it worked, he would know. Severing karma didn't mean cutting off emotions or righteousness. It could be done in various ways. He had once spared the Question Tao sect, which left lingering issues. Many people died because of the Question Tao sect, and although their deaths weren't directly related to him, Lin Moya felt some karma was involved. If he had destroyed the Question Tao sect back then, those people might not have died. Of course, the karma Tao was unpredictable. Perhaps they would have died for other reasons, but it wouldn't have been connected to him. This time, to verify if his bottleneck was related to karma, Lin Moya decided to try something. His method was simple: completely eradicate the Question Tao sect and sever karma. If severing karma eased his bottleneck, it would prove his speculation was correct. If not, he would try other methods. Lin Moya arrived at the border between the Cold Water Holy Land and the Question Tao sect, where the land had been ravaged by continuous battles. The origin spiritual veins of both sides clashed, destroying the terrain, turning it into a desolate wasteland. Nearby cities were in ruins, and even the local spirit beasts had died out. Lin Moyo felt the countless vengeful spirits calling out, as many people had died here. Cultivators who came here would feel oppressed and uncomfortable. The Time Dao's power resonated, and Lin Moyo pointed a finger, time reversal. The Time Dao cast a shadow, replaying past events. During the war, the Question Dao sect had disregarded ordinary people, watching them die. Afterward, the Question Dao sect's disciples used artifacts to absorb the souls, intending to use these soul-filled artifacts for a malicious secret ritual. Lin Moya knew the Question Dao sect's legacy came from the external Great Dao, and naturally, those from the external Great Dao wouldn't care about ordinary people on the origin continent. It was normal for them to do such things. I take responsibility for the karma that has led to the deaths of countless people. I will kill to sever karma, without questioning right or wrong. Lin Moya declared to the heavens, using his identity to inform the Great Dao that he was going to kill. Lin Moya transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards the Question Dao sect. Chapter 3686. Chapter 3686, 3686. Chapter 3686, He won't live long. At the Coldwater Holy Land's frontline base, all the strong members were gathered. Gu Hanjing sat at the forefront, with Gu Hanyu, the ancestor of the Coldwater Holy Land, beside her. Although Gu Hanyu held the highest position and was the strongest, he still yielded the first seat to Gu Hanjing. The reason was simple: Gu Hanjing was Lin Moya's aunt. Just because of this, no one dared to take her seat. Even if she were just an ordinary person, everyone would respectfully let her sit on the master's throne. Gu Hanjing said, recently, a 6th-tier soul can enter the origin continent. The Question Dao sect's strongest ancestor has arrived. The faces of the Coldwater Holy Land members turned serious. The Question Dao sect's ancestor had descended with a 6th-tier soul cultivation, putting immense pressure on them. This was a tricky problem, as Gu Hanyu was only a 7th-tier soul, and even at the high stage, he was still inferior to a 6th-tier soul. The balance of power between the two sides was disrupted, making the Coldwater Holy Land situation difficult. Gu Hanyu said, I can form an alliance with Old Tree to handle the Question Dao sect's Dao Lord, but apart from him, the Question Dao sect has another Dao Lord. Gu Hanjing added, that Dao Lord, Xiu Su, is an 8th-tier soul. Although our ancestors, Song and Bing, are 9th-tier souls, they can exert their full strength on the origin continent, but Xiu Su cannot. So, we can still handle him. The problem is that we've entangled the Question Dao sect's Great Dao realms, and our 9th-tier Dao Venerable isn't enough. According to intelligence, the Question Dao sect is preparing a secret ritual that uses 1,000,000 dead souls as a catalyst. Once successful, it will pose a threat to us. We want to stop them, but the Question Dao sect has a 6th-tier soul ancestor holding down the fort, and our actions have ended in failure. So, I plan to launch a full-force attack on the Question Dao sect before they complete the ritual, even if it means paying some costs. Gu Hanyu said, I know about the Question Dao sect's ritual, called the Wanling Sacrificial Soul. It's an ancient curse technique, truly sinister and powerful. Once cursed, the consequences range from a significant drop in cultivation to the destruction of the soul. This technique isn't targeted at individuals. Its scope is vast enough to cover a large area of our holy land, even affecting the origin spiritual veins. I agree with Gu Hanjing's approach. Even if it means paying some costs, we must stop them. Gu Hanjing continued, if we fail to stop them, I'll go find my brother-in-law. She didn't want to bother Lin Moyu unless absolutely necessary. If it really didn't work out, she would have to muster the courage to ask for his help. After all, he was her brother-in-law. Just then, a voice came, Brother Gu Hanyu, the Question Dao sect's secret ritual has started. Everyone was shocked and immediately flew out to observe from afar. 10,000 miles away, a black cloud rose, filled with the cries of countless vengeful spirits. The wails grew louder, and even these cultivators felt a deep sense of unease. The Question Dao sect was using 1,000,000 souls to perform a powerful secret ritual, aiming to turn the Coldwater Holy Land into a land of ghosts. Gu Hanjing's expression turned serious. It seems they completed it so quickly. Did our information go wrong? Gu Hanyu said, perhaps they feared delays would lead to changes, so they launched it early. The power isn't as strong as it would be at its peak, but it's still sufficient. If this ritual explodes within our Holy Land's range, all living beings within 100 million miles will be affected. But now it's too late to stop it. It seems we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. The Question Dao sect's strong members stood before the black cloud, ready to block anyone who approached. At this moment, Gu Hanjing thought for a moment, Ancestor, please lead some of the elders to block them. I'll go find my brother-in-law. Just as she finished speaking, Old Tree's voice floated in, no need to go. Lin Moyu is already here. Lin Moyu appeared in the sky, his clear voice echoing across the heavens. The Question Dao sect, using 1,000,000 lives as sacrifices, has lost all humanity. Today, I, Lin Moyu, will use the mandate of heaven to settle the karma between the Question Dao sect and the heavens. After today, the Question Dao sect will cease to exist. He waved his hand, and the world-burning fire exploded, transforming into a sea of flames that descended upon the land. The world-burning fire officially displayed its power on the origin continent, illuminating the southern continent. In an instant, the Question Dao sect disciples screamed incessantly. Some weaker Dao venerables had their souls extinguished, their bodies turning to ash in the fire. The stronger ones used artifacts to resist, but they couldn't last long. The two great Dao realms in the Question Dao sect fought against the world-burning fire, but their efforts were minimal. They couldn't save anyone, not even themselves. The black cloud formed by the Wanling's sacrificial soul ritual quickly withered in the flames. Lin Moya's arrival was like a heavenly decree, unleashing the world-burning fire mercilessly, giving the Question Dao sect no chance. He made it clear that he came to kill, not to reason. The flames reached the sky, drawing the attention of numerous external Great Dao realms. Is that Lin Moya? When did he go to the southern continent? He said he would destroy the Question Dao sect. This is an internal conflict on the origin continent. Why should he care? He's relying on the mandate of heaven to do as he pleases. Does the Great Dao really not intervene? Lin Moya's authority is too great. He controls everything. Now, what level has he reached? He seems to have grown much stronger again. Some people used artifacts to check Lin Moya's cultivation level. Lin Moya moved his mind, and with a thought, several divine runes flew out, exploding in the air. Those who tried to observe Lin Moya's cultivation had their artifacts shattered, revealing nothing. In the midst of the fire, the Question Dao sect's ancestor and Dao Lord charged out, roaring, "Lin Moya, I'll fight you to the death." Lin Moya casually threw a punch, unleashing a powerful force that shook the void. Countless fists rained down on the Dao Lord like a storm. The Dao Lord's body exploded on the spot, his soul screaming as it was blown into the fire. Lin Moya's punch killed the 6th-tier soul Dao Lord, demonstrating that he had the power to kill any external Great Dao realm on the origin continent. This punch was also a warning to everyone: behave, or face death. The onlookers shared the same thought. Lin Moya never used words to reason. He spoke with strength, killing those who were dissatisfied. This approach made many people uncomfortable. Now he's being so domineering with the mandate of heaven, but once it ends, he will surely die. That's right, several Dao Lords will take action. Even if he has several Dao Lords backing him, they can protect him for a while, but not forever. Heaven will make him crazy before his downfall. He won't live long. Lin Moya ignored these voices and continued to speak. Chapter 3687. Chapter 3687, 3687. Chapter 3687, Don't underestimate me. On the origin continent, internal conflicts are allowed, but harming ordinary lives is not. Whoever violates this will face my merciless wrath. Lin Moya's voice, imbued with the power of the Great Dao, spread across the entire origin continent through the authority granted by the mandate of heaven. Billions of living beings, humans, demons, sea creatures, dragons, insects, and spirit beasts heard his words without exception. Language barriers were irrelevant, as everyone heard the message in their native tongue. Lin Moya used the heavenly speech, under which there was no such thing as not understanding. At that moment, thunderstorms swept across the origin continent, with lightning striking everywhere. The Great Dao used its own method to inform everyone that Lin Moya's words were true. Ordinary lives were often seen as insignificant by some strong cultivators. Killing millions wouldn't even raise an eyebrow. However, Lin Moya understood that ordinary lives were the true foundation of the origin continent. The Question Dao sect's actions had already led to a severe decline in their fortune, and Lin Moya's appearance was essentially a heavenly punishment. Therefore, destroying the Question Dao sect wouldn't incur punishment from the heavens. However, many self-proclaimed strong cultivators didn't understand this. The world-burning fire continued to rage, and the Question Dao sect's strong members had all been killed. The countless vengeful spirits in the black cloud were also being refined. By now, nearly 9 out of 10 of the Question Dao sect's strong members had died. Lin Moya extinguished the world-burning fire and flew towards the Question Dao sect's mountain gate. This was just a branch. Many more disciples remained at the main gate. Those disciples might not have participated in the war or stained their hands with blood, but this didn't matter. They would still die. They had made the choice to join the Question Dao sect, and everyone must take responsibility for their choices. If they were innocent, then the millions of ordinary people who died were even more so. The Question Dao sect was finished, and everyone knew Lin Moya wouldn't spare anyone. Lin Moya revealed his ruthlessness to all, showing them what true dominance meant. Upon arriving at the Question Dao sect, he released over 100 divine runes, weaving them into a simple confinement formation. The sea skeleton god general then charged in, killing everyone. The protective formation collapsed, the mountains crumbled, and the sect was overturned. Blood flowed like rivers within the Question Dao sect, and nothing remained. A fire ignited, not ordinary flames but those imbued with the Great Dao's power. The fire burned with blood as its base and souls as its fuel, consuming the entire Question Dao sect and erasing its legacy. After hundreds of years, only historical records would remain of the Question Dao sect. Lin Moya completed his task and slowly disappeared, as if he had never appeared. His actions and words left an indelible mark. The warring forces became more cautious, ensuring that ordinary lives were evacuated before engaging in battles. If evacuation was impossible, they would take their battles to the skies, changing the battlefield. Many ordinary people set up altars in their homes to honor Lin Moya, viewing him as a benefactor. The entire origin continent underwent a rapid transformation. In the external Great Dao realms, various Great Dao cultivators looked at each other in surprise. Only after reflecting did they understand what Lin Moya had done. Good grief, Lin Moya's thoughts are deeper than we imagined. Yes, I only realized now that he wasn't acting impulsively but was taking advantage of the situation. The Question Dao sect lost its people and fortune, and Lin Moya used the Great Dao's momentum to eliminate them. By announcing this to the world, all ordinary people will remember Lin Moya and thank him. The power of faith. Although they are just ordinary people, their numbers are overwhelming. Lin Moya will gain immense faith power from this. Could it be that his rapid cultivation is also related to the power of faith? These Great Dao cultivators speculated about Lin Moya's intentions, with various theories emerging. In their eyes, Lin Moya became a cunning and unpredictable figure. His terror wasn't just in his ruthlessness but also in his strategic thinking. This made them even more convinced that they should avoid conflicts with Lin Moya before his mandate of heaven ended, as there would be no benefits. After handling the Question Dao sect, Lin Moya returned to the central continent and left a message for Antares before returning to the Void Realm. The power of faith. Don't underestimate me. Lin Moya couldn't help but smile when he heard the great Dao cultivator's words. He had indeed acted in accordance with circumstances, but it wasn't for the power of faith. He was driven by karma and the mandate of heaven. The mandate of heaven tasked him with guarding the central continent and the origin continent. Ordinary lives were the foundation of the origin continent, and since the Question Dao sect had harmed this foundation, they naturally faced punishment. He also took the opportunity to sever karma with the Question Dao sect, testing whether it would ease his bottleneck. Unfortunately, the change in karma didn't alleviate his bottleneck. Lin Moya realized that his obstruction was indeed a karma issue. The remaining problem was his great thousand worlds. Being the master of the world was a double-edged sword. While it allowed him to lead the world's development and utilize its power, the world could also become a hindrance to his progress. If the world wasn't strong enough, his own advancement would be limited. This was his current situation. The great thousand worlds had led him into a bottleneck, making it difficult to progress. Understanding the problem, Lin Moya couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. In the past, it was because my realm wasn't high enough that my techniques couldn't be refined. This time, it's reversed because the great thousand worlds aren't strong enough. I can't advance my realm. Knowing the problem, he needed to find a solution. The only way was to strengthen the great thousand worlds, but this wasn't something that could be done easily. There were 3 methods to make the great thousand worlds stronger. First, with time, the great thousand worlds would naturally evolve and grow stronger. If he could guide this process, he could accelerate the evolution, but even then, the speed would be measured in millions or tens of millions of years. The second method was to refine other worlds, using their world crystals to strengthen the great thousand worlds. However, refining other worlds wasn't easy. He would need to find a world in its core, and then use the world-burning fire for refinement. If the world was too powerful, not only would he fail to refine it, but he would also face danger. Even if the world was weak, it would contain billions of lives. Without any grudges, Lin Moya couldn't bring himself to kill them. It wasn't that he was soft-hearted, it was just that doing so would incur endless karma, potentially leading to future misfortunes. Ideally, he would find a world without life or one that had already died but hadn't fully collapsed. Such worlds were extremely rare. This left only the third method. Chapter 3688. Chapter 3688, 3688. Chapter 3688, Lin Moya learned a lesson. Lin Moya's soul flew through the void realm, and as his realm improved, his connection to his soul world grew stronger. Now, in the Golden Furnace Great Soul domain, he could clearly sense his soul world from any corner, even transmitting some information. He flew towards an unknown direction, pondering the previous issues. In over 100 years, using the Seeking Realm symbol, I found 60 worlds and clashed with 8 Dao Lords. None of these worlds met my requirements. Lin Moya realized that the worlds he sought were too rare, so he had to consider the third method. Apart from natural evolution and absorbing world crystals, he had another way to evolve his great thousand worlds, by evolving enough great Daos within it. Great Daos were the inevitable result of a world's growth and evolution, determining all the rules in the world. Normally, the stronger a world was, the stronger its great Daos would be. Conversely, stronger great Daos could also nourish a world, making it more robust. When unable to absorb enough world crystals, enhancing the great Daos within the world was another viable option. Lin Moya already had a method to do this. In his great thousand worlds, there were many illusory bodies carrying the great Dao insights he had gained from the origin ancestral land. These insights were brought into the great thousand worlds to accelerate the evolution of the great Daos. Additionally, there were some liches that also carried great Daos, helping the great thousand worlds evolve more great Daos. Compared to the illusory bodies, the liches carried more pure and powerful great Daos. Previously, Lin Moya was satisfied with his approach, but now he realized it was far from enough. Lin Moya concluded his shortcomings. The number of great Daos is insufficient. There are too few great Daos, whether they are from the origin continent or branch great Daos. The great Daos in the great thousand worlds are not strong enough. I need to find a way to enhance them. Relying solely on my own insights won't work. The fastest method should be to use elemental liches. Having clarified his thoughts, Lin Moya knew what he needed to do next. He would utilize the properties of elemental liches to strengthen his great Daos. Before that, he had to find suitable materials to summon elements. The materials couldn't be of a low level, they had to be at least at the great Dao realm, or the carried great Daos would be insufficient, and evolution would remain slow. Moreover, after using elemental liches to evolve great Daos, he would have to give up those liches. The number of elemental liches was limited even now. As a third-tier soul great Dao realm cultivator, he could only possess 30 at a time. The external great Dao realms on the origin continent must have suitable great Dao realm materials, but he couldn't access them yet. So, Lin Moya turned his attention to the Void Realm and other worlds. The Void Realm also had great Dao realm materials, though they were scarce. He needed to find a way to enter other worlds and locate suitable materials without invading or engaging in a great Dao contest. He wanted to find a suitable method. As Lin Moya's mind moved slightly, some elemental liches in the great thousand worlds dispersed. Their powers transformed into great Daos within the great thousand worlds, and the positions of the elemental liches were vacated. The elemental liches that had helped him greatly were now abandoned, and Lin Moya felt a pang of reluctance. However, he had no choice. Sometimes sacrifices were necessary for further progress. Over 100 years, Lin Moya had found many worlds, some strong and some weak. In the stronger worlds, there were Dao Lords, and he had clashed with several of them. Since it wasn't a great Dao contest, they hadn't fought to the death. However, none of these Dao Lords were easy to talk to, and it was impossible to form friendships. Those Dao Lords knew that they came from different worlds, and at their level, a final battle was inevitable. Such friendships were pointless. Lin Moyo quickly found another world, one he had visited 4 years ago. Back then, he encountered a Dao Lord who wasn't human but a lion-like humanoid from a special species. In the Void Realm, there were countless worlds, and while humans dominated most of them, other species were also numerous. Lin Moyo wasn't surprised by this. This time, he returned and met the lion-like Dao Lord again. Lin Moyo waved his hand to dispel the chaotic mist, gazing at the Dao Lord from 10,000 meters away. Since they weren't enemies, and the origin continent's great Dao power couldn't reach here, they could communicate through their souls. "You're back." The lion-like Dao Lord's voice echoed in Lin Moya's ear. Lin Moya spoke calmly. "Lin Moya greets you, Dao friend. May I ask how you are addressed?" His tone was neither humble nor arrogant, calm as water, because he didn't know the Dao Lord's temperament or the customs of that world. In some worlds, smiling could be seen as a challenge, while being fierce might be a sign of friendship. Without knowing the customs, it was better to show no expression. The lion-like Dao Lord sized up Lin Moyo. "You and I come from different worlds. One day, we will have a battle. Why bother knowing each other's names?" Lin Moya replied, "Fate is unpredictable. Who knows if we'll be friends or enemies in the future? Even if we become enemies, it doesn't hinder our friendship now." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "I am Jinshi, the Golden Lion." The conversation finally made progress, and with this beginning, the rest would be easier to discuss. Lin Moyo asked, "Golden Lion Dao friend, may I ask why you guard the outside of your world?" "I have no hostile intentions towards your world, I'm just curious." Along his journey, Lin Moyo had encountered several worlds where Dao Lords guarded the outside. He didn't understand why they did this, as any invasion from the Void Realm would naturally alert all Dao Lords in the world. Moreover, such invasions from the Void Realm weren't the greatest threats. True invasions came from the real world. However, several Dao Lords did the same thing, so there must be a reason. Lin Moyo asked this question both to understand the reason and to build rapport for his future plans. The Golden Lion Dao Lord looked at Lin Moyo. "You don't know? Doesn't your world have Dao Lords guarding it?" Lin Moyo shook his head. "No, please enlighten me." The Golden Lion Dao Lord observed Lin Moyo. "You're only a third-tier soul, not knowing is normal. It seems your world isn't strong enough yet." Lin Moyo remained silent, implicitly acknowledging this. The origin continent was strong enough, with many Dao Lords, but the Golden Lion Dao Lord's words didn't require him to show weakness. Sometimes, admitting weakness could lead to greater benefits and make the Golden Lion Dao Lord less cautious. The Golden Lion Dao Lord explained, "Great Dao contests often mark the beginning of world conflicts. Dao Lords guard the outside of their worlds to prepare. If a strong enemy comes, we can take our world away to avoid disaster. This world is strong enough, but there must be even stronger worlds. It's a serious matter that requires caution." Listening to the Golden Lion Dao Lord's explanation, Lin Moyo understood. He bowed towards the Golden Lion Dao Lord. "Thank you, Dao friend, for your guidance. I have learned a lesson." Chapter 3689. Chapter 3689, 3689. Chapter 3689, Transaction. The Golden Lion Dao Lord was cautious, revealing the strength of his world through his words. He also told Lin Moyo that if there were dangers, they could move their entire world to safety. This way, some people wouldn't be able to locate their real world by tracking its position in the Void Realm. This made Lin Moyo think of the origin continent. In the past, when the origin continent was extremely powerful, perhaps it was too confident and didn't need Dao Lords to guard it. It might have even welcomed attacks from other worlds, planning to counterattack. If that were true, such extreme confidence would have dealt a severe blow to the origin continent, taking thousands of years to recover. The fact that it survived until now was already a testament to its good fortune. Perhaps seeing Lin Moyo's third-tier soul cultivation and knowing he wasn't there for a great Dao contest, the Golden Lion Dao Lord was willing to converse with him. However, even so, he only slightly relaxed his guard. It was difficult for beings from different worlds to truly trust each other. Not immediately attacking each other was already a good start. After chatting for a while, 10,000 meters apart, the Golden Lion Dao Lord gradually relaxed his vigilance. Lin Moyo said, "I'll be honest, I came specifically to find you, Dao friend." The Golden Lion Dao Lord's eyes narrowed slightly. "I know you must have a purpose. Speak." Lin Moyo explained, "Due to certain reasons, I can't obtain Great Dao Realm materials, but I need them for my cultivation." The Golden Lion Dao Lord scrutinized Lin Moyo with a skeptical gaze. "Great Dao Realm materials? Will any Great Dao Realm materials do?" Lin Moyo shook his head. "Of course not. Considering my realm, I have some requirements. At least the materials should match my level. As for the properties of the materials, I'm not particular. However, the rarer the materials, the higher the price I can offer." The Golden Lion Dao Lord spoke in a low voice. "You and I come from different worlds, and our Great Dao rules differ. Our materials might not be usable for you, and what you offer might not be needed by us." Lin Moyo looked at the Golden Lion Dao Lord. "If I'm not mistaken, your soul has been injured and hasn't healed, right?" The Golden Lion Dao Lord's gaze turned sharp, exuding a dangerous aura. His soul had indeed been injured and hadn't healed, but he had hidden it well. Even other Dao Lords wouldn't be able to see through it, so how did Lin Moyo discover this? Lin Moyo said, "Don't misunderstand, I have a special ability to see if a soul is damaged. Your soul is injured, though you've hidden it well. It's still visible to me." In the vast worlds, there are countless unique abilities. You shouldn't be surprised that I have this ability, and I mean no harm. As he spoke, Lin Moya tossed a spiritual flower across 10,000 meters to the Golden Lion Dao Lord. This flower can heal your soul's injury. If you don't believe me, you can test it on someone else who has a similar injury. The Golden Lion Dao Lord was filled with doubt, but the prospect of healing his soul's injury was highly appealing. Lin Moya's expression remained calm. He knew the Golden Lion Dao Lord would definitely try it. The Golden Lion Dao Lord's soul injury wasn't simple, it came from the Black Blood Realm. Having dealt with the Black Blood Realm multiple times, Lin Moya could recognize it at a glance. If it were an ordinary soul injury, the Golden Lion Dao Lord would have recovered by now. This also meant that the Golden Lion Dao Lord's world had clashed with the Black Blood Realm, and more than just him were injured. The Golden Lion Dao Lord created a clone, sending it into his world with the spiritual flower. He himself remained guarding the entrance. Lin Moya sat cross-legged in the void, patiently waiting. Half a day later, a fierce soul flame appeared behind the Golden Lion Dao Lord, and another Dao Lord flew out from his world, covering millions of miles to reach the Golden Lion Dao Lord's side. This Dao Lord was also lion-like, with a similar appearance to the Golden Lion, but his body was silver. He asked immediately, where did this flower come from? The Golden Lion Dao Lord glanced at Lin Moya 10,000 meters away. It was given by Lin Dao Friend. The Silver Dao Lord turned to Lin Moya. Lin Dao Friend, do you have more of these flowers? From his tone and expression, he seemed more enthusiastic than the Golden Lion. He slowly opened his eyes. I do. The Golden Lion Dao Lord suddenly growled, Ain, be quiet. The Dao Lord called Ain obeyed immediately, closing his mouth. The Golden Lion Dao Lord asked, Ain, who used the flower? Ain replied, Z used it, and his injury has healed. The Golden Lion Dao Lord whispered, are you certain? Ain nodded, of course, he's already recovered. He should be here soon. The Golden Lion Dao Lord's gaze became complex, clearly realizing that Lin Moya hadn't deceived him. Indeed, shortly after, several more Dao Lords arrived. Each of them was lion-like, with different body colors. Their names were based on their colors: gold, silver, purple, black, yellow, and green. The 5 lion-like Dao Lords stood together. Lin Moya thought to himself, this world is quite interesting. Among the 5 Dao Lords, all had soul injuries except for Z. His injury had healed, and Lin Moya could still sense the aura of the spiritual flower on him. After a discussion, the Golden Lion Dao Lord spoke up, Lin Dao Friend, how many more of these flowers do you have? Lin Moya replied, I have a few more, but not many. I'd like to exchange them for some materials. The Golden Lion Dao Lord nodded and relayed Lin Moya's request to the others. Immediately, 2 of them produced several materials. Materials that could be brought into the Void Realm were never of a low level and usually possessed virtual properties. Purely virtual materials were extremely rare. Most were a mix of virtual and real properties, which was the case with the materials they offered. The Golden Lion Dao Lord waved his hand, and several materials flew towards Lin Moya. These Dao stones come from various great Daos and have different properties. All are above the 3rd tier level. Do you find them acceptable, Lin Dao Friend? Lin Moya examined the Dao stones, which came from different great Daos and had various properties. After observing them for a while, he said, may I try one? The Golden Lion Dao Lord nodded, you may. Since Lin Moya had already received a spiritual flower, his request to try one wasn't excessive. Lin Moya picked up a red Dao stone, which possessed fire attributes from the Fire Great Dao. It was at the 3rd tier soul level, making it an extremely fine material. Although the Great Dao rules differed slightly from world to world, their fundamentals remained the same, all originating from the origin ancestral land. Lin Moya summoned an elemental lich, and gray flames rose from his palm. The Dao stone slowly transformed and melted in the flames, eventually giving birth to an elemental lich covered in flames before everyone's eyes. Chapter 3690. Chapter 3690, 3690. Chapter 3690, The Black Blood Realm's Whereabouts. The red Dao stone transformed into an elemental lich, named the Great Dao Fire Spirit. It was enveloped in flames, only fist-sized, and looked somewhat adorable. Great Dao Fire Spirit. Realm, 3rd tier Great Dao. Rank, perfect. Lin Moya's face showed a hint of a smile. What mattered wasn't the strength of the elements or the lich but the Great Dao power it contained. This could complement his great 1,000 worlds, making the Great Daos within it more complete and powerful. In this moment, Lin Moya gained a deeper understanding of his techniques. The elemental lich technique was particularly special among his summoning arts. Other summoning techniques had a common trait, enormous numbers. In contrast, he could only summon 30 elemental liches. Compared to the skeleton god general's billions, 30 was a tiny number. Therefore, elemental liches couldn't rely on quantity, they had to rely on quality or other aspects. Lin Moya once thought that if he could obtain top-tier Great Dao Realm materials early on and summon a first-tier Great Dao Realm elemental lich, he might dominate the Great Dao Realm. However, he later realized that obtaining such materials was even harder than finding first-tier Soul Great Dao Realm materials. Even if he summoned a first-tier Great Dao Realm elemental lich, it wasn't guaranteed to truly protect him. The Fallen Sword Star Lord's elemental lich, which wasn't even at the Great Dao Realm, was already weak. Now, Lin Moya understood that elemental liches, apart from being combat tools with magical abilities, had an irreplaceable ability to carry and complete Great Daos. Their limited number was due to this ability being too extraordinary, requiring balance in other aspects. The Great Dao of Heaven and Earth emphasizes balance. While there can be extraordinary things, there won't be anything extremely unbalanced. Lin Moya looked at the Golden Lion Dao Lord. These materials can be exchanged. His words brought joy to the Golden Lion Dao Lord and the others. For these Dao Lords, materials were nothing compared to healing their soul injuries. As long as their injuries could be healed, external possessions were insignificant. The Golden Lion Dao Lord asked calmly, how do we exchange them? Since a trade was possible, the next step was to negotiate prices. They wouldn't think that lacking materials would be exchanged for just one flower. Lin Moya said, for third-tier soul Great Dao materials like this, 100 pieces can be exchanged for one flower. For second-tier soul materials, 10 pieces for one flower, and for first-tier soul materials, 1 for 1. Lin Moya offered a fairly reasonable price. Although these top-tier Great Dao realm materials were rare, their scarcity couldn't compare to that of the spiritual flowers. If these Dao Lords had a way to heal their injuries, they wouldn't have waited until now. Even Lin Moya could offer an exorbitant price, but he didn't. The Golden Lion Dao Lord was visibly surprised. He had expected Lin Moya to demand a high price, planning to haggle. Noticing Lin Moya's reasonable offer, he felt somewhat embarrassed not to haggle. Just as he was about to agree, Lin Moya spoke again. I have another request based on this foundation. The Golden Lion Dao Lord replied politely, please speak. Lin Moya said, I have specific requirements for the types of Great Dao materials. For the same material, I will only accept one piece. For example, for a third-tier Great Dao realm material like the one earlier, I will only accept up to 100 pieces. Since the flowers are limited, I must set this condition. Please understand. Now, Lin Moya had the upper hand. It wasn't him seeking to exchange, but the others seeking him out. Everyone knew this, and Lin Moya's lack of excessive demands was already generous. This small request was naturally acceptable. After discussing, the Golden Lion Dao Lord and the others made a decision. Alright, we can agree to your request. Please wait while we gather the materials. Lin Moya nodded, no rush, take your time. Except for the Golden Lion Dao Lord, the other Dao Lords immediately returned to their world to gather Great Dao materials. Seeming to feel that their injuries were about to heal, the Golden Lion Dao Lord's gaze softened slightly. Lin Moya asked, if I'm not mistaken, your injury was caused by the Black Blood Realm, right? The Golden Lion Dao Lord's expression changed. You also know about the Black Blood Realm. Lin Moya replied, the Black Blood Realm once invaded my world. The Golden Lion Dao Lord was visibly surprised, his eyes filled with thought as if recalling distant memories. After a while, he spoke again. At that time, they were migrating their world. It was as if they were passing by. They wanted to devour us, using our world as nourishment. We fought desperately to escape. In the vast Void Realm, the Black Blood Realm's migration coincidentally encountered the Golden Lion Dao Lord's world. This event, with odds less than 1 in a billion, showed that the Golden Lion Dao Lord's world was quite unlucky. Lin Moya roughly understood the situation. It seemed that after the Black Blood Realm failed to invade the origin continent, they feared their own world would be invaded and decided to migrate. Lin Moya asked, do you know where the Black Blood Realm went? The Golden Lion Dao Lord shook his head. I'm not very clear. They left in a hurry, seemingly fleeing. Judging from their route, they should be leaving the Golden Furnace Great Soul Domain. Leaving the Golden Furnace Great Soul Domain was a decisive move, fitting the Black Blood Realm's nature. Lin Moya said, please don't trouble yourself to guide me. In the Void Realm, there was no concept of direction. Whether it was a large or small soul domain, they were all constantly moving and changing. The movement of small soul domains was determined by large ones, and the direction of large soul domains was decided by the 9 primordial origin virtual treasures. Each time these treasures resonated, the positions of the soul domains would change. It was possible that the Golden Furnace Great Soul Domain was once next to the Jian Mu Great Soul Domain, but after a resonance, it changed to another. However, Lin Moya believed that the Golden Lion Dao Lord, as a Dao Lord, would have a way. The Golden Lion Dao Lord thought for a moment. I can try, but I'm not sure if it will work. Lin Moya said, regardless of the outcome, I thank you in advance. The Golden Lion Dao Lord radiated a golden aura, a majestic pressure typical of a Dao Lord spreading into the void. His soul shone brightly, with a faint black light flashing within the injury left by the Black Blood Realm. He was using his injury to seek the Black Blood Realm's whereabouts. A great Dao faintly appeared, and Lin Moya was surprised, the Causality Dao. He hadn't expected the Golden Lion Dao Lord to know the Causality Dao. However, upon reflection, it didn't feel right. If the Golden Lion Dao Lord truly understood the Causality Dao, his soul wouldn't have been injured, or he would have recovered by now. Lin Moya observed carefully and reached a correct conclusion. It's not the Causality Dao, he's just using a secret technique to touch upon a hint of the Causality Dao. Chapter 3691. Chapter 3691, 3691. Chapter 3691, His Own Path. The Golden Lion Dao Lord's secret technique formed a faint light that shot into the void and disappeared. Then, a crystal appeared in his hand, with countless facets pointing in numerous directions. The Golden Lion Dao Lord handed the crystal to Lin Moya. This is the Causality Crystal. You can use it to find directions, but it can only be used 10 times. After that, it will self-destruct. Lin Moya accepted the Causality Crystal and sincerely thanked the Golden Lion Dao Lord. I appreciate this, and I will remember your kindness. He didn't give the Golden Lion Dao Lord a spiritual flower, even though he could have. Doing so would have turned their interaction into a transaction, changing its nature. The Golden Lion Dao Lord asked, Lin Dao friend, are you seeking the Black Blood Realm to cause them trouble? Lin Moya nodded. Whether it's me personally or my world, we have a blood feud with the Black Blood Realm. If there's an opportunity, we will certainly avenge it. The Golden Lion Dao Lord didn't dissuade him, only whispering, the Black Blood Realm is treacherous. If they hadn't been forced to migrate back then, our world would have fallen. Suddenly, he realized, the Black Blood Realm was defeated by a powerful world back then. Could that world be yours? Lin Moya didn't deny it. It wasn't just the Black Blood Realm that was repelled, there were also the Heavenly God Realm and several weaker worlds. The Golden Lion Dao Lord said, "My strength is limited, and I can't offer much help. I can only wish you success." The Black Blood Realm was an enemy to them as well, but he was aware that his world wasn't a match for the Black Blood Realm. Even a severely damaged Black Blood Realm could destroy them, so they never thought of seeking revenge. Lin Moyo understood his thinking. It was a wise choice to prioritize self-preservation. As a Dao Lord, one had to consider the entire world, not just oneself. It was now certain that the Black Blood Realm had left the Golden Furnace Great Soul Domain. With the Causality Crystal, Lin Moyo had a chance to find it. However, it wasn't the right time yet. With his current strength, going after the Black Blood Realm would be suicidal. About a day later, several Dao Lords, including Ain and Az, returned. They brought back a large amount of materials, all above the third-tier Great Dao Realm. Each of them had collected materials independently, resulting in some duplication. The Dao Lords categorized and counted the materials based on their properties and quality. In the end, they had 481 pieces of third-tier Soul Great Dao materials and 59 pieces of second-tier Soul Great Dao materials. Lin Moyo gave them 14 spiritual flowers, enough to heal their injuries. To verify the flower's effect, Ain activated one and was immediately healed. Their injuries were almost fully recovered, and the flowers easily handled the remaining damage. Lin Moyo asked, "Are you satisfied, Dao friends?" The Golden Lion Dao Lord replied, "Thank you, Lin Dao friend. We are very satisfied with the exchange." Lin Moyo smiled, "That's good. I'll take my leave now. We'll meet again if fate allows it." The Golden Lion Dao Lord didn't detain him. "Lin Dao friend, farewell. If you need anything, come back to find us." Lin Moyo joked, "If I run out of materials, I'll come back with a thick face. But by then, I don't know if you'll still need flowers." The Golden Lion Dao Lord laughed, "No worries, if we're friends, we don't necessarily need to exchange things." Lin Moyo could sense that the Dao Lords in this world were kind and had peaceful mindsets, not fond of conflict. However, as Dao Lords, they had to fight for their world. After Lin Moyo left, he returned to his soul world. This time, his gains were substantial. He transformed all the Great Dao materials into elemental liches, which then merged into the Great Thousand Worlds, enhancing its Great Daos and driving its evolution. As the Great Thousand Worlds grew stronger, Lin Moyo's restricted cultivation level might be broken through. This was the result Lin Moyo had deduced, though it was still uncertain. Returning to his soul world, Lin Moyo immediately entered the Great Thousand Worlds. It seemed to sense his return, as the entire Great Thousand Worlds radiated joy. To Lin Moyo, the Great Thousand Worlds was like a newborn child waiting to be nurtured. He began summoning elemental liches using the materials he had obtained. One by one, elemental liches with diverse properties were summoned and immediately merged into the Great Thousand Worlds, becoming its Great Daos. Previously, he had used illusory bodies to carry his insights into the Great Thousand Worlds, laying the foundation for its Great Daos. However, his personal insights were limited and superficial. Even with the illumination of the Yin-Yang origin, it would take a long time to accumulate more. From that moment on, his cultivation limit was tied to the Great Thousand Worlds. This was his own path. Lin Moyo couldn't wait that long and had to find another way. Using elemental liches to complete the Great Daos was the method he thought of. The elemental liches drove the evolution of the Great Daos, and the Great Thousand Worlds rumbled continuously. Lin Moyo could feel the Great Thousand Worlds growing stronger, and his stagnant cultivation showed a slight improvement. Indeed, it's effective. Lin Moyo was delighted, realizing that his plan was correct. As long as the Great Thousand Worlds grew stronger, he could continue to break through. One by one, the elemental liches strengthened existing Great Daos in the Great Thousand Worlds and added new ones that didn't originally exist. Thus, the Great Daos in the Great Thousand Worlds rapidly grew stronger and more numerous. The strength of a world largely depends on the intensity and number of its Great Daos. The more powerful and numerous they are, the stronger the world becomes, allowing it to accommodate more. Different worlds and Dao Lords varied greatly in strength. Just a day later, all the Great Dao materials obtained were transformed into elemental liches and merged into the Great Thousand Worlds. Lin Moyo's aura surged, and his soul world radiated brilliant light, visible through the gaps in the world tree. The bottleneck was shattered, and Lin Moyo finally advanced from the third-tier soul to the early second-tier soul. At this time, the Great Daos in the Great Thousand Worlds permeated everything, influencing all the Middle Thousand Worlds and Small Thousand Worlds. Under the influence of these powerful Great Daos, the Middle Thousand Worlds grew stronger, and the evolution of the Small Thousand Worlds accelerated. My path shouldn't be wrong. I won't rely on Great Daos or become a Dao Lord. I'll walk my own path. When my Great Thousand Worlds are complete, its Great Daos will be my Great Daos. I won't be a Dao Lord, I will be the life of the world. Lin Moyo's heart was filled with ambition. He flew back into the Void Realm, with the Seeking Realm symbol leading the way, searching for the next world neighbor. His eyes had become incredibly determined, and his Dao heart was unshakable. Perhaps this was a path no one had ever taken, but this time, he was determined to see it through. I'd like to update all the Dao names. What would you all prefer they be called? I'm getting tired of constantly renaming them. For example, we have the Undying, Immortality, and Undead Dao, Karma, Causality, and Cause and Effect Dao. Chapter 3692. Chapter 3692, 3692. Chapter 3692, Reencountering Shinshin. The Seeking Realm symbol flew through the Void Realm, searching for the next world. In his small soul domain, Lin Moyo had many real worlds, but he wasn't familiar with each one's situation. He could only find them one by one. For him, the first time he directly approached the Golden Lion Dao Lord's world was mainly because they had injured souls, and he could use the spiritual flowers as leverage. As for what the next world would be like or whether they would be as easy to talk to, it was hard to say. Previously, Lin Moyo hadn't had any needs, so even when he clashed with other Dao Lords, he only fought briefly and didn't go all out. Now, things were different. He had confirmed that his path was correct, so the nature of his actions changed. If the other party couldn't communicate properly, he would have to use force. Anyone who blocks my way is an enemy. Just like the great Dao contests between Dao Lords, where they fought to the death without personal grudges, all for the sake of their great Daos. This was the causality of the great Daos, an inescapable fate from the moment one embarked on the cultivation path. Even if Lin Moya didn't want to become a Dao Lord, he couldn't escape this causality. His great thousand worlds needed to grow quickly, requiring the power of other worlds. No world's great Daos were complete. Even the powerful origin continent had many incomplete great Daos. Lin Moya wanted to achieve something extremely difficult but had no choice. A day later, guided by the Seeking Realm symbol, Lin Moya found another world. Before he could approach, massive forces dispersed the chaotic mist, causing the virtual beasts within to flee in panic, fearing they would be killed if they were slow. Someone is fighting. Lin Moya's heart stirred, and he quickly followed the commotion. His gaze focused, and he saw a familiar figure. It's him. He actually found this place. Shenshin cultivated the heavy water great Dao and had reached the high stage of the first tier soul, making him one of the top figures in the origin continent. He was strong enough to rival some branch Dao Lords. Previously, Lin Moyo had helped Shinshin find the heavy water great Dao, and Shinshin had been searching for other worlds along this path. This process was difficult and long. Lin Moyo hadn't seen Shinshin again after that, and with the Void Realm experiencing tidal storms, he thought Shinshin had fallen during those events. Unexpectedly, they met again here. When Lin Moya saw Shinshin's opponent, his eyes turned sharp. Shinshin's adversary was a Dao Lord with the lower body of a long snake and an upper body resembling a large, flat lizard. It was a member of the Lizard God tribe from the Lizard God realm. They were once subordinates of the Heavenly God realm and one of the worlds that invaded the origin continent. Lin Moya flew over, his eyes filled with killing intent, but he didn't intervene. This was Shinshin's Great Dao contest, and he shouldn't interfere. Both sides were cultivating the heavy water Great Dao, transforming it into countless arrow-like water droplets that flew through the void. The Great Daos were the same, and their methods were similar. Each water arrow was as heavy as 1,000 kilograms, capable of crushing mountains. In the void, billions of these water arrows clashed, with neither side yielding. Lin Moyo observed that their strengths were evenly matched, making it difficult to determine the winner. His gaze swept past them to a nearby world barrier, which belonged to the Lizard God realm. Why didn't I notice this was the Lizard God realm when I passed by before? He hadn't entered the world then because he didn't need to. He just glanced and left. He had seen many living beings and strong cultivators in that world. Now that he knew it was the Lizard God realm, there was no need for courtesy. He wouldn't need to negotiate material exchanges. He could simply enter and take what he wanted, just as they had done to the origin continent in the past. Even though Lin Moyo wanted to transcend the origin continent and become the master of his own world, he never denied being a member of the human race from the origin continent. Some causalities were his to bear. Lin Moyo waited for Shinshin and his opponent to determine the outcome. In his view, their strengths were similar, but Shinshin wasn't a Dao Lord, and this was the opponent's home turf, putting Shinshin at a slight disadvantage. Halfway through the fight, Shinshin suddenly deployed a treasure. The treasure transformed into a pool of heavy water, and Shinshin entered it. His aura surged, and his power rapidly increased. Although not a Dao Lord, he temporarily possessed the might of one. Lin Moya's heart stirred. Shinshin cultivated the heavy water Great Dao, and this pool of water was the essence of the heavy water Great Dao from the origin continent. Shinshin had managed to use the heavy water Great Dao, allowing him to become a Dao Lord-like existence temporarily. After deploying the heavy water Great Dao, Shinshin gained the upper hand and began to overpower his opponent. The Lizard God tribe's Dao Lord retreated step by step, letting out a deafening roar. The Lizard God tribe's cry was unpleasant, not sharp but a nauseating feeling that reached the soul. Even Lin Moyo, as a bystander, was slightly affected, while Shinshin stumbled back 3 steps. After the roar, the Lizard God tribe's Dao Lord's aura plummeted, and he turned to flee back into the Lizard God realm. Shinshin didn't pursue. He simply sighed and recalled the heavy water Great Dao. Lin Moyo flew over to greet him. "Shin Dao friend, we meet again." Shinshin saw Lin Moyo and couldn't help but smile. "It's Lin Dao friend, what a coincidence." In the vast Void Realm, their encounter was both coincidental and fateful. Lin Moyo asked, "Have you been in the Void Realm since we last parted?" Shinshin nodded, "Yes, I've been here. After you helped me find the heavy water Great Dao, I followed it and found another world. I didn't expect that world to be extremely strong, with a Dao Lord equally powerful. I wasn't a match and had to retreat." Lin Moya said, "You managed to save your life, which is already a testament to your strength. How did you survive the tidal storms?" Shinshin smiled wryly, "Don't even mention it. During the tidal storms, I was being pursued. It's funny, after my first defeat, I not only escaped but quickly found another world. I was extremely lucky to find a new world in such a short time. I thought I could become the Dao Lord of that world since it also had the heavy water Great Dao. However, I was too late. A new Dao Lord had emerged in that world. This new Dao Lord wasn't very strong, but I still lost to them in a battle. I was defeated by their heavy water Great Dao. I was injured and fled, and that person began to pursue me. They had a secret technique that could devour my heavenly path. I don't know how long I ran, but the tidal storms suddenly erupted, and that Dao Lord fell during the storms. I was lucky I survived by using the heavy water great Dao left behind by that Dao Lord. After the tidal storms, my injuries healed, and I tried to find that world again. However, the world had changed positions during the storms, and I couldn't find it. After that, I've been searching in the soul void until I found this world. Unfortunately, this Dao Lord is too cunning and always escapes back into their world. There are many strong cultivators inside, so I didn't dare enter and have been stuck here. Lin Moya listened and then asked in a low voice, Shandao friend, do you know that this world is the lizard god realm? Chapter 3693. Chapter 3693, 3693. Chapter 3693, they won't come. The lizard god realm. Upon hearing these three words, Shenshin suddenly erupted with a fierce killing intent. Previously, Shenshin had given off a gentle impression, speaking calmly and unhurriedly. Even in life or death battles, he remained unchanged. However, now, just the mention of the lizard god realm made Shenshin's killing intent boil over, which surprised Lin Moyo. Shenshin seemed to grit his teeth, his voice filled with killing intent coming from deep within his soul. I didn't expect it to be them. I finally found them. Lin Moyo asked, Shindao friend, do you have a deep grudge against the lizard god realm? Shenshin replied in a low voice, my family is from the origin continent. After I reached the Great Dao realm, I left my family and came to the Heavenly Water Dao sect in the Outer Great Dao. When the origin continent's catastrophe erupted, I fought alongside my sect but couldn't attend to anything else. After the catastrophe ended, I learned that my family had been destroyed by the lizard god realm. Lin Moya sighed, I didn't know you were from the origin continent, Shindao friend. You must have. Shenshin was lost in thought. I've thought about returning to find out, but back then, the origin continent was sealed, and I couldn't enter. I could only ask fellow Dao friends who fought on the origin continent to confirm that my family was gone. I once vowed that if I ever found the lizard god realm, I would annihilate it, leaving nothing behind. Lin Moya could sense Shinshin's hatred for the lizard god realm. For someone like Shinshin, who seemed like a refined gentleman, once he set his mind on killing, it would be hard to quench his anger. Lin Moyo asked, in which continent was your family located? Shenshin replied, the Xiannen continent. During the origin continent's catastrophe, the Xiannen continent sank, and my family was lost. Lin Moya's heart stirred. He knew more about the deeper situation of the origin continent's catastrophe than many others. He muttered to himself, back then, the 5 continents didn't sink because they were defeated. It was the origin continent's world will and great Dao power that intentionally submerged them. Although many died, some survivors were sent to other continents. Hearing this, Shinshen's eyes lit up. Please, Lin Dao friend, tell me more. Lin Moya continued, the heavenly sealing Dao Lord, with the absolute heaven sealing formation, sealed the heavenly god realm's army at the bottom of the boundary sea. The formation's base was the 5 heavenly poles. The heavenly sealing Dao Lord worked with the world will to relocate most of the survivors from the 5 continents. Later, humans migrated several times and eventually settled mostly in the southern continent. I remember that in the southern continent, within the cold water Holy Land's territory, there was a city called Nanshui City, and the main family there was surnamed Shin. Besides that, there are several sizable Shin families on the southern continent. Perhaps your family might still exist. Lin Moya's words gave Shinshin hope. Shinshin said, thank you, Lin Dao friend, but no matter what, I will annihilate the lizard god realm. For my family, for the origin continent, this hatred cannot be resolved. Lin Moya smiled. Lin Moya and Shindao friend share the same goal. Why don't we join forces and annihilate the lizard god realm? Although Lin Moya appeared to be only at the second-tier soul, Shinshin could sense that he was unfathomable. At this moment, Shinshin realized that since their last meeting, only a few hundred years had passed a blink of an eye for him. Yet, Lin Moyo had advanced from the 7th-tier soul to his current level. This cultivation speed was terrifying. Therefore, Shinshin didn't doubt Lin Moya's suggestion. If Lin Dao friend assists, I believe we can succeed. Lin Moya said, my strength is limited, we can only try our best. Shinshin thought for a moment. To ensure we're fully prepared, should I go back and bring a couple of Dao Lords? Lin Moyo asked, are they origin continent Dao Lords or branch Dao Lords? Shinshin replied, naturally, they are branch Dao Lords. With my strength, I couldn't summon origin continent Dao Lords. Lin Moya sensed an underlying tone in Shinshin's words. The Dao Lords Shinshin knew weren't necessarily close friends, and it wouldn't be easy to get them to risk their lives here. Not everyone would care about the origin continent's grudge, especially after becoming a Dao Lord. They would focus more on their own great Dao contests, often ignoring external matters. Even if they came, there was a chance they might not contribute much. However, to annihilate an entire realm, without the help of Dao Lords, it would be very challenging with just their strength. Lin Moyo had self-awareness in the Void Realm. He could kill Dao Lords, but if they wanted to escape, he couldn't stop them. It wasn't reliable. Lin Moyo thought for a moment, I also know a few Dao Lords. Why don't I go invite them first? If they don't come, I'll bother Shindao friend later. Shinshin didn't refuse, which confirmed Lin Moya's speculation that Shinshin's relationship with these Dao Lords was complicated. The Lizard God Realm's location was now confirmed. Lin Moya left the Skeleton God General there, along with Shinshin, so he wasn't worried about them escaping. Moreover, relocating an entire realm wasn't easy and required the cooperation of many Dao Lords, so they likely wouldn't flee. He rushed back to his soul world at the fastest speed. 2 days later, he returned to his own soul world. In the central continent, Antares suddenly sensed Lin Moya's awakening. He transmitted a message asking, you said you wouldn't be back for a while. Lin Moya replied, something came up, and I need to return for a bit. His gaze swept towards the outer Great Tao, where many strong cultivators stood, watching the origin continent without knowing what they were looking at. Lin Moya saw numerous soul flames, with Tao Lords hiding among them. He also found the person he was looking for. Heaven Tao Lord. Heaven Tao Lord, originally named Wang Wenchen, had become a Tao Lord and was known as the Purple Thunder Tao Lord. He was hiding in the void, focusing on the origin continent. More accurately, he was watching over Lin Moyo himself. Wang Wenchen had once said he would always guard Lin Moyo, and he kept his word. Finding his target, Lin Moya's soul stirred, and he transmitted a message. Heaven Tao Lord, can you help me with something? Wang Wenchen, hiding in the void, slightly raised an eyebrow. Lin brother, you're back. Lin Moya said, I'm back. I need to find the third ancestor. Can you help me bring him here? Wang Wenchen nodded. Alright, I'll go find him. Lin Moya saw Wang Wenchen's soul flame disappear as he went to find the third ancestor. Antares asked quietly, what else do you have to do here? Lin Moya chuckled, it's not related to here, it's about something in the void realm. Antares became increasingly curious, what's happening in the soul void? Lin Moya didn't hide it, I found the lizard god realm and planned to gather people to annihilate it. Antares was startled, you plan to launch a massacre directly in the soul void? Lin Moya saw Antares' surprise and asked, what's wrong? Antares said, if those guys from the small soul domains come, there will be danger. Lin Moya thought for a moment and realized that Antares was referring to the kings of the small soul domains. In their view, these kings were very dangerous. Lin Moya smiled lightly, don't worry, they won't come. Chapter 3694. Chapter 3694, 3694. Chapter 3694, Killing Reality with the Virtual. In the Void Realm, Tao Lords and the kings of small soul domains were evenly matched, or even slightly inferior in some aspects, due to the immense power granted by the primordial virtual treasures. First-tier souls generally turned and fled upon seeing the kings of small soul domains, not wanting to engage with them. Only Lin Moyo viewed the kings of small soul domains as insignificant. With just the 1000 Tao illusionary formation and the world-burning fire, he could severely injure them. Adding the catastrophe staff, erasing them wasn't a problem. Previously, he had done just that, resulting in the absence of kings in dozens of nearby small soul domains. He had also seized all the primordial virtual treasures, making him the king of the small soul domains. Since the lizard god realm was within the small soul domains he controlled, he didn't need to worry about other kings interfering. Seeing Lin Moya's confidence, Antares stopped asking questions. He knew Lin Moya was someone who never acted without certainty and wouldn't joke with his life. Half a day later, Wang Wenchen returned with the third ancestor, the Beast Emperor, and the king of the Boundary Sea. The Beast Emperor was the Tao Lord of the Wind Great Tao, the third ancestor was the Tao Lord of the Balance Great Tao, and the king of the Boundary Sea was the Tao Lord of the Water Great Tao. Their three great Taos were all from the origin continent, and as Tao Lords, they were incredibly powerful. However, being newly promoted, they couldn't fully unleash the power of their great Taos yet. In the Void Realm, their strength would be slightly greater than Xinshan's, who was a high-stage first-tier soul. Wang Wenchen had found the three together, so they all came along. The third ancestor transmitted a message asking, Lin Young One, what's this about? Lin Moya replied, I've found the location of the lizard god realm. Are you interested in destroying it together? The expressions of the third ancestor and the others changed, clearly moved. They hadn't forgotten the grudge against the lizard god realm. The third ancestor asked quietly, is it just the location in the void realm? Have you discovered their position in the real world? The Beast Emperor whispered, if we can find their location in the real world, I'll go and slaughter them. Compared to destroying them in the void realm, the third ancestor and the others preferred to annihilate them in the real world. As long as their real world existed, it wouldn't be a complete victory. If the enemy's Tao Lord escaped with their soul world, it would be troublesome. Lin Moya said, I don't know their real world location yet, but it's not important. I have a secret technique that can erase their real world through the soul void. This statement left the third ancestor and the others silent. After a while, the third ancestor spoke in a low voice, is there really such a technique that can kill reality with the virtual? He wasn't very convinced. In their traditional understanding, the soul void was a place for cultivation and great Tao contests, though it was fraught with danger. Destroying a world was something that should be done in the real world. The usual method was to find the target in the void realm, lock onto it, and then use the mapping relationship between the void realm and the real world to enter the world's mist and find the enemy's real world. This was the conventional way, but Lin Moya was taking a different approach, killing reality with the virtual. This was something they had never thought of or seen anyone achieve. However, since Lin Moya said it, they couldn't doubt its authenticity. After exchanging glances, they made their decision to trust Lin Moyo. Lin Moya said, the grudge against the lizard god tribe must be avenged. Perhaps you won't gain much from this, but if we succeed, the world will of the origin continent will reward us. The third ancestor said, my great Tao is the balanced great Tao, where all things are balanced. The lizard god tribe once launched an invasion against us, causing immense damage. We should retaliate to seek balance. After becoming a Tao Lord, the third ancestor's way of speaking had changed, perhaps due to the power of the great Taos or revealing his true nature. The Beast Emperor simply said, why think so much? We have a grudge, let's just avenge it. The king of the Boundary Sea also whispered, I'll gather my army and accompany Lin Young Friend to attack them. Lin Moya said, no need for a large army, just a few of you accompanying me will do. I'll wait outside the origin world. If you see my skeleton god generals in the soul void, let them guide you. They were not as familiar with the soul void as Lin Moyo. Once inside, they would likely lose their way. Lin Moyo had already deployed a large number of skeleton god generals in the soul void corresponding to the origin continent. Finding just one would provide guidance. This way, they would save a lot of time. Lin Moya's aura disappeared with his voice as he re-entered the void realm. He rode the little python through the world barrier, dispersing the chaotic mist, and waited quietly. Over the past 100 years, the little python had gained immense benefits following Lin Moyo. Feasting on virtual soul pills, the little python had evolved into a third-tier virtual beast. Its size was much larger, even when shrunk it was over 100 meters, and when fully extended, it could reach up to 10,000 meters. Its scales released dazzling light under the faint glow of the void realm. However, the little python remained obedient, knowing its master was a formidable existence. As long as it listened, it would receive endless benefits. The little python asked, "Master, how do you plan to destroy the lizard god realm?" Lin Moya replied, "Surround and annihilate them." These 4 words summed up Lin Moya's tactic. It didn't require complex strategies or plans. Surrounding and killing would suffice. The current skeleton god generals had the strength of mid-stage second-tier souls, not the most powerful, but their numbers were overwhelming. Once billions of skeleton god generals charged forward, even someone like Shinshin, a high-stage first-tier soul, would be troubled. Although Shinshin could eventually break through, the process would be arduous. In situations where the strength difference wasn't extreme, no one could ignore the numerical advantage. Lin Moya waited for a moment before sensing a message from a skeleton god general. It had found someone. The first to be found was Wang Wenshin, who wanted to join in on the excitement. Lin Moya naturally had no reason to refuse, and having another Dao Lord wasn't bad. The skeleton god general led Wang Wenshin directly to the outside of the world. Wang Wenshin's eyes were filled with astonishment. "I didn't expect Lin brother to have reached such a level. It's truly astonishing." When Lin Moya was in the origin continent, his cultivation level couldn't be clearly seen from the outer Great Dao, not even by a 2.5 Dao Lord. In fact, Lin Moya's true cultivation level had become a mystery. Some people guessed that Lin Moya was at the 5th tier soul, while others thought he was at the 4th tier soul. No one dared guess that Lin Moya was already at the 3rd tier soul. If true, it would be too terrifying. This thought wasn't unique to others. Even Wang Wenshin had guessed that Lin Moya was at most a 4th tier soul. Yet, upon seeing him now, Lin Moya was already at the 2nd tier soul. In just a few hundred years, Lin Moya had advanced from the 7th tier soul to the 2nd tier soul, a feat without precedent. Lin Moya smiled, "It's just luck." Wang Wenshin shook his head. Even the children of the world before the origin continent's catastrophe weren't as impressive as Lin brother. Lin Moya smiled, "Before the 3rd ancestor and the others arrive, why don't you tell me about the children of the world? I'm quite excited." Chapter 3695. Chapter 3695, 3695. Chapter 3695, He Won't Tolerate Me. Lin Moyo had largely understood the events before and after the origin continent's catastrophe. Among these, he discovered a peculiar point: the world's child. The world's child gathered more than half of the origin continent's luck, but during the catastrophe, the world's child was sacrificed, and it was a deliberate act. The world's child's fate shouldn't have been this way. With the accumulated luck of the origin continent, they should have stood at the pinnacle of the world. Even with the catastrophe, they shouldn't have been sacrificed. It was like in the Great World, where during the most dangerous times, someone like Xiao Zhantian, who gathered the luck of the human race, emerged to save the world. This, in Lin Moya's view, was the correct choice. However, sacrificing the world's child and returning their luck to the world was a decision Lin Moya couldn't understand. Wang Wenshin, with a thoughtful expression, recalled the distant past. "As for the world's child, I don't know much, but I'll share what I do know. Legend has it that when the world's child was born, all the great Daos resonated, and every Dao Lord simultaneously learned of their identity. They were born of the world's will, possessing 60% of the origin continent's luck. Dao Lords weren't qualified to take them as disciples, but they were taught by heavenly teachings. From a young age, they mastered various secret techniques and received endless favor. No one dared to harm them. Their cultivation was smooth, without bottlenecks, and they broke through to the great Dao realm in just 10,000 years, unprecedented in history." Wang Wenshin paused. Indeed, they were unprecedented, but saying there was no one after them was no longer true. Lin Moyo, who had lived for only a few thousand years, was already at the 2nd tier soul great Dao realm, surpassing the world's child in many ways. Wang Wenshin coughed lightly and continued, "After reaching the great Dao realm, their cultivation speed slowed but was still much faster than others. Later, during the origin continent's catastrophe, the world's child was at the 6th tier soul. The 6th tier soul was somewhat useful during the catastrophe, but not much. However, they possessed 60% of the origin continent's luck, so they were sacrificed, and their luck returned to the heavens." Lin Moyo asked, "Was he truly sacrificed?" Wang Wenshin replied, "It seems so, but I'm not entirely clear. Perhaps the 3rd ancestor knows more." Just then, the 3rd ancestor's voice came from the side, "You're saying that I might know more?" The skeleton god general had led the 3rd ancestor there, and he had overheard some of the conversation. Upon seeing Lin Moyo, the 3rd ancestor exclaimed, "Lin young one, you've reached the 2nd tier soul." Lin Moyo chuckled, "It's nothing surprising." The 3rd ancestor snorted, "Indeed, nothing that happens to you is surprising anymore." Lin Moya said, "We were just discussing the world's child. You arrived at the right time." The 3rd ancestor frowned slightly, "What's there to discuss about the world's child?" Lin Moyo asked, "Question Heaven Dao Lord said the world's child was sacrificed. Was it forced?" The 3rd ancestor replied, "Does it matter? The great Daos needed to reclaim their luck, and he couldn't do anything about it. Lin Moya said, couldn't he have quickly risen to the pinnacle of the great Daos, leading all the Dao Lords to change the course of events? If the great Daos were willing, it should have been possible. The third ancestor shook his head, perhaps it could have been done, but the fake great Dao was destroyed during the catastrophe, and the world's child was destined not to reach the highest peak. They primarily cultivated the fake great Dao. Lin Moya's heart trembled. The world's child cultivated the fake great Dao, which was the first great Dao to be shattered during the catastrophe. From then on, the world's child lost the possibility of becoming a Dao Lord and was ultimately sacrificed. Fake great Dao. World's child. Lin Moya tried to connect the two, feeling there should be a relationship between them. He had interacted with the origin continent's heavenly mandate great Dao many times and had glimpsed some clues. Intelligence. The world will of the origin continent, or its great Daos themselves, seem to have been born with intelligence. Normally, world wills only had instincts and shouldn't have intelligence. The world should operate within predetermined rules, which aren't easily changed. Once a world will gains intelligence, it can easily alter these rules, making it unpredictable for the entire world. A sufficiently intelligent world will could lead the world towards greater glory. If it's selfish, it could lead the world to destruction. It's unclear if the origin continent has given birth to a world will, but Lin Moyo had a vague feeling. This can't be judged unless he directly interacts with the world will. Lin Moyo could only infer from the world's child's experiences. The world's child's sacrifice was indeed forced. Because the fake great Dao was shattered, the world's child couldn't reach the pinnacle, so they were sacrificed. This also indirectly suggests that the world will must have gained intelligence, making choices. It was precisely this reason that the world will cultivated the world's child. If things had developed normally, the world's child should have become the Dao Lord of the fake great Dao. They would have become the representative of the world will, not the master of the world but superior to one. In this way, the origin continent couldn't have a true world master. If a world master appeared, they would have to control the world will. With intelligence, why would the world will willingly be controlled? As Lin Moyo pondered, the third ancestor said, by the way, back then, the Beast Emperor was close to the world's child. When the world's child dispersed, the Beast Emperor was by their side. Lin Moyo glanced to the side, and as he mentioned the Beast Emperor arrived. Upon seeing Lin Moya's cultivation level, the Beast Emperor let out a sharp cry. The third ancestor said, calm down, there's no need to be so shocked. Lin Moya looked at the Beast Emperor, seeing their true form for the first time. The Beast Emperor usually shrouded themselves in mist, making it impossible for outsiders to see their true appearance. Sometimes, they only revealed what they wanted others to see. However, now in the soul void, appearing in a soul form, they couldn't hide their true identity. The third ancestor chuckled, how do you like it? Didn't expect them to look like this, did you? Lin Moya said, it's reasonable. The Beast Emperor was indeed from the demon tribe but wasn't one of the 10 royal families. They were a heaven-devouring mouse. Not just Lin Moya was shocked, even Wang Wenchen was surprised. In the outer great Dao, heaven-devouring mice were highly sought after. Heaven-devouring mice were also known as treasure-seeking mice, and many people wanted to obtain one because they had an innate ability to find treasures. Especially when entering the world mist or exploring strange lands, heaven-devouring mice were incredibly effective. The Beast Emperor said quietly, I am the first heaven-devouring mouse in the origin continent. Do you have any objections? Lin Moya shook his head, you should know that Lin Garden has a heaven-devouring mouse. The Beast Emperor said, I know. If not for your kindness towards it, I would have eaten you long ago. The third ancestor snorted, you're all talk. Tell me, when the world's child was sacrificed, did they say anything? The Beast Emperor thought for a moment, I think they did say something. It was a long time ago, and I remembered after thinking for a while. They said, he won't tolerate me. I will go with cause and effect Dao. Undead. Side note, I do prefer undead as it fits the theme, but since more people prefer immortality and it's a more accurate translation, I'll stick with immortality. Chapter 3696. Chapter 3696, 3696. Chapter 3696, Reversing Cause and Effect. He won't tolerate me. The third ancestor and the others looked at the Beast Emperor with puzzlement, clearly not understanding the meaning behind his words. Lin Moyo, lost in thought, glanced back at the world barrier. Black Senior has arrived. The king of the Boundary Sea, whose true name was Mo He, was called Old Black by the third ancestor and the Beast Emperor. He belonged to the Great Whale clan and initially lived in the Boundary Sea of the origin continent. After achieving the Great Dao, he entered the Water Great Dao. After the origin continent's catastrophe, he sought to reclaim the position of Dao Lord of the Water Great Dao by re-entering the origin continent and the Boundary Sea, becoming the king of the Boundary Sea. Now, as the Dao Lord of the Water Great Dao, the third ancestor and the Beast Emperor still referred to him as Old Black, a nickname that didn't hold much significance to him. Upon seeing Lin Moyo, the king of the Boundary Sea reacted similarly to the Beast Emperor, being startled by Lin Moya's cultivation level. Lin Moya smiled, please, seniors, follow me. He led the way, flying towards the Lizard God realm. The journey was shrouded in thick mist, covering vast distances in the blink of an eye. The Beast Emperor wondered, why haven't we seen any virtual beasts? The third ancestor also whispered, it's indeed strange. They had previously encountered virtual beasts in the soul void, even if they didn't consider them significant. However, now, not a single virtual beast was seen, which was peculiar. Lin Moya didn't speak, continuing to fly forward, distancing themselves from the origin continent. Only when they were far away, roughly the distance of a small soul domain, did Lin Moya stop. Seniors, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should. The Beast Emperor said, among us, there's nothing we can't discuss. Speak freely. The third ancestor chuckled. What are you thinking, little fox? Lin Moyo hesitated but eventually pulled out two primordial virtual treasures, the soul-devouring fire basin and the Soul Heart King's soul-shaking treasure mountain. The soul-devouring fire basin spewed forth flames, creating a sea of fire that surrounded them. The soul-shaking treasure mountain radiated a brilliant light, enveloping everyone. The third ancestor was astonished. These are primordial virtual treasures. How did they end up in your hands? Lin Moyo replied, over the years, I've killed several kings of small soul domains. The others exchanged glances, shocked by what Lin Moyo had done. Killing the kings of small soul domains wasn't something to be taken lightly. Even with primordial virtual treasures, becoming a Dao Lord didn't guarantee the ability to kill these kings. The third ancestor seemed to realize something. Lin Youngwon, did you use the great Dao Essence fire? Lin Moya said, you're focusing on the wrong point, seniors. The important thing is what I'm about to say. The third ancestor then understood why Lin Moyo had hesitated earlier. What do you want to say? Lin Moya said, based on my judgment, the world will of the origin continent has gained intelligence and self-awareness. His words exploded like thunder in the minds of the others. At their level, they naturally understood Lin Moya's words. For a world, the true endpoint for a cultivator is to become a Dao Lord. After achieving this, they must continue to strengthen their great Dao through contests, eventually entering the great Dao's true body. Only then can they be considered true Dao Lords. Currently, the third ancestor and the Beast Emperor mastered projected great Daos, not the true bodies of the great Daos, which remained in the origin ancestral land. Once someone becomes a true Dao Lord, they will transcend their world, enter the origin ancestral land, and reflect their great Dao into the origin ancestral land. This is the final destination for Dao Lords. However, before entering the origin ancestral land and mastering the true body of the great Dao, one must inevitably transcend their own world. They would no longer be Dao Lords under the world but would become Dao Sages above it. Projected great Daos exist within the world, while the true bodies of the great Daos are above it. When the origin ancestral land descended, it firmly suppressed the entire origin world using the power of the great Dao's true body. If the world will has gained intelligence, it would not allow anyone to transcend it, meaning their path to mastering the true body of the great Dao would be cut off. Once someone tries to transcend the world will would erase them. As Dao Lords within the world, they would find it difficult to prevail against the world will. This outcome was despairing for many Dao Lords. Mo Hei's expression turned serious, his voice low. This isn't something to joke about. How did you come to this conclusion, Lin brother? Lin Moya replied, you all know I was granted heavenly teachings, which allowed me to interact with the world will. However, at the time, I didn't feel anything special. Recently, I've seen many worlds in the soul void and helped a small soul domain king transcend. I witnessed their struggle against the world will, which raised some doubts in my mind. That world will seem different from the one on the origin continent. After several attempts, I acted out of bounds on the origin continent, intentionally provoking punishment, and each time, I received clear guidance from the heavenly teachings. You should also understand that the world will shouldn't behave this way. It should follow the grand trend without changing, but allow for minor adjustments. Especially during the origin continent's catastrophe, the fate of the world's child reinforced my speculation to over 70%. The Beast Emperor's mention of the world's child's last words brought my speculation to 90%. The world will of the origin continent has gained intelligence, perhaps not strong, but it must have its own thoughts. So, I'm warning you seniors to be cautious. Lin Moya's words were logical and convincing, and they had to believe him. However, this was still just Lin Moya's speculation and couldn't be fully confirmed. At this moment, Lin Moya pulled out a mirror. Seniors should recognize this mirror. The Beast Emperor's nose twitched. This is the Kiga mirror you obtained from the illusory god's child. Lin Moya said, this mirror has the ability to reverse cause and effect, and it's most effective in the soul void. Today, with your witness, I'll use it to confirm the final link, turning my 90% speculation into either 100% or 0. Speculations have only two outcomes, correct or incorrect. Therefore, Lin Moya decided to verify it. The third ancestor guessed what Lin Moya was about to do. This is dangerous. Lin Moya replied, it doesn't matter, this is important. Even if it costs something, it must be done. The others remained silent, knowing this had to be done. Since Lin Moya chose to do this, it meant he was confident in his ability to escape unscathed. Lin Moya used his soul power to activate the Kiga mirror, declaring loudly, using the third ancestor as the cause and transcendence as the effect, reverse cause and effect. The Kiga mirror burst forth with dazzling light, and the third ancestor's figure appeared within it. Then, a world unfolded before them, which they recognized as something from the origin continent. The third ancestor stood atop an unnamed mountain peak, gazing up at the sky. A massive, cold, and merciless eye appeared in the sky, and with just one glance, the third ancestor's body exploded. Chapter 3697. Chapter 3697, 3697. Chapter 3697, Failure Means Martyrdom. In the light projection, the third ancestor's body exploded, his soul scattering. In the soul void, the third ancestor's soul trembled violently, a chill rising from the depths of his heart. Anyone who saw their own death would struggle to remain calm. The eye that killed the projected third ancestor turned towards Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo acted swiftly, cutting off his soul power and pulling out the artifact spirit, Little Kying, but it was too late. The Kiku mirror exploded with a loud bang, and Lin Moya's soul shattered like a balloon. This situation startled everyone. Lin Moya's soul had been destroyed so easily. A purple light appeared out of nowhere, and Lin Moya's soul was reborn within it. The destroyed Kigu mirror was fortunate to have little Kying pulled out in time. It stared blankly around, nearly frightened to tears by the terrifying presences. Lin Moya quickly grabbed it and stored it away. Artifact spirits were valuable, sometimes more important than the Kigu mirror. Reborn, Lin Moya calmly said, "Fortunately, I reacted quickly and didn't reveal my identity. The previous arrangements worked. The primordial virtual treasures blocked the world will's probing, and my identity remains hidden." The third ancestor trembled, asking, "Is it really him?" Lin Moya nodded. "Before, I was 90% sure, but now I'm 100% certain that the world will of the origin continent has gained intelligence. And this intelligence is selfish. Anyone who tries to transcend will be killed. It's the law of the great Taos. I can sense that it also wants to transcend." The third ancestor, having witnessed his own death and faced the merciless eye, chose to believe Lin Moya's words, muttering, "This explains a lot." The Beast Emperor asked, "What does it explain?" Mohe seemed to understand. "The third ancestor, are you referring to the Lord of Hell?" The third ancestor nodded. "Yes, I never understood why the Lord of Hell died so easily. Now it makes some sense. If we connect the dots, we can understand it this way. Back then, the Lord of Hell didn't follow the path of great Tao contests. He wanted to directly transcend and become the world master. So, he captured the Taiyan ancestral dragon and refined it, seizing the source power of the Yin dragon Great Tao. Afterward, he planned to capture the Yang dragon ancestor, taking the source power of the Yang dragon as well, to merge them into the Yin Yang source. If successful, he would have used the Hell Great Tao combined with the Yin Yang Great Taos to transcend the world and become the first person in the world. He would have borrowed the faith of countless living beings to complete his transcendence and become the world master. However, the Yang dragon ancestor somehow received the news and escaped before the Lord of Hell could act. When he returned, he was already afflicted with a terrible curse, having entered an ancient desolate land. From then on, the Lord of Hell's plan failed, and he could only engage in great Tao contests. Ultimately, he was killed by a strong figure during the origin continent's catastrophe. The third ancestor recounted the entire process, having been close to the Lord of Hell and knowing many secrets others didn't. The Beast Emperor whispered, "Could it be that the one who killed the Lord of Hell was the world will?" The third ancestor shook his head. "It shouldn't be. The world will was the mastermind, but someone else killed the Lord of Hell. After his transcendence failed, he told me that he would inevitably die. Before, I didn't fully understand, but now I do. From that time on, the world will had been watching him, stripping him of his luck. No matter what he did, he would eventually die. In fact, from that time on, the Lord of Hell was preparing. He placed a severe curse on his own hell. If he died, hell would shatter, and its fragments would destroy the world. Because of the Lord of Hell's curse, the third ancestor is worried about the hell fragments and even fears them." The Beast Emperor said, "If there's such a secret, then we truly have no path forward." The third ancestor looked at Lin Moya. "Whether there's a path forward depends on this little fox." Several pairs of eyes turned to Lin Moya, who smiled wryly. "Don't look at me, I don't know what to do either. I'm also at a loss." The third ancestor snorted, clearly not believing Lin Moya. "If you have any ideas, speak up." The Beast Emperor chimed in, "Lin brother, if you have a plan, just say it. Don't keep us in suspense." Lin Moya said, "There is a way, but it's difficult and extremely dangerous." The third ancestor said, "I knew this little fox had a plan. Speak quickly." Initially, they thought there was no path forward, but now hope emerged. As long as there was hope, no matter how difficult, they could try. Without hope, there was nothing. Lin Moya said, "I once befriended a king of a small soul domain and helped him find a world to complete his transcendence. Although the process of transcendence is perilous, with your Tao hearts, there's a chance if you can find the right world. So, to escape the control of the world will, the best method is to find a suitable world and directly complete transcendence." The third ancestor sighed, "Finding a suitable world? The soul void is vast. Where do we even start looking?" Lin Moya chuckled, "I created a rune called the Seeking Realm rune. With it, you can spend less time searching for hidden worlds in the soul void. I've tried it many times and found dozens of worlds, but most are guarded by Tao lords, and my strength isn't enough." The Beast Emperor's eyes lit up. "Lin brother, do you mean we should forcefully take them?" Lin Moya shook his head, "Not simply by force. We need to find a suitable world, preferably one with a causal connection. If the world is too strong, I can find a way to weaken it. Before that, we'll need to work together to eliminate the top-tier strongholds in those worlds. Once we transcend, we'll become the world masters, gaining true freedom and no longer being bound by the world will of the origin continent." Listening to Lin Moya, it seemed simple, but in reality, it would be extremely difficult. The third ancestor immediately identified the key point. The third ancestor whispered, "This can only be done once. Since the world will has gained intelligence, if it happens once, it won't allow it to happen again." Lin Moya said, "It should be that way. So, we need to find several suitable worlds and act simultaneously, without giving the world will time to react. If this succeeds, we'll transcend and be free. If we fail, we won't need the world will to act, we'll be destroyed. You must think carefully." Mohe slapped his fin heavily. "What's there to think about? In a situation where we have no future, why not take a gamble? Otherwise, why become Tao lords if we're just going to be controlled?" The Beast Emperor added, "If we don't know, it's one thing, but since we do, what's the point of being Tao lords if we don't take a chance?" Up until then, Wang Wenchen had been silent, but he spoke up quietly, "I may have low strength, but I'm not willing to be anyone's puppet." Lin Moya nodded. "Since that's the case, let's take a chance." The third ancestor asked, "Little fox, are you also planning to do this?" Chapter 3698. Chapter 3698, 3698. Chapter 3698, I'll take the lead. Facing the third ancestor's question, Lin Moya shook his head. My path is different from yours. I won't become a Tao Lord, but I will have a final battle with the world will of the origin continent. At that time, the strong figures of the origin continent will likely become the world will soldiers and engage in a life or death battle with me. I don't want to face death with you seniors. The third ancestor could sense that Lin Moya's words were genuine. If they were to face each other in a life or death battle, it would be somewhat pitiful. However, if he remained in the origin continent at that time, this battle seemed unavoidable. The Beast Emperor asked, what about your friends on the origin continent? Lin Moya replied, their strength is not great, a single formation could trap them. Once I settle the battle with the world will, everything will be resolved. But you seniors are powerful, and I couldn't show mercy if we were to fight. If it were another Tao Lord, they would certainly think I'm boasting. But you understand me, you know I'm not speaking nonsense. Ordinary Tao Lords are no longer in my consideration. When the time comes, facing me could mean certain death. The third ancestor said, this matter is still early, let's not discuss it for now. Instead, let's talk about the Lizard God Realm. Do you plan to destroy it or occupy it? Lin Moya said, there are many worlds, and the Lizard God Realm isn't the best choice, but it's a good one. Firstly, it's not too strong, relatively speaking, neither the Tao Lords nor the world itself are powerful. Secondly, it has a past with the origin continent, and there's a causal connection between them. If someone becomes the master of the Lizard God Realm, they could use the cause and effect Great Tao to locate the origin continent in the real world. I'm not referring to locating it in the soul void, but in the real world. This is crucial. Once located in the real world, we can perform various operations, such as launching a feint attack on the origin continent to draw away strong forces and reduce my burden and casualties. Lin Moya isn't hiding this, it's his personal intention. Please forgive him. The third ancestor said, cultivators all have personal intentions. Without them, why cultivate? The great Taos are impartial because they lack intelligence. Once they gain intelligence, they will also have personal intentions. You've thought of reducing casualties, which is commendable. If we occupy several worlds, we can work together to locate the origin continent and launch a feint attack in coordination with you. The third ancestor spoke, and the Beast Emperor and others agreed, finding this plan feasible. They also had friends and family on the origin continent and didn't want innocent lives lost. This was the outcome Lin Moya desired, and having the third ancestor suggested was more effective than if he had said it himself. Lin Moya smiled, it's too early to discuss this now. Let's go deal with the Lizard God Realm first. The third ancestor said, you're lingering here, let's get moving. With this settled, Lin Moya felt a slight relief in his heart. He couldn't predict the future, so he could only lay out his plans as best he could. Lin Moya couldn't help but mock himself. He had unknowingly transformed from an insignificant pawn into a key player in the grand scheme, ready to clash with the entire world. Although the origin continent was just a small part of the vast universe, it was still enormous for him. He wanted to become stronger, so he had to first overturn this sea. Collaborating with the third ancestor and others was the first step in doing so. The group pierced through the thick mist, drawing closer to the Lizard God Realm. Along the way, they still didn't encounter any virtual beasts. Lin Moya had cleared them out earlier. Some were absorbed or refined into virtual soul pills, which became Little Python's possessions. Throughout the journey, Little Python remained at Lin Moya's feet, serving as his mount. It didn't speak, nor did it dare to. It didn't even want to listen. The conspiracy among these powerful figures was beyond what a mere virtual beast like it could handle. The more it knew, the more entangled it would become in causality, and the sooner it would die. Yet, it had no choice but to listen. All it could do was cling to Lin Moya's leg and not let go. The third ancestor looked at Little Python. Little Fox, your mount isn't bad. Lin Moya nodded, it's quite obedient. It's followed me for a few hundred years and knows what to do and what not to do. The third ancestor said, if it listens, it can live longer. If not, it can be slaughtered. The Beast Emperor said, don't scare the little guy. If it doesn't listen, don't kill it. I like eating virtual beasts. Mohe chuckled, your mouth is too small, you eat slowly. My mouth is big, I can swallow directly without pain. The Beast Emperor said, don't joke. If you swallow it, it would still suffer from your innate essence fire, which would be truly agonizing. Little Python trembled, listening to these terrifying figures who casually talked about eating it. Lin Moya laughed, this guy is timid. If you keep scaring it, it might die from fear. The Beast Emperor laughed heartily and patted Little Python's head, don't be afraid, little one. I'm just teasing. Little Python remained silent, focusing on moving forward. Finally, they arrived outside the Lizard God Realm. Shunshin sat motionless in the void, then stood up to greet them as he saw Lin Moya approaching with the others. Shunshin greets the Tao Lords. Shunshin bowed respectfully, recognizing these figures as Tao Lords. Especially when facing Mohe, Shunshin felt a sense of awe, feeling inferior and wanting to kneel. Lin Moya introduced, this is Shunshin, a high-ranking one-tier soul cultivator of the heavy water Great Tao. Mohe appraised him, I remember that the Great Tao has a Tao Lord. Shunshin replied, what you said is correct, sir. The Tao Lord of the heavy water Great Tao is my teacher. Mohe smiled, you don't want to take your teacher's position as Tao Lord, so you're seeking a world outside to become a Tao Lord. This idea is good, but unfortunately, you'll likely die trying. Shunshin said, I understand, but there's no other way. There's a path forward, and I must proceed. My teacher's kindness is boundless, and I can only do this. From their brief conversation, it was clear that Shen was a man of strong emotions and loyalty, unwilling to usurp his teacher's position as Tao Lord. Instead, he sought opportunities outside. It's a perilous path, but he had no choice. Lin Moya looked favorably upon Shen because of this. He thought of helping Shen achieve his goal, perhaps even becoming a Tao Lord. The third ancestor said, someone with such strong emotions and loyalty is rare. Since that's the case, let's help him achieve his goal. Mo He said, I'll take the lead. As he spoke, the void filled with water, transforming into a massive wave that surged towards the lizard god realm. Chapter 3699. Chapter 3699, 3699. Chapter 3699, a bizarre feeling. The massive waves rolled in, and the water great Tao appeared in the void. The water great Tao hadn't been reflected into the origin ancestral land, so it couldn't display its full power anywhere in the soul void. Mo He entered the soul void, where his strength would be discounted in many places. However, since they were at the lizard god realm, which had the water great Tao, Mo He could utilize it to its fullest extent. In other words, Mo He borrowed the lizard god realm's water great Tao to launch an attack. The waves mixed with Mo He's spiritual intent crashed against the lizard god realm's world barrier. In the eyes of virtual beasts, the world barrier didn't exist, but for Lin Moya and others, it was real. The barrier distorted, partially caving inward, and the waves surged in. The barrier didn't break. Its role was to filter chaotic great Tao powers, making the Taos within the world orderly. It didn't have strong defensive capabilities. Once the attack exceeded its defensive power, it would cease resistance and activate the world will, alerting all strong figures in the world of an external invasion. Shen watched this scene and finally confirmed Mo He's identity, understanding why he felt compelled to kneel. Mo He was the Tao Lord of the Water Great Tao, while Shen cultivated the Heavy Water Great Tao, a branch of the Water Great Tao. This hierarchical relationship in the Taos explained his instinctive reaction. Shen was also confident in Mo He and the others. With the Tao Lords of the Origin Great Taos present, there was nothing to worry about. The other figures seemed no weaker than Mo He. Who dares to come seeking death? A voice roared from the lizard god realm as 5 figures emerged, including the Tao Lord who had previously fought Shen and controlled the Heavy Water Great Tao. Mo He roared back, you've come at the right time. The waves suddenly became chaotic, losing their previous order. Endless water bubbles rose and burst, each explosion accompanied by massive force, like giant palms slapping the lizard god realm figures. The 5 figures were instantly destabilized, but the attack wasn't lethal. It was more humiliating than damaging. However, this was just the beginning. Mo He waved his hand, and the waves surged again, encircling the 5 figures. As they struggled to stand, they realized the danger and pulled out their treasures to try and break through the waves. But Mo He's waves were not easy to breach. His previous actions were designed to trap them. Great Tao Cage. Mo He roared, and the waves became thick and heavy, like a solid yet flexible material. The lizard god realm's 5 Tao Lords attacked, but to no avail. Mo He chuckled, once you enter my cage, it's not easy to escape. He shouted again, stab. Endless spears emerged within the cage, leaving no space for the 5 Tao Lords to dodge. They concentrated their power for defense, but the continuous barrage of spears made them suffer. These 5 were not Tao Lords of the Origin Great Taos, so they were weaker than Mo He. However, as Tao Lords themselves, killing them wouldn't be easy. The soul void space shook, and the chaotic mist was completely dispersed as the 5 figures resisted the attack. They gathered all their strength and launched a counterattack, trying to break the cage. Multiple great Taos appeared as the lizard god realm figures drove their Taos against Mo He. It was clear that Mo He was straining to maintain his great Tao cage, but the increasing force inside the cage was challenging for him. Mo He said, the first shot has been fired, you can act now. Lin Moya suggested, instead of injuring all 5, why not focus on killing one or severely wounding them? Leave the others for now. Mo He hesitated, not leave them all behind. Lin Moya shook his head, no, don't leave them. The third ancestor understood Lin Moya's strategy, Old Black, listen to the little fox. Mo He was decisive and followed Lin Moya's plan. The spears in the cage vanished instantly. The 5 lizard god realm Tao Lords breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Mo He was done, but suddenly, a massive war knife appeared. The knife struck one of the Tao Lords, and the waves erupted again, trying to separate the 5 figures and prevent them from combining their strength. Mo He focused on one target as per Lin Moya's advice. The lizard god realm figures realized Mo He's plan and extended their tails, connecting them to each other, refusing to separate. The 5 figures roared together, unleashing a massive force against the war knife. The void shook, and a terrifying power swept in all directions. Lin Moya saw several soul worlds collapse within the world barrier, and those unfortunate souls were erased, dying instantly. In the midst of the massive waves, the 5 figures broke out of the cage and retreated back into their realm. Mo He was dissatisfied with his strike, muttering, Tao Lords are indeed hard to kill. Lin Moya smiled, if Tao Lords were easy to kill, we wouldn't need seniors like you to take action. You're already impressive for facing 5 alone and driving them back. Mo He asked, now, why didn't you act? Lin Moya explained, we've already alerted them. Next, we should lure them out. The lizard god realm has more Tao Lords. If we kill too many, the others might escape. In fact, if they do escape, it's not a big deal. What we fear is that they'll hide and, when we reach the core of the world, coordinate with the world will to counterattack. That would be troublesome. So, the best approach is to lure out a batch and kill them. After that, things will be easier. The third ancestor chuckled, you've been a king for so long, yet you don't understand these things. Mo He said, who thinks about these things? If I'm unhappy, I just kill directly. I didn't need to strategize in battles when I was the unchallenged king in the Boundary Sea. His strategies aren't in battles but in setting up his position as a Dao Lord. The third ancestor added, we haven't had a big war in a long time. In this battle, it's better to listen to the little fox. The Beast Emperor said, indeed, Lin Moyo emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His killing intent is heavy, you've seen it before. Listening to him won't be wrong. Although their cultivation levels were higher than Lin Moya's, they were more inclined to trust him in this aspect. Lin Moya looked at them, feeling a strange sensation. It seemed unnatural that the origin continent had grown to its current state without its strong figures experiencing numerous wars. In the history of the origin continent, there was only the origin catastrophe. These Dao Lords, who had lived for countless years, were powerful but lacked practical battle experience. This is really strange. This bizarre feeling made Lin Moyo uncomfortable. Luck, fate, fortune are the same thing from now on. We'll go with fate. Fate Dao. Destiny Dao. Chapter 3700. Chapter 3700, 3700. Chapter 3700, The Second Suspicion. Since they couldn't figure it out, Lin Moyo and the third ancestor openly invaded the lizard god realm. As they crossed the world barrier, the entire lizard god realm trembled. The world will awakened, instinctively sending a warning throughout the world, alerting it to the external invasion. Most cultivators in the world received this warning, stopping whatever they were doing to respond. Great Dao cultivators swarmed out, entering the soul void. Countless soul flames burned brightly as the army quickly assembled, growing in number. One by one, Dao Lords appeared, becoming the leaders of the army. In this moment, Lin Moya discovered the second suspicious point. Why could the strong figures of the lizard god realm gather so quickly and accurately in the soul void, where it was difficult to determine one's location? Unlike the origin continent, even the third ancestor and others needed the guidance of the skeleton god general when entering the soul void. Reflecting on his previous encounter with the golden lion Dao Lord, Lin Moya realized he should have noticed something was off earlier. The golden lion Dao Lord and his companions seemed able to find their bearings in their own world. Lin Moya thought to himself, why didn't I feel this was abnormal back then? I didn't even have the thought. He glanced at the third ancestor and others beside him. They didn't seem to suspect anything either. However, this was the biggest problem. Someone like the third ancestor, a cunning old fox, shouldn't have missed it. The only possibility was that he had been deceived. Lin Moyo himself had also been deceived until now. Lin Moya's gaze flickered. The origin continent seems more complex than imagined. With the world will gaining intelligence, what has it hidden? At that moment, he heard the third ancestor's voice, Little Fox, the opposing army has assembled. What about yours? Aren't you going to act? Lin Moya scanned the void. The lizard god realm's army was advancing towards them. The army numbered over 1 million, all above the Great Dao realm. Most were 7th to 9th tier Great Dao cultivators, making up 70%. 4th to 6th tier cultivators accounted for over 20%. There were only a few tens of thousands of 3rd tier soul Great Dao cultivators. If divided further, there were only 100 1st tier soul Great Dao cultivators. They were led by 18 Dao Lords, including 3 origin Dao Lords and 15 branch Dao Lords. In terms of Dao Lords, the lizard god realm had the upper hand. However, on another front, the third ancestor knew some of Lin Moya's secrets and wasn't concerned about the million-strong lizard god realm army. Lin Moya said, don't rush. Let's wait and see if anyone else comes. The lizard god realm is a world, after all it shouldn't have so few Great Dao cultivators. The third ancestor shook his head, it's about right. The lizard god realm isn't a major realm, its Daos are incomplete. It used to be subordinate to the heavenly god realm, which wouldn't allow it to grow strong. Lin Moya didn't doubt the third ancestor's words, whispering, in that case, let's wait until they get closer and try to annihilate them in one go. The third ancestor said, leave the army to you. How will we deal with these 18 Dao Lords? They had 3 origin Dao Lords and 1 branch Dao Lord, plus Shinshin, who was not weaker than a branch Dao Lord. However, they were outnumbered. But the third ancestor and others were confident in their methods, which far surpassed those of the lizard god realm's Dao Lords. Lin Moya said, I think the lizard god realm's Dao Lord who cultivates the heavy water Great Dao should be handled by Shinshin and Wang Wenshin working together. Since there's no purple thunder Great Dao here, Wang Wenshin's strength can't be fully utilized, so it's safer for him to team up with Shinshin. Here, there's also no balance Great Dao, but I trust the third ancestor's strength. So, the 3 origin Dao Lords of the lizard god realm can be dealt with by the 3 of you. Try not to let them escape. As for the remaining 14 branch Dao Lords, I may not be able to kill them, but I can trap them for a while. Once you've handled your opponents, you can come and deal with these branch Dao Lords. Lin Moya not only faced a million-strong army but also planned to trap 4 Dao Lords. Yet, despite being only a second-tier soul Great Dao cultivator, his words weren't doubted. Instead, both the third ancestor and the Beast Emperor trusted Lin Moya's plan. The third ancestor said, since you've arranged it this way, let's follow your plan. It seems we really need to have a serious battle today. The Beast Emperor chuckled, let's see what the soul of a Dao Lord tastes like. This will be a great Dao contest. Killing them will also strengthen my Dao. Mo He sneered, his massive body twisting in the void, come on, let's start the great Dao contest. Wang Wenshin didn't oppose Lin Moya's plan because it was true. In this place, his strength would be greatly discounted, and he wouldn't have an advantage against any of the lizard god realm's Dao Lords. This was the difference between origin and branch Dao Lords. Most worlds have origin Great Daos, but branch Great Daos are less complete, making them more susceptible to constraints. However, if he teamed up with Shinshin to face a branch Dao Lord of the lizard god realm, their chances were better. the lizard god realm's army drew closer. The third ancestor and others had already prepared their treasures, ready to act. When the distance was less than 10,000 kilometers, Lin Moyo finally moved. He opened his storage space, and Legion commanders rushed out, dispersing in all directions. They quickly summoned the Dragon Rider Legion, followed by a massive number of skeleton god generals and over 10,000 skeleton kings. Lin Moyo pulled out a primordial virtual treasure, a damaged fan controlled by a virtual body. A strong gust of wind blew, and chaotic mist erupted from the fan, creating spatial folds. In an instant, his undead legion, accompanied by the wind and wrapped in chaotic mist, traversed the folded space, appearing around the lizard god realm's army in a manner akin to teleportation. Lin Moyo used the special ability of the primordial virtual treasure to transport his undead legion directly to the battlefield, giving the lizard god realm's army no chance to react. The encirclement was complete. The undead army numbered in the hundreds of billions, densely surrounding the lizard god realm's forces. The cultivators of the lizard god realm were shocked, feeling the power of the undead legion. Any single skeleton god general was a second-tier soul great Dao cultivator, and they outnumbered the lizard god realm's forces. But now, they had no choice but to fight. As Lin Moyo acted, the third ancestor and others charged towards the lizard god realm's Dao lords. The Dao lords of the lizard god realm also roared, pulling out their treasures and attacking the undead legion. They knew they had to break through the encirclement or risk their army being destroyed. However, Lin Moyo wouldn't give them the chance. The Void God rune flew out, and the fan flapped again, creating a gust of wind that wrinkled space and sent the Void God rune to the Lizard God realm's Dao lords. The Void God rune unfolded, revealing the 1,000 paths and myriad images formation. Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.